Chapter 1062, Future Questions, the Real Star of Tomorrow. Now. Lying in the 100 Flowers sect. The treatment Xiao Xuan encountered was excellent. Of course, this was also because he took action in the end and actually healed Yan Shui's injuries. Maybe for ordinary people these things are unbelievable. But for Yan Zi, who has always had confidence in Xiao Xuan, this is a normal thing. So even now, Yan Zi also felt more grateful to Xiao Xuan. All kinds of precious medicines for restoring the soul were brought to Xiao Xuan. Every day, there were all kinds of delicacies and beauties served by beautiful servants. Such a situation, if it were applied to any cultivator, I am afraid that the latter would be so excited that he could not speak. But it's obvious. Xiao Xuan himself is not that kind of person. He was not that interested in these things. On the contrary, when he knew that Han Xian had killed Feng Lei Tian and was waiting for him at Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, he will understand. He should leave. Regarding Xiao Xuan's thoughts, Yan Zi didn't say much after learning about it, but just stated seriously, if Xiao Xuan needs any help in the future, she can provide it. Actually, from a certain perspective, now Xiao Xuan is a second star of the Tsang God realm, but his combat effectiveness is no less than an 8th star of the Tsang God realm. If he is blessed with divine power, his strength will be even close to that of the Little Golden God realm. Under such strength, I'm afraid I won't need Yan Zi's help. But in order to take care of Yan Zi's face, Xiao Xuan also nodded. Finally, after using his divine power to check many times and confirm that there was no residual Xianming qi in Yan Shui, Xiao Xuan felt relieved. For such a situation, Yan Zi naturally felt grateful again. Parting time. Xiao Xuan hesitated for a moment, then asked Yan Zi, I killed the young sect leader of the Blood Knife sect. Now, the Blood Knife sect will definitely not let it go. Why don't you go to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, which will give you some protection? About this question, in fact, Yan Zi also thought about it. If you get to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Mu Lao worships a strong man in the realm of Little Gold God, which will indeed provide an extra layer of protection. However, if you really do this also shows that if Baihua sect and Wanjing Chamber of Commerce form an alliance, then the Blood Knife sect, which originally hated Baihua sect, will also place their hatred on Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Thus, for Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, this may not be a good thing. So now, Yan Zi is also thinking about this matter and how to do it in the safest way. Xiao Xuan's suggestion is certainly useful. But if you want to implement it, it is not that simple. At this moment, after understanding Yan Zi's thoughts, Xiao Xuan said no more. And just nodded slightly, which was regarded as approval. Leave Baihua sect. Xiao Xuan hurriedly returned to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Just when he was about to go back to look for Mulao to worship, he got a dangerous reminder from the system. This time, Xiao Xuan suddenly became smart. Since coming to Dao continent. Speaking of which, the system rarely proactively reminds him of dangers. After all, he can be regarded as a practitioner who has been practicing for many years. Experience. He is also extremely sensitive to danger. He can know about ordinary dangers without the system reminding him. Today's system reminder made him slightly solemn. Based on previous experience, the system would not remind him in this way if it was not really dangerous. Present. Xiao Xuan did not directly enter the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1063, The familiar Han Xian is traveling south to Haizhou. You boy. I knew nothing would happen to you. After meeting Xiao Xuan, There was a bit of a smile on Han Xian's face, as if he had expected it. However, compared to Han Xian's relief, Xiao Xuan's heart was full of worry. And he quickly asked, "Senior Han Xian, what is going on?" However, before Xiao Xuan could ask a question, Han Xian motioned for him to shut up. It's more serious than you think. I never expected this time that after just killing a small pseudo-golden god, I would actually offend a real golden god. Han Xian also lowered his voice and led Xiao Xuan to a corner. After seeing no one around, he continued, "Fortunately, the strength of this golden god realm is average, and what he practices seems to be one of the medicines. That's why he didn't found my trace." What happened to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? How about Mu Lao enshrining them? Xiao Xuan asked quickly. It should be fine. Han Xian pondered for a while, touched his beard, and said, "I killed Feng Lei Tian, and it has nothing to do with your worship of Mu Lao. The purpose of setting up a trap in the Golden God realm was probably to wait for me. Take the bait. Then what should we do now? Should we go to Nanzhan Haizhou?" Xiao Xuan thought for a while and said directly, "Now it seems that Nanzhan Haizhou is the safest place." Hear this. Han Xian actually smiled. It was obvious that this was the answer he wanted to hear. However, Xiao Xuan could only smile bitterly. Even if he knew it, there was nothing he could do. After all, Han Xian's strength is above him. Facing a strong man in the Golden God realm, even Han Xian was helpless, and he was naturally helpless. Although, if he relies on the passage of time, he can travel to any world. But rather than traveling to a dangerous situation where no one is around, it is better to choose to trust Han Xian and go to Nanzhan Haizhou to try it out. Judging from the previous situation, although Han Xian, the fish god of the South China Sea, is mysterious, he still has no bad intentions. If you follow him, you may have some opportunities. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated, nodded, and agreed. Saw this situation. Instead, Han Xian looked solemn and said directly, "Since you agreed, there are some things I think it is necessary to let you know, such as my identity, my purpose, and the troubles I have encountered." For these, Xiao Xuan was also very curious. But all this time, he never had a chance to ask questions. Han Xian himself seemed to be deliberately hiding it and was unwilling to speak out. Therefore, the matter was shelved. Now, Han Xian actually brought it up on his own initiative, and Xiao Xuan was ready to listen. He could roughly feel that this matter might really have a lot to do with what he was going to do next. We can even say, if he wants to live well in Nanzhan Haizhou, he must listen to Han Xian. Introduce some situations of Nanzhan Haizhou. But isn't it a bit dangerous here? Xiao Xuan raised his head a little worriedly, looked at the strange Wanjing Chamber of Commerce in the distance, and said, "If that person from the Golden God realm notices this, wouldn't you be in danger?" "Don't worry. He's just a person in the Golden God realm who refines medicine, and he doesn't have the ability to detect my traces yet." Han Xian looked proud. However, for these boastful practices, Xiao Xuan only listened half-heartedly and lost half the words. After all, isn't it true that Han Xian can't defeat the Golden God realm? Otherwise, why would you be hiding here in such embarrassment now? But these words. Naturally, Xiao Xuan didn't say anything, but just nodded, which was regarded as acknowledgement of Han Xian's words. And Han Xian seemed to feel that he had exaggerated a bit. He cleared his throat and continued, "Actually, back then, I was also a strong man in the Golden God realm." Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1064 Respect? The former Golden God realm. Where did you say just now? Yes, I used to be a strong man in the Golden God realm. Although my strength is not as good as before, if I get a treasure, I can restore my previous strength. Han Xian was full of confidence. Hearing this. On the contrary, Xiao Xuan remained skeptical about this. He also admitted that Han Xian was indeed a capable person. Since he was able to kill Feng Lei Tian without any injuries, it at least proves that at some point in time, he did have the strength of the Golden God realm. But even so, it is also very dangerous. Han Xian himself said that his strength is erratic, occasionally getting stronger and sometimes getting weaker. This is a very unreliable thing. If you are at a critical moment when fighting against someone, his strength suddenly disappeared, wouldn't this cause big trouble? If so, not to mention anything else, at least Han Xian's own life will be lost. All right. The old man continued, let me hear what else you have to say. Xiao Xuan was helpless. This Han Xian can be regarded as a powerful man in the Golden God realm. According to what he said, perhaps, sometimes the most basic respect still needs to be given. And Han Xian didn't have any bad intentions towards him. It's not a big deal to hear him brag. I am in Nanzhan Haizhou. There is a sect that is divided into one side. Well, it is a very big sect. Han Xian said. Then what? Xiao Xuan had no doubts. It's just that my junior brother wanted to fight for my sect and wanted to kill me. As a last resort, I left Nanzhan Haizhou and came to Donghuang Guizhou. Han Xian said with hatred on his face. A very cliché story. Xiao Xuan touched his chin. Junior brother kills senior brother. He had heard of many such things. It's not like things like this have never happened just on the eastern wilderness continent. Moreover, what happened was even worse. It was the apprentice who killed the master, and Venerable Mo Yang killed his own master, the old man Tian Yin. What a story! This is all true. Han Xian was anxious. He puffed his beard and stared at Xiao Xuan and said, do you know that I am stronger than my junior brother? It's just that he knew that my realm was unstable, so he would bully my master and destroy my ancestors' idea. Xiao Xuan was helpless and just nodded. It can be regarded as approval of these words. So, what I want you to do is to kill my junior brother. Han Xian said. Seriously? What? Are you kidding me? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Before, he had always thought that Han Xian was a very dignified old man. But now, he feels that this old guy is just an old naughty boy who has no brains in what he says or does. After all, Han Xian is also a strong man in the Golden God realm. Even if he was once, but now his realm is unstable, then his strength is roughly at the little Golden God realm. Under such a state, his junior brother dared to attack him, which proved that Han Xian's junior brother was not weak at all. It is possible that he has reached the little Golden God realm, or even the false Golden God realm. An opponent of this level. Han Xian actually had a twitch in his head and asked him to fight. Who do you think he is? Immortal? Indeed. Xiao Xuan admitted that he had some strength. Within the Blue God realm, he dare not say that he has no opponents, but he can say that he will win 9 out of 10 battles. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1065, The Future Powerful Man in the Golden God Realm. Xiao Xuan. Is it? Looking at your old man's appearance, you seem to be very confident about this matter? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but joked. I really want to talk about it. He still has some curiosity and yearning for the unknown Golden God realm. If he really had the chance, he would still be willing to become a true Golden God. Although based on previous understanding, the Golden God realm is not the pinnacle of combat power in this world, but if he wants to become a strong dragon god realm, the Golden God realm is the only way for him to go. That being the case, why can't he try harder? For a time, after wanting to understand this, Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and said directly to Han Xian, when the time comes, I still hope to get guidance from my seniors. Say it. Han Xian felt extremely comfortable. From Xiao Xian's attitude towards Mu Lao, he could tell that Xiao Xuan was not the kind of ungrateful person. For such people, nature is still very valuable to cultivate. In fact, Han Xian is relatively certain that if he can really get Xiao Xian's approval, Xiao Xuan may really become his biggest helper in the future. Figure this out. With a smile on his face, Han Xian continued, okay, since you have such intentions, I will definitely help you. It is definitely not impossible to achieve the Golden God realm in the future. Wait. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. Intuitively, something feels wrong. Could it be that old man Han Xian took him for a fool? If he remembered it correctly, Han Xian clearly said just now that he could become a powerful person in the Golden God realm. Why did it change now? Has it become just a matter of helping others? This rate of change, is it a little too fast? For a while, Xiao Xuan also looked at Han Xian with doubts in his eyes. I said, Senior Han, you promised before that you would definitely make me a strong person in the Golden God realm. Why has it changed now? Xiao Xuan looked questioning. Practice away. It's not just about external help, it's more about tempering one's mind. Han Xian kept it secret and said, according to your talent, if everything goes well, it will be easy to achieve the Golden God realm. It's just that everything is possible, but there is no certain thing. Hearing these words surrounded by clouds and mountains, Xiao Xuan was a little confused in his heart. Talent? I'm afraid that for him, the thing he's least afraid of is talent. Since participating in training on Tianyuan continent, he has not encountered many obstacles. Even if there are, he can successfully break through. Even later, from the prehistoric continent to the Dao continent, along the way, he encountered countless troubles, but in the end, wasn't he solved them one by one? Just relying on this, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Since you have such talent, it does not seem to be that difficult to finally achieve the Golden God realm. Think of this. Xiao Xuan also smiled and said, Senior Han Xian, don't worry, I think that my talent is still very strong. Hear these words. Han Xian couldn't help but nodded secretly. No matter from a certain point of view, Xiao Xian's performance just now is definitely shocking and unexpected. After all, the world is big. There are more than hundreds of millions of disciples participating in cultivation on Dao continent. Among so many people, there are countless people with strong talents. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1066, Space Turbulence, You Come to Resist. There is no space array. However, Han Xian's words instantly dashed Xiao Xuan's hopes. What's the situation? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but have a question mark on his face. He really didn't understand what the old guy Han Xian wanted to do. No doubt. If you want to go from Donghuang Giant Continent to Nanzhan Haizhou, the safest way is to use a teleportation circle. But now listening to Han Xian's meaning, he doesn't plan to build a teleportation circle? What the hell is this? Could it be that Han Xian still thinks that he can use his strength to bring him to Nanzhan Haizhou? Such a thing. It's not just a matter of words. In the end, if something else went wrong, or something went wrong, his life would be sealed, right? Think of this. Xiao Xuan was still a little shuddering in his heart. I said, "Old man, what are your thoughts? Do you still think you are the strength you once were?" Xiao Xuan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry. I have been traveling all over Nanzhan Haizhou for so many years, so I still have the necessary skills." Han Xian said directly, "Since I said I would take you to Nanzhan Haizhou, I will naturally take you there safely." Speaking of which, even if Xiao Xuan still had questions, he could only say no more. "My secret technique is called the fish spirit technique. Through the fish spirit technique, we can bring us back to Nanzhan Haizhou safely and soundly," Han Xian said with a smile. "So magical? So, the great way you practice is the way of the fish spirit?" Xiao Xuan was thoughtful. In fact, he was not familiar with this so-called fish spirit method at all. And it was even the first time he heard the name. But that didn't stop him from being curious. After all, there was no need for Han Xian to deceive him. Since Han Xian has already said that he was promoted to the realm of the Golden God by relying on this avenue, it is enough to show that this avenue is still amazing. Fish spirit. Fish, born in water, are cunning and agile. Judging from the name alone, this fish spirit way is more like a body method. Could it be said that Han Xian relied on this avenue to come from Nanzhan Haizhou to Donghuang continent? If that's the case, Xiao Xuan was really curious. He has personally experienced the benefits of Shenfa Taoism. If nothing else, this kind of avenue can save lives at critical moments. The previous yin-yang stealth technique was only a low-level Taoist technique. But it had already saved his life from danger several times. And as the strength and realm increase, Xiao Xuan's future opponents will probably be the 8-star Song God realm, the Little Golden God realm, or even the real Golden God realm masters. An opponent of this level, whether it is the strength of the avenue or the strength of the soul, they are extremely powerful. So in the future, his yin-yang stealth technique may not be that useful. Regarding this point, perhaps the Tao of the fish spirit in Han Xian is a Tao technique that can be learned. Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but have a little more desire in his eyes. At this moment, Han Xian never dreamed that the successor disciple he had selected from thousands of people would have already set his sights on the great path he cultivated. So, Senior Han, how should we go to Nanzhan Haizhou? Xiao Xuan changed his previous unruly attitude and asked with a smile. Of course you used the fish spirit technique to travel through it? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1067, The Sect That Has Declined to This Point, the Yuling Sect. Senior Han Xian, are you asking too much? There seems to be aura of the Golden God realm in such a sect, and there are more than one. Is a sect with such strength still weak? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. It's only the Golden God realm. Didn't I once have it? Han Xian looked unconcerned. Besides, in Nanzhan Haizhou, there is the real Golden God realm, and it is quite common among large sections. Say it. Xiao Xuan was also secretly surprised. Golden God realm. On the giant continent of Eastern Wasteland. Definitely a strong one. If a strong man of the Golden God realm appears in a sect, then this sect can almost become one of the strongest sects in the Eastern Wilds continent. Rumor. Qinglei Palace, Jiuxing Pavilion, Qixia Temple. The reason why they can become the 3 most powerful ones on the Eastern Wasteland is because there are 3 powerful men of the Golden God realm sitting behind them. However, listen to what Han Xian wants. In Nanzhan Haizhou, practitioners of the Golden God realm are so common? At the same time, Xiao Xuan also felt a sense of caution. Then are we going in now? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. No need. After a while, a Dan tower will be opened. You can go and try it out. At least your strength will be raised to 5 stars in the Blue God realm. In this way, you may be qualified to enter the Yuling sect. Han Xian said seriously. Danta? Hear these 2 words. Xiao Xuan was surprised. In his impression, Nanzhan Haizhou was famous for its profound understanding of the ocean on the entire continent. Did not expect. On this continent, there is actually a dam pagoda. When he was in the eastern wasteland continent, Xiao Xuan also heard about the existence of the dam pagoda. It was said that the dam pagoda was specially made to help cultivators temper the power of their souls. In some big cities or big sections, if there is an ancient dragon god realm inheritance, there may be a Dan pagoda. In order to further condense the power of their souls, those alchemists will enter the Dan pagoda day after day. Improve your control over your soul. Use this to improve your alchemy skills. The existence of Dan pagoda is extremely precious. It is said that there are only 3 in the entire eastern wasteland. Do not know either. How many such elixir pagodas are there in Nanzhan Haizhou? How is it? Do you have confidence? Han Xian asked directly. I still have some confidence. It's just that I have never come into contact with an existence like Danta before, and I don't know if this Danta is very useful. Xiao Xuan did not praise Haikao. Since coming to Dao continent, he has also seen various magical secret realms. It can be said that each secret realm has its own characteristics and mysteries. He doesn't know either. How powerful is the divine soul pressure in this Dan pagoda? What level has your soul power reached? Han Xian suddenly asked. Advanced level of reality. What? High-level reality? Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. It's like saying another normal thing. But when Han Xian heard this, he seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His eyes were full of surprise, and he looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1068 Danta Trial, An Unusual Opportunity. Dare to ask Senior Han. What's so mysterious about this alchemy tower, and why can it strengthen the soul of a cultivator? Finally, Xiao Xuan asked this question. If just staying in the Dan pagoda can strengthen the power of the soul, then this Dan pagoda is a bit too heaven defying. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Han Xian shook his head slightly and smiled softly. Of course that's not the case. There is a strong divine soul pressure in the Dan pagoda. As long as you can withstand this divine soul pressure, your divine soul will become more condensed. The Yuling Dan pagoda is the only Dan pagoda in the Yuling sect created by a strong man in the dragon god realm. Only practitioners in the Tsongshan realm can enter. The Dan pagoda is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the stronger the pressure of the soul of the Dan pagoda. Since the establishment of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower, no Tsongshan realm cultivator has been able to enter the 9th level. It is said that that powerful man in the Dragon God realm placed a treasure on the 9th floor of the Dan pagoda. Han Xian's eyes also showed some seriousness. Although I don't know what this treasure is, if you can get it, you will definitely be one step closer to the Golden God realm. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan's eyes also lit up. Although now, Han Xian's strength is not as strong as before. However, after all, he was once a strong man in the Golden God realm, so he still had the vision. At this moment, even he recognized the treasure on the 9-story Dan pagoda, which proved that it must be a good thing. So, why doesn't Xiao Xuan want to fight for it? Thinking of this, his eyes revealed a bit of ambition. Seeing Xiao Xuan like this, Han Xian also nodded with satisfaction. If you want to become a strong person, You must have ambitions and desires that ordinary people don't have. Just like now. Xiao Xuan's appearance satisfied him very much. He knows very well that if a cultivator has no ambitions, it is almost a dream. To increase his strength. What do you mean, old man, if I get this treasure, my strength will be improved? Xiao Xuan roughly understood. Good. Back then, when the Dragon God Realm expert placed this treasure on the 9th floor of the Dam Pagoda, he once said that whoever gets this treasure will definitely become a leader in the future. Han Xian's eyes also showed enthusiasm. The leader of a party. Such an identity is still very tempting even for a former sect leader like him. Don't say anything else. If you want to get these powers. Maybe, most people may not fully know. But as the former leader of the Yuling sect, Han Xian knew very well what the real power of the Golden God Realm looked like. Good. I believe it. As long as you practice with concentration, you will definitely achieve great results in the future. Han Xian said with a smile, moreover, if one day in the future, you can get the treasures on the 9-story Dam Pagoda, maybe you can also have a place on Nanzhan Haizhou. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan was also very moved. Looking south to Haizhou, this is a place more powerful than the eastern wilderness continent. If he can have his own status on this continent, then when he returns to the eastern wilderness continent in the future, he will definitely be extraordinary. After all, until now, he didn't know what happened to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce when he left Donghuang Guizhou that day. Who was that powerful man in the Golden God Realm? Why was the trap set up in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? Was it just to target him? And what happened to Mulao Zongfeng, Zhang Fulong, and Yan Zi? Will they be implicated by him? Such things are no small matter. It can be said. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1069, Shocked Han Xian, do you want to found a sect? Present. Above Nanzhan Haizhou. The only person Xiao Xuan can trust is Han Xian. Therefore, he also expressed his thoughts. Finished saying this, Han Xian was directly shocked, his eyes were full of disbelief, looking at Xiao Xuan as if he were looking at a monster. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. Xiao Xuan is only a second star in the Blue God Realm. This strength is only a drop in the ocean in Nanzhan Haizhou. To put it harshly, he is just the most ordinary cultivator. However, he actually said that he wanted to establish a sect. Are you sure this isn't a fantasy? You must know that Han Xian was also at the Golden God level back then, but the Yuling sect in his hands was only slightly famous. Even now, Han Xian still has the strength of the little Golden God Realm, but he does not dare to go to Yuling sect to seize the master of the sect that originally belongs to him. What's the reason? Isn't it just that he is not confident in his own strength? But now, Xiao Xuan looked confident, as if this was such an easy thing. Do you know that Nanzhan Haizhou is different from Donghuang Guizhou? Here, even practitioners of the Golden God Realm may not be able to create sects at will? Han Xian couldn't help but say. Why? This seems to be different from what your old man said before. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He clearly heard what Han Xian said just now, that as long as he has enough strength, he can create a sect. Why has it changed now? He remembers that Han Xian is not a person who goes back on his word. Of course. If you want to establish a sect, you will naturally need territory and disciples. If you don't have the strength of the Golden God Realm, why would others support you or even follow you? Han Xian couldn't help but said. Hear this. Xiao Xuan smiled instead. Support? Follow? Or even risk your life to follow? He has seen too many people like this. Indeed. His current strength is only 2 stars in the blue god realm, but his combat power is definitely more than 2 stars in the blue god realm. He knows better. For most practitioners, the only thing worthy of their following is sufficient cultivation resources, or sufficient cultivation guidance, as long as it makes them stronger. Don't blame you if you are a 2nd star in the blue god realm or a 2nd star in the golden god realm, they will all follow you. If nothing else, Xiao Xuan was still 1 star in the Tsang god realm before, but in the end, didn't he still let Lang Tu, a 5-star Tsang god realm, follow him wholeheartedly? Of course, maybe there is a reason for this soul contract. But everyone knows. Xiao Xuan, a 1-star in the Tsang god realm, can bind a soul contract to Lang Tu, a 5-star Tsang god realm. This is enough to prove his methods. At this moment, needless to say, Xiao Xuan said that Han Xian also vaguely felt the former's overwhelming self-confidence. At this time, Han Xian even felt it. The person standing in front of him was not a 2nd-star blue god realm. Instead, he is like a veteran master who has been practicing for many years and has rich experience. Sometimes, he has a feeling that he cannot see through the latter. The future life is terrible. What a terrifying life. Han Xian couldn't help but smiled bitterly and shook his head. Back then, when he first broke through to the blue god realm, he was slightly older than Xiao Xuan. That time, he was once very high-spirited, thinking that he had broken through to the Songshan realm at a young age and could be regarded as a proud man of heaven. The idea of creating a sect and establishing a sect also came up. But later. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1070 Danta Trial, The Unruly Fish Spirit Clan. In the room, Xiao Xuan slightly circulated the avenue and soul in his body. The powerful soul energy was released and instantly filled the entire room, making all items in the room undetectable. This is still an outcome he can control. If he wanted to release all the power of his soul, he would be able to detect at least every move within a few kilometers without any hindrance. Under such circumstances, ordinary Songshan realm practitioners who want to fight Xiao Xuan are afraid that they will be defeated before fighting. At the same time, after feeling these powerful spiritual powers, Han Xian also nodded secretly. He was surprised to find that the soul energy in Xiao Xuan's body was no weaker than that in his body. This was really something he couldn't believe to know. As the former leader of the Yuling sect, although now, his strength is not as good as before, but after all, he can still be regarded as a person who has touched the threshold of the Golden God realm. The power of the soul is also at a high level of reality. But Xiao Xuan, how could he not be shocked and surprised that a mere 2nd star of the blue God realm could reach this level of strength? To know, Han Xian had practiced for hundreds of years before he raised his soul realm to a high level of reality. However, Xiao Xuan, a young man in the Tsang God realm, could not reach the realm of reality. The power of the soul has actually reached a high level of reality? How could this not shock Han Xian? After performing the heaven and earth soul search operation, Xiao Xuan clearly felt that his soul power had also recovered. This also made him relieved. If you want to break through the divine realm and soul, cultivating in the Dam Pagoda is undoubtedly the fastest way. If he can go further, he must get the secret treasure on the 9th floor of the Dam Pagoda. Think of this. Xiao Xuan also felt firm in his heart and slowly put away his soul. Speaking of which, you got a lot of benefits from that half-faced gilded iron fan, right? It seems, you also realized the divine power? At this time, Han Xian suddenly asked with a smile. Why do you, the old man, say that? Xiao Xuan was stunned. Except for Yan Zi and Mu Lao, no one knew about the fact that he had gained divine power. Even Zhang Fulong didn't tell him. How did Han Xian know? Could it be that you really think I am a fool? Seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, Han Xian gave a bitter smile. Hey. I just got some insights by luck, it's nothing. Xiao Xuan looked slightly embarrassed. As expected of a former powerful man in the Golden God realm, he could actually tell the clues with just one glance. Unbelievable. You can get the divine power from a broken artifact just by relying on it. This makes me a little bit unbelievable. This is really the first time you have understood divine power. Han Xian was amazed again. Then, he also took out a jade slip from the space magic weapon. This thing is called Xin Yan Ju, which can be used to cultivate divine power. I originally thought that I would give it to you when you reach the little Golden God realm, but now it seems that it's good to take it out now. Thank you. Thank you, Senior Han. Xiao Xian's face was filled with excitement for an instant. Since he obtained the divine power, he has tried to understand the rules of its operation. Unfortunately, no matter how he understood it, he could not understand the rules of this divine power. Yan Shui was treated last time. Although it is true that divine power was used. However, he did not really understand the rules of operation of divine power. In this case, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1071, The Wonderful Use of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower, the Magical Power. Nothing. I just remembered something and didn't understand it, that's all. Xiao Xuan smiled. He does understand. What you say needs to be supported by strength. Now, if he is a strong man in the Dragon God realm who has supreme divine power and has understood the way of heaven and earth, he may be qualified to say that he has understood the origin of the Tao continent. But currently he is only a second star in the Blue God realm. What is the origin of mainland China? It's a bit ridiculous. In this case, it's better not to say anything. Seeing that Xiao Xuan didn't speak, Han Xian thought that there was nothing wrong with him, so he simply continued, in that case, I will go with you to the Yuling Pill Pagoda tomorrow. Good. Xiao Xuan nodded naturally. But at this moment, a loud quarrel suddenly came from outside. This made Xiao Xuan and Han Xian frown slightly. After arriving at Nanzhan Haizhou, in order to avoid attracting attention, the two of them have always behaved very low-key and are currently living in an ordinary inn in Lingqing. Who knows here? Can you still get into trouble? When things come to an end. Of course, you can't just sit back and be a turtle. At least you have to see what's going on. Han Xian took out 2 human skin masks. Han Xian and Xiao Xuan instantly turned into 2 middle-aged men with sallow skin and haggard faces. On the surface, it's like a mortal without the breath of a cultivator. At the same time, the two of them also restrained their auras and blended into the crowd, looking inconspicuous at all. Masters, our store really doesn't have any room, otherwise the store would never drive the customers out, right? Please raise your hands, and spare the little one. Facing several strong men with arrogant faces, the waiter's face was full of respect, and he was so cautious that he almost didn't dare to speak. For these words, the dozen or so imposing men obviously didn't take it to heart and still looked contemptuous. Do you know that we are members of the Spirit Snake Alliance? This, little one, I don't know. The waiter's face paled obviously, and he quickly explained, I didn't expect it to be a small shop owned by a big shot in the Spirit Snake Alliance, a small shop that is so dazzling. Even though he said so. But Xiao Xuan could see the embarrassment and nervousness on the waiter's face, and he was obviously disgusted and afraid of these people. Other customers in the store Seeing these people from the Spirit Snake Alliance, they also looked at each other secretly, and some even hurriedly paid their bills and left. Obviously he doesn't like them. See this. Xiao Xuan also roughly understood that most of the people from the Spirit Snake Alliance didn't have a good reputation, otherwise even the waiters wouldn't be afraid of them. I just don't know what the strength of the Spirit Snake Alliance is. He originally wanted to peek at Han Xian secretly and judge the strength of the Spirit Snake Alliance from the latter's reaction, but the latter was now wearing a human skin mask, so he couldn't tell anything. It turns out to be someone from the Spirit Snake Alliance. It seems that they are also here for the Danta trial. Han Xian opened his mouth and said with some solemnity in his tone, so, all 3 Eastern alliances will participate in this trial. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was stunned. Since arriving in Nanzhan Haizhou, Han Xian has not told him about the distribution of forces in Nanzhan Haizhou, let alone the 3 Eastern alliances. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1072, Hospitality. Spirit Snake Alliance Snake Wind. After the man finished speaking, in an instant, it also aroused the anger and dissatisfaction of all the practitioners in the hotel. After all, the leading disciple of the Spirit Snake Alliance was talking about the entire Yuling city, which was a slap in the face to everyone in Yuling city. If no one comes forward at this time, doesn't it mean that he acquiesces to the words of the Spirit Snake Alliance disciple? Snake Wind. Don't be too presumptuous. This is Yuling City, and you are the territory of your Spirit Snake Alliance. A swordsman in white stood up and said dissatisfiedly to the cold man, if we really anger the Yuling sect, you Spirit Snake Alliance will also be left with nothing to eat. Say it. It also attracted the attention of many people in an instant. When they saw the speaker, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Qin Long? I didn't expect it was him. Even Han Xian had a surprised expression on his face when he saw the swordsman in white. In just a few months, he actually broke through again. It's really amazing. Now, Xiao Xuan looked at the scene in front of him and seemed to understand something. Judging from the conversation just now, the person who led the provocation in the hotel should be Shifeng, the leading disciple of the Spirit Snake Alliance, and the swordsman in white should be Qin Long, the leading disciple of the Yuling sect. At first glance, Xiao Xuan couldn't see their strength either. However, after a little judgment, he could roughly tell that the strength of these guys was at least 8 stars above the Blue God realm. It is even possible to touch the threshold of the Little Golden God realm. This made Xiao Xuan a little embarrassed. For so long. Speaking of which, for such a long period of time, his strength has been at the 2nd level of the Blue God realm, even though he practices for a long time every day. But the realm seemed to be deliberately against him. There was never any way to go further. This made him helpless and annoyed. Especially, after he received the inheritance of divine power, his strength greatly increased despite the blessing of divine power. But the realm has become more stable. For him to stay in this position of the 2nd star of the Tsongshan realm and never make any progress, which simply makes him a little helpless and embarrassed. Perhaps, he should find time to ask Han Xian to see if the latter has any solution. Just thinking about it. Shifeng and Qin Long actually started fighting over a disagreement. These 2 people, one used a soft golden whip and the other used a cyan long sword. Each move caused waves of fierceness. This also surprised Xiao Xuan secretly. Judging from the battle scene, the strength of these 2 people should be at least above the Little Golden God level. This really surprised him. To know he can roughly judge it. This snake wind can lead so many disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance behind Him. Obviously, he should be the leading disciple of the spirit snake alliance. But Qin Long dared to confront him tit for tat at this time. He should be the leading disciple of Yuling sect. Looking south to the three major sects in the eastern part of Haizhou, the leading disciples of two sects have already appeared, leaving only the mysterious White Flame Valley. And the disciples of these two major sects are actually strong men in the Little Golden God realm. This really surprised Xiao Xuan. This is just the leading disciple of the younger generation in their sect. Nothing more. Just the leading disciple. If their strength has reached the Little Golden God realm, then wouldn't their sect elders and even the sect masters have to become the Golden God realm or even the Dragon God realm? So to say. Above Nanzhan Haizhou, is there not just a strong man in the Dragon God realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan didn't even have the intention to pay attention to the fight between Shifeng and Qin Long, and felt a little unbelievable in his heart. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1073 Baiyan Valley, the most powerful by Qin Yun? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was simply stunned. What's going on? He just came to participate in the Danta trial, that's all. Who knew that he would encounter such a thing? It's Snake Wind and Qin Long's. Now there is a stronger, by Qin Yun? What the hell is this? Could it be that God trusted him so much that he specifically wanted to increase the difficulty of his trial? Tomorrow is the Danta trial. Now Xiao Xuan knows that he has 3 opponents in the Little Golden God realm. Isn't this a little too much pressure on him? How about it? Feeling stressed? Just when Xiao Xuan was thinking secretly, Han Xian beside him smiled and said, however, you don't need to be too stressed. These 3 people are considered the younger generation of masters in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. It is normal that you can't compare with them. Now, hear this. Xiao Xuan also secretly clenched his fists. He could also roughly imagine that at that time he was on the eastern wilderness continent and was considered a master of the younger generation. Who knows after coming to Nanzhan Haizhou? It doesn't even count as anything? Even some random people can be much stronger than him? Such a thing is absolutely unacceptable to him. Only Xiao Xuan also understood. Whether it is Qin Long Shifeng or by Qin Yun, since they have the current strength, they have also cultivated step by step. Perhaps they received a lot of help in the process of cultivation. It even took the advantage of Nanzhan Haizhou. But these are things he can't change. The only thing he can do now is to think of ways to enhance his strength. At least, he wants to improve his strength to 5 stars in the Blue God realm. Or even 8 stars in the Blue God realm. This way he faces these opponents. There may still be some chance of winning. After thinking about this, Xiao Xuan's eyes became firm again. Han Xian, who was next to him, also smiled and nodded after noticing the change in Xiao Xuan's aura. Clearly pleased with his reaction. Just now, Han Xian really wanted to see how powerful people like Qin Long, Shifeng, and Bai Qin Yun were. Is it even a cultivator of the older generation like him? Not even as good as them? After understanding this, Han Xian said directly, however, you don't have to be too depressed. I dare say that if they were also cultivating in the eastern wasteland, their strength would not be as good as yours now. Senior Han, there is no need to comfort me. I also know that cultivating a religion is something that does not follow principles or rules. As long as you have enough strength, you will naturally be the master of this world. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. Once upon a time, he was considered a figure standing on the top of a continent, and he naturally knew the rules of operation on this continent. In this world, there is no such thing as fairness, there is only survival of the fittest. At that time, if Han Xian hadn't forcibly taken him to Nanzhan Haizhou, I'm afraid he would have been controlled by that unknown golden god realm powerhouse now, waiting to be casually tortured and killed. After all, in the eyes of a strong man in the golden god realm, he, a second star in the blue god realm, is not much different from an ant. Although, depending on the long river of time, he might still be able to save his life. But this cowardly way of living. Obviously, it was not Xiao Xuan's choice. To understand this, Xiao Xuan did not hesitate and returned to the guest room. Regarding his reaction, Han Xian was obviously stunned for a moment. He was originally in Han Xian's thoughts. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1074, The Fish-Headed God actually has the power of a god in it. Then why do these people put fish heads on top of the city? Is it just to show off? Originally, Xiao Xuan just thought that this fish head was at best a 7th-grade monster when he was alive. Who knew that this fish head was actually a 9th-grade monster? Such a level of monster. Let alone something as important as a skull. Even a drop of blood or a piece of bone contains pure divine power. Don't say anything else. The half-faced fan that was in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce at that time was only used by a powerful monster beast, and it already contained the power of the gods. For such an important demon head, it must be extremely precious inside. Such a treasure. But why didn't the Yuling sect hide inside the sect instead of putting it at the top of the city? Aren't you afraid of being stolen or robbed? It's not true. There is a strong sense of the ocean in this fish head. As long as you get close, any cultivator can understand it. Even those who are related to the ocean can benefit from it. This guy who looked like Bai Shaoxing smiled and said, so, there is no need to worry about being stolen. Hear this. Xiao Xuan also secretly sighed. This 9th-grade monster is truly extraordinary. Even though he is dead, he still has such a great effect. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of what Bai Shaoxing said. It was obvious that the fish head placed on top of the city would benefit all the cultivators of Yuling City. It can be said, all the practitioners in Yuling City are the protectors of Yuto. If anyone steals or even destroys fish heads, isn't that making him an enemy of the entire Yuling City cultivators? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan also nodded. Just over the years, there seems to be a strange ocean avenue in this fish head, which even the current leaders of the 3 Eastern alliances cannot comprehend. Seeing everyone's strong interest, Bai Shaoxing continued. Strange ways of the ocean? Could it be that this way of the ocean cannot even be understood by practitioners in the Golden God realm? Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned, and looked back at Han Xian, only to see the latter's expressionless face also nodded slightly. Obviously he also recognized this sentence. This also made him couldn't help but raise his head and take a closer look at this huge and ferocious white-bone fish head. Do not know why. When I saw this white-bone fish head, the path of chaos in Xiao Xuan's body seemed to be ready to move. He couldn't help but be interested in this. Could it be that his way of chaos has any connection with this white-bone fish head? March along the way. It seems to be because of the Danta trial. Xiao Xuan noticed that most of the cultivators who entered Yuling City were alchemists, weapon refiners, and rune masters with strong spiritual abilities. There are very few practitioners who temper their bodies. And these alchemists are surrounded by many guards. This was not beyond his expectation. After all, no matter what continent they are on, practitioners with special skills such as alchemists and weapon refiners are the most popular beings in the sect. The elixir weapons they concocted casually. It will become a hot commodity in no time. And If they can become alchemists or weapon refiners, their soul power will not be weak. Therefore, these people are the same as core disciples in each sect. Seeing the mighty and domineering appearance of these alchemists, Xiao Xuan also shook his head helplessly. Talk about it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1075, The Mysterious Alchemy Society, the Extremely Rich Sect. It's amazing. If this is the case, wouldn't Danhui make a lot of money every year? No. Every day? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said. Within Nanzhan Haizhou, there are hundreds of millions of cultivators. If it is said that the elixirs consumed by these cultivators all come from the Danhui. How many Tao stones did the alchemy club earn? Han Xian seemed to have seen Xiao Xuan's thoughts, and nodded and said. Indeed, in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, the Danhui is a big force, not to mention the three eastern alliances, just a few in Zhongzhou. The alliance attaches great importance to them. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan also nodded. That being the case, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the pill trial? But at the same time, he also discovered another problem. This time, judging from the number of people alone, there are quite a few people who plan to participate in this alchemy trial. That being the case, can this fish spirit pill tower withstand the trials of so many cultivators? For a moment, Xiao Xuan was a little suspicious. Inside Yuling City, Xiao Xuan and Han Xian moved forward, and soon they arrived in front of the Danta Trial Conference. After paying 10,000 stones, Xiao Xuan walked into the alchemy meeting alone. He noticed. In the very center of Yuling City, there is indeed a huge white tower that towers into the clouds. The tower is divided into 9 floors, each floor is large enough to accommodate 100 people. Looking from a distance, this huge white tower is more like a huge stone pillar. At the gate of Danta, 3 old men with white beards wearing white robes and gold patterns on their chests stood tall and looked extraordinary. It's easy to see. The 3 of them are the organizers of this Dan meeting. And in front of them, there was a huge golden alchemy cauldron. The fire in the alchemy cauldron is raging, and the alchemy energy is rich. 3 strong and powerful divine soul powers are being continuously infused into it to maintain the balance of the flames in the alchemy cauldron. Apparently he was refining elixirs. 3 golden lions. It is said that they just passed the alchemist test some time ago and have reached the level of 3rd grade alchemist. Is what you said true? It's unbelievable. A 3rd grade alchemist can already refine 3rd grade or even 4th grade elixirs. I didn't expect that they would come here to organize an elixir trial. Not only that, I heard that they came here not only for the trial of the Alchemy Society, but also for the purpose of recruiting disciples. Each of them plans to recruit a personal disciple. The elixir refined this time will give me the 1st place in this elixir tower trial. I heard people talking around me. Xiao Xuan became a little more interested. A 3rd grade alchemist. Speaking of which, he was once a powerful alchemist on Tianyuan continent. Now we are on the Great Dao continent. I don't know what level the alchemy skills he once practiced can reach. All along, on the Great Dao continent, he didn't even have the chance to refine medicine. Today, he took the opportunity to see how capable these 3rd grade alchemists were. Everyone. What the 3 of us refined today is the 4th grade golden dragon pill. This time, whichever kid can become the number 1 in the Dan club can get this 4th grade golden dragon pill and become an official disciple of our Dan club. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1076, The Coercion of the Dan Pagoda, the Solid Power of the Soul. Attention all disciples participating in the trial. Although the pressure of the souls in the Dan Pagoda is very beneficial to tempering your souls, you should not be too overestimated or too reckless. Otherwise, the powerful pressure of the Danta's soul will crush your talisman. Checked out these disciples. After using the soul magic weapon to warm their souls so that they were fine, the 3 elders of the Golden Lion announced to all the testers with a serious look. This time. Then the testers also became cautious. Basically, they are folded in front of the stairs on the 4th floor, and few people can set foot on the 5th floor. This actually made the 3 elders of Golden Lion shake their heads one after another. Obviously, they were quite disappointed with the soul power of these testers. But soon, a talented disciple appeared among the trialists. I saw that this gray-robed disciple, with a long sword on his back, although he walked at the end at the beginning, took one step at a time and finally stepped firmly on the ground of the 5th floor. Although from his face, with protruding veins, it can be seen that he is gritting his teeth and holding on, but at least he is much stronger than the previous testers. Meng Feng of the Spirit Snake Alliance. As expected of a disciple of the 3 Eastern Alliances, the power of the soul in his body is indeed stronger than that of ordinary trialists. I wonder if Meng Feng has a chance to challenge the 6th floor. It's hard to say. Judging from Meng Feng's appearance, he must have reached the end of his strength, and it is difficult to go any further. Hear the chatter. Xiao Xuan was not surprised. He had heard some words before. It was said that the 3 Eastern Alliances had been preparing for this Danta trial for a long time. Needless to say, the purpose must be for the treasures on the 9th floor of the Dan Pagoda. Although this so-called Meng Feng is more dazzling than the previous trialists, in terms of strength, it is not at the level of competing for 9th level treasures. Really. Although Meng Feng set foot on the 5th floor, but when we reached the 6th floor of stairs, we couldn't go any further. Finally, under the regretful eyes of other trialists, he could only give up. Rao is so. The Golden Lion 3rd Elder still whispered a few words to the disciple around him, and then asked this disciple to appear in front of all the testers. Invited Meng Feng to his side. Obviously, Meng Feng's performance just now has satisfied the 3 elders of the Golden Lion. If nothing else happens next, he should also enter the Alchemy Society and become a registered disciple of the 3 Golden Lions. Don't look at it as just a registered disciple. However, there is also a chance to enter the Dan Society. Hearing the alchemy experience of the 3 Golden Lion elders and having this relationship, he will have fewer detours than ordinary cultivators in the future. I saw the envious eyes of all the trialists. Xiao Xuan felt normal. He knew that whether it was alchemy or cultivation, it was basically guided by the master and practiced individually. It is certainly a good thing to have a good master. But the more important soul requires later efforts and understanding. Without these, no matter how good a master you are, it will be of no use. Xiao Xuan has been practicing in Tianyuan continent for such a long time. Plus old man Tianyan's $1 million prescription. He already has enough confidence to become a powerful alchemist without relying on anyone. As for today's Golden Lion 3 elders, he really may not be able to see it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1077 Fish Spirit Pill Tower, The Legendary Divine Soul. Old Timer. I heard that among our Nanzhan Haizhou, Dan Tian, the president of Danhui, is the only one who has broken through to the divine soul in the Golden God realm, right? Outside the Dan Pagoda, the young cultivator couldn't help but ask. At the same time, some cultivators also set their sights on this old man, and they were obviously very interested in this issue. Good. Back then, before Dan Tian became the president of the Dan Society, he was known as Nanzhan Haizhou, the last talented soul alchemist. In the Blue God realm, he is already the most ranked fourth-grade alchemist. In Nanzhan Haizhou, the old man touched his beard and said, "Say it." For a time, it also aroused the emotion of a group of people. After all, an ordinary fourth-grade alchemist must at least reach the realm of the little golden god, and his soul power must be at the lower level of the real realm. Dan Tianning is only in the Zhongshan realm. Being able to become a fourth-grade alchemist is enough to prove how talented he is in soul cultivation. Do not know either. This by Qing Yun, will I ever have the chance to look at Dan Tian's neck in the future? The old man smiled. At the same time, Dan Ta Xiao Xuan, who followed a group of trialists into the Dan Pagoda, had already felt at this moment that this group of trialists were far stronger than before. This made him somewhat confused. You know, before signing up to participate in this Danta trial, he had never shown his strength in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Except for Han Xian, no one knows his true strength. Judging from the appearance of the people around him, they should all be seed players. Why was he assigned to this group? Could it be that his strength has also been seen? Or is it just luck? For a time, Xiao Xuan really didn't quite understand. Regarding these, he did not say it directly. Instead, he followed these seated players with a calm face. Ouch! Brothers, guess what I saw? A 2-star trialist in the Blue God realm. Ha ha ha. Isn't it possible? The 2nd star of the Blue God realm, I'm afraid even the soul is not stable. Why can I come here? Such a soul may not even be able to enter the 2nd level. Just when Xiao Xuan was about to follow these people and enter the Dan Pagoda, there was a burst of ridicule around him. For these words, Xiao Xuan felt no emotion in his heart. After practicing for tens of millions of years, he has heard too many sarcastic remarks like this. If everyone had to care about it, he might not do anything every day. Besides, this is his first time here in Nanzhan Haizhou. He also didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. As for these short-sighted guys, in the end, Xiao Xuan will naturally slap them in the face with the final result. You can't judge people based on their realm. At that time, when Senior Dan Tian participated in the Dan Pagoda trial, he was only a 5-star member of the Blue God realm. Didn't he become a blockbuster and become a person standing at the top of the Dan Pagoda? At this time, a cold voice came. It actually helped Xiao Xuan get out of the siege. This time he was a little more curious. When he turned around, he saw a woman with a cold face but scantily clad clothes under the thin fabric. The woman's plump and proud figure is ready to be revealed, and her two slender, straight white thighs are exposed, attracting endless reverie. On the snow-white face of melon seeds. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1078 Dan Pagoda Practitioner, Xiao Xuan. Outside the Danta. Xiao Xuan's unique actions attracted the attention of the 3 golden lion elders. This son is also somewhat interesting, although he is only a 2nd star. In the Blue God realm, the power of the soul seems not weak. The great elder touched his beard. Moreover, he cannot forget to practice in the Dan Pagoda. But he is also different from ordinary disciples. Different. Oh? Brother, are you a little too optimistic about him? He's just a 2nd star. In the Blue God realm. Yes, does it mean that Big Brother thinks that all cultivators in the world can be as amazing and talented as President Dan Tian? The other 2 elders laughed. They didn't take the great elder's words to heart at all. On the contrary, they were a little disdainful of Xiao Xuan, thinking that the latter was just showing off on purpose. Great elder. On the other hand, Shifeng and Qin Long seem to have performed better than we expected. They are already preparing to set foot on the 6th floor. The second elder's focus was on Snake Feng Qinlong and Bai Qingyun. In his opinion, among this group of Dan Pagoda trial disciples, only these 3 are the most promising to become disciples of the Dan Club. Others are just foils. Not worthy of attention at all. It's really good. It is said that this time Bai Qingyun from Baiyan Valley is the one with the strongest soul among them. Why is he at the back now? The third elder frowned slightly. Among the 3 elders of the Golden Lion, he is the most junior and is mainly responsible for collecting information about this alchemy meeting. Therefore, he also knew early on that Bai Qingyun was the strongest disciple. But at this moment, the great elder couldn't help but focus on Xiao Xuan. Do not know why. When he saw Xiao Xuan silently tempering his soul, he always had a feeling that this young man might become the biggest dark horse in this Dan meeting. At this time, on the 6th floor of Dan Pagoda, there are already 2 new guests. One is Snake Feng from the Spirit Snake Alliance, and the other is Qin Long from the Yuling sect. For these 2 people to enter the 6th level, most practitioners are not surprised, they are more concerned about whether these 2 people can go further. As for most of the other disciples, on the 4th level, the difference was already shown. Almost half of the trial disciples were blocked by the strong pressure of the souls on the 5th level. And the remaining half, they basically stopped at the door of the 5th floor. What a powerful divine soul pressure. Damn it, this fish spirit pill pagoda is really extraordinary. I feel like my palace is going to shatter. That's all, I can only get to the 5th floor at most. There are many trial disciples. At first they entered the 5th level, but soon they were suppressed by the strong divine soul pressure in the Dan Tower. After a while, they voluntarily gave up the challenge. It's unimaginable. With such a powerful soul, can anyone really challenge the 9th level successfully? It's hard to say, but this time, Bai Qingyun from Baiyan Valley is the most likely. After the eliminated disciple walked out of the Dan Pagoda, they were also reluctant to leave, looking back at the towering Dan Pagoda behind them. They are clear. This time, the Fish Spirit Pill Tower trial is definitely the best opportunity to improve the power of the soul. After losing this opportunity, I don't know when and what month I will have the same opportunity. At this moment, at the door of the 5th floor, there were 2 people with solemn expressions, ready to challenge. One is Bai Qingyun. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1079, Xiao Xuan's Talent and Incredible Divine Soul Pressure. Second brother and third brother. Have you noticed that the disciple who was not favored by you before seems to have entered the 5th level? The first elder did not talk about Bai Qingyun, but said with a smile. Say it. It caught the attention of the second elder and the third elder. When they took a look, they really saw Xiao Xuan there. This surprised them at the same time. It also made them feel a little uncomfortable. In their previous estimates, Bai Qingyun should be the most likely person to become an official disciple of Danhui. If not her, it should be Shifeng or Qin Long. Now, Xiao Xuan appeared out of nowhere. If Xiao Xuan really becomes the first in the trial, wouldn't it mean that their previous prediction was completely wrong? Doesn't this embarrass them? Great Elder. I don't think so. This guy's name is Xiao Xuan. He is not a disciple of the 3 Eastern Alliances. He should be a casual cultivator who came out of nowhere. He can't have a powerful soul. The third elder said nonchalantly, as for now, he is probably pretending to be relaxed. In fact, facing the 5th floor, he is probably very panicked. Inside, Hearing the words of the third elder, the second elder also nodded. In my opinion, this kid is only on the 5th floor at most and cannot enter the 6th floor. Regarding the words of the second elder and the third elder, the first elder just smiled slightly and did not object in a hurry. From the look on his face. On the contrary, it is easy to see that he is obviously very confident in Xiao Xuan. But not necessarily. Do you dare to make a bet with me? I think this Xiao Xuan may be able to enter the 7th floor of the fish Spirit Pill Tower. An elder said with a smile. Say this. In an instant, the second elder and the third elder were stunned, looking at the first elder with surprise on their faces. They didn't expect it. The first elder's evaluation of Xiao Xuan was so high. You know, they have never heard of someone like Xiao Xuan among the disciples participating in the Danta trial. But why does the first elder think so highly of him? Isn't there something wrong with this? Think of this. The faces of the second elder and the third elder also looked a little unnatural. And this time, Xiao Xuan, followed by Qin Yun. After stepping onto the 5th floor, he also felt some soul pressure, but the pressure was actually okay for him. It didn't bring him to the point where he needed to give up. In comparison, Snake Feng and Qin Long around him performed harder. Because there is no divine soul armor, and the divine soul is not as powerful as Xiao Xuan, it is particularly difficult for them to resist the pressure of the divine soul from the Danta. At this time, when they saw Bai Qingyun and Xiao Xuan walking into the 5th floor lightly, the two of them felt extremely annoyed. Damn it! Who is this guy? How come I've never seen this before? Snake Wind's eyes were a little blood red. Only then did he recognize that this Xiao Xuan was not the trial disciple who was rescued by Bai Qingyun before. It's just a second star in the blue god realm. Can you actually reach the 5th floor of Dam Pagoda? Moreover, it still looks effortless. This naturally caught his attention. Could it be that Xiao Xuan is a genius disciple of some unknown cultivation sect? Have you even known Bai Qingyun for a long time? Is there some unknown relationship between the two of them? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1080, Bai Qingyun's Secret Fire Technique, the White Flame Technique. But at this moment, Xiao Xuan, who was following Shifeng Qinlong and Bai Qingyun, was also interested. After practicing just now, he discovered that the higher the level of the Dan Pagoda, the stronger the pressure on the soul, but the greater the help for the condensation of the soul on the practitioner. It can be said, one day of cultivation on the 1st floor of the Dan Pagoda is not as good as 1 hour of cultivation on the 5th floor. If he wants to give full play to the role of the Danta, perhaps he needs to truly reach the top of the Danta? Think of this. Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and walked towards the 7th floor. This scene actually attracted the attention of Bai Qingyun next to her. Only then did she notice that there was another person next to her. Moreover, this guy also wants to attack the 7th floor? Even if you don't plan to use the secret technique, this couldn't help but arouse her competitive spirit. For so long, as a talented disciple of White Flame Valley, she has always been the best among all the people, not only in White Flame Valley, but also in the 3 Eastern Alliances. However, there is someone like Xiao Xuan around today? Isn't this just a challenge to her? Bai Qingyun couldn't help but become more curious. How capable is this person to challenge her at this time? At the same time, Xiao Xuan's actions also attracted the attention of other trialists outside the Danta. However, most people were ridiculed and disdainful of his behavior. It was obvious that they did not think Xiao Xuan was qualified to enter the 7th level. In the hearts of most trialists, In this Danta trial, the most promising people to reach the top are the disciples of the three Eastern alliances. As for other casual cultivators, there is no qualification to climb the damn pagoda. Rogue cultivators like Xiao Xuan are nothing more than sensationalizing and are completely unqualified to enter the 7th level. Funny. Where did this casual cultivator come from? Look at him, he actually wants to enter the 7th level without using secret methods? Isn't this a joke? Do you really think you are a talented disciple, like Bai Qingyun? In the end, I'm afraid I'll slap myself in the face and walk down from the Danta in despair. For these taunts. Xiao Xuan didn't hear it at all. At this moment, his mind was all on the Dan pagoda in front of him. The 6th level of divine soul pressure. For him who possesses the soul of the realm, it can only be said to be a little stressful. And when he reached the 7th level, even he had to completely release the pressure of his soul. After feeling the strong pressure from the divine palace, Xiao Xuan also had to deal with it seriously. What he can feel is that under the pressure of such a powerful soul on the 7th level, if there is no real soul, the soul will be damaged in an instant. Fortunately, his soul has reached the lower stage of reality. Although there is a little pressure on the 7th floor, it has not reached an irresistible bottom. On the other hand, looking at Shifeng and Qin Long next to them, they were different. The faces of these two people were solemn. Under the pressure of the invisible soul, it was a luxury for them to even take a step. At this time, even they can only sit on the ground and rely on the secret techniques on their bodies to resist the pressure of these gods. But after seeing Xiao Xuan walk into the 7th floor unscathed, they were also shocked. It was like seeing something incredible. Even Bai Qingyun couldn't help but frown slightly, looking at Xiao Xuan with doubts on his face. She originally thought her real-world mid-level soul was already considered the best in this Danta trial. Who knows? The strongest among the strongest? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1081, Xiao Xuan, Shocking Courage to Challenge. Damn it. This guy actually wants to enter the 8th floor. Shifeng and Qin Long looked at each other, and both saw a bit of dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Although they have a bad relationship. But now, seeing Xiao Xuan acting like this, I feel very unhappy. Bai Qingyun also looked curious. She was also a little confused. Why could Xiao Xuan, a casual cultivator, without any sect, have such a high spiritual realm? In fact, even she felt a little ashamed of herself. 8th floor. Let me see how strong your pressure is. Xiao Xuan paid no attention to what these people thought. Instead, he had a serious face, slowly running the soul-searching technique in his body, and walked step by step towards the stairs on the 8th floor. Just reached the stairs. He felt that a physical soul barrier was blocking his way. This powerful force suppressed his body, causing him to kneel down. Involuntarily. It's really extraordinary. Xiao Xuan took a long breath. It seems that if you want to enter the 8th floor, you can't do it without some tricks. After thinking about it for a while, he didn't dare to neglect and directly activated his divine power. A divine power as thin as an ox's hair was injected into the divine palace. And in an instant, his divine soul became much stronger. Inside Duntun. Originally, the divine soul pressure that enveloped Xiao Xuan was dispelled by this force that looked like a wild bull. Xiao Xuan's body was a little rickety due to the pressure, and he gradually stood up straight. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked toward the middle of the 8th floor of the damn pagoda. This scene. But it also shocked everyone. Even the 3 elders of the Golden Lion looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief, a little stunned. As the elders of the Dan society, they naturally understand how powerful the divine soul pressure in the fish spirit pill tower is. Especially after the 7th level. Almost only souls who are above the real level can reach this position. At the 8th level, the tester either has a spiritual soul at a later stage of reality, or relies on a secret method to forcibly enhance the spiritual soul. Judging from Xiao Xuan's situation just now, he didn't even use any secret techniques, just relying on the power of his soul, he broke into the 8th level of the Dan pagoda. They couldn't believe their eyes. And on the other side, Bai Qingyun also felt the pressure. Before entering Danta, she was a seed player with high hopes. He is considered to be the most likely person to become number 1 in the trials and even enter the 9th level of the Dan pagoda. But now, instead, she watched helplessly as Xiao Xuan entered the 8th floor of the Dan pagoda first, which made her a little anxious. Fire soul technique. Burn. The 7th floor of Dan pagoda. In front of the stairs, Bai Qingyun silently recited a spell. Her body instantly burned with a layer of white flames, and as the flames rose, the power of the avenue was constantly being consumed. But at the same time, the power of the soul is constantly rising. The realm of the soul is actually close to the lower level of the real realm. Then, under the shocked eyes of Shifeng and Qin Long, Bai Qingyun also walked step by step towards the 8th floor of the Dan pagoda. See this scene. Shifeng and Qin Long also became more active. They also thought about whether they could rely on secret techniques to forcibly improve their strength. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1082 Shocked, the first trialer of Danta. This First Elder, do you really believe that this casual cultivator, Xiao Xuan, can succeed in this challenge? The second elder was still a little unconvinced. He didn't want to believe that as an elder, he would watch helplessly as a disciple's soul power was stronger than his own. About this question, the first elder did not answer, just smiled slightly and said nothing more. But this attitude only slightly angered the second elder. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan with cold eyes, directly pouring out all the anger just now on Xiao Xuan. At the same time, Bai Qingyun was also holding a breath in his heart. She also didn't want to believe that as the best young disciple of the 3 Eastern alliances, she was actually weaker than Xiao Xuan. Couldn't she accomplish what Xiao Xuan could accomplish? Bai Qingyun gently bit her fingertip, and a drop of blood emerged and was poured into her white flame. The white flame technique burned again. For a moment, the power of the soul in her body also rose again, becoming more powerful than before. Is this the ultimate white flame technique? After feeling the powerful soul power in his body, Bai Qingyun's eyes also became firm, and he walked step by step towards the 9th floor of the Dan pagoda. At this moment, inside and outside the Danta, everyone's eyes were on Xiao Xuan and Bai Qingyun. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. What's exciting is that the talented disciple, Bai Qingyun, is indeed qualified to challenge the 9th level of the Dan pagoda. What's surprising is that there is actually a person he has never seen before who has also entered the 9th level. How can this be? There is someone whose soul power can be compared to Bai Qingyun, who has burned the power of the avenue? Who is this person? Is it a secret disciple of a certain large sect in Zhongzhou? Or is it an internal disciple of the Danhui itself? It's unbelievable. He can reach the 8th level without using the secret power of the soul. Could it be that he can really get the secret treasure of the 9th level? For a while, outside of the Dan pagoda, everything is available. Some people even began to doubt whether Xiao Xuan was a core disciple of a certain tantric sect. Only Han Xian saw all this. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face. At that time, on the Eastern Barren continent, when he first met Xiao Xuan, the latter was just the vice president of a mere Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. But now, Xiao Xuan has become a figure admired by the young disciples of Nanzhan. Haizhou. Even if he enters the 9th level of the Dan Pagoda and obtains the secret treasure inside, his strength will be even greater. Thinking of this, Han Xian also had a little more expectation in his heart. Perhaps, this disciple he casually saved at that time will really become the person who saves his sect in the future. Within the Danta, Xiao Xuan had just arrived at the 9th floor of stairs. He felt that there was a powerful divine soul pressure on his body, directly pressing his body underground. It was as if a huge gravity field appeared out of thin air. The pressure on Xiao Xuan's body made him kneel down involuntarily, but at the same time, Xiao Xuan still used the power of his soul to resist this pressure of the soul. Under tremendous pressure, Xiao Xuan just felt that every muscle and meridian in his body was as painful as tearing. Even the soul filled with divine power became sluggish. Blood. It flowed out from both his nostrils. This is a manifestation of the power of the soul operating to its extreme. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1083, The Secret Treasure of the 9th Level, The Elixir Will be passed down. Do you think this casual cultivator can succeed in the challenge? It's hard to say. It seems like you have a lot of perseverance, but without the help of secret techniques, I'm afraid it would be difficult to persevere. Indeed, Dan Tian, the president of the Dan Association back then, also relied on the secret method of the soul to enter the 9th floor of the Dan Pagoda. Outside the Dan Tower, some trial disciples talked a lot. At the same time, they all cast envious glances at Xiao Xuan. They were not fools, and naturally they all saw clearly that Xiao Xuan was able to reach the 8th level of the Dan Pagoda step by step with his own strength, and even challenged the 9th level. This is definitely where his strength lies. From a certain perspective, his current soul strength is already ranked number 1 among all participating disciples. Perhaps only Bai Qingyun, who has used the secret method of the soul, can finally become his opponent. Such a proud man. Now, it has emerged within Danta. No matter what happens today, even if he fails to challenge the 9th floor in the end, Xiao Xuan will become the object of competition for the Nanzhan Haizhou alliance. The future is immeasurable. Not to mention, Xiao Xuan still has no intention of giving up, but is moving towards the 9th floor step by step. At the same time, not far behind Xiao Xuan, Bai Qingyun, who was burning with the power of the avenue, did feel endless pressure. Without the blessing of the power of the avenue, her strength to climb up was naturally weakened a lot. Although now, her soul power has blessed her a lot. However, within the Danta, her soul power was really not enough. Soon he was left behind by Xiao Xuan and could not catch up. I saw Xiao Xuan's figure on a dozen steps. Bai Qingyun also looked helpless and unwilling. But she also understood that no matter what, she would have no chance to follow Xiao Xuan's footsteps. I give up. Although the white flame technique can temporarily increase the power of the soul, but this also has a time limit. When the time is up, the soul that was not originally in the body will gradually disappear. Feel the spirit gradually dissipating in your body. Bai Qingyun also understood that it was time for her to give up the trial. As soon as he finished speaking, the second elder and the third elder appeared instantly, and two gentle avenues of power enveloped her body and brought her out of the Danta. Almost at the same time, Shifeng and Qin Long could no longer withstand the pressure of the 8th level souls, and gave up the trial one after another. This time, Among the entire upper echelons of the fish spirit pill tower, Xiao Xuan was the only one left. This body covered in blood. Although he was limping slowly, he still climbed up without hesitation, like a snail that only knows how to go up. It's not just the 3 golden lions. All the trial disciples inside and outside the damn pagoda did not dare to express their anger, and looked at Xiao Xuan with awe and shock in their eyes. They couldn't believe it either. The 3 Eastern alliances have been preparing for this trial of the fish spirit pill tower for a long time, with the purpose of obtaining the treasures on the 9th floor of the pill tower. But who knows? Finally, the person who has the best chance of getting this treasure. It turned out to be a little-known casual cultivator? This is simply unbelievable. I wonder what the expressions of the heads of the 3 Eastern alliances would be like if they knew about this. But no matter what, with today's incredible performance, it is almost certain that Xiao Xuan will enter the Dan Club and become an official disciple. On that note, Xiao Xuan's future is definitely bright. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1084 Disciple of Lord Yuling? Han Xian's younger brother. Look at your strength. It seems like he's just a Songshan realm cultivator? The old man in colorful robes took a careful look at Xiao Xuan and continued. This is really amazing and brilliant. In such a realm, you can have a soul at the lower level of the real realm. The future is immeasurable. Say it. There is no doubt that it is definitely the greatest compliment for Xiao Xuan. However, Xiao Xuan could see it even more clearly. The old man in gorgeous robes said this, but there was not much smile on his face, but a solemn look. So now, Xiao Xuan himself was not sure what the old man in the gorgeous robe meant. Do not worry. As a venerable fish spirit, I have cultivated to the level of dragon god, so I won't take action against a small role like you. After seeing the expression on Xiao Xuan's face. Instead, the old man in gorgeous robes smiled softly and continued, perhaps this trip to the fish spirit pill pagoda will be an opportunity for you. Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. An opportunity given by a strong man from the dragon god realm. This is definitely not a small opportunity. I am afraid that such an opportunity is still very tempting even for those with strong golden nerves. According to what the system said before, there is a divine realm above the real realm of souls. Could it be that with this opportunity, he can cultivate his soul to the divine realm? If that's the case, it's a good opportunity. I just saw that when you entered the 9th floor, you seemed to have divine power? According to your Songshan realm, you should not have the opportunity to come into contact with divine power. Where did your divine power come from? Lord Yuling asked. Facing questions from the dragon god realm, Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect, and just replied, this junior got it by chance. Getting divine power by accident? Entering Danta by accident? Could it be that you are also a child of good luck? Lord Yuling said to himself. But then, he still looked at Xiao Xuan with interest and said, however, you are not from Nanzhan Haizhou, so I can't give all of my inheritance to you. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment. 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in my heart. What's going on? He worked hard to climb the damn pagoda, and encountered countless difficulties, and even his own divine palace was almost crushed. Finally arrived at the 9th floor of the damn pagoda. This old man actually said that he thought he was not from Nanzhan Haizhou, and didn't want to pass on the inheritance to him? Isn't this just teasing him? For a while, Xiao Xuan's inner anger rose. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, little friend. I was just talking casually. The world is huge, and although there are tens of thousands of practitioners, There are only a few people with talent and perseverance. I still have a pattern. As long as you can enter the 9th floor of the Alchemy Pagoda with the Blue God Realm, even if you are one of the saints from Beiju Qingzhou, I am willing to pass it on to you. Lord Yuling smiled. After saying this, Xiao Xuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Although I don't know much about Master Yuling, he can create something like the Fish Spirit Pill Tower with his own strength. Even the Dan Society sent 3 elders to organize the Dan Society trials. This is enough to prove that this Lord Yuling must be extremely powerful, and his understanding of the Fish Spirit Path must be extremely profound. That being the case, he will definitely learn a lot from following Master Yuling. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1085 Strength is the real right to speak. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan did not hesitate, and bowed deeply to Venerable Yuling directly. This disciple is willing to become a disciple of Venerable Yuling. Hear this. Venerable Yuling then smiled and said, "It's just a pity that this residual image of me cannot leave the Danta. Otherwise, I will definitely be able to teach you more things." Huh? This time, Xiao Xuan was stunned when he arrived. What does this mean? He had just become a disciple and originally planned to learn some skills. As a result, the Lord Yuling gave him such a trick, saying that he could not get out of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower. Is it possible that every time he comes to see Lord Yuling in the future, he will have to endure the pain just now? On the way to the 9th floor of Dan Pagoda, the pain he experienced was considerable. In the future, if something happened or nothing happened, he would have to bear it again, which would be a bit unbearable for him. But at the same time, hear the words of this venerable fish spirit. On the contrary, he also knew something. Although this Fish Spirit Pill Pagoda is magical, it was created by Lord Yu Spirit after all, and it cannot be a restriction for him. So why can't his shadow leave the Danta? Could it be that the body of Lord Fish Spirit has fallen? Is this phantom just relying on the protection of Danta to barely survive? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel that he had been deceived. Sure enough, Venerable Yuling also told everything, and things were really as he thought. Hundreds of years ago, when Venerable Yuling participated in a trial and achieved a breakthrough, I had a premonition that this breakthrough would be extremely dangerous, so I hid a trace of my soul on the 9th floor of the Dan Pagoda beforehand. Not what he expected. His body indeed perished in this trial. Therefore, the current venerable fish spirit only has a remnant soul left. So to say, you old man, do you only have a remnant of your soul left? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but have some doubts on his face. Rebirth with drops of blood, resurrection of residual souls. Even an ordinary golden god can do such a thing. If Venerable Yuling had been a strong man in the dragon god realm back then, it would be a simple matter to resurrect with his residual soul. Why are you still hiding here now? Could it be that? What's the trouble here? If I want to be resurrected, it's just a matter of a thought, but it will bring disaster to the Yuling sect and even the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Venerable Yuling's face was solemn, because in that trial breakthrough, I felt the original power of Nanzhan Haizhou and even all the avenues except Beiju Qingzhou. Hear this. Xiao Xuan's heart tightened instantly. He couldn't help but show excitement on his face. You know, he worked so hard to come to Dao Dao continent, isn't what he is pursuing the origin of the continent on this continent? Now it's really hard to find a place to go without wearing iron shoes. Today, he was actually asked to inquire about this news from Venerable Yu Ling. How could this not make him excited? But at the same time, seeing that the Lord Yuling in front of him was just a shadow, Xiao Xuan's face became a little more solemn. On this great continent, What kind of secret could actually make a strong man in the dragon god realm so fearful? You don't even dare to condense your body, you just want to rely on a ray of remnant soul to hide in the damn pagoda for hundreds of years? This is the secret about the origin of Dao Dao continent. It is true that the secret must not be revealed. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1086, Chaos, the stripping method is too subtle? But soon. Xiao Xuan shook his head. Now he is in the great Dao continent. If he cannot cultivate the original power of the great Dao continent in the future, I am afraid that both the Tianyuan continent and the great desolate continent will fall into disaster. How can he still think about these things now? The fish spirit pill pagoda was made by my incarnation back then. You can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing the way of the fish spirit inside. In the future, if you don't understand something about the great Tao, you can come to me in the damn pagoda. Venerable Yu Ling said, in the final analysis, the way of the fish spirit can be regarded as a way of cultivation. There is no fixed Taoist support. But if you practice to the extreme, moving mountains, filling seas, and crossing the void are just a matter of a thought. Say it. Xiao Xuan, next to him, was also stunned. In fact, based on his previous training experience, he originally thought that this fish spirit way should have its own unique technique. It's like the great shuttle technique on Han Xian. Ability to teleport from one continent to another. But now, according to the words of the Lord Yu Ling, the way of the fish spirit turns out to be a great avenue that encompasses all things. Doesn't it mean that? Can various Taoist techniques and techniques be created by relying on the way of fish spirit? Isn't this a bit too amazing? Previously, Han Xian's ability to travel between continents was already quite amazing. But now listen to what Master Yu Ling wants. It seems like this is just a trivial matter. As long as you understand the way of fish spirit deeply enough, you can use this way of fish spirit to create your own Taoism? Such a thing. Xiao Xuan had never heard of it before. Who knew that there was such a thing in Nanzhan Haizhou? This couldn't help but arouse Xiao Xuan's curiosity. Do all cultivators on the Dao continent do this, or is it only Nanzhan Haizhou that does this? Think about it. Xiao Xuan is still unknown. If you want to gain a deep enough understanding of the Tao, at least you need to absorb these insights from me. In the future, you may be able to use your talent to continue to evolve the way of the fish spirit. Venerable Yu Ling said, although I have some understanding of this path, during the process of cultivation, I also found that even so, my understanding of this path is only superficial. Say it. Xiao Xuan was even more shocked. He really didn't expect that Venerable Yu Ling could say such words. You know, the strong ones in the dragon god realm are the strongest beings on this continent. There is no doubt that the understanding of the Tao of the dragon god realm powerhouse is naturally extremely profound, and it is definitely not something that ordinary people can pry into. Now, Xiao Xuan can gain these great insights so easily. Naturally, it is a great opportunity. But from what Venerable Yu Ling said, he actually said that even his understanding of the Tao was very superficial? Is this an overly modest statement, or is it the truth? Dao Dao continent is extremely mysterious. The understanding of the Great Road is profound and unpredictable. Xiao Xuan still knew this truth. Just now, he was still a little surprised that the venerable fish spirit, as a strong man in the dragon god realm, would actually say such a thing? Could it be said that there is a stronger realm above the dragon god realm? For a while, Xiao Xuan was a little afraid to speak. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry too much. I promise that if you can understand my understanding of the fish spirit over the years, there will be no problem in looking at Haizhou from all directions. Lord Yuling said confidently. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan naturally nodded one after another. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1087, The Disappeared Genius, the God-level soul. Time flies. After Xiao Xuan entered the 9th floor of the Dan Pagoda. For several months, there has been no news, and even the 3 elders of the Golden Lion Club have lost their patience. He could only accept Bai Qingyun as an official disciple of the Dan Society, and announced that the trial was over. For such results. Although some disciples expressed doubts among all the Songshan realm practitioners, no one had the confidence to enter the 9th level to investigate. That's all. However, the elder of the Golden Lion 3 elders said that after returning to Danhui, he would tell Elder Dan Tian what happened today. At that time, there will be a real strong man in the Dragon God realm coming. Check out the 9th floor of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower. With this in mind, this Danta trial can only end in an anticlimactic manner. As Danhui, the heat subsides. Within Lingqing, the strong men from various sects also gradually left. But not far from the Yulingdan Tower. There has been an old man silently paying attention to the movements of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower. It was Han Xian. In fact, he didn't even get close to the Fish Spirit Pill Tower, but there was always an obsession in his heart. He felt it is absolutely impossible for a talented practitioner like Xiao Xuan to be defeated by a mere 9th level Dan Pagoda. He firmly believed that Xiao Xuan must be in the Dan Pagoda at this moment. All he needs is some patience. Danhui. The simple and elegant Danhui inner court. Dan Tian was closing his eyes to rest. Just now he heard the reply from the Golden Lion Sanlao, and Gujing Wubua's heart also had a slight fluctuation. Since hundreds of years ago, after he entered the 9th level of the Alchemy Pagoda with the Songshan realm, no cultivator could do such a thing again. But now, there is another person who can enter the 9th floor. This is for Danhui. It is even a very important thing for the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, which means that it is very likely that another genius who cultivates the soul will appear in Nanzhan Haizhou. And at that time, Dan Tian also relied on the inheritance of the soul obtained on the 9th floor of the Zhongzhou Dan Pagoda, and finally the soul cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became the strongest person in the Golden God realm with the strongest soul power in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Until now, Dan Tiandu believed that the divine soul inheritance he received in the Dan Society at that time was extremely important to him. President Dan. Do you think this Xiao Xuan is still alive? The great elder Jin sure was a little hesitant and couldn't help but ask. I have been waiting at the Yuling Dan Pagoda for several days, but I didn't feel Xiao Xuan's breath in the Dan Pagoda, so I came back on my own initiative. Behind the great elder, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder also looked at Dan Tian nervously. They all know it too. For the Danhui in Nanzhan Haizhou, the annual Danhui trial can be regarded as an annual event. Dan will be tested. Not only is it an opportunity to demonstrate the authority of the Dan Society, it is also an important means of selecting outstanding Dan Society disciples. It can be said that the outstanding disciples in the Danhui every year are selected from the Danhui trials. Xiao Xuan is the only person in hundreds of years who has entered the 9th level of the Alchemy Society. Definitely the most talented disciple this year. That kind of people. Even Elder Dan Tian will attach great importance to it. There are dozens of Dan pagodas in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Each Dan pagoda was created by a powerful person in the Dragon God realm back then. The inheritance of the mechanisms and the opportunities for spiritual treasures in them are different. The Yuling Pil Pagoda was created by the Yuling sect's Venerable Yuling. Although Master Yu Ling has disappeared over the years and the Yu Ling sect has gradually declined, at that time he was also the top powerhouse who controlled the three Eastern alliances. No one knows what kind of inheritance opportunities this venerable has arranged in the 9th floor of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower. Dan Tian looked solemn. If this Xiao Xuan really has a chance to obtain these inheritances, I'm afraid even I will be unable to match his future strength. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1088 The 5-Star Songshan Realm, The Doubts of the Young Disciple of Dan Hui slowly walked out of the Danta. After taking a breath of fresh air again, Xiao Xuan felt a sense of relief all over his body. As long as the soul relaxes a little, you can feel that his perception of the outside world is getting clearer and clearer. Within dozens of kilometers, every plant, tree, flower, and forest was instantly displayed in his mind. He doesn't even need to move his soul. You can feel the breeze blowing around you and the changes in the vegetation. A leaf moves with the wind. It stumbled towards Xiao Xuan, who didn't even look at it, but just dodged it with a seemingly inadvertent movement. Regarding this, Xiao Xuan also secretly sighed. No wonder those powerful men with powerful souls can lift their weight with ease when fighting against others. It turns out that the problem is here. Those vigorous attacks that you think are powerful may seem like stupid slow motion to opponents with powerful souls. Just rely on your body's instinctive reaction. You can easily avoid it. How could a cultivator with a weak spiritual soul win against such an opponent? Hey. How did you get here? This is an important place for the damn pagoda. Don't let anyone enter. Leave. Quickly. Just when Xiao Xuan was sighing at the power of his soul, a childish voice suddenly appeared next to him. Turn around. But he saw a Dan Hui disciple wearing a moon-white robe looking at him angrily. Xiao Xuan didn't care at all. He discovered that since he obtained the god-level soul, his personality and temper seemed to have undergone some changes. There is no such thing as the anger before when he disagreed with me. On the contrary, be more tolerant and easygoing towards those who are weaker than yourself. Danta Tower? Isn't this a place of trial for all disciples? How come it has become an important place? Xiao Xuan was a little puzzled. He still remembered that when he first arrived at Nanzhan Haizhou, Han Xian clearly told him that the Fish Spirit Pill Pagoda was a place open to all disciples. Why has it changed in just a few months? Okay, I'll leave now. But Xiao Xuan also understood that he was on someone else's territory now, and even if he had doubts in his heart, it was hard to say anything. Even so, he was still a little curious. He found that some of the environment around the Danta had changed, and even the Danta looked a lot older. It seemed like a long time passed. This really made him a little bit confused. Wasn't it just a few months? How could it change so much? This brother. Can I ask, wasn't it possible to enter and exit this Danta at will before? When did this rule change? Xiao Xuan asked politely. Seemingly seeing that Xiao Xuan had a good attitude, the disciples of the Dan Pagoda looked at him and said doubtfully, since the disciple who entered the 9th floor of the Dan Pagoda did not come out, the president of the Fish Spirit Dan Pagoda has been replaced by the president of the Dan Pagoda Association. My life has not been opened for hundreds of years, when will I be able to come in and out at will? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan looked puzzled. It was like hearing something strange. Hundreds of years ago? Entered the 9th level of Danta hundreds of years ago? Hundreds of years before him, had other disciples entered the 9th floor of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower? This is impossible, right? If that's true, it is impossible for Venerable Yu Ling not to know. However, based on previous exchanges with Master Yu Ling, what Xiao Xuan heard was that he seemed to be the third disciple, besides Han Xian and Han Zhou. May I ask what that disciple's name is? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1089 White-boned fish head, a more profound way of fish. Spirit. Walk all the way. Xiao Xuan regretfully discovered that in the entire Yuling city, he didn't feel familiar at all. Instead, he felt as if he was in a strange continent. At the same time, not long after leaving, he became a little tired. I found a random restaurant and went in, intending to have something to eat and rest before continuing my search. In fact, after entering the Blue God realm, practitioners no longer need to eat to replenish energy in the body. Even if they eat wind and drink dew every day, they can still rely on the spiritual energy from the outside to maintain body functions. Only. After all, Xiao Xuan was an earthling before traveling through time. He has always maintained the habit of eating 3 meals a day. Although sometimes it is not so regular, he has never given up his desire for words. After entering the restaurant, after ordering a few random meals, I sat down and ate. While eating, he also noticed that the food in this restaurant not only tasted good, but also contained spiritual energy. This aroused his curiosity. In fact, when he entered the restaurant, he had already noticed that there were not only ordinary people in the restaurant, but also some cultivators with advanced abilities. Xiao Xuan originally thought this should be because the food in this restaurant is delicious, which attracts so many people's interest. But judging from the condition of this meal, that doesn't seem to be the case. If there is spiritual energy contained in this meal, it is already equivalent to the lowest level elixir. It can replenish the spiritual power of the practitioner's body. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan directly called the waiter of the restaurant over. The waiter in this shop was a little impatient at first, but after seeing hundreds of stones, he started to talk more. Turn out to be. This restaurant is called Lingxiang Banquet. It is a restaurant that specializes in providing meals for cultivators. The food and wine inside have considerable spiritual power. Although it's expensive, the results are really great. Therefore, it is favored by cultivators and is also the largest intelligence gathering center in Yuling City. Hear this. Xiao Xuan also became interested and casually began to inquire about the current situation of the 3 Eastern alliances. In his impression, Yuling City should be the dojo of Yuling sect. As the former 3 Eastern alliances of Nanzhan Haizhou, the Yuling sect should be considered a force that should not be underestimated even if it was not strong at the time. If you can find out about the Yuling sect, maybe you can also get news about Han Xian or Han Zhong. Yuling sect? The current Yuling sect is not as good as before. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, the waiter shook his head regretfully. Decades ago, the Spirit Snake Alliance became the dominant one. The 3 Eastern alliances have long since ceased to exist. The entire eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou is decided by the Spirit Snake Alliance. What? This change can actually hit you like this? Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He also thought that after hundreds of years of vicissitudes, there should be some unknown changes. But he didn't expect it. The changes in Yuling City are so drastic. You must know that the former Yuling sect must have a solid foundation to be able to rank among the 3 Eastern alliances. In addition, there is also the blessing of the Fish Spirit Pill Pagoda. Even if the Yuling sect declines, it cannot decline so quickly. But now, it seems that things are a little different. If the waiter hadn't lied, the Yuling sect would have faced a life and death crisis? Where is the White Flame Valley? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1090, The Actions of the Spirit Snake Alliance, Elder Golden Snake. It's hard to say, it seems like the Spirit Snake Alliance is planning to take action. I can't believe it. The Yuling sect, which has ruled Yuling City for hundreds of years, is going to be destroyed in a few days. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Actually, both White Flame Valley and Yuling sect have strong men in the Dragon God realm. As long as they work together, they might not be able to compete with the Spirit Snake Alliance. Even Elder Gene Snake is here. I'm afraid something is wrong. Strong men in green shirts walked into the restaurant. Xiao Xuan also heard the discussions of some diners in the restaurant. Although the voices of these people were not loud, he could still hear them clearly with his god-level soul. I just listened to the waiter's words before. He was still somewhat doubtful. The Yuling sect can be regarded as a large sect that has been around for hundreds of years. It once had strong men at the level of the dragon god as its sect, and it has a profound foundation. How could it be destroyed overnight? In this regard, Xiao Xuan really didn't believe it. But now, after hearing so many people talking, his face naturally became more solemn. Now that he has received the inheritance from Lord Yuling. In addition, with this relationship between him and Han Xian, he naturally could not stand by and watch the disaster of Yuling sect. Han Xian. I didn't expect you to be able to hide in Yuling City for such a long time. I really don't know why you are still insisting when even South Korea and China have surrendered. A skinny old man in golden robes and a mustache came out and said with a sinister sneer, "Is it possible that you, Han Xian, still think that you are at your peak?" For this skinny old man, Han Xian didn't pay attention at all. Instead, he took the initiative to walk up to the waiter in the restaurant, took out the wine gourd and said, "I want the best wine in your restaurant." The waiter is just an ordinary person. Although I have seen many cultivators in daily life, I have never seen such a large formation. A strong man in the realm of the little golden god. With any random attack, this restaurant could be wiped out. Even if an ordinary person like him was killed directly by the people of the Spirit Snake Alliance, no one would say a word for him. This. Elder Han, you. The waiter was horrified. He also did not expect that Han Xian, the former master of Yuling sect, would dare to return to Yuling City after being set up by the Spirit Snake Alliance. Even arrogantly coming to a restaurant to drink? Does he really want to die? For a while, the waiter in this shop was also hesitant and did not dare to move, for fear that he would accidentally offend the golden snake elder of the Spirit Snake Alliance and risk his own life. Give him wine. Who doesn't know that Elder Han Xian is addicted to alcohol? If he can't even drink when he is about to die, wouldn't it mean that our Spirit Snake Alliance is too stingy? Elder Gene Snake laughed ferociously and motioned to the waiter with his eyes. Now, the waiter, who was caught in the middle, was on the verge of crying. He naturally understood that neither Han Xian, who was being hunted, nor Elder Golden Snake, who was hunting others, were existences that he could not provoke. Facing such a character, maybe a little careless, his life was about to end. But now, he understands better that if he doesn't listen to the words of Elder Gene Snake, he may die faster. Thinking of this, he did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly filled Han Xian's wine gourd. As for Han Xian, after looking back at Elder Gene Snake's formation, his face became a little more calm. He ripped off his cloak directly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1091, God-level soul, powerful soul pressure. See this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but become curious. He knew Han Xian's strength. Although it was not as good as when he was at his peak, not everyone could challenge him. logically speaking. Now, except for the golden snake elders of the little golden god realm, these disciples at the peak of the blue god realm pose no threat to him at all. You can even kill them instantly. The weird thing is, Han Xian just drank one mouthful and seemed to have no intention of resisting. Ha 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 ha. It seems that our elder Shi Qing is right. After sealing the spiritual veins of your Yuling sect, your Yuling sect's strength is far less than before. Now, your strength is at the peak of the blue god realm. With such strength, how can you fight with our spirit snake alliance? After watching for a while, Elder Gene Snake smiled with satisfaction. A few days ago, two Dragon God Realm powerhouses, Xiao and Shi Qing from the Spirit Snake Alliance, teamed up to destroy the spiritual veins of Yuling City, and used the Spirit Snake Avenue to seal the Yuling Avenue. Therefore, most of the cultivators of the Yuling sect have had their great power weakened. This is also Elder Gene Snake, a cultivator in the realm of the Little Golden God. At this moment, the reason why he dared to challenge Han Xian, a former powerful man in the Golden God realm. Shameless. Even if it was Han Xian, after hearing the words of Elder Gene Snake, he still couldn't help but cursed coldly. If our Lord Yu Ling hadn't disappeared, Spirit Snake Alliance would have been ants under our feet. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Han Xian, can it be said that you have only grown older over the years? Elder Gene Snake said with a look of regret. However, you are right, Sect Leader Han. If it were your previous strength, I really wouldn't dare to confront you head on, but things are different now, aren't they? Hear this. Although Han Xian was angry inside, but he also had to admit that what Elder Gene Snake said was the truth. Since the spiritual veins of the Yuling sect were destroyed, the strength of the disciples of the Yuling sect has been greatly reduced. After this incident, the Yuling sect, which was already weak among the three Eastern alliances, has plummeted in status. The White Flame Valley is unable to support itself alone. And it is also unable to resist the Spirit Snake Alliance. The Spirit Snake Alliance has naturally become the strongest among the three Eastern alliances. You are quite confident. Don't you know that within our Yuling sect, there is also a powerful dragon God realm expert, Lord Yuling? Han Xian's face was gloomy. One day, when the old man wakes up, your entire Spirit Snake Alliance will be buried with him. Ha ha ha. Venerable fish spirit? Could it be that Sect Master Han is talking about that old guy who doesn't know whether to live or die, and wants to break through to the Dragon God realm, but has been missing for hundreds of years? Elder Gene Snake looked sarcastic, not to mention whether this old guy is still alive. Even if he is alive, he can't do anything to us even if we have two strong Dragon God Realm Masters, Xiao and Shi Qing, here. This was said with great force. There was a sudden silence in the restaurant. Indeed, a strong man in the Dragon God Realm. Even in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, he is considered to be the top powerhouse. The Spirit Snake Alliance can have two strong men at the Dragon God level at the same time, which is indeed enough to dominate the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. This is also their greatest confidence. Nowadays, the Yuling sect is in decline. Although the Yuling Zun mentioned by Han Xian once existed, water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near. The Yuling sect is only one step away from being exterminated. Unless Lord Yuling suddenly appears, the Yuling sect may not be able to avoid this catastrophe. But even Han Xian himself knew it at this moment. Now, the reason why they place their hopes on this venerable fish spirit, who has not been heard from for hundreds of years, is helpless. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1092, Kill two birds with one stone and killed a golden snake. Elder. Ha ha ha. It's interesting. I didn't expect that when I came to arrest you, Han Xian, I would meet a remnant of the Yuling sect? Looking at the scene in front of me, Elder Gene Snake sneered a few times instead. In his opinion, Han Xian and Xiao Xuan are at the peak of the Blue God realm. And the other is a 5-star Blue God realm. Such strength is not worth mentioning at all. As long as he takes action at will. You can even catch these two people unscathed. But what Han Xian said just now, it really piqued his interest. It seems that Han Xian mentioned the future of Yuling sect? Is it possible that this 5-star disciple of the Blue God realm can become the future of the Yuling sect? But before, it seems that they have never heard of such a person in the Yuling sect. But after thinking about it for a while, Elder Gene Snake no longer struggled. The two people in front of them, with such low strength, are now surrounded by others. It can be said that they are already turtles in the urn. He could catch them now if he wanted to. Let them know how powerful the Spirit Snake Alliance is. When these two people are escorted back to the Spirit Snake Alliance and rewarded based on their merits, he will be considered a meritorious figure. Thinking of this, the eyes of Elder Gene Snake when he looked at Xiao Xuan and the two men were filled with greed, as if he saw two big pieces of fat. For this fiery look, Xiao Xuan was really tired, with a look of disgust on his face. Joke. This dying old man gave him such a disgusting look. What was he doing? If the other party is a young, beautiful woman, maybe he will forgive me a little or two. Result. This is a bad old man with dirt up to his neck. Isn't this just a disgusting person? In an instant, without waiting for Elder Gene Snake to take action, Xiao Xuan directly released his god-level soul power. Directly suppressed these disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance. In an instant, a group of disciples led by Elder Gene Snake seemed to feel that an invisible mountain fell from the sky and hit him. This big mountain. It's not just a pressure on their bodies. More importantly, their souls were subjected to an unmatchable force. Such strong divine soul pressure. God level, must be the pressure of God level. I am a master of the soul of the first level of reality. My life is at stake. Not even a second. Elder Gene Snake and a group of others started to bleed from their orifices and fell to the ground dead. Everyone's souls were annihilated by Xiao Xuan. Instantly kill the little golden god realm. This scene. Not only Han Xian was shocked, but even Xiao Xuan himself didn't expect it. He just knows that the god-level soul is a more powerful existence than the real soul, but today is the first time that it is used in a battle with someone did not expect. It brought him such a big surprise as soon as he took action. This was not the first time he had seen a strong man at the level of the little gold god. At that time, the Mu Lao worshipper of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce was a figure of this level. When leaving the eastern wilderness continent, Xiao Xuan had no ability to resist when faced with a powerful man like Mu Lao. Worshipping him. Who knows? This has only been a few short months. He can kill such a person instantly. Although, according to the conversion of time in the Dan Pagoda, a few months in the Dan Pagoda is hundreds of years in the outside world. But no one knows. Will the passage of time in Nanzhan Haizhou affect Donghuang Guizhou? Could it be said that it has been hundreds of years on the eastern wilderness continent? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1093, The Opportunity for the Rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance, a huge opportunity? It's a long story. In fact, for hundreds of years, the most powerful among the three Eastern alliances has been the Yuling sect. But in recent decades, the Spirit Snake Alliance seems to have had some wonderful opportunities. 2. Dragon God realm experts suddenly appeared, so they suddenly became the strongest among the three Eastern alliances. Han Xian said. Two powerful men in the dragon god realm. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. Before, he only heard the waiter say this, and he originally thought it was just spreading rumors. But now these words came out of Han Xian's mouth. Then the situation is different. This shows that this is indeed the case. This is a bit strange. A strong person at the level of dragon god. Such a character is extremely top notch even if placed in Nanzhan Haizhou. On that note, the fact that two powerful men of this level can appear in the spirit snake alliance at the same time is enough for them to dominate the three Eastern alliances. More importantly, anyone with eyesight can see it now. After the appearance of two dragon god realm powerhouses in the spirit snake alliance, they actually plan to attack the Yuling sect and White Flame Valley at the same time. On that note, the Spirit Snake Alliance is extremely threatening to the entire three Eastern alliances. So, Senior Han, what are you going to do? Xiao Xuan asked, carefully. Tell the Yuling sector identity, activate the sex formation, and try to teleport you back to the Eastern Wasteland continent as much as possible. Han Xian thought for a moment and said, after you came out of the fish spirit Pill Tower, did you get the inheritance from the Lord Yu spirit? Ask this question. If it were someone else, maybe Xiao Xuan won't say much yet. However, on Nanzhan Haizhou, Han Xian may be the only person he can trust, so he simply told the truth. As expected. After hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, Han Xian was also shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that venerable fish spirit could hide a trace of shadow on the 9th floor of the Dam Pagoda. But at the same time, he kind of knew it. This is an extremely important and secret matter, and Xiao Xuan is still told not to mention it to anyone, including the fact that Xiao Xuan has worshipped Master Yuling. Xiao Xuan himself understood this. He knew very well that venerable Yuling, who was once a strong man in the dragon god realm, would rather hide in the small Dam Pagoda than come out. This means there is something more dangerous outside. Things that can make the dragon god realm feel scared, things at this level, are definitely not something they can bear. On that note, Xiao Xuan decided to follow the wishes of Lord Yuling and keep this matter secret, so as to prevent more people from knowing. Only, he is about to face the people of Yuling sect. He was still a little worried and didn't know what kind of identity would be more appropriate to meet these people. I really want to talk about it. The Yuling sect can also be regarded as an old sect in Nanzhan Haizhou, with a profound foundation. At this moment, Xiao Xuan is still only a 5-star cultivator in the Blue God realm, even though he just killed the Golden Snake Elder. It can be regarded as a meritorious service to the Yuling sect. However, it was his first time to go to a large sect like Yuling sect, so he felt a little nervous. Don't be nervous. The Yuling sect is not as scary as you think. Actually, most of the disciples in Yuling sect are good, and there are only a few people like Han Zhong. Han Xian consoled him. For this consolation, please log in to continue reading. Chapter 1094, Fighting Intention, Great Elder Long Tai of Yuling sect. Incredible. What was once one of the three Eastern alliances has actually fallen into such disrepair. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Xuan was a little helpless. He was now considered the disciple of Lord Yuling, and he was half a member of the Yuling sect. At this moment, the huge Yuling sect looked like this. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. Let's go. I believe that there will be no spineless people in the Yuling sect. However, Han Xian was still very confident and walked directly into the Yuling sect. Along the way, Xiao Xuan and Han Xian also met many Yuling sect disciples, but these disciples were running out carrying large and small bags. He even lost the sect gown he was wearing. Obviously they don't want to have anything to do with the Yuling sect. For these spineless people. Even Xiao Xuan, who usually had a good temper, was a little angry, and he couldn't help but want to take action. But he was stopped by Han Xian. According to Han Xian, there is no need to waste the power of the great Tao on these people at this moment. Since Han Xian said so, Xiao Xuan could only give up. However, when the two of them walked to the Yuling sect's hall, their faces were livid with anger at the scene in front of them. Turn out to be in the entire Yuling sect hall. All the things had been moved cleanly by the disciples just now, leaving only a trace of mess. The war is coming, and people's hearts are uncertain. In addition, the apparent strength of the Yuling sect is not as good as that of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Some disciples were afraid. This is also a very normal thing. But now, in the entire Yuling sect, there is no one who is in charge of the overall situation and unifying the army to prepare for war. Isn't this equivalent to surrendering without a fight? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also showed a bit of dissatisfaction on his face. If we say that we no longer even meet the elders of the Yuling sect, does this mean that the Yuling sect has no fighting spirit? To this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shook his head and said, no wonder so many cultivators in Yuling City don't think highly of Yuling sect. Judging from the current situation, there is really no chance of winning. So what if there's no chance of winning? As long as I, Long Tai, am still here, the Yuling sect will not be destroyed. Unless you step on my Long Tai's body. Just when Xiao Xuan was sighing, a rich voice suddenly appeared next to him. He looked back. But he saw a tall, dark-skinned man standing at the door like an iron tower. Dragon Iron? Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name before. I know. Even if all the Yuling sect disciples are gone, you will still be there. Han Xian smiled, slowly peeling off the disguise on his face, revealing his true face. This scene. It also surprised Xiao Xuan secretly. You know, Han Xian is not only wanted by the Yuling sect, but also a person that the Spirit Snake Alliance wants to kill. He is now taking the initiative to expose his whereabouts. Wouldn't it cause trouble? Or does Han Xian trust this Long Tai so much that his true identity has been exposed? Are you, the leader of the Han Xian clan? The tower-like man's eyes widened. When he saw clearly that the person standing in front of him was Han Xian, his knees weakened and he knelt on the ground. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1095 Yuling sect will not dissipate. Good. Very good. Long Tai's face was full of excitement. Sect master, not all of our Yuling sect disciples have left, there are still some disciples who are willing to follow me. Hear this. Instead, Han Xian's eyes lit up. He was a little worried that under the leadership of Han Zhong, the Yuling sect would no longer have anyone available. Unexpectedly, there were some fresh troops around Long Tai. This is of course perfect. But after Long Tai said this, he also looked embarrassed. It's just that they still have some fighting power, but they have no fighting spirit. I understand. Xiao Xuan nodded. The current Yuling sect can be said to be in pieces. Powerful enemies are around, the sect leader is missing, and his disciples are fleeing. These things put together are enough to make ordinary disciples of the Yuling sect feel stressed. For this situation, it is normal for ordinary disciples to feel fear and hesitation. But don't worry, old master. You were very prestigious when you were the leader of the Yuling sect. This time you return to the Yuling sect, you still have the majesty you deserve. As long as you raise your arms and raise your voice, many people will naturally support you. Long Tai said hopefully. Hearing this, Han Xian felt a little embarrassed. Is what you said true? At that time, I was also kicked out of the sect, so I didn't have any prestige. No, no. Sect master, you don't know something. At that time, the people who expelled you from the sect were basically Han Zhong's cronies, so they did not represent all the sect disciples. Long Tai said seriously. Moreover, most of the sect disciples have watched the sect decline under the leadership of Han Zhong for such a long time, so they have also seen the true nature of Han Zhong. Say it. Xiao Xuan next to him also looked a little curious. Speaking of which, if Han Xian really still has prestige within the Yuling sect, this will naturally be a good thing for them. At least, there was Han Xian's call. It is equivalent to having the support of some Yuling sect disciples. Thus, no matter what kind of attacks they face next from the Spirit Snake Alliance, they are confident. So, how's it going in White Flame Valley? I remember that the old man Bai Yan in White Flame Valley is also a strong man in the Dragon God realm. Could it be that they are also willing to become vassals of the Spirit Snake Alliance? Han Xian continued to ask. Yes. Speak of it. Old man Bai Yan can be regarded as a tough guy among the three Eastern alliances. However, after being injured by two mysterious Dragon God realm experts, he had no choice but to compromise for the lives of all the disciples in Bai Yan Valley. Long Tai said, at that time, the disciples still suspected that this was an excuse, but if the two of them, Shi Qing Xiao, are really strong men in the Dragon God realm, then this is true. Listen to these words. Instead, Xiao Xuan felt suspicious. According to what the waiter at the hotel said, there are two strong men in the Dragon God realm, Snake Green Snake Ao, in the Spirit Snake Alliance. But Long Tai said, more than 10 years ago, these two people were still at the peak of the Blue God realm. So, how could they suddenly become powerful men in the Dragon God realm in just a dozen years? Isn't this a bit incredible? Could it be that? What secret technique did these two people use to forcibly improve their strength? Thinking of this, Xiao Xian's face became a little more solemn. If this is the case, the Yuling sect may not be afraid of the Spirit Snake Alliance, and it may not fail. Interesting. Does it mean that our Yuling sect doesn't have strong men at the level of the Dragon God? Xiao Xuan asked a key question. Among the three Eastern alliances, since both the White Flame Valley and the Spirit Snake Alliance have strong men at the Dragon God level, doesn't it mean that the Yuling sect doesn't have them? Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1096, The Giant Green Snake, The Secret Method of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Shi Qing. I heard the giant blue snake spit out human words. Han Xian's face also changed suddenly. At this moment, there is no strong person who has cultivated to the Dragon God realm in the Yuling sect. If this Snake Qing really reaches the Dragon God realm now in the Yuling sect, wouldn't it be like a wolf among the sheep? Ha ha ha. Han Xian is indeed Han Xian. He was once the most talented disciple of Yu Ling sect. Even if we haven't seen him for hundreds of years, you can still recognize me at a glance. The giant snake transformed into a human form. An old man wearing a green robe, with a thin face and gleaming eyes slowly walked over from this old man. It also exudes an extremely domineering and powerful aura. This surprised both Han Xian and Long Tai, and they retreated involuntarily, as if they had seen some horrific scene. To know. They are all powerful men at the level of the little golden god. Even if he faced the real golden god realm, he might not be incapable of Fighting, but now facing the snake Qing, he felt an invisible sense of oppression. It's like he hasn't taken action yet. He has already lost to the opponent. This really frightened them secretly, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. There seems to be only one explanation for this situation, and that is that Shi Qing is already a strong man at the dragon god level. How about it? Do you two take the initiative to follow me to the Spirit Snake Alliance to claim your guilt, or are you waiting for me to arrest you to claim your guilt? Snake Qing's face showed a sarcastic look. Obviously, he prefers the latter. Hear this. Han Xian and Long Tai also turned pale with anger. You know, no matter what, they are still the great elders and former heads of the Yuling sect. But now, in his own sect, to be so threatened by a member of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Isn't this equivalent to someone slapping them in the face? Not to mention, if they are taken to the Spirit Snake Alliance, there will definitely be no good end. Even if they go, they will never be coerced into going. Snake Green. You're a little too arrogant. Don't even look at where this place is. This is the holy land of our Yuling sect. If the Yuling formation is activated, even if you are in the Dragon God realm, you will perish here. Han Xian's face was gloomy. As he spoke, he circulated the power of the avenue. Then, an illusory fish spirit path slowly appeared and began to communicate with the fish spirit aura within the Yuling sect. But for Han Xian's actions, Shi Qing, on the other hand, looked disdainful and didn't even react. She just watched helplessly as he contacted these auras. It seemed that he didn't take this matter to heart at all. This actually made Xiao Xuan and Long Tai a little curious to know. As the oldest and largest sect in Yuling City, the Yuling sect's formation is still extremely powerful. Once the fish spirit formation is activated, even if a strong person in the Dragon God realm is trapped, he may not be able to struggle. It is said that once the Yuling sect was attacked by two strong men in the Dragon God realm, and the venerable Yuling at that time activated the Yuling formation, killing these two powerful men in one fell swoop. Now, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai were a bit confused by Shi Qing's entrustment. At this moment, no one needs to say more. The scene in front of me has already proved the power of the fish spirit formation. After Han Xian used the way of fish spirit to communicate, a huge fish head phantom instantly rose up in the original fish spirit sect. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1097, Human Snake Technique, a secret technique that forcibly improves one's realm. What kind of human snake technique? However, Han Xian is well informed. Hearing Shi Qing's words, there was still a bit of doubt on his face. He could understand that the Spirit Snake Alliance, as one of the former three Eastern alliances, must have the secrets of the sect. But for hundreds of years, they have not seen the Spirit Snake Alliance use this so-called human snake technique. Why did it suddenly appear now? And also rely on this secret technique to create two strong men who are strong enough to reach the level of Dragon God? That's fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys understand. Our Spirit Snake Alliance originates from ancient sections. There are naturally ancient secrets in the sect. As long as people with ancient bloodlines can devour ancient bloodline snake species, they can unite humans and snakes to forcibly improve their realm. And today, I, Shi Qing and Shi Ao, are people of ancient bloodline. Indeed, we are not really in the Dragon God realm, but our strength far exceeds that of the Golden God realm. Now, do you really understand? Shi Qing looked contemptuous. Looking at Xiao Xuan and the others, he sneered, "Today, don't say that you can't activate the fish spirit formation. Even if you activate it, you can't do anything to my ancient divine snake." After saying that, as if to show off, he reincarnated into a giant blue snake. Just a beast. It turned out to be a way to show off? It's so ridiculous and deplorable. After hearing what Shi Qing said, Long Tai and Han Xian were both surprised, and at the same time, they were somewhat afraid of Shi Qing. But Xiao Xuan was indifferent and even took the initiative to ridicule. This surprised Han Xian and Long Tai even more. You know, even the two of them couldn't do anything to Shi Qing. This Xiao Xuan is just a 5-star Songshan realm. Why do you dare to be so presumptuous and dare to mock Shi Qing in public? Isn't this an impatient life? If Shi Qing is really furious, even if Han Xian and Long Tai join forces, they may not be able to protect him. Ha ha ha. Are all the disciples of the Yuling sect so ignorant? A mere 5-star in the Songshan realm actually dares to utter arrogant words? Forget it, I'm going to pull your tongue out today to see if you still dare to be arrogant. Shi Qing was furious. A huge green snake fell from the sky, like a dragon descending into the world. The powerful aura of the ancient demon clan was released, casting a heavy layer of demon clan pressure on Xiao Xuan and the other three. Damn it. It's really an ancient bloodline. How can this human snake technique be so terrifying? Can it fuse human and snake bloodlines? Han Xian was taken aback. Just now, although he saw Shi Qing's green snake form, it was not in a fighting state after all. Now I can see with my own eyes what Shi Qing looks like in a fighting state. He just realized it. The human snake technique of the Spirit Snake Alliance is truly extraordinary. With one attack, he could actually have such a powerful demonic aura. However, seeing this scene, Xiao Xuan was indeed secretly happy. Ancient atmosphere? Ancient demon clan? Isn't this Xiao Lu's favorite thing? Since the last time Xiao Lu got the broken ancient stone tablet, her body and form have evolved. Now, if you swallow this giant green snake again, couldn't it be that the strength can be further improved? For so long. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1098 Self-Destruction, Shi Qing's Fearful Moment. See this scene. Xiao Xuan's face was also slightly moved. At the beginning, he was a little disdainful of this stupid, dark and thick Long Tai, thinking that he was just a guy with high expectations. But now, Long Tai's behavior really touched him. At this moment, facing an opponent so much stronger than himself, he still had the courage to step forward to fight, and even chose to self-destruct in order to protect his companions. This courage alone is worthy of Xiao Xuan's admiration. Now, just when Long Tai was about to use all the Tao power in his body to explode, he suddenly found that the power of the Tao that was originally surging in his body stopped in an instant. The power of the avenue was originally brought out from the Sea of Qi. Returned to the Sea of Qi. This. Long Tai felt that it was a bit surprising that the originally surging power of the avenue in his body had calmed down again. To know. Now he is also a strong man at the level of Little Golden God. The power of the avenue within the body is naturally relatively powerful. It is easy to let the power of one's own avenue surge, but it is not that simple to let such power of the avenue calm down again. Now, under Xiao Xuan's methods, Long Tai felt that the power of the avenue in his body had calmed down, which, in his opinion, was simply incredible. To know. Xiao Xuan is just a 5-star Songshan realm. This level of strength does not seem to be enough to prevent a Little Golden God from self-destructing. In fact, even if Shi Qing is already halfway to the Dragon God realm, it would be extremely difficult to stop him from self-destructing. This was also Long Tai's confidence to die at that time. But now, such a scene is magical. Long Tai couldn't help but look surprised, and glanced at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Xiao Xuan, as its Songshan realm. This can be done. There are only two possibilities. One is that Xiao Xuan's power of the great Tao is extremely powerful. Although he is in the blue god realm, his real strength is no less than the dragon god realm. The other is that Xiao Xuan has a very deep understanding of the way of the fish spirit and can prevent him from self-destruction by relying on his understanding of the way of the fish spirit. Figure this out. Long Tai was even more surprised. He is not a fool. At this time, he can naturally see that the first option is basically impossible, so the only option is the second option. That is to say, Xiao Xuan, does this person have a deeper understanding of the way of fish spirits than he does? This is even more incredible to know. In the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, the one with the most profound understanding of the way of the fish spirit is the Yuling sect. And this Xiao Xuan is not even a disciple of Yuling sect. Why can he, this guy, have such a profound understanding of the way of the fish spirit? This is simply incredible. Although Long Tai is tall and thick, he is not reckless. For a moment, he also understood what Xiao Xuan meant. Relying on Xiao Xuan's deep understanding of the way of fish spirits, even if his power of the avenue is insufficient, he still has the opportunity to activate the fish spirit formation. Actually. Long Tai was also surprised and happy. Not just dragon iron. Han Xian next to him also had a look of surprise. As the former head of the Ling sect, he could naturally see that Xiao Xuan had a very deep understanding of the way of the Ling sect. Even stronger than him. This was indeed something he didn't expect. Amazing. It's truly amazing. Han Xian praised. But at this time, Long Tai and Han Xian could understand Xiao Xuan, but Qing did not. In his opinion, Xiao Xuan is completely a guy who is looking for death. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1099, Fish Spirit Formation, Direct Suppression. Hear the second half of Xiao Xuan's words. There was an excited smile on Qing's face. After several trials just now, he really discovered that Xiao Xuan was indeed very fast by relying on the fish spirit method. If the latter keeps avoiding, he really doesn't have any good ideas. Unexpectedly. This Xiao Xuan is so stupid. How can just a few words make him irritable? Or even a head-on confrontation? Blue God Realm and Dragon God Realm. There is a huge gap between these two realms. With Xiao Xuan's current power of the Great Tao, no matter how profound his understanding of the way of the fish spirit is it possible that he can still defeat him like a god? Think of this. Snake Qing's face also showed a bit of ferocity. At this time, he could even imagine the scene of throwing Xiao Xuan into the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Actually, although Qing is arrogant, but what he was thinking in his heart was actually not a problem. After devouring the power of the ancient snake species bloodline, his power of the Great Tao is indeed comparable to the real Dragon God realm. And now, even if Xiao Xuan is in the Songshan realm, he can be considered a strong person. But if Xiao Xuan wants to fight between the Blue God realm and the Dragon God realm, he will naturally be asking for trouble. But what Qing didn't know was, in the process of entangled with him just now, Xiao Xuan had secretly activated various nodes in the fish spirit formation. What seemed like chaotic footsteps and panicked avoidance just now. It seems it was Xiao Xuan's hasty choice out of desperation. But in fact, these were all premeditated and proactive choices on his part. Every dodge and avoidance is actually to activate the formation eyes in the fish spirit formation. After half an hour of stimulation, Xiao Xuan has completely activated 108 formation eyes in the fish spirit formation. Now, he only needs to do two things. One is to introduce Xiqing into the fish spirit formation, the other is to completely activate the formation. Snake Green. You were born as a human being, but you gave up your human ways for some so-called power. Don't you feel guilty? Xiao Xuan sneered and walked towards the center of the formation. At the same time, in his body, the aftertaste of the great Tao of the fish spirit is constantly exuding, secretly inspiring the fish spirit in the formation. Regarding Xiao Xuan's provocation, she was so angry that her nose was crooked. As a strong man who is infinitely close to the dragon god realm, over the years even some powerful men at the level of the golden god would honestly surrender to him when they saw him. In the spirit snake alliance, he is a being who is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. But today, in the Yuling sect, which was about to be destroyed, he was actually ridiculed by a mere Tsongshan realm? Isn't this a huge provocation? In this case, don't blame him for being rude. Under the rage, Xiqing no longer thought about it. After transforming into a green snake, she once again opened her big mouth and bit Xiao Xuan. The unique fishy smell of the monster beast filled the air. The entire Yuling sect was filled with a depressing atmosphere of terror. Han Xian and Long Tai were also shocked. They can vaguely feel there is an ancient charm in the strong aura of monsters on Snake Qing's body. Obviously, this is not something that a normal cultivator should have. From a certain perspective, Xiqing is now half human and half beast. The aura of ancient monsters? Xiao Lu, can you smell it? The corners of Xiao Xuan's mouth were slightly raised. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1100 Half Step into the Dragon God Realm, Fully Filled Fish. Spirit Array. Damn it. How is this possible? How can you, a person in the Blue God Realm, possibly activate the fish spirit formation? Under the screams, Xiqing felt that those mysterious fish spirit threads were completely extracting the fish spirit avenue from his body. Under this power, his soul and body suffered intense pain. What frightens him even more is that he knows that the longer he is trapped in the fish spirit formation, the slimmer his hope of survival will be. Once the fish spirit formation is activated, even the true dragon god realm powerhouses will be suppressed here. Xiqing, if you are even half a step into the dragon god realm, you will have no chance of survival today. Han Xian looked happy. He looked at Xiao Xuan, his eyes full of praise and emotion. Actually, even he didn't expect that Xiao Xuan was actually so powerful, relying on his understanding of the way of the fish spirit to forcefully open the fish spirit formation. You know, all the time. If you want to activate the Yuling formation, you must either have the Venerable Yuling, who was in the Dragon God realm, surrender to 10 levels and force it to open. Either use the power of the Tao of all Yuling sect disciples to open the Yuling formation. But now, Xiao Xuan could do this alone, which really surprised him. Snort. That's nice to say. But don't forget it. You are only a mere blue god realm. Even if you forcibly activate the fish spirit formation, as the center of the formation, you are still the weakest link. As long as I kill you, the fish spirit formation will be destroyed. The snake's green face is ferocious. After saying this, Han Xian and Long Tai also shuddered. They know there is actually nothing wrong with what this guy said. To be honest, Xiao Xuan opened the fish spirit formation by himself. It can be said Xiao Xuan is the key to the fish spirit formation. If something goes wrong with him, the fish spirit formation will indeed break down on its own, but now that the fish spirit formation has been activated, it's not that simple to break it, right? Although, the fish spirit formation can kill dragon gods. But now, Xiao Xuan, who presides over the fish spirit formation, is only in the blue god realm. Under such circumstances, it seems that it is not that simple to use the full power of the fish spirit formation, right? Not to mention, this Shi Qing is not an ordinary person. The strength of the half-step dragon god realm, coupled with the blood of the monster beast inside the body, is enough to shock ordinary people. More importantly, now Shi Qing is not completely surrendered. If he does fight, no one knows what will happen. Shi Qing, don't utter such arrogant words. Now that you are trapped in the fish spirit formation, it will be easy for young master Xiao Xuan to kill you. Long Tai frowned slightly and roared at Shi Qing. Not just him. Han Xian and Xiao Xuan next to them can also see it. After Shi Qing transformed into a demon snake, although the demonic aura on her body was overwhelming, it was still suppressed by the fish spirit formation. Under such circumstances, does this guy still have any hope of making a comeback? But after Xiao Xuan saw the situation in front of him, he did not dare to be negligent. He just looked at Shi Qing with a serious look on his face. He was also a little unsure of Shi Qing's strength. After all, judging from the previous situation, Shi Qing is no ordinary cultivator either. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1101, The Little Green Divine Power, completely suppresses the ancient demonic snake. Humph. I knew you couldn't beat him. Xiaolu looked arrogant, as if she had expected that Xiao Xuan would make such a request. Xiao Xuan looked indifferent to this. Use green? Isn't this a normal thing? No matter how you say it, he helped Xiaolu a lot at that time, from the ancient stone tablet to the blood of the devil snake. He didn't even touch these things, he gave them all to Xiaolu. That being the case, after encountering some dangers, isn't it natural for Xiaolu to help him? What's more, for Xiaolu, who is an ancient mythical beast, dealing with a little devil snake, it couldn't be easier. Simply, Xiao Xuan also pretended to be sitting on a mountain watching the tiger fight, intending to see how Xiaolu, as an ancient divine beast, could suppress the ancient demon snake, which was also an ancient race. But his attitude surprised Han Xian and Long Tai next to him. Han Xian and Long Tai saw it clearly. After Shi Qing activated the blood-burning operation, the aura on his body had also been greatly enhanced, and he was infinitely close to the true dragon god realm. Such strength. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can compete with. Even if Xiao Xuan has a profound understanding of the way of fish spirits, it is not easy to kill Shi Qing. In fact, both of them were thinking about it. Should he take the initiative to give up the fish spirit formation, and leave the sect with Xiao Xuan first? Keeping the Green Hills, you don't have to worry about having no firewood. Now that they know Xiao Xuan's talent and strength, even if the Yuling sect is destroyed by the Spirit Snake Alliance, as long as Xiao Xuan is still there, they may not have a chance to make a comeback. But now, Xiao Xuan's operation does make them feel a bit difficult to understand. This guy actually stood motionless? It seems like she didn't take Shi Qing seriously at all. No matter what. Isn't it a bit too presumptuous for him to do this? Shi Qing is a strong man who is half a step into the dragon god realm. Using the blood-burning technique, he is infinitely close to being a strong man in the dragon god realm. Why can Xiao Xuan be so bold when he is only in the Tsongshan realm? Is he really not afraid of death? Xiao Xuan, get out of here. Don't be careless. Seeing the snake green attack coming, Han Xian and Long Tai also quickly spoke up and reminded Xiao Xuan. Snake Qing, on the other hand, has a ferocious appearance. He was also surprised by Xiao Xuan's reaction, but more importantly, he was still annoyed and disdainful. He couldn't understand. A mere Tsangshan realm. Why are you so presumptuous in front of him? Even with the blessing of the fish spirit formation. Could it be said that Xiao Xuan can really be so powerful, even to the point where he can't defeat him even if he burns his blood? In anger, Shi Qing's body swelled again. The powerful demonic aura surged, and the entire body of the giant snake was like a demon dragon struggling in the fish spirit formation. While the sharp fish spirit thread cut open Snake Qing's body, also broken one by one. After burning the power of blood, Shi Qing's strength has completely reached the dragon god realm. At this moment, every time he dances his snake tail, it will cause a tremor in the earth. The way of the fish spirit shrouded in the sect was slowly shattered. The entire fish spirit array. They were all shaken by Shi Qing on her own. See the sky. It is dancing like a crazy red snake. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1102, Kill, the Powerful Ancient Aura. This Snake Qing is actually dead. It's unbelievable. This is a strong man from the dragon god realm of the Spirit Snake Alliance, and he was actually killed by an inexplicable divine bird. What is the origin of this magical bird? Xiao Lu's movements just now were smooth and smooth. Kill the snake green. It was like killing an ordinary blue god realm or even the spirit god realm. So the shock to everyone was still very strong. Basically, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. But their level of shock was far less than that of Xiao Xuan and the three of them who watched helplessly as Xiao Lu killed Shi Qing. To know. At that time, Snake Qing transformed into a demon snake. Even in the end, when he was forced to use the blood-burning technique, his strength had reached the true dragon god realm. At that time, the fish spirit formation was fully activated. Nothing can be done about this snake green. However, the moment this divine bird appeared, it killed the latter instantly. With one move. This was definitely a miracle. It can be said. This divine bird is the savior of the Yuling sect. The birth of the divine bird into the world, could it be that this is the hope of our Yuling sect? Han Xian burst into tears instantly. For hundreds of years. His purpose of wandering overseas was not just to make himself the leader of the Yuling sect. But he wanted to find a way to revitalize the Yuling sect. Therefore, he found Xiao Xuan, and the latter did not disappoint him. But what's happening now? It made him even more excited. Sacred bird. It's really a magical bird. If Lord Yuling could see this scene, I'm afraid he would be very excited. Long Tai was also very excited. For him, the scene just now was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Xiao Xuan was also very happy when he saw Xiao Lu showing off his power and killing Snake Qing. Actually, let's talk about it. Ever since Xiao Lu devoured the ancient stone tablet, he hadn't seen too many Xiao Lu actually take action. Now, he didn't expect it either. Xiao Lu brought him such a big surprise as soon as he took action. A dragon god realm. How could he be suppressed and killed by Xiao Lu so easily? Although there are some reasons for bloodline coercion, the real strength is still displayed. At least, most people absolutely cannot do this. Brother Xiao Xuan. Could it be that that divine bird just now was summoned by you? Long Tai's eyes were full of admiration. He actually couldn't believe it. How could Xiao Xuan, who was in the Tsang god realm, summon a divine bird that could kill the dragon god realm? But let's talk about it. If a monster of this level suddenly appeared, it couldn't possibly be due to luck and happened to be passing by, right? Think of this. Long Tai's eyes were also full of curiosity. But at this time, Xiao Xuan obviously didn't want to say anything more, and just smiled slightly. No comment on this question. On the contrary, this aroused Long Tai's curiosity even more. I really want to talk about it. Even Han Xian wanted to find out what the origin of this divine beast was and whether it was summoned by Xiao Xuan. If it was really summoned by Xiao Xuan, then maybe he will also become the protector of the Yuling sect in the future. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1103 Healing in White Flame Valley, Snake Wind's Generous Gift. Xiao Xuan. You have to think carefully about this matter. Going to White Flame Valley is not a simple matter. If you are not careful, you may be in danger. Within the Yuling sect. In front of all the elders, Han Xian said to Xiao Xuan with a serious face. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan also nodded but said randomly, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cubs. Now that the Yuling sect has reached a moment of life and death, perhaps this is the only way to go. For a moment, the elders in Yuling sect were also silent. They all know it too. There is no problem with what Xiao Xuan said. Moreover, among the entire Yuling sect, he is the most suitable person to go to Baiyan Valley to find cooperation. The only one left was Xiao Xuan, who killed Qi Qing. That's fine. Xiao Xuan, in that case, I will ask Long Tai to go to White Flame Valley with you tomorrow. If you can persuade old man Baiyan, maybe our relationship with Baiyan Valley can really go a step further. Han Xian decided. In the current Yuling sect, the original sect leader, Han Zhong, had already escaped, and only a few Ling elders were present. The appearance of Han Xian also filled the vacancy in the upper echelons of the Yuling sect. So now, what Han Xian said is true in the Yuling sect. Xiao Xuan also understood that this matter was also very important. If you want to persuade the old man, Baiyan, then he also needs to show enough strength and ability. Otherwise, he would be the head of the same clan. Why can I choose to believe you? No need for tomorrow. Without further delay, we will go to Baiyan Valley later and try to see old man Baiyan as soon as possible. Xiao Xuan looked solemn. He knew that the earlier he contacted the old man Baiyan, the better chance he had of persuading the other party to discuss cooperation matters. After all, no one knows where the relationship between White Flame Valley and Spirit Snake Alliance has reached. If White Flame Valley and Spirit Snake Alliance have reached an intention to cooperate, at that time, even if he appears again, it will be difficult to persuade him. Therefore, what he needs to do most now is to find the old man Baiyan in Baiyan Valley as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan did not hesitate and said directly to Long Tai. Elder Long Tai, please lead the way. Now let's go to White Flame Valley. Good. Just don't worry. This matter is on my shoulders, let's set off now. After watching Xiao Xuan fight against Qi Qing, and the divine bird suddenly appeared and killed the latter with one move, Long Tai had a different feeling towards Xiao Xuan. Although Xiao Xuan never said that he had anything to do with that magical bird. But now, Long Tai seriously doubted that the divine bird that could kill Snake Qing in the Dragon God realm was summoned by Xiao Xuan. Under such circumstances, he naturally admired Xiao Xuan. The more important point is that with a strong man like Xiao Xuan here, he will feel more confident even if he goes to White Flame Valley. It can be said that Xiao Xuan is now the most powerful person in Yuling sect. You're going now? In this case, be careful all the way. On the way to White Flame Valley, part of the way needs to pass through the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance. You must keep a low profile and don't provoke the Spirit Snake Alliance casually. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1104 The Spirit Snake Alliance's obstruction lies in the method. You have misunderstood. I don't give this fish spirit heart to old man Bai Yan, but to young master Xiao Xuan. Han Xian said directly. After he said this, the elders of the Yuling sect present were also surprised, but the next second, they nodded honestly. They know. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Xuan is the backbone of Yuling sect. If Xiao Xuan hadn't killed Shi Qing at the critical moment, I'm afraid the Yuling sect would have completely fallen by now. Where do these elders still have their lives? This point almost goes without saying. Seriously speaking, if they even lost their lives, what else could they say about the fish spirit heart? Aren't these all external things? Thinking of this, some elders of Yuling sect also looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to Han Xian's suggestion. At this time, Han Xian could actually guess this result. This time, Xiao Xuan next to him was stunned. He didn't kill Shi Qing to get the heart of the fish spirit. On the contrary, he just wanted to repay the Lord Yuling and use the way of the fish spirit taught to him by the Lord Yuling to save the Yuling sect. But I didn't expect that the way of the fish spirit was so terrifying, and it could kill Shi Qing so easily with just one strike. Of course, Xiaolu's contribution is greater. But in the final analysis, if he hadn't used the fish spirit method to activate the fish spirit formation at the critical moment, it would be really dangerous now. That's fine. Since old sect leader Han is so generous, if I refuse, I'm afraid I'll be a little sorry to old sect leader. Xiao Xuan also said. Say it. Next to him, the elders of the Yuling sect were also filled with emotion and cast envious glances at Xiao Xuan. You must know that this heart of the fish spirit is the treasure that the venerable Yu spirit obtained back then. It contains extremely pure energy. If ordinary cultivators can obtain this power, their strength and realm will be greatly improved. Especially the disciples within the Yuling sect. If they want to obtain the power, it is not that simple. Even the former fish spirit master only took away one. Now, although Xiao Xuan only has 5 stars in the blue god realm, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that his strength is definitely not just that low. He must at least be at the level of the little golden god. From this point of view, ordinary people are really no match for Xiao Xuan. And now, Xiao Xuan has obtained the heart of the fish spirit, and his strength will definitely be further improved in the future. Xiao Xuan himself can also feel it. If he gets the heart of the fish spirit, maybe he can hit the 8 stars of the blue god realm in a short time. Although now, his strength is almost invincible in the 5-star Songshan realm. But this time I went to White Flame Valley. He will definitely face more powerful cultivators. Among other things, when he met by Qing Yun in the Dam Pagoda, the latter was already at the peak of the Song God realm. Now hundreds of years have passed. I'm afraid, whether it's by Qing Yun or Snake Feng Qinlong, their strength should have gone a step further. Coupled with the sudden rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance, Snake Wind's strength will definitely go further, and it is possible to enter the realm of the little golden god, or even the pseudo-golden god. Although now, Xiao Xuan is surrounded by the fish spirit Dao and is protected by a fierce god like Xiao Lu. Don't talk about these people who are not in the realm of the golden god. Even in the true golden god realm, he might not be afraid of anything. At the moment, Xiao Xuan followed Han Xian and walked all the way into the depths of Yuling sect. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1105, The Perfect Fish Spirit Heart, Powerful Energy. Since it's so important, then I can't be careless. Xiao Xuan's face also became serious. If we swallow the heart of the fish spirit in this place, how long will it take? For the current Yuling sect, time is the most pressing issue. Before they join the Spirit Snake Alliance in White Flame Valley, Winning Bai Yengu over is not a simple matter. If you are not careful, you may be in danger. But now Xiao Xuan's strength is only 5 stars in the Blue God realm. Although his true combat power has even surpassed the level of the little Golden God, his superficial level is not high. This may also become a hidden danger. In the future, if you want to negotiate with Old Man Bai Yen, it will naturally be a better thing if you have a higher level. More importantly, Xiao Xuan now seems to have not seen the greeting gift from the Old Man Bai Yen. If you go with the heart of the fish spirit, maybe Old Man Bai Yen will be more willing to see him? At this time, Xiao Xuan suddenly felt it. He seemed to have understood what Han Xian meant. It seemed that the latter wanted him to use this fish spirit heart as a meeting gift and take the initiative to seek cooperation from Bai Yen Valley. Such a thing, if it had been placed before, Xiao Xuan might have accepted it directly. But now, he has a better idea. He knows that the current situation in Bai Yen Valley is actually not very good. The rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Not only is it a threat to the Yuling sect, it is also not a good thing for Bai Yen Valley. On that note, Xiao Xuan is still very confident that he can negotiate cooperation matters with the Old Man Bai Yen. As for the deeper confidence, he did not tell Han Xian. However, this deeper reason is the golden prescription. Old Man Tianyan was the only strong man in the Dragon God realm who once existed on the eastern wilderness continent, so his inheritance was naturally extremely powerful. Don't say anything else. With his 10,000 gold prescription, he has definitely reached the level of Dragon God realm. Ever since Xiao Xuan got the 10,000 gold prescription, he had actually discovered the magic of this prescription. This prescription is not only very beneficial to practitioners of the Golden God realm, but also has many benefits even when facing the Dragon God realm. Now, since the Old Man Bai Yen in Bai Yen Valley is injured, he could definitely bring $1 million prescription to treat the Old Man Bai Yen. If he could treat the latter's injuries, wouldn't things go smoothly in the future? Not to mention, now that Bai Yen Valley and Spirit Snake Alliance are already in a competitive relationship, as long as he instigates them a little bit, won't the cooperation between Yuling sect and Bai Yen Valley be a matter of course? After thinking about these joints, Xiao Xuan felt at ease. Senior Han, I understand what you mean. You want me to give this to Bai Yen Valley as a gift with the heart of the fish spirit, so as to seek cooperation with Bai Yen Valley, right? There were only Xiao Xuan and Han Xian at the moment, so Xiao Xuan said directly, but this method is not very effective. After hearing this, Han Xian couldn't help being stunned. In fact, what Xiao Xuan said was good. He did think so in his heart. He hoped to rely on the heart of the fish spirit to bring the relationship between the Yu Spirit sect and Bai Yen Valley closer. But now listen to Xiao Xuan. Instead, he didn't understand. Could it be that, according to Xiao Xuan's meaning, he didn't care about the heart of the fish spirit at all? To know, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1106, The Gentle Energy, the Giant Fish Spirit Beast. This, okay. Xiao Xuan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the heart of the fish spirit could be so terrifying. That it could make a cultivator explode to death? You know, he and Han Xian have known each other for a long time, and the latter knows his talent. Being able to fight against the Golden God in the Blue God realm, or even kill the Dragon God realm with the Blue God realm, is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. On that note, Xiao Xuan's talent is definitely unmatched by anyone in his age group. But even so, he was still considered unable to swallow the energy in the heart of the fish spirit. He couldn't help but be a little curious about this. How powerful can the energy be in the heart of this fish spirit? How could it make Han Xian so afraid? Can't even trust him? Do you remember? There is a huge white bone fish head on top of the Yuling sect city? Seeing Xiao Xian's confusion, Han Xian smiled and explained, is the fish-headed one here? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also stunned. He would also remember that when he first walked into Yuling City, some people had talked about the white bone fish head. It is said that it is a treasure in the entire Yuling City. As long as they are in Yuling City, all cultivators can understand some of the ways of the ocean. At that time, Xiao Xuan also tried to gain enlightenment. But just by getting closer, he could feel that there was an endless and thick ocean inside. When he understood it, it was as if his entire body and soul had fallen into the endless ocean. Can't find a clue at all. It was at that time that he was filled with awe of Yuling City. Now, Han Xian suddenly mentioned the white bone fish head. Could it be said that this white bone fish head is also related to the heart of the fish spirit? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but become interested. At that time, although he did not fully understand the way of the ocean in the bonefish head, he was still very surprised by the shocking way it contained. Now, the energy of the fish spirit heart also surprised him. If there is any relationship between this white bonefish head and the heart of the fish spirit, doesn't it mean that he can fully understand the way of the ocean? If this is the case, his improvement in strength will not be a small improvement. For so long, there are not many people who can truly understand the way of the ocean. Otherwise, why would this white bone fish head still be on top of Yuling City for hundreds of years? But, if this is really the case, there is a certain connection between the heart of the fish spirit and the bones of the fish head. As the leader of the fish spirit sect, why didn't Han Xian swallow the heart of the fish spirit early? Dare to ask. Yes, the bone fish head and the heart of the fish spirit are indeed from the body of a monster beast. Speaking of which, if you can swallow the heart of the fish spirit, you will indeed have a chance to understand the way of the ocean in the bonefish head. Han Xian said, by that time, your achievements will not be as simple as the ordinary golden god realm. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also took a breath of air. Once upon a time, he thought that the golden god realm was far away from him. But now, after hearing these words, he felt that the golden god realm seemed not that far away from him. As long as you have enough understanding of the way of the ocean, it doesn't seem that difficult to cross the blue god realm and become the golden god realm. So, why don't you use this opportunity for enlightenment yourself? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1107. Is the bonefish head's way of the ocean really difficult? At the same time, after hearing Han Xian's introduction, Xiao Xuan was also very moved and said directly, in this case, if this white bonefish head can be understood, it will definitely be a good thing in the future. Of course, it's just that it's really difficult. Han Xian added, for hundreds of years, even some powerful people in the dragon god realm have been unable to do this. Junior would like to have a challenge. Xiao Xuan almost did not hesitate. After receiving the inheritance from Master Yu Ling, this junior has become a little closer to Yu Ling Haiyang. Maybe I will have the opportunity to understand one or two of them. Regarding Xiao Xuan's request, Han Xian was not surprised at all. He knew what kind of person Xiao Xuan was. After such a long time, he discovered that in addition to Xiao Xuan's talent and determination, to practice, more importantly, he seemed to have a lot of luck. Whatever he wants to do, he can almost do it in the end. This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Even Han Xian was a little doubtful, was Xiao Xuan the legendary son of destiny? It is said Practitioners want to enter the dragon god realm. They not only need to have a comprehension and understanding of the great road, but more importantly, they also need to have an understanding of destiny. Luck is an extremely mysterious thing. It cannot be seen, touched, or spoken, and it is much more difficult to understand than the great way. Many powerful people in the golden god realm barely understand luck. In the end, they are stuck in the golden god realm for hundreds, or even thousands of years, unable to make any progress. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Now seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, Han Xian was a little interested. He found that Xiao Xuan had a kind of luck that ordinary people did not have. Such luck. He didn't even feel it on Master Yu Ling. This kind of thing sounds mysterious, but it is undeniable that Han Xian really felt the difference. This was also the real reason that prompted him to bring out the heart of the fish spirit and even introduce the bone fish head. Thank you. Xiao Xuan expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He understood that if he wanted to obtain these powers, he not only needed Han Xian's help, but more importantly, he also needed to devote himself to understanding them. Otherwise, no matter how good the opportunity is, if he doesn't work hard, it will be in vain. But now, there is a more realistic problem. If you want to obtain these powers, it does not seem to be that simple. Judging from the previous situation, White Flame Valley should also be in crisis. Maybe Xiao Xuan doesn't have much time. He needs to go to Baiyan Valley as soon as possible to persuade the old man Baiyan. Speaking of which, he didn't even have much time to devour the heart of the fish spirit. Now if he wants to understand the white bone fish head, it may not be that simple. Does he have so much time? Thought of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little worried. Time. Maybe I don't have that much time to study. Xiao Xuan was a little helpless and said, maybe, if it takes too much time to understand this matter, I will consider it. You don't have to worry about that. Really speaking, if you want to understand something, maybe there are two ways. One is gradual enlightenment, and the other is sudden enlightenment. Han Xian smiled. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also thoughtful. In fact, this is not the first time he has heard of such a thing. It is said that there is indeed such a thing as epiphany in the understanding of the Great Road. In other words, as long as there are enough opportunities. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1108 White Bone Fish Head, Enlightenment of the Ocean. Amazing. As expected of an 8th grade monster, it is truly magical. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said, if there is such a thing, it's no wonder that the Yuling sect regarded this as a treasure to suppress the sect. As he said this, he was extremely grateful to Han Xian in his heart. Without Han Xian, it would have been impossible for him to come into contact with a treasure like the fish spirit heart. Now, with the heart of the fish spirit sealed in his body, Xiao Xuan felt that his body had become much more agile, and the power of the great Tao in his entire body had become smoother. This surprised him. You must know that he is a figure who dominates the world in Tianyuan continent and Honghuang continent. One shot. He destroys heaven and earth at every turn and turns rivers upside down. But after coming to the Tao continent, whether he was in the East Barren Giant continent or the Nanzhan Haizhou, he could feel the powerful pressure of the Tao on his body. It is also the pressure of these avenues forcibly suppressing the martial arts aura on his body. For such a long time, he has also thought about what kind of method can be used to relieve these pressures on him. But I didn't expect it. Even if he is the creation spirit, there is no way to change this. But today, after feeling the changes in his body caused by the heart of the fish spirit, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. According to normal principles, The heart of the fish spirit is also an 8th grade monster heart. Although this thing is not low grade, if it is really said, the monster bloodline cannot be compared with the human race. Not to mention that Xiao Xuan himself is still the creation spirit. On that note, it made Xiao Xuan even more confused. Could it be that there is really something that can help him relieve this pressure from the Tao continent? Incredible. In this case, does it mean that the higher the level of monsters, the more they can help contact the original pressure of this great continent? Xiao Xuan frowned. Now he is only in the Tsongshan realm. However, if he can find a way to relieve the pressure from the upper levels of Tao continent, his strength will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. When it comes to practicing a skill, it becomes more and more difficult as you go to the later stages. If he can find a way to break the pressure from the Tao continent, it will definitely help him a lot in his future cultivation. We can even say, without this layer of hindrance, his cultivation speed could increase to an astonishing speed. According to the information previously known, on the Tao continent, the real high-level monsters are all in Shilong Hezhou. Could it be said that he will also find a way to visit the dangerous Shilong Hezhou in the future? It is said that the strength of Shilong Hezhou ranks second among the 4 continents of Tao continent, second only to Beiju Qingzhou. This place is not a good place. With his current strength in the Blue God realm, he would probably die if he died. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was sometimes surprised and sometimes embarrassed, Han Xian looked confused and couldn't help but leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you adapt to the heart of the fish spirit?" "No. Thank you, Senior Han Xian. This fish spirit heart is indeed the heart of an 8th grade monster. It does contain energy that ordinary items don't have." Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1109, A Novel Understanding of the Great Road, the Boundless. See. It's also strange. Even when Master killed this monster, he was a little doubtful as to why such a monster existed. Han Xian nodded. For ordinary monsters, it is quite remarkable that they can understand some of the great ways. But for this monster to be able to understand the ways of the ocean, it is already very remarkable. These words coincided with what Xiao Xuan thought. Faced with such a situation, there was still a bit of curiosity on his face. What kind of behemoth is it that has such great abilities and the courage to understand the ways of the ocean? Not that the way to the ocean is scary. However, for ordinary monsters, it is already remarkable to be intelligent. Monsters who can embark on the path of cultivation are also considered the best among them. And now, this so-called giant fish spirit beast can actually understand the way of the ocean. This is definitely not something that ordinary monsters can do. More importantly, now, the way of the ocean that this monster has understood cannot even be understood by many human practitioners. This is simply unbelievable. For tens of thousands of years, human practitioners have claimed to be the primates of all things. But the current situation is a slap in the face. From a certain perspective, even human cultivators cannot understand these ocean ways. Doesn't it mean that this monster is more amazing than most human cultivators? Smarter? Of course, for the vast majority of people, they won't admit it. But this is the undeniable fact. Good. Then I'll go take a look. I feel that with the help of the fish spirits heart, maybe there is a chance to gain enlightenment about this white bone fish head? Xiao Xuan said. Hearing these words, Han Xian also nodded slightly. If this is true, then it is also a rare opportunity for you. The two of them talked all the way out of the deep secret vault of Yuling sect inside Yuling City. Because of the snake green troubles before, many Yuling sect practitioners were frightened and fled Yuling City. But recently I heard that Shi Qing was restrained by the Yuling formation and killed by a divine bird. These practitioners also returned to Yuling City with doubts. There are white bones and fish heads in Yuling City. A place like this is an excellent training place for most Yuling sect disciples. So they are also very willing to return at this moment. Therefore, Yuling City is now gradually recovering some popularity. Although it is not as good as it was at its peak, it is not so deserted. Xiao Xuan and Han Xian were walking in Yuling City wearing face covering cloaks. Along the way, the two of them dressed up in special ways, which also attracted the attention of many people. The reason is not just about them. On the contrary, it was about the followers around them. Some people saw that the followers around them were all high-level elders of the Yuling sect. This is simply earth-shattering news. Ever since the Yuling sect faced a catastrophe, Han Xian, the leader of the Yuling sect, has disappeared inexplicably. This has also been criticized by countless people. But now, in the Yuling sect, can anyone still enjoy such treatment? Isn't this a bit strange? Could it be said that South Korea and China are back? Han Zhong, you, a spineless guy, still have the dignity to return to Yuling City? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11:10, The Aura of the Blue God Realm, the Strength of the Dragon God Realm? For a moment, the eyes of many onlookers were focused on Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. He was just thinking about it and quietly understood the way of the ocean inside the bonefish head. Don't want to cause too much fluctuation. But who knew, he would still be recognized. He had no choice but to accept this and admitted his identity. This time it caused even more sensation. Basically, most of the people in Yuling City are disciples of Yuling sect, and even if they are not, they are mostly practitioners who have practiced the way of Yuling. They don't have a good impression of the tyrannical spirit snake alliance. Now, everyone naturally regarded Xiao Xuan as their hero and began to praise him one after another. Little brother, look at your realm, which is around 5 stars in the blue God realm. How did you kill Shi Qing? Shi Qing is a strong person in the Dragon God realm. It is said that it was with the help of the power of the fish spirit formation, but how did you activate the fish spirit formation by yourself? It's a bit unbelievable. If it were applied to others, you might still be suspicious, but if it were applied to you, it's understandable. To be able to stand next to the old sect master Han Xian, he must be a highly valued disciple of the Yuling sect. Is this a gifted son? It does seem like this. If this is the case, won't our Yuling sect become the largest sect in Nanzhan Haizhou in the future? I have long heard that if you want to gain enough power, you must do enough things. Perhaps only with this brother's strength can we really hope to make the entire sect rise. Hear these kind words. Even Xiao Xuan himself felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Despite this, he still maintained a trace of clarity in his heart. He knew that as a cultivator, he must maintain a humble and prudent attitude at all times. Although many people praise him now. But these compliments were only because of his killing of Shi Qing, but in fact he knew that killing Shi Qing was also a matter of luck. If it weren't for the help of the fish spirit formation and Xiao Lu, he wouldn't be Shi Qing's opponent in a head-on confrontation. So now, he is really not proud of it. Okay. This is Xiao Xuan, the disciple of the Yuling sect that I chose. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan is indeed an outstanding disciple that has been rare in my Yuling sect for hundreds of years. Han Xian also praised Xiao Xuan. He is truly an amazing person. With disciples like this here and old sect master Han sitting in charge, we No longer have to worry about Lao Shizi's spirit snake alliance. You're right, what nonsense spirit snake alliance, Shi Qing has been killed. They don't even dare to fart, I think they are also scared. All the disciples in Yuling City said one after another. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan and Han Xian looked at each other helplessly, with a bit of helplessness in their eyes. They all know it too. These people in Yuling City may be right now, and praise them to the heavens. But actually it doesn't have much effect. Future. If the Yuling sect really wants to face off against the spirit snake alliance, whether these people can rely on them is another question. More importantly, Han Xian discovered that these disciples were all at the Blue God realm and not at the Golden God realm. These realms were basically of no use in a battle at the level of the fish spirit sect and the spirit snake alliance. The spirit snake alliance only needs to dispatch a few Golden God realms to kill them all. This is not just talk. That's all. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11:11 The Way of the Ocean, the progress of understanding is improved. Time flies. Xiao Xuan stayed in this fantasy sea for an unknown amount of time, and he understood the tidal fluctuations of the sea all the time. Every fluctuation. They all allowed Xiao Xuan to silently understand some truths about the sea. And at the same time, they also made Xiao Xuan feel the surge of energy in it. He discovered that this so-called Tao of the sea was not like a bunch of avenues that could be understood at will. On the contrary, it seemed to be a strange way of operating Tao power. This really aroused his curiosity. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Once in Qinglian Valley, he also obtained a great way of releasing, called the Way of Ancient Trees. It was also at that time that he discovered that the power of the Tao was released in different ways. Now, could it be said that this ocean Tao can also greatly increase the speed of the Tao's power? Think of this. He couldn't help but feel a little more curious and excited on his face. The speed of Tao power is definitely an extremely important ability. If the speed of Tao power is increased, there will be many benefits whether during combat or during cultivation. Especially when fighting, if you can increase the speed of your Tao power when fighting against others, you can definitely greatly improve your combat effectiveness, and you can even kill the opponent with one blow at a critical moment. This is absolutely no joke. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan calmed down and began to slowly understand the ways of the ocean. A trace of the deep blue ocean. It was like appearing in the void, slowly and tentatively touching Xiao Xuan, and then instilling it into his body, while improving his body's understanding of the way of the ocean. Boom! Under a loud noise, Xiao Xuan opened his eyes. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that just now he was trying to activate the great Tao in his body. Just a tentative release of a trace of power directly caused a huge tsunami, directly smashing several square meters of hard sea rocks. Xiao Xuan had seen these rocks before. They are basically tempered by sea water, and every piece is extremely hard. Not weaker than the fine steel magic weapon. According to his usual strength, it would be extremely difficult to crush him. Who knew that with one move today, a large sea rock would explode in an instant? What a terrifying way to the ocean. I really didn't expect that this ocean path, which looks gentle and gentle, could suddenly burst out with such terrifying power. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. He has seen many powerful people in such a long time, but to be honest, he has never seen a Songshan realm practitioner who can burst out with such powerful power. Brother system? How about my understanding of the way of the ocean? It looks amazing. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Although he still doesn't know the true identity of the system, this does not affect his admiration for the system. He could feel that with the system's ability, it seemed to be an encyclopedia. On the Tao continent. As long as there was a Tao on the Tao continent, the system could tell everything. Therefore, he really wanted to ask the system how he understood the way of the ocean. Did not expect. You can still make such a choice. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-12 A Trip to White Flame Valley, Understanding the Way of the Ocean. What? Can this Xiao Xuan really understand the way of the ocean? It's unbelievable that someone so young can have such a talent. It seems like our Yuling sect has really found a treasure this time, right? The group of disciples watching were not fools either. They all noticed that after Xiao Xuan came out of the bones of the fish head, the aura of his whole body was different, which really surprised them. After all, for hundreds of years, those cultivators who have entered the white bone fish head, not to mention comprehending the way of the ocean, everyone who comes out is dizzy and looks like they have lost their soul. How could someone like Xiao Xuan have the ability to truly comprehend? Even if Xiao Xuan only understood a little bit of the way of the ocean, this is still an extremely remarkable thing. At least it can be regarded as the strongest talented disciple in the Yuling sect in hundreds of years? What are you going to do? Looking at you, it seems that you still have to go to Baiyan Valley to find Old Man Baiyan, but you should also know that this matter is not that simple. Right? Han Xian hesitated and said, maybe you can think of other ways. After saying these words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. He knew what kind of person Han Xian was, and he wouldn't take the initiative to say it if he wasn't sure of something. At this moment, he took the initiative to say such words, which also made Xiao Xuan a little curious. You mean, do you have other ideas? Can Baiyangu take the initiative to cooperate with us? Regarding Han Xian's statement, Xiao Xuan's first reaction was actually suspicion. Although Han Xian is not a person who talks freely, what he said is indeed not as simple as imagined. But now listen to what Han Xian wants. He seems to have his own opinion on this matter. Please tell me, Master Han Xian, do we have any other options? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. There is a way. If you can become a disciple of Baiyan Valley, maybe Baiyan Valley will help Yuling sect. Han Xian said. When he said these words, he immediately aroused the surprise and astonishment of a group of Yuling sect disciples nearby. Even Long Tai, who trusted Han Xian the most, was a little unbelievable. Now Xiao Xuan has shown his powerful cultivation talent. Such a person, no matter which sect he is placed in, is definitely an extremely important disciple. As the leader of the sect, how could Han Xian say such a thing? If let Xiao Xuan go to another sect? Isn't this equivalent to destroying the Great Wall and giving away a talented disciple for nothing? Thinking of this, not only Long Tai, but also other disciples of Yuling sect looked at Han Xian with strange eyes. It was Xiao Xuan who was the party involved. It seems that I heard something from this. As the former leader of the Yuling sect, Han Xian would naturally not be able to do such a stupid thing unless there was a profit behind it, and this benefit was greater than the loss of Xiao Xuan leaving the Yuling sect. Then just think about it for a moment. He could also roughly guess that a talented disciple like Xiao Xuan would leave Yuling sect and go to White Flame Valley. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-13 Seeking Cooperation, The Endless Habits of the Strong. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Han Xian's first reaction was relief, but then he frowned tightly and looked at him worriedly. In fact, the reason why Han Xian made such a decision was very simple. On the one hand, it was to promote cooperation between Yuling sect and Baiyan Valley. And on the other hand, he hoped to allow Xiao Xuan to develop better. After seeing Xiao Xuan was able to comprehend the way of the ocean in the white-boned fish head. He has fully recognized Xiao Xuan's ability in his heart, and hopes to use this opportunity to let Xiao Xuan get more training resources. Of course, Han Xian did this for the Yuling sect. Ever since he knew that his master, Venerable Yuling, had taught Xiao Xuan all the inheritance of Yuling's ways, he understood that Xiao Xuan must be the hope of the future of the Yuling sect, and he would keep it no matter what. This fire. So now, he also thought that he hoped to quickly improve Xiao Xuan's strength by letting Xiao Xuan go to White Flame Valley. But who knew that Xiao Xuan actually refused directly? This was beyond his expectation. In fact, if it were put before, Han Xian was a man of integrity and would never let his sect disciples suffer such injustice. But today is different from the past. Now, his realm has fallen from the Golden God realm, and he has no say in Nanzhan Haizhou. In order to keep a fire like Xiao Xuan, he can only bite the bullet and make this choice in shame. After all, the current strength of Baiyan Valley is much stronger than that of Yuling sect. If Xiao Xuan can go to Baiyan Valley, even temporarily, if you preserve your strength, you will definitely achieve great results in the future. But now, if Xiao Xuan must stay in Yuling sect, facing the Spirit Snake Alliance that could besiege them at any time, Han Xian actually didn't have much confidence in his heart. Perhaps, if one day, the Spirit Snake Alliance launched a massive siege, he might risk his old bones. Go fight with others. But he didn't want to see Xiao Xuan destroyed. Do not worry. When I go to Baiyan Valley this time, I will definitely be able to convince Baiyan Valley to cooperate with our Yuling sect. Xiao Xuan said directly. This was said with great force. However, some of the worshipping disciples, and even the great elder Long Tai-in, the Yuling sect, were a little skeptical. No matter how you say it, Baiyan Valley is a large sect that is not weak in strength. Although the rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance in recent years has had a considerable impact on them. However, there are also Dragon God Realm strongmen in the Baiyan Valley sect. Even if the old man Baiyan was injured recently and his strength has weakened in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou, except for the Spirit Snake Alliance, there is really no one who can control it. How about Baiyan Valley? This is also the foundation of Baiyan Valley. Xiao Xuan was in the Tsang God realm, and even if he had done some seemingly shocking things recently, it would not be able to move a strong man in the Tsang God realm. To put it mildly. As for Shi Qing, who was half-dabbled in the Dragon God realm, if he were placed in Baiyan Valley, he would never dare to be so presumptuous. Even if the old man Baiyan was injured, he could still slap him to death. So now, even Han Xian is worried about Xiao Xuan's trip to White Flame Valley. He would even suspect that if Baiyan Valley and the Spirit Snake Alliance had reached a cooperation, maybe Baiyan Valley would continue to hand over Xiao Xuan to the Spirit Snake Alliance directly. That would be the worst result. Do not worry. Even if something unexpected happens, I have the ability to protect myself. Xiao Xuan said seriously, 3 days, if I can't reach cooperation with Baiyan Valley within 3 days, you can leave the sect and go to the deep sea. After saying this, everyone in the Yuling sect looked solemn. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-14 Snake Wanlong's Anger and Crisis. But it sounds like this Xiao Xuan is very powerful? You can actually kill the Dragon God with the Blue God realm? Snake Wanlong opened his eyes. In an instant, the temperature in the entire cave seemed to have dropped a lot. It turned out that his pupils were vertical. The whole person didn't look like a human being, more like a cold-blooded snake. It is said that it mostly relied on the power of the fish spirit formation. In the end, Shi Qing used the blood-burning technique, but was still killed by a sudden appearance of a divine bird. Xiao said carefully. Sacred bird? Fish spirit formation? Snake Wanlong turned his head and stared at Snake Ao with his wide eyes. Didn't Master Yu Ling not appear for hundreds of years? How did the Yu Ling formation activate? Is it still Han Xian, who is this loser? Reporting to the sect master is not. This fish spirit formation is said to have been activated by Xiao Xuan. Snake Ao was a little scared. At this moment, the powerful man who was half a step into Dragon God realm did not even dare to raise his head to look at Snake Wanlong. Crack. He, such an amazing disciple, a person in the Blue God realm can actually activate the fish spirit formation? Why does he have this ability? Snake Wanlong's hand moved. An extremely hard white jade stone was instantly crushed into pieces. Then, with a cold look in his eyes, he said, if this is true, doesn't it mean that Xiao Xian's fish spirit understands it even more deeply than Han Xian? Say it. There was also an uproar in the Spirit Snake Alliance. All the disciples had shock on their faces and started talking one after another. Snake Wanlong's eyes became even colder. He twisted his neck and made a heart-wrenching sound of bone twisting, which made the approaching Snake Ao feel palpitations. Snake Ao knew that the snake blood in Snake Wanlong's body had almost exceeded 40%, which was already a quite terrifying level. Because of these snake blood, Snake Wanlong's body also has signs of snake bloom. Not only is its body flexible to an astonishing degree, but it is also extremely sensitive to taste and temperature. When fighting, if the Snake Wanlong stimulates the blood of the snake clan, in a short period of time, his snake bloodline could be increased to more than 50%. At that time, Snake Wanlong was almost a giant snake. Interesting. I didn't expect that. In the Yuling sect, there are people like this that surprise me. Snake Wanlong sneered, although the people of the Yuling sect have average combat capabilities, the flesh and blood on their bodies is indeed the most delicious this sect leader has ever tasted. Send the order. If anyone can capture Xiao Xuan alive, this sect leader will reward him to replace Shi Qing and become the left guardian of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Yes. In an instant, there was a burst of agreement within the Spirit Snake Alliance. In the Spirit Snake Alliance, apart from Snake Wanlong, who is the leader of the clan, who is at the Dragon God realm, the two left and right guardians, Snake Qing Snake Ao, can reach the Dragon God realm. As for the other elders, their strength is also at the level of the Golden God. If you want to further improve your strength, the fastest way is to get the position of the left and right guardians. Thus, there will be resources that Shi Qing could enjoy before, and the speed of cultivation will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. However, if you usually want to get the position of Shi Qing Xiao, you will undoubtedly have to treat these two people as enemies, which is very dangerous. Not like now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-15 The Physical Cultivator with Damaged Soul, Long Tai. Ha ha. When old sect master Han Xian was here, he also looked for some soul elixirs. But after using them, they had no effect, so he gave up. Long Tai smiled naively and said with an indifferent expression, speaking of it, I haven't practiced Taoism for such a long time. In fact, I don't feel any worse than others. Although the training process is a bit harder, I'm used to it. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sympathize. On the previous two continents, he had also learned something about the physical tempering, and the pain he experienced was definitely not something that ordinary people could bear. Apart from anything else, the few cultivators Xiao Xuan knew who relied on their bodies to become saints were all extremely powerful, but the pain they experienced was by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. Elder Long, don't move. I'll take a look. I also learned the soul restoration technique from a strong man on the Eastern Wilderness continent before. Let's see if I can use it on you. Xiao Xuan took Long Tai to a cave. After sitting down cross-legged, he slowly released the soul energy in his body that had reached the divine realm. Under his control, the milky white divine soul energy seemed to have vitality, and was slowly instilled into Long Tai's divine palace, and he began to explore the divine soul in the latter's divine palace. Looking at it, Xiao Xuan really saw something wrong. In Long Tai's originally perfect soul, there was a crack as fine as a hair. If he had predicted correctly, this tiny crack should be the damage to Long Tai's soul. Now Xiao Xuan can be regarded as a strong figure with a high spiritual level. It is not very difficult to use his divine soul realm to treat a dragon iron, who is only in the Taishu Empress realm. For the situation at hand, Xiao Xuan really had some thoughts on treatment. On the one hand, the power of his divine soul, no matter where it is placed, is absolutely extremely powerful. On the other hand, he also has the 10,000 gold prescription and the heart of the fish spirit. Putting these two treasures together, maybe Xiao Xuan still has a good chance of healing the crack in Dragon Iron's soul. Think of this. Xiao Xuan also condensed the soul in his body, transferred it to Long Tai's palace through his arms, and used his powerful soul power to repair Long Tai's damaged palace. This is an extremely delicate job that places high demands on the healer. If you are not careful, not only Long Tai's soul will be further damaged, but even Xiao Xuan's own soul will be greatly affected. At this moment, Long Tai just felt it. Wave after wave of majestic divine soul power slowly poured into Xiao Xuan's body. Under such power, he clearly felt that the power of his soul was constantly recovering, and the originally injured and dim divine palace also regained some vitality, which made him a little unbelievable. Since the injury, for so many years, the power of the soul in Long Tai's palace has been very weak. Every time he uses the power of the soul, he will feel a heartbreaking pain. Over time, he tried his best not to use the power of the soul. Now, under Xiao Xuan's treatment, Long Tai clearly felt that his originally useless divine palace was slowly beginning to become complete. Even under the infusion of divine soul energy, his divine soul realm gradually improved, which really made him a little unbelievable, and looked at Xiao Xuan with a strange look in his eyes. Long Tai has also seen some powerful spiritual cultivators before. Even Venerable Fish Spirit, who was once in the Dragon God realm, took action once, but he was not fully cured. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11:16, Forcibly Improving the Soul. There is a huge gap in the soul inside the cave. After Xiao Xuan said these words, Long Tai could not conceal his inner excitement. On the entire Dao continent, almost all outer sect cultivators know that after tempering their bodies, their physical strength will be greatly improved, but at the same time, because the spiritual power of outer sect cultivators is relatively weak, their weakness is also the soul. If Xiao Xuan can use means to forcibly improve Long Tai's soul realm, it means that Long Tai's shortcomings in this aspect can be made up for. Although it is said that it will not turn Long Tai into a figure who can rival the Golden God realm, but it can also greatly improve his combat effectiveness against others. At least, it can make him a rare opponent in the Golden God realm. In that case, Then I'll bother you. Long Tai was a little embarrassed. Although he and Xiao Xuan were both fellow sects in the Yuling sect, it was already rare for Xiao Xuan to use his soul power to heal his hidden wounds. How could it be possible to let Xiao Xuan help him improve his soul realm? This is a bit much. However, looking at Xiao Xuan's appearance, he seemed to be ready. If he Wanted to refuse again, it would be a bit too much. Wanting to understand this, Long Tai also took the elixir handed over by Xiao Xuan and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he felt a blazing divine soul energy emerging from his qi. After this, divine soul energy appeared. It was like an amulet, constantly strengthening his body. What surprised him even more? At this time, Xiao Xuan actually separated a majestic soul power from his body and instilled it into his body. This really surprised Long Tai. He finally figured out what Xiao Xuan meant. He actually planned to use this method to forcibly improve his soul realm. In an instant, Long Tai felt cold sweat all over his back. He knew that Xiao Xuan's method of improving the realm of the soul was not new. Many masters of soul cultivation would use this method to forcibly increase the level of the soul of their disciples. It is obvious that this method can indeed improve the realm of the soul very quickly. But it is undeniable that if one is not careful during the promotion process, it may cause serious consequences, not only for the person being promoted, but also for the soul of the person being promoted. A little carelessness may cause your own soul to be injured. Most people may not know about such a situation, but Long Tai has indeed seen many such situations in the Yuling sect over the years. Xiao Xuan, is this a bit too risky? Long Tai couldn't help but said. Actually, you should know that for us outer sect practitioners, the realm of the soul is not that important. Having said that, but, wouldn't it be a good thing if it could improve your spiritual realm? Xiao Xuan asked while controlling the power of the soul. Hearing this, Long Tai was also embarrassed, but just nodded. It is indeed a good thing, but will it be a bit too much for you? Long Tai didn't say some words, but he understood them in his heart. To the Yuling sect, Xiao Xuan's value was much greater than him. Even at that time, Han Xian thought about actively letting Xiao Xuan join the White Flame Valley for the sake of his safety. Such a thing, if you put it on others, it might be difficult to understand, but Long Tai and Han Xian have known each other for many years, and they can understand the latter's meaning. Therefore, at this time, Long Tai did not want Xiao Xuan to take any risks because of him. Don't worry, I'm measured. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11:17 Spirit Snake Alliance Mountains, Traces of Monsters. That's a pity. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. Since he came to Nanzhan Haizhou, he has not seen any other monsters except Snake Wind. Originally, he wanted to see how his divine soul would behave when fighting against people. How much power? Unexpectedly, Long Tai said this. This made him a little regretful, and he just shook his head and said, in that case, forget it. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's face became more and more disappointed. But who knew that just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of thin footsteps behind them. This time, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai became serious. They had been walking in this mountain range for several hours. During these hours, they had not met anyone. The sudden appearance of footsteps naturally made them panic. The two quickly turned around, only to see something moving deep in the cave, and then hiding behind a stone. Xiao Xuan and Long Tai looked at each other with confusion on their faces. But they still waited patiently to see who it was, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement deep in the cave, which made them a little suspicious. Who? Long Tai scolded in a deep voice, Your Excellency, you are the one who comes out when you have the ability. Why are you hiding behind rocks? Don't you dare to see people with their true colors? Say it. Xiao Xuan found that there was still no movement behind the stone, as if there was no one. Xiao Xuan and Long Tai couldn't help but look at each other. They were all experienced practitioners, but today, looking at the situation, In front of him, he was still a little confused as to what this guy in the cave was going to do. "I'll go over and have a look." After Xiao Xuan said something to Long Tai, he slowly released his soul and released it towards the guy behind the stone. At this time, he found that he couldn't feel a soul behind the stone. This really made him confused. On the Great Tao continent, from the Dragon God realm to the spiritual God realm, practitioners in any realm will have the power of the soul. The only difference is how strong the power of the soul is. But now, he couldn't feel a trace of soul in the guy behind the stone. This is a bit strange. Could it be said that there are still people in this world who do not cultivate the soul? Do you simply rely on the flesh? Waited for a while. Xiao Xuan found that the guy behind the stone was still motionless. He lost his temper and drew out the serious sword and flew towards him. When he carefully walked behind the stone, he discovered to his embarrassment that the person behind the stone was not a person, but a round monster like a pig. This makes people wonder. How could this monster appear in a place like this? He had also learned before that the cultivators of the Spirit Snake Alliance took pleasure in killing monsters, so in the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance, there were basically very few monsters that appeared on their own initiative. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-18 Monster? Nagarjuna is not inferior to a strong man in the Dragon God realm. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned, his eyes full of doubts. According to normal principles, monsters are monsters and plants are plants. How could there be an existence that is both a monster and a plant? Besides, didn't Long Tai make it clear just now? This is just a plant, so how can we talk about the year? Could it be said that this dragon tree can be alive as long as it is old enough? This was simply something that Xiao Xuan couldn't believe. Isn't this possible? Didn't you just say, Elder Long, that this is just a plant from your Nanzhan Haizhou? Why are you now saying that this thing can be alive when it is old enough? How is this possible? Xiao Xuan opened his mouth wide. In fact, he had roughly understood what Elder Long Tai said, but whether he could understand it was one aspect, and whether he could believe it was another question. Now Xiao Xuan was really a little confused when faced with the little Nagarjuna in front of him. Then let's put it this way. This thing is a plant. If it grows up, will it turn into a living monster? Xiao Xuan asked. Long Tai also nodded, indicating his approval. But now, the two of them stared at Nagarjuna on the ground, not knowing how to deal with it for a moment. What he knew very well was the Nagarjuna in front of him must be an amazing treasure, but right now, he doesn't know how to use it. At this point, maybe he was really curious. Xiao Xuan only encountered the golden treasure once after he came to Dao Dao continent, but that time the treasure was real and could be seen. Today's dragon tree was so real that it was a little difficult for him to understand. Elder Long Tai, will this thing be good for cultivation? Xiao Xuan asked. Tentatively. I've never heard of this. Long Tai also frowned. I have heard that in the central area of Nanzhan Haizhou, there is a sect. From the sect leader to the disciples, they are all very old Nagarjuna adults. Their name is Long Shuzong. Say it. Xiao Xuan on the side was also moved in his heart. Are they all Nagarjuna? Long Tai just said that once this dragon tree transforms, he will be a strong man at the level of the Golden God. If a sect is full of people who have taken the form of Nagarjuna, doesn't it mean that the lowest level of people in this sect are all in the Golden God realm, and the sect leader has even reached the Dragon God realm? If such a sect were placed on the Eastern Wilderness continent, it would definitely be a first-rate sect. Even sects like Qinglei Palace and Jiuxing Pavilion would bow to it. On Nanzhan Haizhou, Xiao Xuan could roughly guess that such a sect must not be weak in strength and should be considered a top sect. That's a little weird then. As a human being, the primate of all things, his cultivation speed should be considered the fastest among all things. What is the origin of this dragon tree, and he can actually transform into the realm of the golden god? MIA. Little too outrageous? Xiao Xuan suddenly looked a little curious on his face. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11-19 The historical text of Nanzhan Haizhou, Nagarjuna. Master Xiao Xuan, it seems that he is very interested in the history of Nanzhan Haizhou? Haven't you heard of it before? There was some confusion in Long Tai's eyes. He had heard Han Xian say before that Xiao Xuan was not a native of Nanzhan Haizhou continent, but he didn't know where Xiao Xuan was from. Just curious. To be honest, I always thought that the strongest people on the Great Tao continent were those in the Dragon God realm. I didn't expect that there were even stronger people above the Dragon God realm. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said, to be honest, a strong man of this level is definitely not accessible to ordinary people. I don't know the future, and I have no chance to come into contact with such a strong man. Xiao Xuan just finished speaking. Long Tai, who was next to him, took it and continued, speaking of which, some powers don't seem to be so unattainable. As long as you have enough strength, you can participate in the disciple selection in the central region. As long as you have the talent and if you have enough strength, you can enter these sects for further study. Advanced studies? What do you mean? This was the first time Xiao Xuan heard such a statement, and he couldn't help but continued to ask, is it possible that in your Nanzhan Haizhou, disciples from different sects can practice together? Seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, Long Tai didn't seem surprised. As if he had known that he would have this reaction, he continued, actually, this is a special feature of our Nanzhan Haizhou. You should be able to see that for the talented disciples of our Nanzhan Haizhou, it's all very inclusive. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, and then nodded one after another. He knew that what Long Tai said was indeed the truth. Among other things, the Yuling Dan Society was an obvious example. As a treasure in Yuling City, the Yuling Pil Pagoda is ostensibly owned by the Dan Ta. However, as long as Han Zhong, who was the leader of the Yuling sect at the time, just said a word, the Yuling Pil Conference could not be held, let alone allow it to be held. Disciples from hostile sects like Snake Feng entered. Although he has never met Han Zhong. However, in this matter, Han Zhong's behavior still made him admire him, and it could even be said that he was a little surprised. So now, after hearing Long Tai's words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but nod and continued, if Nanzhan Haizhou cultivators have such a big mind, why worry about Nanzhan Haizhou not rising in the future? Become the top strength on the Tao continent? Say it. Long Tai also smiled sheepishly. Obviously, he knew that Xiao Xuan was not originally from Nanzhan Haizhou. At this moment, Xiao Xuan praised Nanzhan Haizhou like this, which made him feel very comfortable. Then, what are you going to do with Mr. Xu Xiao Xuan? Long Tai couldn't help but said, speaking of which, this dragon tree is both a good thing and a bad thing for us. How do you say this? Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. You may not know that although the dragon tree is a very talented plant, its number is very small. Basically, everyone will be invited to join the dragon tree sect, so, if you forcefully take this dragon tree with you, I'm afraid there will be danger. Long Tai was not stupid, and he could tell Xiao Xuan's thoughts at a glance at this time. I haven't thought about it that way. But, according to you, there are still many benefits to taking this dragon tree with you? Xiao Xuan became interested instead. To be honest, with his spiritual eyes, he could roughly know that this dragon tree was a treasure, but now he didn't know how to use it. Now, listening to Long Tai's words, he seems to know something? In this case, Xiao Xuan naturally wanted to ask, or is Nagarjuna still good for human cultivation? Good. For us human cultivators, Nagarjuna is indeed a treasure. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 11:20 A Mysterious Opportunity, the Clingy Little Dragon Tree. That's all. Since Nagarjuna may become a living person in the future, I will not forcefully take away his opportunity. After Xiao Xuan thought for a while, he put Nagarjuna on the ground again. But just when he turned to leave, Nagarjuna suddenly jumped up and got directly into his arms. This surprised him. Feeling reassured again, Nagarjuna got into his arms again. In this scene, not only Xiao Xuan, but also the dragon body next to him became interested and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. What's going on? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask, Elder Long Tai, didn't you say that Long Shu had no intelligence when he was young? Why did he still take the initiative to get into my arms? Long Tai on the side was actually confused. Obviously, he had never seen anything like this before. He blinked his eyes with confusion. Correct. I heard something. It is said that among the Nagarjuna race, there is an emperor of Nagarjuna. The existence of this emperor of Nagarjuna can take the initiative to recognize the master. After saying these words, Xiao Xuan was suddenly moved. Speaking of which, it wasn't that he wasn't interested in Nagarjuna, which could increase his cultivation level. It was just that he had not been able to forcefully take away Nagarjuna's creation just now. But things are different now. If this Nagarjuna is the king of Nagarjuna and can automatically recognize his master, then the situation is different. He will not have any psychological pressure to regain this Nagarjuna. More importantly, listening to the meaning of Long Tai's words, this Nagarjuna is actually the emperor of Nagarjuna? So the situation is a little different, which means this thing should be more precious? Or even better results? Is it really the emperor of Nagarjuna? A surprised expression appeared on Long Tai's face. If this is really the case, then Mr. Xiao Xuan, you have really found a treasure. The emperor of Nagarjuna is said to be the most precious existence among Nagarjuna. If he is in the Nagarjuna sect, he is directly recognized as the successor, to the head of the Nagarjuna sect. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also felt a new emotion. If the thing in his hand is really the emperor of Nagarjuna, and he may even have the opportunity to become the master of Nagarjuna sect in the future, doesn't this mean that he may become the master of Nagarjuna sect in the future? That would be awesome. You know, there are many powerful people in the Golden God realm in the Nagarjuna sect. If these powers are brought to the Eastern Barren Continent by him, wouldn't Xiao Xuan be the overlord of the Eastern Barren Continent? More importantly, if all the Nagarjuna sects are Nagarjuna in human form, then the power of this sect is definitely not just about their strength on paper. On the contrary, it is because they have huge potential. With the special effects of Nagarjuna, Xiao Xuan has reason to believe that in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, there is no sect that does not want to take this Nagarjuna sect as its own. Owning the Nagarjuna sect is equivalent to having a cultivation accelerator that can increase your cultivation level infinitely. How could such a sect not be coveted? If young master Xiao Xuan wants to conquer the emperor of Nagarjuna, speaking of it, it can be regarded as an opportunity, but I hope Master Xiao Xuan can think clearly about the danger involved. Long Tai couldn't help but remind him, you know, not to mention that emperor Nagarjuna is of great importance. If others know about it, they may not be able to help but take action. Not to mention, the Emperor of Nagarjuna has always been considered by the Nagarjuna sect to be the most important treasure in the sect. If he is found and recognized as the master by you, I am afraid, a strong man in the dragon God realm in their sect, I will kill you directly. So serious? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1121, The Battle of Ancient Bloodlines, Incredible Power. Regarding the battle among the space instruments, Xiao Xuan was completely unprepared, and it was too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the arrogant Xiao Lu attacked the Emperor of Nagarjuna. Xiao Xuan was helpless with Xiao Lu's violent temper. In fact, he was not surprised by this. As an ancient divine beast, Xiao Lu had her own unique arrogance in her blood. For such a long time, she had long regarded Xiao Xuan's space magic weapon as her own private territory. If Xiao Xuan occasionally put some dead objects in it, maybe Xiao Lu wouldn't protest much, but today she was a little dissatisfied with the addition of a potentially living thing like Nagarjuna. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan also quickly stopped him. He knew that if he didn't stop him, Xiao Lu would really not let the Emperor of Nagarjuna go so easily in the future. Sooner or later, the Emperor of Nagarjuna would die in Xiao Lu's hands. Cough cough cough. Xiao Lu, this is called the Emperor of Nagarjuna. Even though he is still young, he is very likely to become a strong man in the realm of the Golden God when he grows up. Moreover, he is very helpful to our cultivation. You don't bully him. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said. Golden God realm? What's so big about that? When I become an adult, it will be very simple to become the dragon god. Xiao Lu didn't care much about Xiao Xuan's words. She originally had the blood of ancient beasts, so the Golden God realm was actually nothing to her. Even not long ago, she had just killed a strong man at the level of half-step Dragon God realm, so naturally she didn't care about the Golden God realm. For Xiao Lu's physique. Although Xiao Xuan was envious and jealous for a while, he was helpless. After all, if it comes down to it, the physique of a mythical beast like Xiao Lu is not something ordinary people can have. Perhaps this is the great thing about ancient bloodline. Others may not be able to reach the realm of the Golden God after practicing for a lifetime, but for Xiao Lu, this is just a matter of growing up. Okay. This little dragon tree is still underage. You, an ancient divine beast. Don't get into trouble with him, okay? Xiao Xuan was helpless. For an ancient beast with blood and strength like Xiao Lu, he felt helpless and angry in his heart. After all, if he really wanted to take action against Xiao Lu, on the one hand, he might not really be able to win, on the other hand, he was really reluctant to take action. It seemed that he felt Xiao Xuan's sincerity. Xiao Lu no longer took action, but looked at the king of Nagarjuna with great interest. There was a bit of doubt in his big eyes, as if he could see something. This thing's body seems to have an ancient aura. Little green Cheong's nose twitched. Ancient times? Ancient times again? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. It can be seen from Xiao Lu that as long as he is contaminated with ancient blood, his strength will definitely be extremely powerful. He did not expect that this Emperor Nagarjuna still has some ancient power in him. This actually surprised him. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Emperor Nagarjuna is more precious than he imagined? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan did not hesitate and said directly, Xiao Lu, is what you said true? If it is true, wouldn't it be, this is more important than I thought? Indeed so. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1122, The Awakened Ancient Bloodline, The Royal Family. Too difficult. The reason why our ancient race is so powerful is not only because of the ancient blood in the body, but also because of the vitality of the ancient era. At that time, Xiao Lu shook his head. In ancient times, as long as various races absorbed vitality, their physical strength and cultivation speed would be greatly accelerated. This is why the ancient races were far stronger than today's races, but now, Xiao Lu said, but her mouth suddenly stopped, and her eyes suddenly became a little surprised. She noticed a familiar aura burned in Xiao Xuan's hands. It is the vitality of ancient times. You. What's going on? Aren't you from the Dao continent? How come you have vitality in your body? Xiao Lu couldn't hide her inner surprise. Hey, secret. Xiao Xuan smiled. In fact, when Xiao Lu talked about ancient vitality, he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart, feeling that the origin energy in his body should be similar to the so-called ancient vitality. So he also tried to summon it. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be exactly as he expected. The so-called ancient vitality turned out to be the origin energy cultivated in him. Doesn't this mean that he himself is the biggest trump card on Dao continent? As long as he relies on this source of energy to practice with concentration, in the future, he can also be on par with the ancient royal family? This undoubtedly gave him a huge shot in the arm. You? Why do you have this kind of ancient vitality? The little green eyes lit up. If I have this vitality, maybe I can reawaken the ancient royal bloodline in the future. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan also had a smile on his face and said directly, of course, with our relationship, it is only natural to give you this energy. His words aroused Xiao Lu's doubts. In fact, Xiao Lu has followed Xiao Xuan for such a long time and knows what kind of person the latter is. You will only take advantage and not suffer any losses. Today, now that we know how important this ancient vitality is, logically speaking, we shouldn't give it to her for no reason, right? What are the conditions? Just tell me. Xiao Lu looked arrogant. As a divine beast with ancient bloodline, she also has her own bottom line. Even if Xiao Xuan has vitality, she will not be allowed to do things she doesn't want to do. No conditions. We are friends. Whenever you need it in the future, I will always be able to provide you with the vitality you need. Xiao Xuan smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Lu couldn't believe her ears. She had never heard such words from Xiao Xuan in such a long time. Why are you looking at me like that? No matter how you say it, I've always been very nice to you. Whatever you wanted before, I always gave it to you without saying a word. After Xiao Xuan saw Xiao Lu's eyes, he was also dissatisfied and said, besides, you are begging me to do something now, not me begging you. Speaking of which, Xiao Lu was also helpless. Although she didn't understand what kind of medicine Xiao Xuan was selling in the gourd, she could roughly tell that Xiao Xuan must have an ulterior motive. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1123, Encountering an Acquaintance on the Territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Hearing Long Tai's words, Xiao Xuan was even more confused. He was a little confused. Before, he remembered that Long Tai had said that they had entered the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Why did you just say it again now? What's going on? Could it be that Long Tai was just teasing him before? However, as soon as he had this idea, he kicked it out of his head. How can this be? Long Tai is also a famous elder in the Yuling sect, a person deeply trusted by Han Xian. How could such a person joke with him at such a critical moment? Isn't this a joke? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask, Elder Long Tai? What do you mean? If I Remember correctly, before entering this mountain range, you already said that. This is the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance? Why, are you now entering the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance? Are you confused? No. Actually, what I said before entering this mountain range was not a lie. Long Tai didn't seem surprised by Xiao Xuan's doubts, and explained, it's just that before, it was only the territory of the outer disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance and some subordinate sects, so we didn't encounter too much trouble, and next, if crossing this mountain range, we may be about to meet the core disciples behind this mountain range. Core disciple. I see. It seems that the real challenge is next. Xiao Xuan also understood immediately. After such a long period of contact, he knew that Elder Long Tai was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. Now, since Elder Long Tai specifically said that this mountain range is guarded by the core disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance, it also proves that the road to be taken next must be extremely dangerous. He can figure this out. But when I saw the endless mountains in the distance, there was a bit of suspicion on his face, and he said directly, however, although the Spirit Snake Alliance is considered very strong in the East, its strength does not seem to be so exaggerated, right? Could it be that in such a large mountain range, there are Spirit Snake Alliance disciples everywhere? Xiao Xuan was a little confused. You can't say that. Although the Spirit Snake Alliance is a relatively strong sect in the East, it is not so strong that it is invincible. However, you may not know that the Spirit Snake Alliance has a special method, the soul-searching technique. Long Tai's face showed a solemn look. Spirit Snake Alliance usually arranges a detection altar in a secret place in the mountains at regular intervals. Relying on the detection altar, we can obtain this situation in a large area nearby. This is what we things to watch out for. What is the discovery altar? Xiao Xuan looked confused. He felt that he had seen many new things after coming to Nanzhan Haizhou. A magical detection weapon. Long Tai scratched the back of his head and explained, you can understand it as a magic weapon to detect the surrounding movements. Xiao Xuan nodded secretly. Now that he has said this, he will be able to understand how the Spirit Snake Alliance manages such a large mountain range. But this also brought him a lot of trouble. To be honest, with the existence of this kind of reconnaissance magic weapon, wherever they want to go, they will be exposed to the sight of the Spirit Snake Alliance. Just relying on what Xiao Xuan did to Xiqing before, it is absolutely impossible for the Spirit Snake Alliance to turn a blind eye to him. If they knew that Xiao Xuan had come to their territory, they would probably target him desperately. This would definitely be a troublesome matter. Let's take a step and see. Since there is no way around it, we have no choice but to go in. As long as we don't encounter a real strong person in the Golden God realm, we can still fight, Xiao Xuan said. Hearing this, Long Tai also nodded. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1124 Angry Snake Wind, a strong man in the Little Golden God realm. Steward, what did you see? Beside Shifeng, several Spirit Snake Alliance disciples looked at each other with confusion on their faces. They are different from Snake Wind. The reason why these disciples were sent to such deep mountains and old forests was entirely because they themselves had no talent for cultivation. Among these disciples, the strongest were those with 2 stars in the Blue God realm, and there were even a few who had not yet reached the Blue God realm. Being with these people, Snake Feng always had a sense of superiority. In his opinion, these disciples with poor talent were not worthy of working with him at all. Therefore, Shifeng usually didn't give them a good look. Saw an old friend. Snake Wind sneered, you guys come with me, and kill the intruders. Ah? Isn't this a bit unruly? According to the Alliance leader's wishes, we only need to investigate. There is no need to take the initiative, right? Several disciples were a little hesitant. They have completely different ideas from Snake Wind. In their view, coming to a mountainous area where birds don't shit means that this is the end of their cultivation career. Who knew that this guy, Shifeng, seemed to have been given a shot of chicken blood, not only practicing all day long, but he would lead them to kill people today? This made them a bit dissatisfied. To put it harshly, with the strength of those disciples, wouldn't it mean that they would be courting death if they went to find others? Snort. You wimps. Are you planning to spend your whole life living in the blue god realm? Snake Feng had a look of disgust on his face. Seeing Snake Feng like this, although the other disciples were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything on the surface. They all know that within the Spirit Snake Alliance, strength is respected. And only strength has the right to speak. Not to mention the level of steward. Even the leader of the Spirit Snake Alliance is like this. Within the Spirit Snake Alliance, anyone can take his place as long as he is strong enough. But even so, these disciples were secretly dissatisfied with Shifeng. Under the foot of the mountain, Xiao Xuan looked at the tall mountain peaks in front of him, feeling a little frightened in his heart. He directly said to Long Tai beside him, the Spirit Snake Alliance is really capable. It can even occupy such a place by force. Is there anything here? What's the danger? There should be. It is said that this place was also a forbidden area at that time. The Spirit Snake Alliance sent out Dragon God level experts to subdue some of the monsters in this mountain range. Long Tai said, it's strange to say that since seizing this territory, the strength of the Spirit Snake Alliance has also grown by leaps and bounds, giving birth to half-step dragon gods like Xiqing Snake Ao. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan really became interested. All the time, he was curious as to why the Spirit Snake Alliance suddenly rose to prominence, and how could it even take control of an established sect like the Yuling sect? This is definitely not an accident, but there is an unknown secret behind it. Could it be that the secret lies in this mountain range? If this is the case, then he really needs to pay more attention this time when he comes to this mountain range. So, this place has become the blessed land of the Spirit Snake Alliance? Xiao Xuan said. But it could be said that. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1125 The Bold Xiao Xuan Fight. Xiao Xuan. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's really a gift from God. Snake Wind's face was full of excitement. Seeing Xiao Xuan was like a hungry dog seeing a piece of fat meat. Xiao Xuan didn't care at all about Snake Fang's performance, but Yun Danfang said lightly, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you, Snake Feng. Here. What? I don't know if Mr. Snake Feng is willing to do it. For convenience, make way for us to come out? Ha ha ha. Xiao Xuan, have you lost your mind? You have done great harm to the Yuling sect, and now you ask me to make way for you. Do you really think that our Spirit Snake Alliance has no one left? Snake Fang's face was stern. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan just shook his head slightly and pulled open his cloak. Snake Feng, speaking of it, you can be considered a disciple of some status in the Spirit Snake Alliance. You should not do anything too stupid. Don't you know? Has Xiqing died in my hands? After saying this, the faces of the other disciples around Shifeng looked a little strange. Obviously, they did not expect that such a young practitioner as Xiao Xuan could do such a big thing. Can you kill Snake Qing, who is even half a step into the Dragon God realm? Doesn't this mean that Xiao Xuan's strength has surpassed Xiqing's? For a moment, several outer disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance also became nervous. Humph, don't worry. The reason why Xiao Xuan was able to kill Shi Qing was just the help of the fish spirit formation. It was nothing. Snake Wind sneered. Moreover, I heard that a divine bird appeared in the world at that time. It was because of the divine bird's suppression of my spirit snake's blood that you barely won. I don't believe that this divine bird can still appear today. His explanation was actually meant for the disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance to hear. Speaking of which, although the outer disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance are not very strong, they can still help Snake Feng to a certain extent. So now, Snake Wind can only say this. I see. No wonder, I saw the two of them just now, that is, the strength of the blue God realm, nothing more. With such strength, it is simply impossible to fight against a strong man who is half a step into the Dragon God realm. Indeed so. The disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance were talking a lot. However, what made Snake Fengqi vomit blood was that none of these people took the initiative to step forward. Instead, all of them had curiosity on their faces. You. Snake Wind originally wanted to scold him, but when he saw that these disciples were all about one star in the blue God realm, he felt helpless on his face. He can roughly know. For an outer sect disciple with such strength, even if he fights against Xiao Xuan, there will probably be no good results, which is similar to delivering food. If you want to kill Xiao Xuan, you may have to rely on his own methods. It seems that the disciples of your Spirit Snake Alliance are also average in strength. Xiao Xuan also noticed this and continued. Ordinarily, a disciple like you who has participated in the Danta trial should be regarded as the core of the sect. How did you come back to this place after being trained as a disciple? You. This has nothing to do with you. Snake Wind was filled with anger. You just need to know that today is the day you die. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1126, There is a big gap between outer sect cultivators and Long Tai. Snort. Snake Feng, others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. I have been practicing in the Yuling sect these years. Although I haven't left the sect for a long time, my strength is not something that a junior can contend with. Long Tiexin felt angry. As an elder within the Yuling sect, he can also be regarded as Snake Feng's senior. However, now his level is not as good as that of the junior Snake Feng in front of him, which makes Long Tai, who is proud in his heart, secretly unhappy. For this situation, he also wanted to prove himself. After all, there was only one level difference between the peak of Tsang God Realm and the Little Golden God Realm. Even if they could not defeat Snake Wind, if they could fight to a draw, they would be much more relaxed today. Iron Body. Rise. At that moment, Long Tai did not hesitate and directly used his strongest enhanced Taoist technique in the face of Snake Wind. With a roar, countless black fine iron waves appeared out of thin air and were instilled into Long Tai's body, causing the latter's body to instantly expand several times, turning into a black iron giant several times taller. Break it for me. Long Tai roared angrily, stepped forward and back with his two long legs, folded his hands, and hit Snake Feng's head with an iron fist. Seeing this, the disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance were shocked. When they were in it, they could feel that this force was extremely powerful. Coupled with Long Tai's huge body, they felt as if they were being pressed down by Mount Tai, making it difficult for them to compete against such power. Except for Snake Wind, the other disciples in the Spirit Snake Alliance fled in all directions, not even thinking about resisting. See this scene. Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. Even though Long Tai's move was quite simple, It was like a reckless man who could only rely on strength to fight. However, when the strength and speed reached a certain level, even the simplest move would have great effects. The power. Just like now, perhaps, Long Tai's moves don't have much skill. But even if a true Golden God Realm powerhouse were here, he would probably attach great importance to Long Tai's move. Interesting. Can it be said that all the disciples of Yuling sect are such reckless people? On the other hand, the snake spirit remained calm in the face of such an attack, and even had a hint of contempt on his face. Then, he recited some kind of spirit-snake alliance spell. Around Long Tai, countless colorful spirit snakes appeared in an instant. Although the body of the spirit snake was not as huge as Long Tai, it was superior in number. At this time, surrounding Long Tai, it actually greatly slowed down Long Tai's attack. Action. At this moment, Long Tai was like a giant trapped in a quagmire. He had no strength, but was unable to use it. He could only punch these spiritual snakes with punches. But these spiritual snakes are not only agile in movement, but also numerous in number. Even though Long Tai could occasionally kill a few spirit snakes, more spirit snakes surrounded him tightly like locusts, constantly attacking his eyes, heart and other vulnerable parts. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan frowned tightly. He could see that an outer sect cultivator like Long Tai was only suitable for fighting against a head-to-head outer sect cultivator. Facing a spiritual snake cultivator like Shi Feng, if the latter did not fight head-on, Long Tai would sooner or later you will be dragged to death. As expected of a talented disciple of the Spirit Snake Alliance. But, if you meet me today, let me see what other methods you have. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1127, Snake Wind Without Any Threat, Despise. Xiao Xuan. Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that as a powerful person in the little golden god realm, I really can't do anything to you? Then you are a bit too naive. Snakewind was furious. Having said this, Long Tai secretly felt worried for Xiao Xuan. No matter what, there is still no problem with what Snake Feng said. He is a strong man at the little golden god realm, while Xiao Xuan is only a 5-star Song god realm. The difference in realm between them is definitely not a star. If Snakewind really showed the pressure of being in the little golden god realm, it is definitely not easy for Xiao Xuan to defeat him, and even defeat is not surprising. At this moment, Long Tiexin was also nervous. He also didn't know whether Xiao Xuan could defeat an opponent of Shang Shifeng's level. Although, based on Xiao Xuan's previous record, he would basically not fail, but the before was before, and the present is now. Who knows if this snake wind will still have a trump card? So to say. Are you really going to show your stupidity in front of me today? Seeing Xiao Xuan's eagerness to try, Shi Feng was also annoyed. By the way, let me let you know the strength gap between you and me. For Xiao Xuan, the pressure brought to him by the little golden god realm like snake wind is really not as great as those old monsters who have been immersed in the little golden god realm for many years. The reason is also very simple. Compared with Snake Feng, a cultivator who has just entered the little golden god realm, those old monsters have many more trump cards. It can be said that if there is a veteran golden god realm strongman in the Spirit Snake Alliance standing in front of Xiao Xuan now, maybe he is really a little scared, maybe he will turn around and run away. But now, the person standing in front of Xiao Xuan was just Snake Feng, so he was naturally not so afraid. Shameless talk. In this case, I will show you today how big the gap is between a real strong person in the little golden god realm and a half-assed blue god realm like you. As Snakewind spoke, the aura on his body suddenly surged. In the little golden god realm, once you have cultivated to this realm, you can actually understand the way of space that only the Golden God realm can understand, and your body can travel short distances in space. Such a level of understanding of the Great Road. It is definitely not comparable to ordinary Shinfa and Taoism. This is also the reason why the strong men of the Golden God realm are completely overwhelmed when facing the Blue God realm. But now, Xiao Xuan can feel that snake wind, the little Golden God realm, is not worthy of its name and does not bring him that kind of spatial pressure. This is one of the reasons why he has the courage to challenge snake wind. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan just smiled slightly and said directly, I can tell you directly. With your current strength, if you want to defeat me, it is simply a fantasy. Idiot's dream. Ha ha ha. I have seen some arrogant people. But I've never seen such an arrogant person like you. Snakewind couldn't help but shake his head. If you are really capable, why? Are you still just a 5-star Blue God realm? You haven't even touched the threshold of the little Golden God realm? Isn't this ridiculous? It's not funny at all. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1128 Angry Snake Wind, The Secret Technique of the Spirit. Snake Alliance. Noisy. Heard Long Tai's words. Shifeng, who was already angry, became even more angry. He gave up on Xiao Xuan in front of him and instead struck Long Tai with the spirit snake fist. I saw that Snake Wind's arm was like a smart snake body, hitting Long Tai at a weird angle. For such an attack method, even Long Tai, who was experienced in combat, was a little tired at this time. Response. Several consecutive punches hit Long Tai's body heavily. This time even Long Tai, who was practicing outer sect skills, was covered in bruises and was seriously injured. Although he fought back hard. In the end, the effect was very average, and basically did not cause much trouble to Snake Wind. How's it going? Now you should know how big the gap is between the little Golden God realm and the Blue God realm, right? Snake Wind was very proud. He discovered that although for some reason he could not take advantage of his status as a little Golden God with Xiao Xuan, he could fully demonstrate this advantage with Long Tai. But before he was about to take action, Xiao Xuan once again stood in front of Snake Feng. It turns out that with the power of the divine soul in the divine realm, Xiao Xuan can accurately judge every action of Snake Feng, and can appear appropriately on the path of Snake Feng's actions. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Xuan can make Snake Feng. The space travel ability is not that useful. It seems that your little Golden God realm is not as strong as I thought. Xiao Xuan sneered and stood directly in front of Shifeng. Even Snake Feng himself had a look of ugliness on his face at this moment. He originally thought that with his strength at the little Golden God realm, he should be able to easily defeat Xiao Xuan Long Tai, capture them back to the Spirit Snake Alliance, and be rewarded for their meritorious service. From then on, he became the core disciple of the Spirit Snake Alliance again. But now, reality slapped him hard. His plan was once again broken by Xiao Xuan. This made him feel aggrieved, and he wished he could jump out and fight Xiao Xuan to the death right now. But after thinking about it, Shifeng didn't do that. The reason is also very simple. Every time they face Xiao Xuan, there is always an inexplicable sense of fear. It seems that Xiao Xuan, in front of him, has an unfathomable feeling that makes him dare not fight head-on. And Xiao Xuan quickly realized this. He was still very willing to see Shifeng's reaction. To be honest, although Shifeng relied on elixirs to upgrade his realm to the little Golden God realm, that was also the real little Golden God realm. Due to the gap in realms, Xiao Xuan's power of the Great Tao is naturally no match for Snake Feng. If Snake Wind defeats 10 levels at once and forcibly crushes Xiao Xuan with his own power of the Great Tao, and thus wins. What will happen next? It's really hard to tell. But it's different now. Facing the snake wind in front of him, Xiao Xuan found that this guy seemed to have a feeling of fear for him in his heart. Even when fighting, he did not dare to use all his strength. From this point of view, it was not so easy to win. Easy. Hee. This is really interesting. As a cultivator of the little golden god realm, you are as timid as a mouse? This snake wind is really a bit cowardly. Xiao Xuan thought to himself. At the same time, he also had a bold idea in his mind. Since snake wind is so timid, why not attack directly? Maybe this will give you a better chance? You know, this mountain range is the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance. After all, no one knows when the support from the Spirit Snake Alliance will arrive. Now, it is just a snake wind, which makes Xiao Xuan and Long Tai so troublesome. If a few more powerful men from the Golden God Realm or even the Dragon God Realm come, the two of them will people are really beyond redemption. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1129, The Terrifying Power, The Irresistible Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan. You are really a person who brings surprises to others. But, you will stop here today. Now I will let you know the true blood power of our Spirit Snake Alliance. Snake Wind roared angrily, and the monster aura on his body suddenly surged. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan also frowned slightly. He could roughly tell that Shifeng was planning to turn into a snake. Since the battle with Shi Qing, Xiao Xuan has roughly understood that transforming into a snake is a unique skill of some disciples in the Spirit Snake Alliance. Whenever a disciple of the Spirit Snake Alliance activates the Spirit Snake blood in the body will be infinitely close to the Snake clan, and even turned into a giant snake to attack. At that time, Shi Qing had the blood of the ancient demon snake in his body, and would transform into a giant cyan snake at critical moments. In the end, he even relied on stimulating the blood to forcibly increase his combat effectiveness. Speaking of which, if Xiao Lu hadn't taken action at that time, just relying on the fish spirit formation, it would have been impossible to stop Shi Qing, who inspired the secret technique of the ancient demon snake. At present, although the blood in Shifeng's body has not reached the level of Shi Qing, but similarly, Xiao Xuan now does not have the blessing of the fish spirit formation. In terms of the strength of both sides on paper, Snake Wind is still stronger. Then come and see. You are a beast who gave up human blood and pursued demon blood for strength. How powerful can you be? Seeing Snake Fang's look, Xiao Xuan sneered directly. If you really have the ability, show it out and see, otherwise, just shut up. Shameless talk. 10,000 snake techniques, explode. After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Snake Feng didn't say much. After a cold word, the snake aura on his body exploded instantly. Thousands of dark spiritual snakes suddenly appeared in the sky. Snake Fang's whole body seemed to have grown, countless black snakes. These black spiritual snakes moved without wind and looked extremely scary as they danced crazily. The secret technique of the Spirit Snake Alliance, the 10,000 snake technique. Master Xiao Xuan, be careful. This 10,000 snake technique is extremely poisonous. It extracts the power from the spirit snake and uses it for your own use. It greatly enhances your strength in a short period of time. According to Shifeng's current strength, he should be infinitely close to the Golden God Realm. Long Tai reminded from the side. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan's eyes became a little colder. Infinitely close to the Golden God Realm? Such strength is indeed worthy of his attention. To be honest, even though I fought with Snake Wind for a while, Snake Wind at the little Golden God Realm did not pose much of a threat to Xiao Xuan at all. In fact, Xiao Xuan didn't even use any Taoist skills from beginning to end. But it's different now. If Snake Wind's strength is infinitely close to the Golden God realm, then even Xiao Xuan himself must pay attention to him. Some tricks. But as long as you have not reached the Golden God realm, you are not worthy of my fear. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and slowly unsheathed the heavenly wolf sword in his hand. In addition, I will prove to you today that the strange and cunning skills of your spirit snake alliance cannot become the real avenue. Tiansong swordsmanship. Cut. Xiao Xuan's eyes flashed coldly. The serious sword was like a stream of light, rushing straight towards Shifeng. Under the mysterious swordsmanship, it directly enveloped the latter. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1130, Is the Black Snake Spear a Free Gift of Bloodline? Power? What a terrifying power. Xiao Xuan had a solemn look on his face. A full-strength strike from a cultivator of a small golden god realm would make even a strong golden god realm fearful, not to mention that he is only a 5-star Song god realm now. In an instant, Xiao Xuan's divine soul was released instantly. A majestic and thick soul, like a flood, appeared in front of him, condensing into a giant round shield. Click. The round shield barely held up for a second before it instantly shattered. But at the same time, the speed of the black spear also slowed down a lot. Xiao Xuan looked serious, formed a seal in his hand, and another fish spirit appeared. The huge green fish head opened its mouth, ready to swallow the black spear in one bite. But the ending is not much different. The fish head only slowed down some of the black spears and then shattered. After that, Xiao Xuan didn't have much thought and continued to form various magic formations to block the speed of the black spear. But in the end, the black spear flew towards Xiao Xuan at a very fast speed. The terrifying aura in it still made Xiao Xuan and Long Tai feel palpitated. And they did not dare to despise it in the slightest. What he could feel was, even with his current physical strength, he would probably be seriously injured if he received such a black spear. For such means, most people may not be able to understand it, but Xiao Xuan can clearly feel that these powers are unusual. Damn it. It seems, if you don't want to get hurt, it will only take time. For a moment, Xiao Xuan also had a solemn look on his face. But just when he was about to use the River of Time, directly, Xiao Lu's voice came out from his space magic weapon. Do not worry. There's something good in this black spear. It's mine. What? It's yours. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned, but he still chose to believe Xiao Lu under the electric light. Xiao Lu did not disappoint him. This guy opened his small mouth and swallowed the black spear in one gulp. Then he smashed it in his mouth, looking like he still had more to say. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. He really didn't expect that Xiao Lu had such a method. Can this black spear be swallowed up in one bite? This black spear contains the power of the blood of the ancient demonic snake. If my prediction is correct, this thing should be Snake Wind's last resort. Without the power of blood, this guy has no fighting power. You should be able to handle it. Xiao Lu said lightly. Yes, but is it really okay if you swallow this kind of thing? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little curious. No problem. For our ancient race, the fastest way to improve the bloodline between races is to devour each other. Xiao Lu said nonchalantly, if I can, I would like to devour the leader of the Spirit Snake Alliance. In this way, I might not be able to break through to the Dragon God realm. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1131 Snake Wind's Selfishness, Precious or Mountains? Not bad. Elder Long Tai, look at what this guy Snake Feng did, isn't it a little too bold? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but call Long Tai over, pointing to the colorful ores. In front of him, look, these ores should be expensive, right? How dare Long Tai hide these things privately? Long Tai came over. After taking a look at the ore on the ground, he was secretly surprised and quickly stepped forward to examine it carefully. When he was in the Yuling sect, Long Tai was the great elder. In addition to supervising the cultivation of his disciples and managing the sect's diplomacy, he also had to manage the mining of ores within the Yuling sect. Therefore, he was responsible for Nanzhan Haizhou's affairs. I also know something about ores. When he saw these various kinds of ores, he had a surprised expression on his face. This is the moon-white stone, this is the Tsui Huang mine, this is the emerald jade, this is the snake blood stone. Speaking of which, these are extremely precious ores. I didn't expect that this guy Snake Wind could hide so many ores in his space. Magic weapon. It's simply unbelievable. Long Tai couldn't help but said, these ores, placed in any sect, are definitely a treasure. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also surprised. He could also imagine that since Snake Wind hid these things in the space magic weapon-like treasures, these things must be expensive, but he did not expect that they would be so valuable, and even be regarded as sect secret treasures? This is a bit interesting. Snake Feng is an ordinary disciple in the sect. No matter how capable he is, he doesn't seem to have the ability to hide so many ores in his space magic weapon, right? This alone is enough to prove that this guy seems to be disloyal to the Spirit Snake Alliance. But let's talk about it. Before, Snake Wind didn't seem to have a good impression of the disciples of the Spirit Snake Alliance. He probably wouldn't let those disciples know about the existence of these ores. Xiao Xuan said, in this case, the Spirit Snake Alliance should not know about these things. Long Tai nodded and smiled, this is a good thing. Since the people in the Spirit Snake Alliance don't know, then we can accept these ores. This is actually what Xiao Xuan is thinking. But what he was even more curious about was where the ores in Snake Wind were dug out. If nothing else happened, they should have been found near this mountain range. If he could find the veins, wouldn't he make a fortune? Elder Long Tai. If my guess is correct, Snake Wind can carry so much ore on his body, there must be similar mineral veins nearby. Where do you think it is? Xiao Xuan asked, if we search for it, can we find the location of the mineral vein? Regarding this question, Long Tai didn't seem surprised. He just nodded and continued, this should be close to 10, but there is a problem. After all, this chassis belongs to the Spirit Snake Alliance. If we look for it here, we will be found by Spirit Snake. If people from the Alliance see it, they might be in danger. Besides, once Snake Wind dies, the Spirit Snake Alliance should get the news soon. We'd better not waste too much time here. If there are other powerful people in the Golden God realm coming, we will be in trouble. Indeed so. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also nodded quickly. He also admitted that what Long Tai said was indeed very reasonable. Even if this mountain range is rich in resources, it is not something he can exploit now. No matter what, this place is still the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance. For the time being. Once Snake Feng dies, those outer disciples will definitely tell the senior leaders of the Spirit Snake Alliance. What Xiao Xuan and Long Tai need to do now is to do it as quickly as possible. Leave here to avoid causing trouble that you can't handle. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1132 Angry Snake Wanlong, Negotiating in Baiyan Valley. Wait. Hearing that an elder said that he wanted to kill Xiao Xuan, Snake Wanlong stopped them and said, although you are useless, there is something interesting to say. Why did this Xiao Xuan come to the place guarded by snake? Wind? There is already enmity between Xiao Xuan and Shifeng. Could it be that Xiao Xuan came here specifically to seek revenge? It's possible that they met him in the fish spirit pill tower back then. However, with the strength of Xiao Xuan God realm, he was able to kill Snake Wind, who was in the little golden god realm, which also shows that he has some strength. The elders were talking a lot. However, after hearing these words, Snake Wanlong's face remained expressionless, as if he was not very satisfied with their words. White Flame Valley. I think Xiao Xuan's purpose is to use the road to go to White Flame Valley. Snake Wanlong had a disdainful expression on his face. It seems that Yuling sect is going to cooperate with Baiyan Valley. If this is true, Xiao Xuan is really a good strategist. Say it. The elders of the Spirit Snake Alliance were also talking about it. Sect leader, great talk. If this is really the case, is this Yuling sect really evil? It's indeed a bit ridiculous. Speaking of which, the disciples in the Yuling sect are really naive. They think that with the White Flame Valley, they can compete with our Spirit Snake Alliance? They don't know that the old man Baiyan of Baiyan Valley was seriously injured when he fought with our sect master. Now he is just lingering in the White Flame Valley. As long as our sect master is willing, we can destroy them at any time. Yes, we in the Spirit Snake Alliance have the sect leader here. The other Baiyan Valley and Yuling sect are nothing more than defeated generals. The elders in the Spirit Snake Alliance boasted about Snake Wanlong. These sound like disgusting words. If put in other people's ears, it might cause some ridicule, but now, Snake Wanlong is very satisfied with this trick, nodding happily. Obviously he takes these things as a matter of course. However, there are still some smart people in the Spirit Snake Alliance. They also know that bragging is bragging, but if Baiyan Valley really forms an alliance with the Yuling sect, it will definitely not be a good thing for the Spirit Snake Alliance. Although they didn't think this would pose much of a threat to the Spirit Snake Alliance. But it is undeniable that this will prevent the Spirit Snake Alliance from unifying the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. That's fine. In this case, I, the sect leader, will personally visit the White Flame Valley. I want to see how capable this Xiao Xuan is. Snake Wanlong smiled sinisterly. These words caused an uproar in the Spirit Snake Alliance. You must know that Snake Wanlong is one of the few dragon god realms in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. His dragon god realm is different from the half-step dragon god realm like Snake Ao Snake Qing, who relied on the blood of the ancient demon snake to forcibly improve. It's different. He is a strong man in the dragon god realm who has truly understood the path of the spiritual snake. A strong man of his level is considered the #1 figure in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. But now, he actually takes the initiative to go to White Flame Valley for a mere Xiao Xuan? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Is it possible that in Snake Wanlong's eyes, Xiao Xuan, who is only a 5-star Songshan realm, has already attracted so much attention from him? Isn't this a bit of a fuss? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1133. Snake Ao's plan, the position of sect leader? That's fine. Since you, Xiao, plan to go there, then on behalf of this sect leader, go and kill Xiao Xuan. By the way, you can consolidate the relationship with the old man, Baiyan. Snake Wanlong hesitated for a moment and said, when the time is right, you can give this old guy a little warning not to always think of some crooked ideas. Only by honestly surrendering to my Spirit Snake Alliance can the White Flame Valley be safe. Yes. Xiao was happy, but still asked, but if the old man, Bai Yan, doesn't listen, what will happen to me? Behead. Snake Wanlong's face was grim. This sect master has not taken action for a long time, but if that old man, Bai Yan, is ignorant, don't blame me for letting him taste the pain of 10,000 snakes eating his heart. Yes. Go ahead immediately. Hearing Snake Wanlong's words, Snake Ao also felt a chill on his back and quickly resigned. Among the mountains. It was not as expected by Xiao Xuan and Long Tai. After killing Snake Wind, there was indeed no trace of other spirit snake alliance disciples in the mountains, and their journey became much smoother. According to Long Tai's words, they have walked out of the territory of the Spirit Snake Alliance, and the White Flame Valley is right in front of them. Along the way, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai also clearly felt that there were many more hunters and medicine farmers in the mountains, and they were obviously not far from the White Flame Valley. But what made them curious was that they did not feel the breath of cultivators in these hunters and medicine farmers. These people seemed to be just ordinary people with no cultivation at all. The truth of this made them a little confused. White Flame Valley can be regarded as one of the most famous sects in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. How could they not even have an outer sect disciple to guard resources within their territory? Do they not care at all about the resources in their own territory? This is almost impossible. If any sect wants to rise, the most fundamental thing it relies on is the number of strong men within the sect. The greater the number of strong people, the stronger the sect. The fewer the strong ones, the weaker the sect. If you want to cultivate strong people, you can only rely on resources, and they must be extremely abundant resources. As a long-established sect in Nanzhan Haizhou, Bai Yan Valley cannot possibly not know this truth, but why are they so unprepared now? Not even protecting the most basic resources? Brother medicine farmer, we are traveling businessmen, dare I ask if this is the Bai Yan Valley? Xiao Xuan pretended to be a businessman and asked a medicine farmer with a smile. Exactly, but are you really businessmen? The drug farmer was very generous, but when he heard Xiao Xuan say that he was a businessman, a strange expression appeared on his face. Where did you come from? There have been a lot fewer people doing business in Bai Yan Valley in recent years. Oh? Long Tai couldn't help but talk. White Flame Valley is also a major sect in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Could it be that there are no merchants any more recently? The medicine farmer sighed. Who says otherwise? A few decades ago, there would have been a distribution center for merchants outside the White Flame Valley. However, since the White Flame Valley and the Spirit Snake Alliance turned against each other, merchants have rarely come. Why? The fight between sects will not affect the merchants' business? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1134 Crazy Snake Wanlong, Spirit Snake Chamber of Commerce. However, no matter how crazy he is, if he doesn't have enough power, wouldn't it be enough to make people laugh? Xiao Xuan frowned and said, I suspect that if there really is a Spirit Snake Alliance Chamber of Commerce, their purpose will not be known for a long time. It's as simple as profit. Then what you mean is? Long Tai nodded. I can't be sure of anything now, but based on my understanding of the Spirit Snake Alliance, they are not willing to create two half-step dragon god realm experts at the same time. Their purpose is definitely not just to dominate the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Xiao Xuan said, perhaps their purpose is to develop their sect's strength towards the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. This, if Snake Wanlong really thinks this way, then his appetite is a bit too big. Long Tai was secretly surprised. That's true. However, this is not a bad thing for us. Xiao Xuan sneered, if he is really greedy, maybe he will give us more opportunities. Hearing these words, Long Tai couldn't help but wonder. In fact, if this sentence was said by someone else, Long Tai would not believe it at all, but now that it was said by Xiao Xuan, he really had to take it seriously. After all, Xiao Xuan is indeed a person who can create miracles. Anyway, due to the incident with the Spirit Snake Alliance, White Flame Valley must have suffered a lot during this period. This is a good thing for us, Xiao Xuan said. As for the matter of the Spirit Snake Chamber of Commerce, I believe that as long as we meet the old man, Bai Yan, everything will be clear. Hearing this, Long Tai also nodded. The two of them continued walking. Soon we arrived at the entrance of the White Flame Valley. There was an everlasting white flame at the entrance of the White Flame Valley. There was this extremely rich avenue of fire in the flames, which is why the White Flame Valley got its name. It is similar to the Yuling sect Spirit Snake Alliance. In the entire White Flame Valley, all the disciples are practicing the way of White Flame. Under such a great way, only the old man, Bai Yan, has cultivated to the Dragon God realm. Judging from this situation, it is still relatively difficult to practice the White Flame way. What do you do? What's the point of coming to my White Flame Valley? At this moment, several boys and girls came over in front of Xiao Xuan and Long Tai. These people were all wearing white training uniforms and had the logo of Bai Yan Valley on their chests. They were obviously disciples of Bai Yan Valley. We are from the Yuling sect. Xiao Xuan glanced at Long Tai and directly reported his family status to these people. Yuling sect? What are you people from the Yuling sect doing in my White Flame Valley territory? The leading male disciple looked unkind. Could it be that you want to invade our territory in White Flame Valley? No. This brother has misunderstood. We are here this time to form an alliance with you. Long Tai quickly explained, I am the great elder of Yuling sect, Long Tai. This is Xiao Xuan, the junior brother of Han Xian, the leader of Yuling sect. We are here today to discuss cooperation with Old Man Bai Yan and deal with the Spirit Snake Alliance together. Matter. Say it. The male disciple led by Bai Yangu had a strange look on his face and looked at them with a strange look. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1135, Old Man Bai Yan's injury requires $1 million. Prescription. Miss Bai Ling. Why don't you take me to visit the old man, Bai Yan? I have also learned some medical skills. Maybe I can help. Xiao Xuan smiled. You are in the Tsongshan realm, why do you have such ability? My master, Old Man Bai Yan, is a true blue god realm. Even doctors at the Golden God realm may not have the ability to treat my master. You, who are only in the blue god realm, dare to speak so brazenly? Bai Feng jumped out directly and said with anger on his face. After saying this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he saw Bai Feng since he came to the territory of Bai Yan Valley. For the initial ridicule of this guy, Xiao Xuan originally had a tolerant attitude and was unwilling to have conflicts with the Bai Yan Valley disciples on the Bai Yan Valley's territory. But now, this guy has provoked him several times, and Xiao Xuan is really unbearable. After all, sometimes, if these guys are not taught some lessons, they may never know what real fear is. If I remember correctly, this is the first time you and I have met. I didn't want to pay too much attention to you, but if you are really looking for death, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiao Xuan looked gloomy. Bold. You have the guts to talk to me like this. Don't you know who I am? Bai Feng was shocked, and he backed away, saying inwardly, "Only you, I am with the strength at the peak of the Blue God realm, do you think you are my opponent? Senior brother, I'm afraid you are really no match for young Master Xiao Xuan." Bai Ling shook his head. "What? Junior sister, how can you help him speak?" Bai Feng was a little anxious. Besides, is what this guy said definitely worthy of trust? We can't confirm now that these two guys are really from the Yuling sect. Although Bai Feng spoke rudely, but his identity is the disciple of the old man Bai Yan, and he still has some status in the Bai Yan sect. His words attracted many disciples from Bai Yan Valley to follow them, and then some disciples also started talking about it. Some disciples actually began to doubt the identities of Xiao Xuan and Long Tai. I think so. Two people came out of nowhere. Who knows if they are spies from the Spirit Snake Alliance? Now that the Yuling sect is in trouble, how can it still come to our White Flame Valley? The great elder of the Yuling sect, who is also at the peak of the Blue God realm? Hear these words. Long Tai couldn't bear it any longer, and stood up directly, taking out a fish spirit token from the space magic weapon. This is the elder order in my Yuling sect. Please use this token to see the old sect master, please. This can be regarded as our self-identification. Hearing this, Bai Ling felt a little embarrassed on his face. In fact, she never doubted the identities of Xiao Xuan and Long Tai from beginning to end. After all, the Yuling sect has basically declined now, so how could anyone still pretend to be one? Even if someone does impersonate, they should pretend to be from the Spirit Snake Alliance, so they might be more popular in the White Flame Valley. And the first time he saw Xiao Xuan, Bai Ling could feel that this man's strength was extraordinary. Judging from the powerful divine soul aura on his body, he didn't look like an ordinary 5-star Songshan realm at all. Moreover, the Yuling sect was able to send this disciple after careful consideration. It is impossible to send a useless disciple, right? As for her senior brother Bai Feng, Bai Ling was almost speechless for him. Enough. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1136. A visitor from the Spirit Snake Alliance, a miracle. Doctor with poisonous hands. Turns out he is a friend of the Yuling sect. Hearing that Xiao Xuan and Long Tai were both members of the Yuling sect, a flash of embarrassment flashed across old man Bai Yan's face, but he quickly returned to normal. Then please sit down, Bai Ling, and show the two guests tea. Yes. Bai Ling nodded respectfully and left slowly. I heard that the Yuling sect has encountered a lot of trouble recently. The Spirit Snake Alliance even invaded your sect's important territory. Is this possible? Old man Bai Yan sighed, since I was injured by that snake Wanlong. After that, my health deteriorated, I became estranged from the world, and I didn't know much about these things. Indeed so. After hearing the second half of old man Bai Yan's words, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai also looked at each other, somewhat understanding the subtext of old man Bai Yan. After all, neither Xiao Xuan nor Long Tai are fools. There are some words, even if the old man Bai Yan doesn't say them clearly, he can still express his attitude in some words. Just like now, old man Bai Yan said that he was alienated from the world because of his injury? Isn't this obviously giving yourself a reason? In any case, the old man Bai Yan is also a strong man at the dragon god level, and his strength is undoubtedly strong. It can be said that the entire Bai Yan Valley relies on only old man Bai Yan. Even if a strong person of this level is injured, it is impossible for him to completely alienate himself from the world. And what the old man Bai Yan said just now was actually just to find reasons and excuses for himself. Is this snake Wanlong so strong? It is said that the rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance in recent years is entirely due to the ability of Snake Wanlong. I wonder if Old Man Bai Yan has heard of it? Long Tai looked solemn. This Snake Wanlong seems to have the blood of the ancient demon god in his body, so he can achieve such achievements. We even suspect that the rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance is entirely because of the blood of the ancient demon snake. Say it. Old Man Bai Yan's face was a little more moved, and then he sighed, but no matter what, the rise of the Spirit Snake Alliance is unstoppable. Whether Yuling sect or our Bai Yan Valley, I am afraid we have to avoid its edge for the time being. That doesn't have to be the case. Sect leader Bai must know that our Yuling sect killed Xiqing of the Spirit Snake Alliance a few days ago, which is considered to have broken an arm of the Spirit Snake Alliance. As long as the Yuling sect and Bai Yan Valley form an alliance and cooperate, even the Spirit Snake Alliance can't. What to do with us? Xiao Xuan said, I don't know what sect leader Bai thinks about this. After asking this question, the Old Man Bai Yan fell silent for a while. He is not a fool. He naturally understands that at this moment, the Spirit Snake Alliance is powerful. If Bai Yan Valley and Yuling sect cooperate, it will naturally be one of the best choices. But now, the Yuling sect is facing the crazy pursuit of the Spirit Snake Alliance. If Bai Yangu rashly decides to cooperate with Yuling sect, won't he get himself into trouble? Moreover, with his current physical condition, he has no chance of winning against Snake Wanlong. This decision is likely to completely destroy Bai Yan Valley. This Old Man Bai Yan hesitated. Our sect master Bai worried that his physical condition cannot fight Snake Wanlong? Xiao Xuan asked directly. Oh? Mr. Xiao is quite smart. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said so straightforwardly, the Old Man Bai Yan admitted generously, speaking of which, if I were in my prime, I might be able to fight against the Snake Wanlong. Now, I'm afraid it will be difficult. So, what you mean is that if you can be in its prime, you can form an alliance with the Yuling sect and fight against the Spirit Snake Alliance? What Xiao Xuan wants is what Old Man Bai Yan said. Yes, it's just. Old Man Bai Yan was a little confused. I happen to have learned some medical skills. If Sect Master Bai trusts me, I can help Sect Master Bai treat him. Xiao Xuan quickly struck while the iron was hot. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1137, The Most Precious Treasure of the Spirit Snake Alliance. The Demon Snake Spirit Bone. This is too much trouble for you. Old Man Bai Yan knew that the Spirit Snake Alliance had often done evil things around the White Flame Valley in recent years, but now that the Spirit Snake Alliance was powerful and Snake Ao took the initiative to show his kindness, he could not be too harsh on them. Demon Snake Spirit Bone. This is one of the most precious spiritual herbs in our Spirit Snake Alliance. Since I heard that Sect Master Bai was injured in the last battle with our Snake Sect Master, when our Snake Sect Master found out, he felt quite guilty and sent me to deliver the gift as an apology. I hope Sect Master Bai can accept it with smiles. Xiao took out a jade box and placed it on the stone table. The guard next to Old Man Bai Yan stepped forward and gently opened the jade box, only to find a piece of crystal clear white bone lying inside. A strange aroma emitted from the bone, which made the guard sway and almost fall to the ground. Demon Snake Spirit Bone? Is it the spirit bone of an ancient demonic snake? Old Man Bai Yan frowned slightly. In the Spirit Snake Alliance sect, all the disciples are practicing spirit snakes. If this thing is really the spirit bone of the ancient demon snake, it is definitely an extremely precious gift. How could Snake Wanlong, an old and cunning thing, take it out on his own initiative? Good. This is the demon snake spirit bone that our sect master has worked so hard to find from an ancient ruins. Its spirit bone has the effect of nourishing the body and strengthening the soul. It also has a strong resistance to the spirit snakes of our sect. Effect. Xiao smiled and said, "This is also the sincerity of our spirit snake alliance's cooperation. I wonder, do these disciples of the fish spirit sect show their sincerity in cooperation? Say it." The pressure instantly came to Xiao Xuan and Long Tai. After all, although the two of them arrived early, they came empty-handed and had nothing. In the struggle alliance between sections, if you want to convince the other party with just a sharp mouth, it is almost impossible. What's more, with the strength of Yuling sect, it is simply not comparable to the Spirit Snake Alliance. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, Xiao Xuan neither he Long Tai seems to have a chance of winning. Young Master Snake Ao is right. Since your Yuling sect wants to cooperate, you should also show some sincerity. Do you really think that we people in Baiyan Valley are fools? With just a few words from you, we can cooperate with you? Bai Feng stood up with a sneer on his face. Or, Xiao Xuan, do you really think that your Yuling sect has such a great reputation? Bai Feng and Xiao sang together. For a time, many White Flame Valley disciples also focused on Xiao Xuan and Long Tai, with some doubts in their eyes. Although the old man Bai Yan didn't say anything, even people who don't understand etiquette should know that when you come to ask for help, you should also give some gifts. Even the Spirit Snake Alliance knows how to take out the ancient demon snake spirit bones. Could it be that the Yuling sect is so confident that it can get the cooperation opportunity from Baiyan Valley without taking anything? Humph. You should be Xiao Xuan of Yuling sect, right? To be honest, until now, this protector has never thought that you were just a 5-star Songshan realm guy. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1138, Harmonious? I'm also on good terms with this guy? Lord Sect Master. This Xiao Xuan is too arrogant and unruly. At this moment, he can actually say such arrogant words to Mr. Snake Ao. I think we in Baiyan Valley should not get involved with such a person, otherwise we may be implicated by him. Bai Feng stood up and said, besides, the Yuling sect is now a ruined sect. Their strength is not even comparable to a small branch of our Baiyan Valley. They are not worthy of cooperating with our Baiyan Valley. I think it would be better for us in White Flame Valley to cooperate with the Spirit Snake Alliance. Yes, the Spirit Snake Alliance is powerful. If we cooperate with the Spirit Snake Alliance, we in White Flame Valley will also have hope of rising. I have long heard that the Spirit Snake Alliance has plans to march into the central part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Wouldn't it be great if our White Flame Valley could also get a share of the pie? The Snake Protector even brought out the sect's most precious demon snake spirit bone, which is enough to prove their sincerity. I think it is better for our White Flame Valley to cooperate with the Spirit Snake Alliance. With Bai Feng taking the lead, a group of Baiyan Valley disciples also supported him one after another, all with a mocking tone. I heard that most people support cooperation with the Spirit Snake Alliance. Old man Bai Yan also frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. Personally, he is more willing to cooperate with the weaker Yuling sect to jointly resist the Spirit Snake Alliance, so that Baiyan Valley can remain relatively independent and not be too controlled by others. It's just that now, Xiao Xuan doesn't have much bargaining chips for cooperation. This made old man Bai Yan a little helpless. Master Xiao Xuan, you just said that there is something wrong with the demon snake spirit bone. I wonder, where is the problem? At this time, Bai Ling suddenly asked. This demon snake spirit bone is fake. Xiao Xuan said directly. What? Xiao Xuan, I advise you not to talk nonsense. In such an important place as White Flame Valley, how could the gifts presented by the Spirit Snake Alliance be fake? I advise you not to talk nonsense. Xiao Xuan's words aroused everyone's discussion. But what he didn't expect was that when he said these words, the first person to be anxious was not Snake Ao from the Spirit Snake Alliance, but Bai Feng and others from the White Flame Valley. This was really hard for Xiao Xuan to understand. What the hell, isn't it true that the emperor is not anxious and the eunuch is? Regarding this situation, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. Whether it is true or false, there will naturally be an answer. I think you don't need to be so anxious, right? Of course it's necessary. Snake Protector is the most important guest of our White Flame Valley. If someone like you is humiliated today, doesn't it mean that our White Flame Valley is incompetent? Today, you must give us an explanation no matter what. Bai Feng had a gloomy look on his face. Besides, what is your identity, Xiao Xuan? A mere disciple of a ruined sect, do you deserve to question the Snake Protector? After saying that, Bai Feng seemed to still feel a little confused, and directly raised his hands to the old man Bai Yan and said, Master, this disciple sees that this Xiao Xuan only talks nonsense and sows the relationship between our White Flame Valley and the Spirit Snake Alliance. He has ulterior motives. It should be drive this guy out of White Flame Valley. Senior brother Bai Feng, Master said that those who come are guests. Since the demon snake spirit bone that Mr. Xiao Xuan questioned is false, it means that he still has a basis. It is better to wait for him to explain before making a decision. Bai Ling could see that old man Bai Yan wanted to help Xiao Xuan, and continued, speaking of which, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai are both members of the Yuling sect. They can come here to negotiate cooperation. Why do you want to embarrass others? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1139 Ridiculous. Spiritual bones without ancient bloodline? Facing a group of menacing disciples. On the contrary, Xiao Xuan acted calmly, as if he didn't take them to heart at all, and just said, Please take a look, is there something different in this demon snake spirit bone? There is no aura of ancient bloodline in this. The aura of ancient bloodline? It seems, there really isn't one. Indeed, if this demonic snake spirit bone is real, there must be the aura of ancient bloodline in it, but it doesn't exist here. Doesn't that explain the problem? Xiao Xuan said directly. His words hit the nail on the head, and for a moment, Bai Feng, who had shouted the loudest just now, also became mute. No matter how stubborn he is, there is no way to explain it at this time. Old man Bai Yan was also surprised. He had seen it just now. The appearance of the demonic snake spiritual bone was indeed extremely gorgeous. It looked expensive and could be mistaken for the real thing. Who knew it was actually a fake? He really didn't feel the ancient aura inside just now. That also proves that the Spirit Snake Alliance is not sincere in their alliance this time. Snake Ao Protector. Spirit Snake Alliance is also a major sect in Nanzhan Haizhou. I didn't expect that it would do something so ridiculous. Teasing me with a fake demon snake spirit bone? Do you really think that the people of White Flame Valley, don't have anger? The white flames in old man Bai Yan's hands instantly rose. In an instant, the snow-white flames tightly wrapped Xiao. Under the blazing temperature, Xiao's face was filled with pain. Snake Ao originally planned to use his skills to resist. However, just as he was about to resist, he felt that this white flame was not only burning his body, but also his soul. What a terrifying power. Is this the legendary way of White Flames? As expected of the master of White Flame Valley, Old Man Baiyan's strength is really unfathomable. For a moment, Xiao felt that in the territory of Baiyan Valley, if the Old Man Baiyan wanted to kill him, it would be a matter of a blink of an eye. I understand my mistake. Please, sect leader Bai, please spare me for the sake of the spirit snake alliance. Snake Ao's reaction was very quick. Seeing that the situation was not good, he knelt down on the ground and began to beg for mercy. But he said it. Old Man Baiyan's face was still somewhat ugly. Speaking of which, as a dragon god realm, it was only natural for him to handle or even kill Snake Ao, who was half-stepping into the dragon god realm. But judging from the meaning behind Xiao's words, he also took the initiative to mention the Spirit Snake Alliance. Isn't this a threat to him? According to Old Man Baiyan's temper, he really had the idea of killing Snake Ao on the spot. However, thinking of the overall situation of Baiyan Valley, he still restrained his movements. Speaking of which, you are quite brave. However, do you really think that if you mention the Spirit Snake Alliance, I won't dare to actually kill you? Old Man Baiyan's face was ashen. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Xiao's forehead. In fact, he was also betting that the Old Man Baiyan would take the overall situation into consideration and not be as knowledgeable as him. But now, he was really a little nervous. If the bet was wrong, my life is gone. Now in front of so many people. He didn't dare to express anything too much, he just shut up and lowered his head, not daring to say a word. On the other side, Bai Feng and other Bai Yengu disciples, who had just supported Xiao, all had burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1140, The person who entered the Danta hundreds of years ago is a genius. Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. He really didn't expect that Old Man Baiyan would suddenly mention this matter during his trip to the Yuling Pill Tower. Even though he walked into the 9th floor, it caused a sensation in Yuling City at that time. But in the end, time passed. Hundreds of years have passed, and this matter has long been forgotten. Even the Fangdan Society, the organization at that time, never looked for Xiao Xuan. And Xiao Xuan himself, after gaining the understanding of Yuling Dao from Master Yuling, quietly made a fortune and never mentioned to others what happened in the Yuling Dan Pagoda. Therefore, even Han Xian didn't know much about what happened at that time. Who knew that today, Old Man Baiyan would bring up old things again and suddenly bring up the past of Yuling Dan Pagoda? Is it possible that there is some purpose behind this? Reply to Sect Master Bai. At that time, the boy was also lucky. He entered the 9th floor of the Fish Spirit Pill Tower, and his soul power was somewhat improved. Xiao Xuan still said modestly. However, Old Man Baiyan has been the master of Baiyan Valley for so many years, so he is naturally an old fox. At this time, it was immediately obvious that Xiao Xuan was not telling the truth. After the Dan meeting ended, Xiao Xuan stayed alone in the Yuling Dan Pagoda for hundreds of years. Although, the time inside the Fish Spirit Pill Tower may be different from the outside world. But Xiao Xuan also stayed in the Yuling Dan Pagoda for a long time. If he said that he was just staying there to cultivate his soul, Old Man Baiyan would not believe it. However, at this moment, Xiao Xuan did not take the initiative to say it, and he also not much to say. That's fine. Since Mr. Xiao knows medical skills, please help me take a look. It would be great if he can be cured. Old man Bai Yan had a smile on his face, speaking of which, I haven't hired the doctor I wanted for such a long time. Say it. Not only the disciples of Baiyan Valley, but also Xiao who was hiding behind Wei Wei Nuonuo were shocked. You know, Snake Ao came under the orders of Snake Wanlong this time. One was to kill Xiao Xuan, and the other was to form an alliance with Baiyan Valley. Right now, he had offended Baiyan Valley by sending a fake demonic snake spirit because of his cleverness. If Xiao Xuan was allowed to successfully treat the old man Baiyan again, the Yuling sect and Baiyan Valley would inevitably form an alliance. Wouldn't he be in vain this time? Returned? Snake Ao, the leader of the Spirit Snake Alliance, Snake Wanlong, knows the temper. If Snake Wanlong's request is not fulfilled this time, returning to the Spirit Snake Alliance will probably end badly. Thinking of this, Snake Ao couldn't help but want to step forward. But the next second, he suddenly noticed that Bai Feng, standing not far from him, shook his head and signaled him not to worry. Saw this signal. Snake Ao was stunned for a moment, then his eyes became a little more suspicious, and he asked directly to himself, could it be that Bai Feng has some arrangements? In that case, I will wait and see. Bai Yengu drawing room. After Xiao Xuan got the approval of the old man, Bai Yan, he also got the opportunity to get closer. He slowly released his soul and began to search for the ladder. As a person in the blue god realm, I used my soul to search for a dragon god realm person. If such a thing were to happen to others, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the guts. After all, if you can cultivate to the dragon god realm, your soul power will also enter the god realm. Such a powerful soul power, even if it just fluctuates casually, is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Bearable. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1141, The Prestige of the Black Mist, the Powerful Power of the Soul. Time passed by minute. Under the elimination of the two divine souls of Xiao Xuan and Old Man Bai Yan, the black mist in Old Man Bai Yan's sea of qi began to gradually dissipate, just like the remaining snow in winter meeting the sunshine. Outside the meeting hall, Bai Ling and other disciples waited nervously. They also all know that Old Man Bai Yan is the undoubted backbone of Baiyan Valley, and no matter what, he cannot have any problems. Although they think so, the reality is not always what they want. After Old Man Bai Yan was injured this time, Bai Yengu also thought of various ways to prepare the best conditions for his treatment. But the final result was not very good. Facing that annoying black mist, most doctors could only shake their heads and sigh, expressing their inability to do anything. This was also a matter that made everyone in Baiyan Valley extremely worried. And here's the thing to know. Those doctors who can be invited by Baiyan Valley are all in the little golden god realm, and their soul power has reached the peak of the real realm. These people are considered the best even if they are placed in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Now, Xiao Xuan took the initiative to asking to treat the old man Bai Yan. In the entire White Flame Valley, not many people actually had hope for him. Although Xiao Xuan had seen through Snake Ao's demon snake spirit bone before, more people still thought that this was just Xiao Xuan's good luck. When it comes to treating old man Bai Yan, this requires real skills, and it is not something Xiao Xuan can do casually. What's more, even some golden god realm doctors specially invited from the central part of the country couldn't do anything before. What ability can a Xiao Xuan have? Junior sister Linger, don't have too much hope. So many doctors before were unable to do anything about master's injuries. I'm afraid there is nothing that this little Xiao Xuan can do. Bai Feng came to Bai Ling's side, sighed, and said deliberately. But after he said these words, Bai Ling next to him raised a sideways glance. What? According to senior brother Bai Feng, don't you want master's injuries to get better? No, no, no. Bai Feng also instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing. I've heard about it a long time ago. Senior brother Bai Feng believes that he is gifted and the resources in the White Flame Valley are not enough to support him in entering the Dragon God realm. He has long wanted to leave the White Flame Valley and join the Spirit Snake Alliance. Bai Ling looked unkind. If you really think so, senior brother, protector. Snake AO is here today, which is a good opportunity. I believe Master is magnanimous and will not care about these things. Say it. Many White Flame Valley disciples nearby immediately focused their attention. In the White Flame Valley, old man Bai Yan only accepted 2 apprentices, one was Bai Feng and the other was Bai Ling. The 2 of them can be accepted as apprentices by the old man Bai Yan, so their talents are certainly not bad. But later on, Bai Ling practiced even harder and reached the Little Golden God realm early on. On the contrary, as a senior brother, Bai Feng was so ambitious that his realm stagnated at the peak of the Blue God realm, unable to make any progress. Therefore, Bai Feng also became the laughingstock of private discussions among the disciples in Baiyan Valley. But recently, Bai Feng came into contact with the Spirit Snake Alliance from somewhere, and actually came up with the idea of joining the Spirit Snake Alliance. He had no intention of practicing every day, and focused all his energy on winning over the Spirit Snake Alliance. Regarding these changes in Bai Feng, although old man Bai Yan was dissatisfied, he had nothing to do. After all, the Spirit Snake Alliance is indeed the strongest in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou, and Baiyan Valley has to avoid the edge for the time being. But now, Bai Ling exposed Bai Feng's background in front of so many people, and the latter's face was naturally a little embarrassed. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1142, The Miraculous Doctor, Dr. Xiao Xuan. Thank you, little friend Xiao Xuan, for being here. I never expected that little friend Xiao Xuan could elevate his soul realm to the divine realm at such a young age. What an amazing talent. Thanks to little friend Xiao Xuan, all the black mist in my body has dissipated today. Old man Bai Yan was in a good mood and said with a smile, you can say that. Today, little friend Xiao Xuan is my most distinguished guest in Baiyan Valley. Say it. Everyone in the White Flame Valley was also shocked. They all know that old man Bai Yan doesn't often praise others, and he is extremely strict even with his 2 disciples, Bai Feng and Bai Ling. Today, Xiao Xuan was so polite when facing him. It really surprised everyone. Master, could it be said that your injuries are really completely healed? Bai Ling couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. During this period, Bai Yengu didn't know how much he had suffered because of old man Bai Yan's injury. She was wronged, even though she felt very sad when she thought about it now. Good. I didn't expect that little friend Xiao Xuan could raise his soul level to the divine level at such a young age. It was really thanks to his power that he was able to remove all the black mist from my master's body. Old man Bai Yan smiled. Originally there were many disciples in Baiyan Valley who were suspicious. But after hearing the last words of the old man Bai Yan, all of them were filled with surprise. Has all the black mist been removed? You know, since old man Bai Yan was eroded by the black mist, his body has been deteriorating and he cannot exert his full strength as a dragon god. Therefore, Baiyan Valley has to stop bowing in front of the Spirit Snake Alliance. There is no disciple in the entire Baiyan Valley who does not hope that the old man Bai Yan can recover as soon as possible so that Baiyan Valley can stand in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou with dignity again. After hearing these words today, some disciples in Baiyan Valley could not even hold back tears. For them, this was great news. Each of the disciples and elders hurriedly congratulated the old man Baiyan, and at the same time they all changed their previous gloominess. In response, old man Baiyan bowed his hands to Xiao Xuan respectfully. Master Xiao Xuan, I can fully recover because of your strength. I represent the thousands of disciples in Baiyan Valley, thank you very much. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't care less about the loss of his soul and quickly stepped forward to help him. Does he know? In the Baiyan Valley, old man Baiyan is the talker in the absolute sense. In this territory, you cannot provoke such a person no matter what. On the contrary, if we can build a good relationship with old man Baiyan, then the alliance and cooperation between Yuling sect and Baiyan Valley will be a matter of course. Think of this. The faces of Xiao Xuan and Long Tai also felt a little more relieved. They could roughly feel that after treating old man Baiyan this time, there should be no problems with the cooperation between Yuling sect and Baiyan Gu. Because old man Baiyan's strength has recovered, Baiyan Gu's strength will naturally go further. And with the strong support from Baiyan Gu, the Yuling sect may not necessarily lose in future battles with the snake spirit. Alliance. Sect Master Bai. Are you really completely healed? The most uncomfortable thing at the moment was Snake Ao. He couldn't believe that Xiao Xuan, an ordinary 5-star in the Tsang God realm, could actually heal the injuries of the old man Baiyan in the Dragon God realm in front of him. This is simply unbelievable. You know, for such a long time, as far as the Spirit Snake Alliance knows, countless doctors have come to Baiyan Valley, but not surprisingly, they can't do anything to treat the injury of the old man Baiyan. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1143 Instant Kill, The Terrifying Way of White Flames. Not far away. Seeing old man Baiyan kill Snake Ao instantly, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai were really happy. Before, they were a little worried. With Snake Ao here, Baiyan Valley might still have an ambiguous relationship with the Spirit Snake Alliance, which would affect the cooperation and alliance with the Yuling sect, but now their worries are completely gone. Old man Baiyan was able to kill Snake Ao in public, which also showed his attitude through actions. From now on, in my White Flame Valley, no one is allowed to mention cooperation with the Spirit Snake Alliance. Otherwise, they will be shot to death. The old man Baiyan said calmly, today I announce that Baiyan Valley will cooperate with the Yuling sect. The two alliances will live and die together and share wealth and honor. Say it. There were also discussions throughout the White Flame Valley. But soon, the disciples in the valley also celebrated happily. In recent days, the Spirit Snake Alliance has bullied and oppressed the disciples in the White Flame Valley. They have long hated the Spirit Snake Alliance. It's just that old man Baiyan was injured before, so they could only endure it for the time being. Now that old man Baiyan's injuries were all healed, they were naturally proud and celebrated. Thank you so much, Master Bai. Xiao Xuan also looked grateful. In fact, when he saw Xiao for the first time, he could feel the fierce, murderous aura in the latter. He knows it too. If this wasn't in White Flame Valley, I'm afraid Snake Ao would have been unable to resist taking action. At the moment, Snake Ao was directly killed by old man Baiyan, which actually showed the attitude of old man Baiyan and Baiyan Valley. This is naturally the best thing for Xiao Xuan. Little friend Xiao Xuan can temporarily rest in my White Flame Valley for a few days. In a few days, I will go with you to Yuling City to discuss cooperation and alliance. Old man Baiyan said with a smile. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai also felt relieved. After this period of contact, they could roughly tell that old man Bai Yan was not someone who just talked and would definitely do what he said. Since he said he would form an alliance with the Yuling sect, he would not go back on his words. On the other hand, if the prosperous old man Bai Yan appears in Yuling sect and reaches cooperation with Yuling sect, this will undoubtedly be a huge reassurance for Yuling sect. It can be said that what Xiao Xuan did today saved the entire Yuling sect. The following few days, Xiao Xuan and Long Tai also lived in Baiyan Valley peacefully. With the respect of the old man Bai Yan, Xiao Xuan's status in Baiyan Valley is extremely transcendent. Even Bai Ling, who is the apprentice of the old man Bai Yan, is polite to him. The food and drink provided to him are of the best quality. Master Xiao Xuan, looking at your Dao strength, it seems that you are only 5 stars in the Blue God realm, but why can you reach the divine realm in the divine soul realm? Bai Ling sighed, what troubles me the most is the realm of the soul. I have just entered the real realm now. The master said that if you want to enter the realm of the golden god, the power of the soul must be strong. After a few days of contact, the relationship between Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan is also becoming increasingly close. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1144, The Giant White Flame Tower greatly increases the speed of cultivation. Hearing Xiao Xuan's obviously purposeful question, Bai Ling couldn't help but laugh. She didn't need to guess, she almost knew that Xiao Xuan asked this question simply because he hoped to use the benefits of White Flame Valley to increase his cultivation speed. And actually, this news was specially revealed to Xiao Xuan by Bai Ling under the instruction of old man Bai Yan, and it was also a way to express his gratitude to Xiao Xuan for treating old man Bai Yan. I knew you would ask that. Actually, it's not just you, all the guests who come to Baiyan Valley will have more or less thoughts in this regard as long as they hear the news. Bai Ling smiled and said, just like your Yuling sect has the fish spirit Pill Tower, our White Flame Valley also has its own treasure land, which is called the White Flame Giant Tower. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also became very interested. He roughly knew to be regarded as a treasure by a sect like White Flame Valley, this White Flame Tower must be very remarkable. Not to mention listening to Bai Ling. Many people were interested in the White Flame Tower before, which is enough to prove that the benefits of the White Flame Tower must be extraordinary. In that case, I'm actually interested in knowing more about it. Xiao Xuan was very moved. Speaking of which, for such a long time, he could feel that these disciples in White Flame Valley were not that simple. Apart from anything else, the disciples in Baiyan Valley, except for Bai Feng, were all very kind to him. It could be said that they responded to his requests. As long as Xiao Xuan needed anything, they would prepare it in advance. Just like now, Bai Ling can take the initiative to bring up the matter of the White Flame Tower. It also indirectly proved that Bai Ling had no objection to him entering the White Flame Tower. Then let's go. Eat something and let you taste the power of the White Flame Tower. A hint of cunning flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, but I can remind you in advance that the White Flame Tower contains the most ferocious white flames in our White Flame Valley. Only if you can withstand the severe pain of the White Flame's burning body can you finally get the real reward. The benefits brought by the White Flame Tower won. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan felt a chill on his back. White Flame burning body. This sounds painful. Although he knows that if he wants to get more cultivation resources, he must pay a price. There must be something reasonable about the existence of the White Flame Tower. However, this White Flame burning body cultivation method does sound a bit unacceptable. Apart from anything else, how can ordinary people have such great abilities? Can you bear this pain? At that time, Xiao Xuan saw with his own eyes that Snake Ao, who was half a step into the dragon god realm, was directly burned to death by a handful of white flames. Such powerful white flames would exist in the giant white flame tower. Then it's really a bit dangerous. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was still hesitant, Bai Ling couldn't help but laugh and explained, "Don't worry, the white flame that master killed Snake Ao at that time was something only a strong man in the dragon god realm could have. Even in the entire within the White Flame Valley, only master has the ability to create it, and you won't encounter it." Really? Xiao Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1145, The Small White Flame Tower, Xiao Xuan's bold idea. Well, since you agreed, we'll go in and take a look first, but you have to be prepared, Bai Ling said with a smile. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan became a little suspicious. Based on his previous experience, he can roughly understand what kind of pain he has to endure if he wants to get any opportunity. Since the White Flame Giant Tower in the White Flame Valley is so magical, he can roughly predict that entering the White Flame Giant Tower for trial is definitely not an easy task, but Bai Ling's repeated reminders are a little bit too often? Could it be that this thing is really that dangerous? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, and asked directly, "Looking at you, this matter doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. Is it already so dangerous?" Danger is out of the question. Actually, Master also proposed that if you are willing, you can enter the White Flame Tower for trial, but Bai Ling hesitated for a moment and said, "Just don't stay in there for too long, otherwise, your body may not be able to withstand the pressure of the white flames inside, and it will affect your cultivation." Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. He originally thought that for the White Flame Giant Tower, Bai Ling would persuade him to cherish the time inside and seize the time to practice, or remind him of some things to pay attention to when practicing inside. Who knew that Bai Ling would actually say directly that he didn't want him to stay in there for too long? Isn't this a bit strange? Follow Bai Ling all the way. In the White Flame Valley, many White Flame Valley disciples cast envious glances when they saw Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling walking together. In the Baiyan Valley sect, Bai Ling is good-looking and has high talent in cultivation. She is also the direct female disciple of the old man Baiyan. She has always been the dream lover of almost all the disciples in the Baiyan Valley. But on weekdays, Bai Ling basically didn't pay attention to these pursuing male disciples. Even though she had been pursuing her senior brother Bai Feng for many years, she still didn't care about him, and she never even paid attention to Bai Feng from the beginning to the end. Now, Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan were talking and laughing along the way. Naturally, it also aroused the envy and jealousy of many male disciples in Baiyan Valley. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look up, and felt a little embarrassed when he saw these burning eyes. Fortunately, this period did not last too long. Soon, Bai Ling took Xiao Xuan to a huge tower that towered into the clouds and was bustling with people. There were 4 big characters written on the giant tower, which was the White Flame Giant Tower. Is this the White Flame Tower? It's really extraordinary. Although the distance is far away, Xiao Xuan can still feel that there seems to be a lot of white flame power in this giant tower. Of course, it can be said that most of the credit for our current achievements in White Flame Valley lies in this giant White Flame Tower. Bai Ling said proudly, "It can be said that entering the White Flame Tower too practice can increase the speed of practice by 30%, and practitioners at the Golden God level and below can enjoy this benefit. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also very surprised. Golden God realm and below? Is this a bit exaggerated? You must know that the Yuling Pil Pagoda, which is regarded as the most precious blessed place by the Yuling sect, is only effective for practitioners below the Golden God realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1146. Preferential treatment, Golden White Flame Stone. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan felt a little embarrassed inside. In fact, in his heart, he was also grateful to the people of Baiyan Valley. And Dan was just grateful. After all, he is still a member of the Yuling sect. No matter how grateful he is to Baiyangu, he can't go any further. Now that Baiyangu has shown goodwill several times and even offered to send golden white flame stones, the purpose behind it is also clear. It is nothing more than hoping that Xiao Xuan will join Baiyan Valley. If this kind of thing were done to others, they might actually nod in agreement. The reason is also very simple. After the old man, Baiyan fully recovered from his injuries, the current strength of Baiyan Valley is second only to the Spirit Snake Alliance in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou, and it is many times more powerful than the weak Yuling sect. There is no doubt about it. With Xiao Xuan's talent, if he joins White Flame Valley, he will definitely get more training resources, and his future achievements may be further improved. But now, Xiao Xuan has to nod his head for all these. What do you think? Bai Ling saw that he had spoken to this extent, and Xiao Xuan still looked indifferent, but also a little uneasy, and continued to ask, could it be that Mr. Xiao Xuan is not interested in our Baiyan Valley? Dissatisfied? How can it be? In the past few days, Guegu has taken good care of me and Elder Long Tai. It's not like I can't see it. Naturally, I won't have such thoughts. Xiao Xuan shook his head, it's just that I am from the Yuling sect after all. Having said that, Bai Ling also roughly understood that Xiao Xuan would probably not join White Flame Valley casually, and couldn't help but regretted, well, I thought that with your talent, if you could join our White Flame Valley, you might also be a strong man at the level of Dragon God, since you don't have this intention, then that's it. Moreover, Master has recently been interested in accepting disciples. Then please trouble Miss Bai Ling to tell Sect Master Bai, thank you very much for Sect Master Bai's love. Xiao Xuan said respectfully. He knows it too. The fact that Baiyangu treated him like this was considered a sign of great love, but he really couldn't give up on the Yuling sect directly, so he could only shirk it like this. Speaking of which, even if Bai Ling wanted to say more, he didn't know what to say in the end and could only shake his head helplessly. Disappointed? Xiao Xuan also couldn't bear it. It's nothing. At least we are still friends, right? Bai Ling smiled, I'm so kind to you now. If I get into trouble in the future, you have to help me. Of course we are friends. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. Oh well. Since we are friends, let me briefly introduce you to the situation of the White Flame Tower. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Bai Ling also smiled again on his face. Inside the White Flame Tower, there is a giant white flame that has been burning for thousands of years. The flame contains the power of the white flame that is beneficial to cultivation. After you enter the giant tower, you only need to comply with the power of the white flames and slowly increase your power of the avenue, and you will be fine. So simple? Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. Before, Bai Ling acted so seriously, as if the White Flame Tower was dangerous. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1147, The Birth of a Strong Man in the Dragon God Realm, the Aura of a Strong Man. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan also had a little more expectation on his face. Since he can have such benefits at the 3rd level, if he can go further and move to the 4th or even 5th level, wouldn't his cultivation speed be faster? He turned his head and glanced at Bai Ling behind him, and found that the latter was already sitting peacefully on the 3rd floor, starting to practice. With his eyes closed. He simply didn't ask any more questions, raised his feet, and walked cautiously towards the 4th floor. Go. There are not many people in the White Flame Tower. Xiao Xuan's movements quickly attracted the attention of some Baiyan Valley disciples, but most people were still a little surprised by his movements. After all, Xiao Xuan's realm can be seen 5 stars in the Blue God realm. With such strength, being able to enter the White Flame Tower and practice on the 3rd level is already a good opportunity. But now, Xiao Xuan actually plans to go one step further? Is this a little too bold? Is it possible that you think Bai Yan in this giant White Flame Tower is joking? It can be said that this white flame is very powerful, and a cultivator may be completely burned by the flames if he is not careful. Young people. On the path of cultivation, it is a good thing to have motivation, but you must also act within your capabilities. The pressure of the white flames inside the giant White Flame Tower is by no means the gentle flames from the outside. If you are not careful, your burning soul may be extinguished, so it is better not to rush in. The old man sitting on the 5th floor persuaded. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan felt a little embarrassed. Originally, he didn't want to be too public, he just wanted to sneak in and quietly sit on the 4th floor of the White Flame Tower to practice, that's all. Perhaps, relying on the powerful pressure of the 4th level of white flames, he could seize the opportunity to raise his strength to the peak of the Blue God realm or even the Little Golden God realm. But now, he had just made a move and was discovered? This is a bit embarrassing. Speaking of which, he is not a disciple of the White Flame Valley in the first place. Being able to come to the White Flame Giant Tower to practice is already an advantage. It would be a bit arrogant to force his way up to the 4th floor. If you successfully walk up, then naturally it will be great. But if he failed, he would be ridiculed again, and he might even be burned by the white flames. Right now, the Spirit Snake Alliance and the Yuling sect are in the same situation. Who knows when a war will break out between the two sections? If he is injured now, it will definitely be detrimental to the battle. Besides, Xiao had just died in White Flame Valley. Although this guy's death may not be directly related to Xiao Xuan, there is no need to think that the Spirit Snake Alliance will hold the responsibility for this matter on his head. And 2 half-step Dragon God Realm experts died because of Xiao Xuan. If Snake Wanlong, leader of the Spirit Snake Alliance, knew all this, no matter how good-tempered he is, he may be ready to kill Xiao Xuan himself. Under such circumstances, if Xiao Xuan wants to save his own life, the only way may be to seize the time and kill Xiao Xuan in the White Flame Valley. Improve your level. Facing a strong man like Snake Wanlong, he needs at least the strength of the Golden God Realm to have a chance to protect himself. Are you really going to try? Looking at you, you don't seem to be a disciple of our White Flame Valley? Just when Xiao Xuan was about to take further action, the old man on the 5th floor suddenly asked, "You are so young, are you so eager for quick success? Be careful of destroying your foundation and affecting your future cultivation." Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1148 A Strong Man at the Level of the Golden God, the Plan of the White Flame Valley. Present. Although Xiao Xuan was curious, he also knew that since some things existed, they might happen for a reason. He didn't ask any more questions and just concentrated on sitting on the 4th floor, relying on the pressure of the white flames in the giant white flame tower. I started practicing with concentration. He could clearly feel that with the help of Bayan's coercion, the speed of cultivation had been greatly accelerated. From a certain perspective, he is now running the 6th grade Shenlong Kung Fu, and his speed is no less than that of the ordinary 7th grade Kung Fu. You know, in Nanzhan Haizhou, even some strong men in the Golden God realm may only have 6th grade skills. Now Xiao Xuan is not only very talented, but even the skills he practices are better than ordinary ones. The cultivator is strong, and relying on this alone, entering the Golden God realm is almost a certainty. Several hours passed. In the White Flame Tower, the disciples around Xiao Xuan changed one after another, and even Bai Ling got up and ended his training. And he still sits firmly on Mount Tai. It's like he's not affected by the people around him at all. The truth of this made Bai Ling a little confused. What you need to know is that Xiao Xuan is not a disciple in the White Flame Valley, and he does not have the way of the White Flame. But now, he can still rely on the power of his body and soul to forcibly resist the erosion of the body by the white flames. In this regard, it is not something that ordinary Zhongshan realm can do. At first, Bai Ling is still somewhat understandable. After all, Xiao Xuan himself is a talented disciple, and it is natural that he can do some things better than ordinary people. But the more she looked, the more she discovered something different. She discovered that Xiao Xuan's position was not on the 3rd floor of the building, but on the 4th floor. Is this a position that only practitioners at the peak of the Blue God realm can go up to? And even if you are at the peak of the Blue God realm, you won't stay there for long. Therefore, even Bai Ling is temporarily practicing on the 3rd floor of the tower. I just hope I can practice on the 3rd level for a while longer. Who knew that Xiao Xuan not only reached the 4th level by himself, but also relied on his body and soul power to persist on the 4th level for such a long time. This was something she did not expect. At the same time, it wasn't just Bai Ling and a group of Baiyan Valley disciples. Even the old man on the 5th floor just now looked at Xiao Xuan with interest, as if he wanted to see how long he could stay in this position. It was beyond their expectations. They originally thought that Xiao Xuan, a 5-star Zhongshan realm, could only stay on the 3rd level for a while at most. It was simply wishful thinking to enter the 4th level. But now, Xiao Xuan has not yet entered the 4th level, and even relies on my body and soul have been on the 4th level for such a long time. This can't be just luck. It must be Xiao Xuan's own hard power. What's more important is that even some cultivators at the peak of the Zhongshan realm cannot last long on the 4th floor of the tower. As long as they stay on the 4th floor for a while, the power of the avenue and the power of the soul will be consumed. Almost exhausted. Only the strong ones in the Golden God realm can resist the pressure of white flames from the 4th level for a long time. But now, Xiao Xuan, a 5-star Zhong God realm, is actually stronger than the peaked Zhong God realm? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1149 Mysterious? Mr. Chen's identity? In that case, I don't know where this guy comes from. Are you interested in learning from him? Mr. Chen touched his beard, with amusement in his eyes. I have practiced for so many years, and I have achieved some success. I just want to accept a talented disciple. Hearing this, Bai Lingren couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked at Xiao Xuan, who was practicing with envy. To know. With the strength of the Golden God realm and his exquisite understanding of the Tao, Mr. Chen has become very popular in the White Flame Valley. I don't Know how many disciples of the White Flame Valley wanted to learn from his master, but they were all rejected by the latter. Even old man Bai Yan said that Mr. Chen's real strength is no less than him. Now, Mr. Chen would actually take the initiative to recruit disciples? He even wanted to find Xiao Xuan by name? This also proves in disguise how amazing Xiao Xuan's talent is. It's so enviable. You, old man, have been in our White Flame Valley for such a long time. There are many disciples in our White Flame Valley who want to become your disciples, but you have refused. Bai Ling couldn't help but said, I didn't expect that you actually fell in love with Xiao Xuan. If those disciples knew about this, wouldn't they be jealous to death? Hear this. There was also a hint of embarrassment on Mr. Chen's face, speaking of which, you disciples of Bai Yan Valley, except for you, and that stinky-faced Bai Feng, your talents seem to be average. Bai Ling rolled his eyes wide and said, what? My master is sect leader Bai. If you want to accept me as your disciple, I'm afraid it's impossible, so don't think too much about it. For these words, Mr. Chen also shook his head slightly and continued, forget it, anyway, I am usually too lazy to teach my disciples, so it is better to just be an idle cloud and wild crane. Don't worry about so many things. After saying that, he took a square step and left. Seeing his appearance, Bai Ling also had a bit of curiosity on her face. From the training situation of Mr. Chen in the White Flame Tower, she could tell that Mr. Chen's strength was definitely not just at the Golden God level. But what kind of strength he has is not something Bai Ling can see now. Simply, Bai Ling shook his head and focused on Xiao Xuan. Now she really wanted to see it. How long can Xiao Xuan stay on the 4th floor of the White Flame Tower? If he can really stay for such a long time, maybe Xiao Xuan can take a further step in the realm. This had to arouse her curiosity. What you need to know is that because of the existence of the White Flame Tower, the disciples of the White Flame Valley generally practice much faster than ordinary sections. But even so, there are still very few disciples in the entire White Flame sect who have reached the Golden God realm. Xiao Xuan has such a high talent. With the help of the White Flame Tower, maybe he can really improve his level. With this method, time passed by minute by minute. Bai Ling has been staying in the White Flame Tower, and she can vaguely feel that as Xiao Xuan's training time increases, the aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. There is even a feeling that he is no less than her. This really surprised her. You know, when Xiao Xuan first entered the White Flame Valley, or even just entered the White Flame Giant Tower, his realm was only 5 stars in the blue God realm. But in just a few short hours, Xiao Xuan's strength has almost reached the peak of the Tsang God realm. This kind of cultivation speed can be described as heaven-defying. As expected of a talented disciple who was favored by Mr. Chen and Master. This talent is unique, not to mention in the White Flame Valley, even in the entire eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Bai Ling couldn't help but said, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1150, The Purpose of Recruiting Disciples, the Central Continent where strong men are everywhere. It's not simple yet. They want to accept you as their disciple, and their purpose is just to use your talent to enter Zhongzhou in Nanzhan Haizhou. Bai Ling smiled and said, my master is like this, and Mr. Chen's purpose is probably the same. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. For so long, he has also heard from various people's mouths about the legend about the central part of Nanzhan Haizhou. It is said that there are real strong people, like clouds and masters everywhere. If a sect like the Spirit Snake Alliance were placed in the middle of Nanzhan Haizhou, it wouldn't even count. Of course, Xiao Xuan does not rule out that such words are exaggerated. But it also proves from this side that the strength of the sects in the central part of Nan's Hanhaosu is much stronger than that in other areas. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan has also been curious about such a place. Perhaps after arriving in the central part, his strength will improve faster. But he didn't expect it. Bai Ling actually said that old man Bai Yan and that old man Chen wanted to accept him as their disciple, in order to use his talent to enter the central part. What does it mean? What does it mean? Does it mean that if I become their apprentice, I can take them to the central part of the country? Xiao Xuan didn't quite understand. Ordinarily, if you want to go to the central area of Nanzhan Haizhou, you should have excellent strength. Regardless of whether it is old man Bai Yan or old Chen, their strength is not weak. With the strength of the Golden God realm or even the Dragon God realm, they should have some confidence to go to Zhongzhou, right? Why still accept disciples? You don't know something. For example, our cultivators in the area around Nanzhan Haizhou, even if they have the strength of the Dragon God realm, may not be able to enter Zhongzhou smoothly. Bai Ling shook his head. If you want to enter Zhongzhou, there is only one way. Either you are an extremely talented practitioner, or your apprentice is an extremely talented practitioner. Choose one of the two. Why? Is Zhongzhou so mysterious? A strong man in the Dragon God realm can almost turn the clouds and reign in an area, and he is almost invincible. Could it be said that all the Zhongzhou in Nanzhan Haizhou are strong in the Dragon God realm? This is impossible. Right? Xiao Xuan didn't quite understand. In his impression, strength should be respected in this world. As long as you have strength, you will be respected no matter where you come from. But now it seems that this is not the case. In the surrounding areas of Nanzhan Haizhou, if you want to enter Zhongzhou, do you still need to bring talented disciples with you? So is it possible that all cultivators in Zhongzhou have better talents than outsiders? This is also a helpless thing. Strictly speaking, the entire Nanzhan Haizhou can be divided into two regions, or two strata, the middle and the outer. The central part of Nanzhan Haizhou has richer resources and blessed lands than the outside, and the number of cultivators is smaller. From this point of view, most cultivators hope to enter Zhongzhou. Bai Ling shook his head and said, unfortunately, the practitioners in Zhongzhou have set a very high threshold for entry. Generally, it is impossible for outside practitioners to enter. Hear this introduction. Xiao Xuan really didn't expect it. Before, he had also stayed in both Tianyuan continent and primordial continent, but no matter which continent he was in, he respected the strong, regardless of his origin. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1151. The mentioned Zhongzhou is filled with powerful people. Zhongzhou? Xiao Xuan's eyes flashed a bit solemnly. Since he came to Daodao continent, in addition to seizing time to improve his strength every day, he has been exploring the origin secrets of this continent. There is no doubt that the closer you are to the center of the continent, the closer you can get to the origin of this continent. Compared with the East Wasteland giant continent, the cultivators on Nanzhan Haizhou are stronger, and the higher the possibility of finding the origin of the continent. And now, since he has learned that there will be more powerful people in the middle of Nanzhan Haizhou, it also proves that there may be closer to the origin of this avenue continent. Perhaps, he really wants to prepare to go to this so-called Nanzhan Haizhou. We are looking at the middle part of Haizhou Island. Maybe I'm really interested. Xiao Xuan said seriously. Ah. You. I was just joking. Do you really want to go to the central region? Seeing Xiao Xuan actually nodding, Bai Ling was stunned. Certainly. Listening to how well you described the central region just now, how could I not be interested? Xiao Xuan smiled and said, I believe you should also be interested in these. Right? Say it. Bai Ling's eyes also lit up, but then dimmed. She knows her talent better than anyone else. According to the normal cultivation process, she may be extremely lucky to be able to break through to the Golden God realm. The higher Dragon God realm is a realm that is difficult for her to reach. Now, after hearing Xiao Xuan's words, her face became more serious, and then she continued to ask, do you think that with my talent, I can enter Zhongzhou? Why not? Xiao Xuan replied without thinking, in this world, nothing is impossible. Since others can do it, why can't you? But Bai Ling was a little hesitant. It's nothing, I believe in you, you will definitely be able to break through the Dragon God realm, and even become a realm stronger than the Dragon God realm. Xiao Xuan said directly, only with hope can you succeed, isn't it? You are right. Bai Ling just hesitated for a moment, then understood it instantly, nodded directly and said, yes, you are right. If others can do it, I can also do it. Xiao Xuan looked up. When he saw the determination in Bai Ling's eyes, he also smiled. He knew that his persuasion had an effect. After this conversation, Bai Ling looked at Xiao Xuan with admiration. Before, she just thought that Xiao Xuan was just a cultivator with some talent, nothing more. But now, she doesn't think so at all. She could see that Xiao Xuan not only had a high talent for cultivation, but he was also a good person with good intentions and a kind heart. Such people are rare in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. In comparison, her senior brother Bai Feng is much worse. Not only is his talent not as good as Xiao Xuan's, but his character is not even the slightest bit worse. For such people, Bai Ling didn't have any good impressions. However, when Cao Cao is said to have arrived, Cao Cao arrives. When Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling walked out of the White Flame Tower and were about to walk out, they saw a person standing not far from them. It was Bai Feng. Seeing this guy, Xiao Xuan looked a little wary. He knew that since he came to Baiyan Valley, this Bai Feng didn't like him very much. At first he thought, just because he and Bai Ling were close, Bai Feng felt jealous and envious. It should be a kind of angry hatred between enemies. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1152 100 Elite Disciples, Outside Area. 100 people. If this is true, the number of disciples recruited this year will indeed be much more than in previous years. Bai Ling nodded. Seemingly seeing Bai Ling's expression softening slightly, Bai Feng shamelessly approached him and said with a smile, Junior sister, Master said that you and I can participate in this year's youth conference. When the time comes, we will help each other. If we are all selected and join the Zhongzhou sect. Senior brother, is this a bit too far? Bai Feng was having a sweet dream, but was interrupted ruthlessly by Bai Ling. Even if the young disciples of the outer sects of Nanzhan Haizhou are not as strong as those of Zhongzhou, they cannot be underestimated casually. 100 people is a lot, but it's also difficult to become the best among them. Hear this. Bai Feng's face was also a little embarrassed. He actually also knew that on Nanzhan Haizhou, some disciples were indeed stronger than him. It is said that among the external sects, some young disciples have broken through to the little Golden God realm, and their realm is infinitely close to the Golden God realm. Only such disciples can be called the true pride of heaven. Is this? Actually, it's not as serious as you think, junior sister. The strength of those disciples is indeed good, and can even be said to be very powerful, but so what? I am also a strong person in the little Golden God realm. It is better than some people who rely on some crooked ways to curry favor with the master. My own strength is only a mere tsongxin. 5-star level. Bai Feng deflated in Bai Ling's mouth. However, when he saw Xiao Xuan was also around, he naturally started to attack Xiao Xuan, hoping to regain some face from Xiao Xuan. Senior brother, Bai Feng. Have you forgotten what master said? Young master Xiao Xuan is our guest at White Flame Valley. When you say this, do you mean you don't care about master's words? Bai Ling's face looked a little ugly. Hearing Bai Ling defend Xiao Xuan, Bai Feng felt awkward in his heart. In fact, when Xiao Xuan was treating old man Bai Yan, he had already hated Xiao Xuan in his heart. Junior sister, what you said is wrong. It seems that I have never said anything bad about Xiao Xuan from beginning to end, right? I'm just reminding some people that those who are only 5 stars in the Tsongshan realm shouldn't worry about the youth conference. Bai Feng said contemptuously, everyone said, right? Because of his status, there are always some followers around Bai Feng. When he heard his words at this time, there were also many people who supported him. Yeah. With the strength of a 5-star blue god realm, it is true that it cannot even reach the threshold of the youth conference. With such strength, even if you participate in other people's youth conferences, it will probably have no effect in it. It's better not to participate. We only have so many places in Baiyan Valley. If we give him one more for Xiao Xuan, wouldn't it be too cheap for him? Hear these words. Xiao Xuan also sneered. In fact, he could roughly know that most of the disciples who followed Bai Feng were the latter's close friends. These words cannot represent all the disciples of Baiyan Valley today. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1153 The Beast Soul of the 10,000 Beast Tower, Divine Punishment. I heard that senior brother Bai, you are also friends with Lin Meng from 10,000 Beasts Tower? This time, Lin Meng was the talker at the Beast Fighting Conference. With Lin Meng's cooperation, wouldn't Xiao Xuan be able to be manipulated casually? When the disciple just now saw Bai Feng smiling, he struck while the iron was hot and continued, when the time comes, I think senior sister Bai Ling will definitely change her mind. For Bai Feng. That's what he wanted to hear most. For such a long time, he had been thinking about his junior sister Bai Ling. But unfortunately Bai Ling was always lukewarm towards him, which made him very upset. Recently it was due to the arrival of Xiao Xuan. Bai Ling's attitude towards him became more and more indifferent, so he became a little anxious, and then he came up with the matter of 10,000 Beast Tower. Only now, after hearing the words of the 2 senior brothers around him, he felt more confident and said directly, you 2 are right. With Lin Meng's help, I will definitely embarrass Xiao Xuan. Leave Bai Feng. Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan walked together to a stone table in the garden. Bai Ling was indeed a little curious and confused about Xiao Xuan's promise to fight the beast just now. Based on her understanding of Xiao Xuan, the latter doesn't seem to be the kind of practitioner who likes fighting beasts and pets. So, why did this guy agree to Bai Feng's suggestion? What on earth do you think? In my impression, you don't seem like someone who likes fighting beasts. Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little worried and said, did you know that fighting beasts is a very learned thing? Hear Bai Ling's words. Xiao Xuan just nodded and said, I've heard some, but I'm not specifically going to fight beasts. Didn't Bai Feng say that there seems to be high-level beast souls in the 10,000 Beast building? This doesn't mean anything to me, which is a good thing. For these high-level beast souls, it's actually not that simple. Bai Ling said. Ah? Xiao Xuan was stunned. Of course it's not that simple. You may not know the rules of the 10,000 Beast Tower. They stipulate that all participants can obtain the Beast Soul, but the prerequisite is that the monster you bring there must win and be killed by your monster. Only then will the Beast Soul belong to you. Bai Ling explained, for someone like you who has never been exposed to beast fighting, how can you get a chance to get a high-level Beast Soul by participating in a beast fighting for the first time? Say it. Xiao Xuan generally understood it. After a long time of fussing, if you want to get these high-level beast souls, do you still need to get something unusual? He didn't lie to Bai Ling. Until now, he really didn't know much about these fighting beasts, but when he was on the ancient continent, he had dealt with those monster beast races a lot, and he still had some understanding of them. Exactly. Not a little bit of understanding, but a lot of understanding. After all, he had in-depth exchanges with ancient races such as the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan and Qilin Clan. He has an understanding of their habits and bloodline. And after coming to the Dao continent, he got Xiao Lu, a mythical beast from the ancient Phoenix tribe. He could know that some ancient races did not seem so scary, and sometimes, they could still be traded or cooperated with. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1154, The Aura of the Strong, The Tournament of Beasts. How? Looking at you, you don't seem to trust me very much, do you? After seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Xiao Xuan smiled instead and said, Believe it or not, I will definitely be the first in the 10,000 beasts conference this time. Just you? I do not believe. Regarding Xiao Xuan's words, Bai Ling directly denied it without blinking. In her opinion, this was simply impossible. This time, the conference of beasts. Although she didn't know much, she knew some inside information. As the organizer of the 10,000 Beasts Conference, the 10,000 Beasts Tower is the sect with the largest number of participating members. Basically, they will send the most powerful beast trainers to every convention to seize the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Conference. As for other sects, they are just a foil. However, 10,000 Beast Tower will not let other sects come to show off for nothing. Basically, they will also give out some gifts as rewards for these sections. Therefore, many sects are still willing to participate in such a conference. Just like this time, although Bai Yengu also got an invitation, I'm afraid even Bai Feng himself never thought that he would get the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Conference. Outside the 10,000 Beasts Tower, Bai Feng and several Baiyan Valley disciples were waiting at the door, quietly waiting for the call from Lin Meng, the young master of the 10,000 Beast Tower. Speaking of which, Bai Feng can be regarded as a leader among the young disciples of Baiyan Valley. He is regarded as the hope of the younger generation in Baiyan Valley. However, facing Lin Meng from the 10,000 Beasts Tower, he still has a lot of fears in his heart. It is said that Lin Meng, the 10,000 Beast Tower, comes from Hezhou Shilong. He has the blood of demon beasts from Shilong Hezhou flowing in his body. He is very familiar with the habits of demon beasts, and he is also the most powerful beast trainer in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Not only that, Lin Meng is also an outer sect cultivator. Relying on the power of the outer sect, he has unexpectedly raised his level to the peak of the Blue God realm. Although just from a realm perspective, Bai Feng was even stronger than Lin Meng, but when it came to a head-to-head fight, there was really nothing he could do against Lin Meng, who was thick-skinned and thick-skinned. What's more, now that Bai Feng and the others are on the territory of 10,000 Beasts Tower, they are naturally more cautious in their actions and words, for fear of provoking the wrong people. Mr. Bai Feng, Master Lin, is now available. Not long after, an old man in black clothes came over and said to Bai Feng, You can go in now, but Master Lin's time is precious, and you only have 1 stick of incense. Enough is enough. 1 stick of incense is enough time. Bai Feng hurriedly bowed and nodded, then walked into the attic of Wanshou building with a smile. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a muscular man with a dark complexion lying on his side on a tiger leather seat. The strong man wore a leopard skin vest on his upper body, red trousers on his lower body, and black boots on his feet. The whole person exudes a unique ferocious aura. This kind of temperament can usually only be felt in monsters. Bai Feng did not dare to be negligent. He stepped forward politely, and said, with a smile, I'm Bai Feng of Baiyan Valley, and I'd like to pay my respects to Master Lin. Bai Feng? What's the matter with you? Lin Meng asked directly. Well, isn't tonight the 10,000 Beasts conference organized by the 10,000 Beasts Tower? Our Baiyan Valley will also send people to participate. This is a small gift. Please don't laugh, Master Lin. Bai Feng waved his hand, and a white Yangu disciples presented the gifts. Master Bai, thank you for your trouble. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1155 Xiao Xuan of Yuling sect is famous. Yes. This Xiao Xuan is indeed from the Yuling sect. Hearing Lin Meng's question, Bai Feng and others showed some suspicion on their faces. Then Bai Feng nodded directly and said, What? Does young Master Lin know Xiao Xuan? It's out of the question to know each other. It's just that I've heard some legends about him. It is said that Xiao Xuan killed 2 strong men in the half-step dragon god realm of the Spirit Snake Alliance, Shiqing Xiao, one after another. He is extremely powerful. Lin Meng scratched his hair and said, could such a person also participate in the conference of 10,000 beasts? Bai Feng was a little embarrassed. He also didn't expect that Lin Meng would know these things. He just said, Master Lin has misunderstood. This Xiao Xuan is definitely not as powerful as you think. For Shiqing's death, Xiao Xuan relied on the fish spirit formation and the mysterious monster. As for Snake Ao, we at Baiyan Valley helped kill him. It can be said that the death of these 2 people has no direct relationship with Xiao Xuan. So, you don't have to worry about Xiao Xuan's strength at all. Is it? Regarding Bai Feng's explanation, Lin Meng looked suspicious. If this is true, isn't Xiao Xuan a waste? Is it still worthy for Mr. Bai Feng to come to my 10,000 Beasts Tower in person? Speaking of which, Bai Feng was also a little helpless. He originally thought that Lin Meng had the blood of a monster and was a reckless person who could take advantage of him by giving him any benefits. Who knows if this guy is rough or not? It seems that if he doesn't say something useful, this guy really won't believe it. Thinking of this, Bai Feng simply said directly, in this case, I won't hide it anymore. This Xiao Xuan is my love rival. Say it. Not only Lin Meng, but also some of the Baiyan Valley disciples behind Bai Feng had somewhat strange faces. Lin Meng looked at Bai Feng with even more contempt in his eyes. A love rival? Bai Feng came all the way to 10,000 Beasts Tower, just for a love rival? Yes, I'm ashamed to say that I have always had a crush on our sect's junior sister Bai Ling, but Xiao Xuan actually wanted to steal her love with a knife. Which really makes me angry. Bai Feng simply said directly, if Master Lin has the means, can you help me kill this Xiao Xuan directly? I see. However, Xiao Xuan is a disciple of the Yuling sect. We, the 10,000 Beast Tower, have no enmity with the Yuling sect. Killing comfort is a bit too much. Lin Meng shook his head. However, since he has come to my 10,000 beasts conference, it is still okay for him to suffer a disadvantage. Mr. Bai, don't worry, I will not let him have an easy time at the 10,000 beasts conference. After hearing this, Bai Feng smiled again on his face. He had laid the groundwork just now, and what he wanted was Lin Ming's words. He knew that it would be a trivial matter to embarrass Xiao Xuan. If Xiao Xuan could suffer some losses at the 10,000 Beasts conference, Bai Feng would be better in front of the old man, Bai Yan, in the future. Say something bad about Xiao Xuan. Subtly. Xiao Xuan's reputation in Baiyan Valley will definitely get worse and worse. By that time, he, Bai Feng, will naturally become the leader of the younger generation in Baiyan Valley. In the future, if he can still show his strength at the youth conference. The so-called beauty loves heroes. Isn't Bai Ling the one in his pocket? The scene of the conference of 10,000 beasts. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1156 Spirit Snake Alliance. Snake Jade, a terrible enemy. I'm afraid it's not that we at Baiyan Valley are unwilling to give up. But your Spirit Snake Alliance is too aggressive, right? Since my master was injured, your Spirit Snake Alliance has killed many neutral merchants near our White Flame Valley, right? Bai Ling asked with an unkind expression, is this also our Baiyan Valley's fault? For such questions. Shi Yu, on the other hand, looked calm, a neutral businessman? Since he is neutral, why did Miss Bai Ling say that we, the Spirit Snake Alliance, killed him? Isn't this a bit of a frame-up? False accusation, you. Bai Ling's face was full of anger. Okay. Everyone is here to attend my 10,000 Beasts Tower conference, so it's better not to quarrel over these trivial matters. It's just a few neutral businessmen. If they die, they will die. Why is it like this? At this time, an old man with black hair and a strong stride came out and said, to everyone, I hope all of you talents, for the sake of me, Lin Tao, don't worry about it anymore, okay? I've met Mr. Lin. Seeing this old man appear, Bai Ling, Shi Yu, and other young masters also had a flash of surprise on their faces, and they quickly handed over their hands. Xiao Xuan looked at the old man with the same interest. He found that the old man seemed to have a strong aura of monsters, and he was obviously someone who often lived with monsters. If his prediction was correct, this old man should be the owner of 10,000 Beasts Tower. Today, since all of you young heroes can come to my 10,000 Beasts Tower to participate in the 10,000 Beasts Conference, it can be considered as giving me the 10,000 Beasts Tower's face. Lin Tao glanced at everyone and continued to smile. I don't care how you fight outside, but as long as you are guests and friends of my 10,000 Beasts Tower, please stay on the ground of my 10,000 Beasts Tower. Do not fight. Do you understand? Although he said this politely. However, basically everyone can tell that there is still a hint of threat in it. Don't fight on the ground of 10,000 Beasts Tower. Isn't this also a warning? If you don't fight, you are a guest and friend in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. If you fight, aren't you an enemy? Thinking of this, some of the weaker sect disciples broke into cold sweat. In terms of strength, the 10,000 Beast Tower cannot compare with the established Eastern sects such as Yuling Sect, White Flame Valley and Spirit Snake Alliance. However, if this sect can survive under the eyes of these three major sects, it naturally has its own advantages. Anyone who looks down on the 10,000 Beast Tower and the owner of the 1,000 Beast Tower, Lin Tao, will probably pay a heavy price. What I said just now can be said to be a reminder or a warning. Everyone, the beast battle has begun. I won't disturb you all anymore. Lin Tao was still polite, as if the person who threatened him just now was not him at all. For a while. Although he left, the remaining young men still had a bit of fear on their faces. It wasn't until deafening cheers erupted again in the Colosseum that the atmosphere gradually eased. Xiao Xuan saw it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1157, The Bet at the Beast Fighting Conference. How many millions of Dao stones? Bai Feng's words were obviously intentional. But the final effect was still very obvious. After saying this, it was obvious that many people were focusing on Xiao Xuan. Everyone is obviously curious as to why a 6-star cultivator in the Zhongshan realm can participate in the youth conference. You know, the youth conference is a competition that only the best young disciples in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou can participate in. 6 stars in the Zhongshan realm. To put it bluntly, he is not even qualified to accompany him on a run. Thinking of this, some people also cast unkind and contemptuous looks at Xiao Xuan, obviously treating him as someone who overestimates his abilities. Interesting. It seems, Bai Feng, you have a strong opinion of me? Xiao Xuan became interested. For such a long time, almost every time he saw Bai Feng, this guy had a mocking look on his face, with the purpose of trying to embarrass him. Before, Xiao Xuan thought that he would not participate in these messy things. That's all. Who knew, this guy would really get worse and worse, as if Xiao Xuan was really afraid of him. Bai Feng, you. Bai Ling couldn't stand it anymore. Junior sister, this is a bet between us men. If Mr. Xiao Xuan doesn't dare to participate, then that's it. After all, I can't force him on this kind of thing, right? Before Bai Ling could say anything, Bai Feng just interrupted. Is it a bet? How do you want to bet? I see the odds in the Colosseum seem to be 1 to 10, right? Xiao Xuan also sneered. At that time, he had practiced some methods of taming monster beasts on the ancient continent. Although it is a bit difficult to tame the monsters from ancient times. But if it were to target these ordinary monsters, it would be a piece of cake. For him, it couldn't be easier to control these monsters. Even if he wants the side of the monster to win, that side will definitely win. This is also where his confidence lies. But now, facing Bai Feng, he also deliberately showed a hesitant look. Bai Feng, you are a disciple of Baiyan Valley. With my relationship with sect Master Bai, if you lose, I'm afraid it will be bad in the future. Let's meet. You want me to lose? Ha ha ha, are you a little awake? Do you really think I will lose? There was a bit of contempt on Bai Feng's face, and he said directly, who do you think you are? I, Bai Feng, have been hanging out in the Colosseum for so many years. Do you think that all these things have gone by in vain? If you have the ability, come with me. Just a gamble, I promise not to use the Dao stone resources of Baiyan Valley. Having said this, Xiao Xuan was relieved. Since Bai Feng said that he would not use Baiyan Valley's resources, that meant that the bet between them was just a personal act. This is naturally a good thing for Xiao Xuan. After thinking about this, Xiao Xuan also said deliberately, in that case, I'm relieved. Tell me, what do you want to bet on? Bet 1 million Dao stones. How about 2 monsters in the casino, who will win and who will lose? Bai Feng's face showed excitement, and, in order to take care of you, newbie, I can let you choose first. As he spoke, he pointed at the one-horned leopard and the blazing tiger, who were testing each other. These 2 monsters are both at the 4th level. Judging from the level, their combat power should be between equals. It seems that it is not that simple to choose. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1158, Is there really a comeback? What inspired the flame? Tiger? What's wrong? Don't you believe it? I feel that this flaming tiger has rough skin and thick flesh, so it's not like he has no chance of winning. Xiao Xuan smiled deliberately and said, besides, hasn't it failed yet? Are you so sure that the flame tiger will fail? Hear this. Bai Feng's face was suddenly full of pride. At this time, he was extremely sure that Xiao Xuan was indeed a beast fighting novice who knew nothing. For monsters without ancient bloodline, when the blood in their bodies is lost, to a certain extent, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Now, the battle between the blazing tiger and the one-horned leopard is in progress. The flame tiger has been injured and bleeding heavily, and its current combat effectiveness is probably less than half of what it was at the beginning. You know, the flame tiger in its heyday was no match for the one-horned leopard. Now, the flame tiger is so seriously injured, is it possible that he can make a comeback? This is absolutely impossible. That is to say, in Bai Feng's view, Xiao Xuan's 1,000,000 Dao stones are already in his pocket, the only difference is when to take them. Interesting. Really interesting. 1,000,000 Tao stones, even for you, Mr. Xiao Xuan, it should be a big sum. Right? I don't know if you would feel bad if it fell into my hands? Bai Feng said proudly. But at this moment, Xiao Xuan ignored Bai Feng at all, and just walked to the side of the Colosseum. A spell slowly condensed in his hand and quietly penetrated into the body of the flaming tiger. In a place where no one notices. There was suddenly a hint of clarity in the eyes of the fiery tiger, and the strength in his body gradually recovered. Bloodline strengthening technique. With this thing, we can forcibly raise the level of the flame tiger by 1 level. Now, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the one-horned leopard. Right? Xiao Xuan smiled. Since unlocking the divine soul, the Taoist arts he is good at have also become much more numerous, and he can use some powers that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Even some secret techniques brought back from Tianqian continent and primordial continent. Xiao Xuan can also master it easily. This bloodline enhancement technique was not considered a high-level Taoist technique. At that time, he had only accidentally learned it from Master Tai. It can improve the level of a monster in a short period of time. Moreover, the level of improvement is also reflected in the caster. The stronger the soul power of the caster, the higher the level of the monster will be. With Xiao Xuan's divine soul, he could even turn this flaming tiger into a 6th grade or even 7th grade monster within a short period of time. It's just that this is a bit too showy. Xiao Xuan did not do this. He has always thought that methods like the bloodline enhancement technique were useless, and it was only today that he used them for the first time. Ho ho ho! Roar! With Xiao Xuan's bloodline enhancement surgery, the situation of fighting beasts on the field also quietly changed. Although the one-horned leopard, which was constantly attacking, was still very fast, it soon found that there was no way to take advantage of the flame tiger. The flame tiger also relied on its strength to start counterattacking against the one-horned leopard. The one-horned leopard circled the flame tiger several times. Finally, seeing an opportunity, he flew up and bit the flame tiger's neck. The movements are quick and sharp. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1159. A Miracle in the Colosseum, a 6th grade monster appears. This young man is so lucky. You won 1,000,000 Dao stones in one hand. This is unique in our 10,000 Beasts Tower. Just when Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were secretly happy, a gloomy voice suddenly came over. The speaker was Lin Meng, who had just appeared in the Colosseum. Seeing this guy, Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Does Master Lin have something to say? Nothing. I just heard that in our 10,000 Beast Tower Colosseum, someone made a 1,000,000 Dao stones, and his judgment on monsters is extremely accurate. In this case, I am naturally a little interested. Lin Meng looked at Xiao Xuan with his eyes. I wonder, Master Xiao Xuan, are you interested in a bet with me? Say it. The audience who had been watching the excitement just now became interested again, and looked at Xiao Xuan and Lin Meng curiously. You know, as the young master of the 10,000 Beast Tower, Lin Meng naturally knows all the monsters in the 10,000 Beast Tower. Generally speaking, the disciples and elders in the 10,000 Beast Tower will not participate in the bet. This is also for the sake of fairness. Who knew that Lin Meng was acting out of character today? Take the initiative to make a bet with Xiao Xuan? Isn't this a bit strange? Isn't this just bullying? Master Lin, Mr. Lin. You are the young master of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. You are very familiar with all the monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Isn't it a bit bullying for you to compete like this? Bai Ling said angrily. Besides, Mr. Xiao Xuan is just a man who has just participated in beast fighting. Isn't it unfair for you to make a bet with him like this? Lin Meng shook his head and said to Bai Ling, this is a bit exaggerated. I know that this young master can earn 1 million Dao stones on his first bet. Such an achievement is not something that ordinary people can achieve. If you are a novice with this level of betting, then those who have been playing betting for many years will really be ashamed of themselves. This is just luck. Bai Ling was a little helpless. She originally wanted to say that it was entirely Bai Feng's own stupidity that forced him to gamble with Xiao Xuan, which was why he lost so much. But in front of outsiders, Bai Ling still gave Bai Feng some face and did not say these words. Unfortunately, now Lin Meng has come forward and wants to make a bet with Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan seemed a little hard to refuse this bet from the young master of 10,000 Beasts Tower, and he frowned with helplessness on his face. Seeing Lin Meng's attitude, he also knew that if he wanted to hide, he might not be able to escape, so he could only forcefully win. I don't know, how does Master Lin plan to gamble? Xiao Xuan asked directly. It's a simple thing. 2 million Dao stones, you still have to choose the next game. If you win for a million, it will be yours, but if you lose, you only need to give your 1 million principal Dao stones to Mr. Bai Feng. That's good. Lin Meng smiled and said, how is it? After saying this, most people basically knew that Lin Meng actually stood up for Bai Feng. You don't want the Dao stone? Xiao Xuan was a little curious. It's only 1 million Dao stones. The beast souls sold by my 10,000 Beasts Tower every year make more than tens of millions of profits. I don't care. Lin Meng said grandly. Good. As expected of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. I have a lot of money. In that case, I'll bet on it too. Xiao Xuan sneered. Lin Meng naturally understood the monsters in his sect. However, what he was more curious about was what was the relationship between Lin Meng and Bai Feng. Why would he stand up like this for Bai Feng? Also, the 10,000 Beasts building can make tens of millions of profits every year? By what means is this achieved? Do you sell high-end beast souls? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1160 Battle. The eagle, turtle, horse and Xuan fight against the scorpion. Come on. Come on. Guema, if you crush the Xuan war scorpion with 1 foot, I can earn 500,000 Dao stones. Humph, I think this turtle horse is probably going to lose. Even if the turtle shell on his back is very hard, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a tail attack from Xian Shuangzhan scorpion. It's exciting, it's so exciting. Some viewers were talking about it. Two sixth-grade monsters also slowly walked into the Colosseum. Monsters of this level are no longer controllable by ordinary beast trainers. They are completely free to use them during the battle. Of course, even if it is controlled, it is estimated that only a strong person at the level of half-step Dragon God Realm or even Dragon God Realm can control it. Xiao Xuan noticed. The eagle turtle horse is a war horse with wings on both sides and a turtle shell on its back. The forehooves of this horse are as black as steel. Just when it walks, the bluestone in the ground makes a burst of crackling sounds. Obviously, a strong outer sect practitioner like Lin Meng would be injured if he was stepped on by such an iron hoof. Correspondingly, the Xuan war scorpion is a huge black scorpion, but it is covered with a layer of ice-white frost armor, with two large dark red scorpions in front, and a green tail on its tail. Needle. In terms of momentum, the two are evenly matched. For ordinary people, it is really difficult to tell which one of them is strong and which one is weak. How about it? Master Xiao Xuan, look, who is more powerful among these two? With a smile on his face, Lin Meng said, speaking of which, they are all extremely powerful sixth-grade monsters in our 10,000 Beasts Tower. Even I can't guarantee who will win today. Although he said so. But among the people present, not many people believed it. After all, Lin Meng was the young sect master of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. He had grown up in the 10,000 Beasts Tower and had seen countless battles between monsters and beasts. Even if this was a sixth-grade monster, it was impossible for him to know everything. Not to mention, from the way Lin Meng showed before, he was obviously full of confidence, but there was no trace of confusion at all. I choose the eagle, turtle, and horse. A species that can fly should be better than one that can crawl on the ground, right? Xiao Xuan said directly. Hearing this, Lin Meng almost laughed out loud. It turned out that what everyone didn't know was that, when Wanchulu captured the eagle, turtle, and horse, he accidentally injured his wings. In addition, in the Colosseum, in order to prevent the eagle, turtle, and horse from escaping, the powerful men of the 10,000 Beast Tower specifically invaded his body with toxins, limiting his ability to fly. Horse weakening. So in the eyes of ordinary people, the eagle, turtle, and horse that can fly and fight may be more powerful than the Xuan war scorpion. However, only those inside the 10,000 Beasts Tower know that the eagle, turtle, and horse are actually weaker than the Xuan war scorpion. Good. Then I have no choice but to choose Xuan scorpion. Lin Meng's mouth flashed with joy. I hope he won't disappoint me. I also choose Xuan scorpion. Quick, 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 young sect, Master Lin chooses Xuan and scorpion. I think it's probably very difficult for eagle turtle horse to win. Go and place your bets. Place your bet. I'll bet 200,000 Dao stones, Xuan and scorpion will win. What made Xiao Xuan dumbfounded was that the spectators nearby saw Lin Meng placing bets, and they all followed suit, thinking that Xuan scorpion could win. Even Snakeyu spent 500,000 to try to fight Xuan scorpion. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1161. A small magical power? The power of a powerful mount. Inside the Colosseum. When the audience saw the scene in front of them, every face was filled with surprise and surprise. What they couldn't believe was Xuan scorpion, who originally had the upper hand, was defeated in one move. Moreover, he was directly injured. Didn't you say that this eagle, turtle, and horse are just powerful mounts? Is the combat effectiveness of this mount a bit too strong? Unbelievable. How is this possible? Several disciples who were placing bets with Lin Meng also had expressions of Surprise on their faces, looking at everything in the Colosseum as if they were in a dream. They didn't believe that this eagle and turtle could still have the upper hand. Master Lin, what is going on? The Xuan war scorpion won't be defeated by this eagle turtle horse, right? A disciple of the 10,000 Beast Tower asked nervously. No hurries. The eagle turtle horse just used some Taoist magic, it's nothing special. Do you think that Xiao Xuan's scorpion, as the underground overlord, doesn't know Taoist magic? Lin Meng said contemptuously, don't forget, the Xuan war scorpion has not yet used the tail needle on its back, that is its real weapon. Saying these words made the disciples who had just placed their bets feel a little more at ease. Indeed. Anyone with eyesight can see it. The real fighting part of the Xuan war scorpion should be the tail needle behind his butt. The tail needle is extremely poisonous at first glance. If it touches the eagle, turtle, and horse, I'm afraid the latter will also be defeated with one move. But although these people were full of hope, the scene in the Colosseum did make them a little unhappy. After the eagle turtle horse showed off its Taoist skills, the Xuan war scorpion was chased around, and even its two large claws were crushed one. The Xuan war scorpion also tried to attack with its tail needle, but at the speed of an eagle and a turtle, his slow tail needle could not touch the former at all. Under such a scene, it still shocks others to see it. Similarly, Lin Meng also frowned slightly. He could see that under such consumption, the situation was obviously not good for Xiao Xuan. Scorpion. Perhaps he needs to think of a way to help Xiao Xuan scorpion. He glanced at the elders of Wanzhou Tower around him, and then, the environment in the Colosseum unexpectedly changed. The originally hard bluestone floor slowly changed into soft sand. The tall beast cage also became lower. At this moment, the situation in the Colosseum was reversed. Originally, the eagle, turtle, and horse could rely on the wide scene to avoid the attacks of the Xuan war scorpion. Nowadays, the space in the Colosseum is small, which is naturally a limitation for the eagle, turtle, and horse. More importantly, the soft sand made it almost impossible for the four hooves of the eagle turtle horse to land. Instead, the Xuan war scorpion came to a familiar scene, and quickly dug a sand hole with its two large claws and got directly into it. See this scene. Some of the spectators in the Colosseum were a little unhappy. They could clearly see that the environmental changes in the Colosseum were a gain for the Xuan war scorpions, but a weakening for the eagles, turtles, and horses. Some spectators who had bet on the eagle, turtle, and horse roared angrily. 10,000 Beast Tower, what are you doing? Changing the environment of the Colosseum without permission? Isn't this making the eagle and turtle lose? Fixing the game? You are so shameless. Where is Lin Tao? Come out quickly and give us an explanation. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1162, It's not my character to suffer the consequences of being dumb. To know. Xiao Xuan has traveled across 2 continents since Tianqian continent. On these continents, he has seen more than hundreds of thousands of cultivators and has interacted with more than thousands of cultivators. What kind of people have I never seen? Although these people in the Colosseum were shameless, they were not to the point where Xiao Xuan could not resist. Aren't you cheating by changing the battlefield environment? So, let's see what cheating really is. Xiao Xuan just smiled at Bai Ling, ignored those mocking glances, and slowly walked to a position close to the Colosseum. See this scene. Bai Feng was even more ridiculed. What's going on? Could it be that you're going crazy because you can't accept it? I think you'd better give in as soon as possible. You're right. Surrender and lose half. Ha 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 ha. But don't even think about getting those Dao stones back. When some people saw Xiao Xuan's appearance, they also ridiculed. It was obvious that they all thought that Xiao Xuan was destined to lose. Even Lin Meng had a smile on his face. As the young master of the 10,000 Beasts building, he naturally has a very good understanding of the eagle turtle horse and Xuan war scorpion. He knows that in an environment like the sand, the eagle turtle horse's combat effectiveness is reduced by at least 30%. It can be said that this time Xian Shuang and Scorpion will definitely win. Ridiculous. You actually want to make a bet with me, Lin Meng? Do you really think that I, Lin Meng, have spent all these years in the 10,000 Beasts Tower in vain? Lin Meng sneered. In his opinion, the fact that things have developed to this point today is entirely under his own control. At the same time, he also believed that there was nothing wrong with his manipulations. Now, he just needs to wait quietly and wait for Xiao Xuan to fail. Inside the Colosseum. Looking at the Xuan war scorpion with its head hidden in the sand, the eagle turtle horse, which could not stand firmly in the sand, felt so uncomfortable. As for the eagle, turtle, and horse, he was not used to walking in the sand, let alone fighting here, so he avoided it as much as possible and tried to keep himself away from the sand. But Xian Shuangzhan Scorpion didn't give him this chance. There was a sudden explosion, and a huge black scorpion emerged from under the sand, waving its two large claws and attacking the eagle, turtle, and horse. Judging from the situation above the large claws, during the time under the sand, Xuan war scorpion actually healed his own claws. Violent. The eagle, turtle, and horse quickly evaded. However, his four hooves were useless on the soft sand, and he fell directly to the ground without doing anything. Xuan war scorpion did not hesitate, and the dark green tail needle pierced directly into the body of the eagle turtle horse. For a moment, the body of the eagle, turtle, and horse seemed to have lost its intuition, and it began to twitch involuntarily on the ground. The battle was almost over in an instant. At this time, some people who suppressed Xian Shuangzhan Scorpion looked at the scene in front of them with excited expressions on their faces. Ha 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 ha. Win. I knew that this Xian Shuang war scorpion would definitely win, and I'll make a fortune now. Let me see, what else can Xiao Xuan be arrogant about now? Don't even look at it. He actually has the courage to fight with Lin Meng, the young building owner. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Good. Bai Feng was also extremely excited. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1163, The Shameful Person Makes a Comeback. Snort. Xiao Xuan, I really didn't expect you to be so shameless. You have obviously failed and you are still messing around here. Do you think you can delay time in this way? Bai Feng also sarcastically said, why don't you take out the Dao stone as soon as possible and get out of the Colosseum? Regarding his ridicule, Xiao Xuan had no idea of responding to him. In his opinion, this was completely indifferent. These people are shouting happily now. In the end, he will definitely slap himself hard in the face. After saying this, the people next to him were also filled with emotion. They also generally knew that Xiao Xuan's failure this time was indeed a bit aggrieved, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, even the 10,000 Beast Tower took action personally. What else could Xiao Xuan do? The other side. In the Colosseum, a place that no one noticed, Eagle Turtle Horse has slowly opened his eyes, and there seems to be some clarity in his eyes. Violent. After a neigh, the eagle, turtle, and horse stood up directly, waving their wings, and flew up Then, in front of everyone, the eagle, turtle, and horse began to trample the Xuan war scorpion with its 4 hooves. Xiao Xuan scorpion obviously didn't react. He didn't even dodge for a moment, letting the eagle's tortoise horse steel like hooves trample on him. In the end, he was trampled directly into a puddle of mud. Xuan fought against Scorpion and was defeated. This scene happened quickly. Even some of the disciples in the 10,000 Beast Tower didn't react. They just looked at each other in disbelief at the scene in front of them. It's obvious. They couldn't believe it either. Such a thing could really happen. Xiao Xuan Scorpion, who had the upper hand just now, was actually killed in an instant. Moreover, they were not even given time to react. How is this possible? Is this eagle turtle horse crazy? Didn't he get hit by the Xuan war scorpion's tail needle? This can't be real. I don't believe this is real. Amidst the conversation, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, as if they were seeing something unbelievable. Will such a thing happen again? This can't be right. Something like this will happen again. Give me an explanation. I need an explanation. What the hell is going on? Some people looked at each other. In the end, Lin Mang looked almost crazy. He looked at everything in front of him, and the expression on his face was as ugly as possible. Isn't it possible? What is going on? Bai Feng was also stunned. With his many years of experience in fighting beasts, how could the eagle and turtle win in a situation where they were almost certain to lose just now? Ha 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 ha. We won, the eagle, the turtle, and the horse actually won. I've made a lot of money. 500,000 Dao stones were credited to my account at once, but I will never come to this 10,000 Beast Tower again. How can you be so shameless and choose to change the environment of the Colosseum? If you want to talk about making money, the person who makes the most money should be Xiao Xuan. After saying something at this time, some disciples also set their sights on Xiao Xuan, wanting to see how he would solve this matter. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1164 Lin Tao's Gamble, the Heaven-Defying 7th Grade. Beast. Hear this sound. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling only raised their heads and saw that the person standing in front of them was actually Lin Tao, the owner of 10,000 Beasts Tower. Lord Lin, what are you? Bai Ling frowned slightly. She saw that Lin Tao was not the only one coming, but there were also a group of elders from the 10,000 Beast Tower behind Lin Tao. Judging from this meaning, it seems that they must agree to this bet. It's just a bet. Lin Tao smiled. I have gained a reputation in the beast fighting world these years, but I rarely see real strong beast fighters. Today, I saw Mr. Xiao Xuan win 2 bets, which made me feel a little bit technical. That's all. Is it just an itch? Bai Ling couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Certainly. If you two don't want to, you can leave immediately. I won't be embarrassed at all. Lin Tao said with a smile. After all, we in the 10,000 Beasts Tower never do anything that is difficult for others. Hear these high-sounding words. Bai Ling felt a little uncomfortable inside. She was not a fool, so she could immediately understand the meaning of Lin Tao's words. Don't force others to do something difficult? If he didn't force anyone into trouble, as the owner of 10,000 Beasts Tower, would Lin Tao need to make a special trip here? Obviously, in the bet just now, Xiao Xuan made millions of Dao stones, and even caused Wanzhou Tower to lose such a big face. Naturally, they couldn't just watch. Most of them still want to rely on Lin Tao's methods. Earning some of the lost Dao stones is not only to recover some of the losses, but also to save the face of 10,000 Beasts Tower. Otherwise, what happened today will spread. Doesn't it mean that the entire 10,000 Beast Tower is being toyed with by a young Xiao Xuan? From now on, if the 10,000 Beast Tower is located in the eastern part of Nanzhan, what dignity will it have? Xiao Xuan, this, or are you gambling? Bai Ling hesitated. Let's talk about positive hard power. Neither White Flame Valley nor Yuling sect is weaker than 10,000 Beasts Tower. However, these sects are all in the eastern part of Nanzhan. The sects always lower their heads to see each other, so there is no need to make things difficult. Too stiff. Therefore, Bai Ling also hoped that Xiao Xuan would lose a few 100,000. It's a face to the 10,000 Beasts building. However, when Xiao Xuan saw the despicable method used by Wanzhou Tower to change the battlefield environment, he had no good impression of Wanzhou Tower, and immediately said directly, I don't know, what kind of bet does Mr. Lin want to make? Or Daosher? Isn't this a bit boring? Oh? What do you want to bet on, Master Xiao Xuan? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes. High-level beast soul? I have long heard that the 10,000 Beast Tower in the eastern area of Nanzhan is the sect with the most beast souls. If I can come up with high-level beast souls, for me, it is also necessary to take a gamble. Xiao Xuan said directly, the spirit of a 6th grade or above monster beast. Say it. Even Lin Tao, the owner of 10,000 Beast Tower, was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Xuan to make such a request. To know. There are only a few demonic beasts of rank 6 or above in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, including the Xianshuang War Scorpion that died just now. But it was Lin Tao who proposed the bet just now. Now Xiao Xuan wants a high-level beast soul. If Lin Tao refuses, it will make him look a bit petty. Then Xiao Xuan can naturally refuse. Thinking of this, Lin Tao gritted his teeth and said directly, okay. Then bet on the high-level beast soul. This time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1165 9-Wave Centipede with Phoenix Pattern, a real 7th grade monster. Ha ha ha. Master Xiao Xuan is really cautious. Don't worry, I've lived for such a long time. I naturally understand the factors that make monsters and beasts fight each other. How about I choose the monster first? Hearing Xiao Xuan agree, Lin Tao also had a smile on his face. Speaking of which, ever since he became the owner of 10,000 Beasts Tower, his achievements in fighting beasts have been unparalleled. It can be said that in the entire eastern part of Nanzhan, he is an invincible existence. I didn't expect to meet such a person as Xiao Xuan today. Being able to cause such a big stir in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, he decided to take action personally and teach Xiao Xuan a lesson. On the one hand, it is to let Xiao Xuan not be too presumptuous and to earn some face for 10,000 Beasts Tower. On the other hand, it is to let the entire Nanzhan East not forget a person like Lin Tao. Good. Xiao Xuan can know. Lin Tao kept talking for a long time. He must have been prepared, but this did not make him feel intimidated. On the contrary, it ignited a little interest in him. He wanted to see how many 7th grade monsters there were in this 10,000 Beast Tower. Master Xiao Xuan, please. After reaching a bet agreement, Lin Tao also looked more serious on his face and said directly to Xiao Xuan. Today, I would like to ask Mr. Xiao Xuan to see how the 7th grade monsters in our 10,000 Beasts Tower are doing. Xiao Xuan didn't have stage fright either. Taking Bai Ling with him, he followed Lin Tao into the animal breeding area inside the 10,000 Beasts building. Turning left and right in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, they soon came to a closed space. There were various terrifying restrictions on the space, which should prevent the 7th level monsters from escaping. Lin Tao stretched out his hand. He slid the restriction a few times and successfully unlocked it, and then walked in directly with Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. As soon as they entered, the two felt a terrifying scent of monsters inside. Although they had seen the battle between the eagle turtle horse and the Xuan war scorpion before, they were only 6th grade monsters, and they were far away. Basically, the audience could not feel the monster aura on them. Now I am in such close contact with a 7th grade monster. Xiao Xuan can still clearly feel the strength of these monster beasts. He took a rough look and found that there were about 7 or 8 7th grade monsters here. Except for a few injured ones, only 4 or 5 could go to the Colosseum. Lin Tao also fulfilled his promise, walked up to a monster beast, and said, with a smile, this 9-wave centipede with phoenix pattern was tamed by me personally at that time, so choose him. Xiao Xuan looked down. I discovered that it was a colorful centipede with patterns all over its body. Its densely packed long legs were squirming, and it looked extremely scary. It's so disgusting. Bai Ling was a girl, but she almost vomited when she saw this scene. All right. Xiao Xuan can also roughly see it. Although the centipede looks ugly, the aura on its body is indeed very powerful, and it should be regarded as the strongest among these monsters. As for other monsters, although it is not considered weak, it is still a little worse than this phoenix-patterned 9-wave centipede. Well, Xiao Xuan looked at it for a long time. But he could never find a monster that satisfied him. Finally, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked directly, I wonder if I can use the monster I have tamed? Ask this question. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1166 Fighting Beast, a terrifying 7th level monster. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Xiao Xuan saw that although Bai Ling said this, there was still suspicion on his face, and he comforted him. Didn't some people doubt that I couldn't win before? Didn't they all get slapped in the face in the end? Seeing Xiao Xuan like this, Bai Ling also understood that it was useless for her to say anything more. She just nodded, which meant she trusted him. At this time, Xiao Xuan also secretly came to the space magic weapon and communicated with Xiao Lu. Regarding Xiao Xuan's interruption, Xiao Lu looked like she had expected it. As if she had known he was coming. What's wrong? Are you asking me to work for you again? Xiao Lu asked directly. After saying this, Xiao Xuan felt a little embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and said, yeah, hee. I want to use your power to kill a 7th grade monster. 7th grade? Xiao Lu asked. That's right, 7th grade. It is said to be called the Phoenix Pattern 9-wave centipede. Are you confident? Since he was already so familiar with Xiao Lu, Xiao Xuan simply asked directly. It's only 7th grade? Do you need to come to me? Xiao Lu said disdainfully. Xiao Xuan couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Originally, he was a little worried. The 7th grade Phoenix pattern and 9-wave centipede was still regarded as a treasure by that old guy Lin Tao. So it was definitely not weak. But who knew that Xiao Lu could be so confident? Even without even seeing the face of the 9-wave centipede with Phoenix pattern, you are already sure that you will win? Cough cough cough. Are you a little too arrogant? No matter what, this is a 7th grade monster. Even if there is no ancient blood in the body, you can't look down on him so much, right? Xiao Xuan said directly. Humph. Without ancient bloodline, this centipede is just a weakling. This girl can take it down casually. Xiao Lu is full of confidence. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was relieved. Originally, he still had some pressure to fight monsters with an old guy like Lin Tao, but with these promises from Xiaolu, he felt more at ease. But he was still a little worried. Although Xiao Green is very powerful, his identity is a big secret. No one knows if there is a real master in the Colosseum. If they find out Xiao Green's identity, it will be troublesome. Xiaolu, your identity, if possible, try not to expose it. Xiao Xuan reminded seriously. Okay. Xiaolu nodded. Then I'm relieved. I believe that with your strength, it should be easy to defeat this monster. After Xiao Xuan finished speaking, his spiritual consciousness also walked out of the space magic weapon. Inside Wanzhou building, Lin Tao also had a bit of contempt on his face when he saw Xiao Xuan in the animal breeding area. As the owner of the 10,000 Beasts Tower, he is very familiar with the monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. He knows every 7th grade monster very well. He knows that this phoenix-patterned 9-wave centipede is definitely the strongest among the 7th grade monsters. 1. Originally, it didn't matter how Xiao Xuan chose. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1167. Lin Tao doesn't understand. Is he going to surrender? Never mind. Let's not focus on these things. Now, since you have promised Lin Tao to fight with him, where is your beast? Bai Ling looked Xiao Xuan up and down and asked suddenly. Of course I have a monster. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. In fact, he had just told Xiaolu to make her become more powerful and fierce. But who knew that the latter just didn't want to change because she was too ugly. This also made him very helpless. Now, when this matter was brought up by Bai Ling, he felt helpless on his face. And could only say awkwardly, actually, don't misunderstand me too much. I can definitely do this well. What is a misunderstanding? You said you wanted to fight a beast, but you don't even have a beast now. How are you going to fight? 3 million Dao stones, can you hand it over so easily? Bai Ling felt helpless for a while. Speaking of which, she is also a normal person. Facing 3 million Dao stones, it is impossible for her to remain calm. But if the Taoist stone is lost in this way, it would be a bit excessive. What do you want to do? If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have any monsters in your body. Right? If there really is, then it's only the one who killed Shi Qing in the Yuling sect, right? Seeing Xiao Xuan looking embarrassed. Instead, Bai Ling asked thoughtfully, speaking of which, although I didn't see that monster beast with my own eyes, since that monster beast can kill a strong man like Shi Qing, it should be quite powerful. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan had to admire Bai Ling. This girl looks cute, but she is so thoughtful that she can now think about what happened to the Yuling sect at that time. To know. At that time, when Xiao Xuan summoned Xiao Lu and killed Shi Qing, only the disciples of Yuling sect were present. Later, Han Xian also blocked the news, and few people knew about Xiao Lu. Only some high-level officials knew about it. Although the news was leaked later. For some reason, only people at the level of Snake Wanlong, Snake Ao, and Old Man Bai Yan knew about it. Who knew that even Bai Ling knew about this? How do you know? Xiao Xuan was confused. Shi Qing had already turned into a snake at that time, but he was a strong man who was half a step into the dragon god realm. If a strong man of this level suddenly fell, is it possible to say that the other main sects didn't know about it at all? Bai Ling asked in return. You are really smart. Xiao Xuan smiled helplessly, but you have to keep this matter a secret for me. Should you keep it a secret? That's okay, but I'm curious, how do you want me to keep it a secret? A hint of cunning flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. A secret is a secret. Is there any other way? Xiao Xuan was a little confused. He knew that Bai Ling, a little girl, usually had a lot of clever ideas. She probably had some ideas when she asked questions at this time. He also continued to ask, is it possible that you want something else? Of course. However, if you are willing, I can give you something good. Bai Ling said with a smile, but I can't give it to you until you attend the youth conference. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan's interest that had just been attracted dissipated instantly. He felt it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1168 Different Powers, Powerful Monsters. For a while, Lin Meng's words also caused an uproar. A group of disciples from the 10,000 Beast Tower also began to laugh at him, looking at Xiao Xuan as if they were looking at a fool. Ha ha ha. Master Lin must be right. This Xiao Xuan looks like just an ordinary disciple. Why can he be a rival to our Master Lin? With Master Lin's methods, with just a few moves, I'm afraid I can make this guy's life worse than death. Yes, yes. Compared with old building owner Lin, Xiao Xuan is worse than a bedbug on the ground. With Lin Meng's words, a group of disciples also took advantage of the situation and started mocking. However, Xiao Xuan did not take these words to heart at all. For him, these sarcastic voices were not worthy of her attention at all. On the contrary, he prefers to rely on his own strength to slap these people in the face and let them know what it means to have a better world. Presumptuous. Young Master Xiao Xuan is a guest of my 10,000 Beasts Tower, how can you talk like this? It seemed that he saw Xiao Xuan's unkind expression. Lin Tao couldn't stand it any longer, so he walked directly to Xiao Xuan and said hypocritically, Young Master Xiao Xuan, don't worry, these disciples in my sect have seen too many powerful people, and they have also developed the habit of being high-minded and low-handed. We are not so polite to ordinary cultivators. So to say, in their eyes, I, Xiao Xuan, am just an ordinary cultivator? Xiao Xuan interrupted Lin Tao, without waiting for him to finish. If that's true, it would be interesting. Isn't it? Could it be that Young Master Xiao Xuan is not an ordinary cultivator? Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Lin Tao sneered and asked directly, if Young Master Xiao Xuan doesn't think so, I'm being rude. Ha ha ha. Master Xiao Xuan, I think you should not be too confident. In Nanzhan Haizhou, there are so many talented people even in the outer areas. If nothing else, can you compare to young Master Bai Feng and young Master Shiyu? I'm afraid, when it comes to talent, you can't even compare to Miss Bai Ling next to you. Not as good as anything, right? Lin Meng walked over carelessly, not to mention, I am an ordinary person, but I can still rely on the outer sex cultivation methods to raise my realm to the peak of the Blue God realm. Where are you? There is a reason why Lin Meng is so arrogant. I really want to talk about it. Relying on the outer sex cultivation techniques to elevate one's realm to the pinnacle of the Blue God realm, this is really not something that ordinary people can do. Not only did Lin Meng do it, he also didn't lose the skill of taming animals in his sect, which was already remarkable. Therefore, he also had the capital to be arrogant and laugh at Xiao Xuan. Having said that, isn't it? Xiao Xuan rolled his eyes. From what he just said, he heard something wrong. And asked deliberately, Brother Lin Meng, as an outer sect cultivator, has reached the pinnacle of the Tsongshan realm. It is indeed amazing, but I seem to feel it just now. Brother Lin Meng put his name behind Bai Feng and Shiyu, are you inferior to them? You. Lin Meng was speechless when he heard this. In fact, what Xiao Xuan said was right. Although he, Lin Meng, was an outer sect practitioner, facing Bai Feng's White Flame Way and Snake Yu spiritual Snake Way, it was really difficult to deal with them, so he showed a little timidity. Who knew that Xiao Xuan would also notice this? Seeing Lin Meng's embarrassed expression, Xiao Xuan roughly understood that this guy was probably no match for Bai Feng and Shiyu. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1169, The Disciple Who Was Expelled from the Sect, a Genius? Hear these baseless speculations. Xiao Xuan only had a bit of sarcasm on his face. Everyone, you are all considered to be some famous disciples in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. The way you behave now is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? If you say these unfounded speculations, I'm afraid they will cause others to laugh at you. Groundless speculation? I'm afraid, our speculations are all coming to your heart, so you're so anxious, right? Lin Meng sneered. That's all. Xiao Xuan shook his head. On these small things, I think there is no need to waste too much time. You say this is the case, maybe that's the case. After saying that, he walked straight out of the animal breeding area. See Xiao Xuan leaving. Lin Meng and Lin Tao were also stunned. In fact, they did not speculate like this on purpose. It's just that they saw that Xiao Xuan was handsome, and his realm was only 6 stars in the Tsongshan realm, not even as good as Bai Ling beside him, but he could casually take out nearly 1 million Tao stone resources. With such things connected, they had to doubt Xiao Xuan's identity. Humph, you're trying to be mysterious. Father, I think this Xiao Xuan is deliberately talking nonsense here. As for his own ability to tame beasts, I estimate that he is defeated in one move. You must not show mercy later. Lin Meng said harshly. Don't worry, my father knows this. I'm afraid, even if my father doesn't want to kill me, the 7th grade Phoenix-patterned 9-wave centipede will not show mercy. Lin Tao also couldn't stand Xiao Xuan's arrogance. What's more, now that he was still on the territory of 10,000 beasts Tower, Xiao Xuan didn't even give him any face? How could he endure this? He made up his mind. Later, he will definitely activate the 9-wave centipede with Phoenix pattern to let Xiao Xuan know what real fear is. The entrance of Xiao Xuan and Lin Tao. In the Colosseum, there was once again a betting frenzy. According to normal principles, as the owner of the 10,000 beasts building, Lin Tao's ability to tame animals is unquestionable, and this time he is controlling the 9-wave centipede with the Phoenix pattern that he is most familiar with, so he should be sure to win. But things are different now. The so-called fool beats the master. If you are a disciple who knows a little bit about how to train animals, you probably have no chance of winning against someone like Lin Tao. However, the person who is now Lin Tao's opponent is Xiao Xuan. Then everything is possible. After all, Xiao Xuan is a person who has created miracles twice in a row. Who knows whether he will create a third miracle? This is very hesitant. Who should I believe? It's indeed a bit unbelievable. Most disciples may not even have the courage to fight against Lin Tao, but this Xiao Xuan seems to have the courage. What's the use of having courage? Taming and fighting beasts relies on the understanding of monsters. This Xiao Xuan was a monster novice before. How can someone who knows nothing about them defeat Sect Master Lin Tao? I just believe in Sect Master Lin Tao. Sect Master Lin Tao has lost. I will take off my head and play it as a ball. It seems that Mr. Xiao Xuan has no chance of winning, right? Some people were talking about it, and everyone was trying to suppress it, but most people chose to believe Lin Tao. Bai Ling did not hesitate, and regardless of Bai Feng's persuasion, he just gave Xiao Xuan all the Dao stones on his body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1170, The Little Green Sparrow Kills the 7th Level Monster. In an instant. Bai Feng and Xiu also showed relaxed smiles when they saw the scene. The situation was pretty much what they expected. Before, Xiao Xuan was just bluffing and had no ability at all. When the time comes, he can be easily dealt with. At this moment, Xiao Xuan also felt helpless. He also knew that Xiao Lu, a mythical beast, had ancient blood, and being able to communicate and fight with him was already a great honor. What else did he want to change Xiao Lu into? This is simply impossible. But the good thing is that the pressure of the divine beast on Xiao Lu is still there, and it seems to be stronger than before. If Xiao Xuan's predictions are correct, Xiao Lu's victory over the phoenix patterned 9-wave centipede is almost certain. Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. Lin Tao, who was standing opposite, looked a little nervous. He vaguely felt that the little green bird on Xiao Xuan's shoulder in front of him didn't seem to be that simple. You know, the phoenix patterned 9-wave centipede behind him is a 7th grade monster. For human cultivators, this strength has surpassed the little golden god realm and is infinitely close to the golden god realm. If it were an ordinary monster, the 9-wave centipede with the phoenix pattern would probably have been avoided long ago. However, the little green bird on Xiao Xuan's shoulder had no intention of avoiding it, but instead felt eager to try. Cloud Beast Technique. Rise. Facing Xiao Xuan. At this moment, Lin Tao was no longer hesitant. He roared angrily and instilled a magic seal into the body of the phoenix-patterned 9 waves centipede behind him. In an instant, the body of the 9-wave centipede with phoenix pattern turned red. The strong aura of the monster beast was released, causing the entire Colosseum to shake, as if some thunder had descended into the world. Seeing this scene, Lin Meng was stunned for a moment, and then said triumphantly, "You may not know that this is my father's cloud beast technique. When used, it can greatly increase the combat power of the monster beast. If my prediction is correct, the current 9-wave centipede with phoenix pattern can still fight even if it faces the true golden god realm of humans. The cloud beast technique is a secret technique that is not taught in our 10,000 beast tower. Amazing." Bai Feng praised. "I didn't expect that the old building owner Lin paid so much attention to Xiao Xuan and used secret techniques as soon as he came up. It seems that Xiao Xuan will die without a burial today. Best dead. It also saves me having to do it myself in the future." Snake Yu also had a slight smile on his face, with a stern look on his face. Anyway, at most, he can only live until the youth conference. By then, we, the Spirit Snake Alliance, will settle old and new grudges together, and he will also die. Humph. I'm afraid you, the Spirit Snake Alliance, are not that capable yet. Bai Ling said scornfully. Master Xiao Xuan, our guest at Baiyan Valley, is also a core disciple of the Yuling sect. You, the Spirit Snake Alliance, are going to deal with it. Does he want to start a war with our two sects at the same time? Is it? Snake Yu frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could have such great ability and be recognized by both Baiyan Valley and Yuling sect. So what? Even if you have the protection of the sect, if you don't have the strength, you will probably be asking for trouble in the end. Bai Feng said disdainfully. Do you have the strength? Perhaps you will know when you get to the real youth conference. Face the ridicule of these people. Bai Ling said bluntly. In the past, some disciples who thought they were geniuses died inexplicably, right? For a moment, Bai Feng and Xiu were also a little silent. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1171, The Out-of-Control 9-Wave Centipede with Phoenix Pattern is a dead end. Out of control. Out of control? An out-of-control 7th grade monster? Lin Meng's words immediately shocked everyone present, and they all looked at the scene in disbelief. For them, this situation is simply incomprehensible. In any case, Lin Tao is the owner of the 10,000 Beasts building. His ability to tame beasts is among the best in the entire eastern part of Nanzhan. Haizhou. How could he let his monsters get out of control? Isn't this a joke? Master Lin Meng, are you kidding me? Old Master Lin is also a veteran beast trainer. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Let a 7th level monster lose control in the Colosseum? This is not. Bai Feng couldn't imagine it. But Lin Meng didn't talk nonsense with these people, and directly took some disciples from the 10,000 Beast Tower and took the initiative to retreat. He actually planned to leave the Colosseum. This moment also shocked everyone present, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. People from 10,000 Beast Tower? He actually left the Colosseum on his own initiative? I'm afraid I don't need to say more about what this means, right? Damn it, let's go, let's go. Snake Yu reacted quickly and asked the people from the Spirit Snake Alliance to leave. Run. Bai Feng was also dissatisfied with his actions. He turned around and ran away without caring about the other people in Baiyan Valley. Disciples of White Flame Valley, prepare to leave. It was Bai Ling who was organizing all the disciples of Baiyan Valley to leave in an orderly manner. At the same time, she also looked at Xiao Xuan worriedly. Although she knew being able to push Lin Tao to this point, not hesitate to arouse the ferocity of the 9-wave centipede with phoenix pattern, and even make the beast lose control, is nothing more than Xiao Xuan showing strength that Lin Tao cannot deal with. But even so, she was still a little worried about Xiao Xuan's safety. Sister Linger, please leave quickly. Once the 7th grade monster gets out of control, it may damage the entire Colosseum. Please leave quickly. Some disciples from Baiyan Valley persuaded. No. Master Xiao Xuan is the benefactor of our White Flame Valley. I brought Xiao Xuan to the 10,000 Beasts Tower. I must bring him back safely. You go first and don't worry about me. Bai Ling shook his head. She went against the flow of panicked people and tried her best to get closer to Xiao Xuan. At the same time, under Lin Tao's deliberate urging, the Phoenix Pattern 9-wave centipede was almost in a state of madness. On the one hand, he did not dare to take the initiative to attack when facing Xiao Lu, who had a higher blood level than his own. On the other hand, with Lin Tao's desperate urging, he, who was not very intelligent to begin with, almost began to attack those around him indiscriminately. Of all people, Lin Tao is smart. After he realized something was wrong early on, he had already run away. On the contrary, Xiao Xuan next to him was a little curious about Xiao Lu's strength when faced with such a situation. He had no doubt that if he were to fight against the Phoenix Pattern 9-wave centipede here, he would have little chance of winning, but now that he had Xiao Lu's help, the situation was different. Since Xiao Green can only rely on blood pressure to drive the 9 waves centipede with the Phoenix Pattern into madness, it means that Xiao Green also has the means to kill this guy, so Xiao Xuan is waiting patiently here, just waiting for the 9-wave centipede with the Phoenix Pattern. The beast soul on his body is used to strengthen the Sirius sword. Now his Sirius sword is only a quasi-celestial magic weapon. If you want to take the Sirius sword a step further, you may have to rely on a high-level beast soul. The 9-wave centipede with Phoenix Pattern in front of you is a good choice. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1172 2 delicious meals and a 7-star monster? I want 2 meals. Just when Xiao Xuan was looking forward to it, Xiao Lu suddenly said, and I want to add one more deep-sea arowana. Make a deal. Deal now. Xiao Xuan could hardly conceal his inner excitement. He could see clearly just now that there were 7 or 8 7th grade monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. To him, the animal breeding ground in the 10,000 Beasts building is simply a huge treasure cave. If he could obtain all the 7th grade monster essences inside, his strength would definitely increase several times or even dozens of times. Walk. Take the beast soul. Xiao Xuan was quick with his hands and feet, and quickly used the serious sword to take out the beast soul from the 9-wave centipede with the phoenix pattern, then grabbed Xiao Lu and ran towards the animal breeding ground without looking back. Soon, in the animal breeding area of Wanshou building, Little Green was like a whirlwind, and directly dealt with all these 7th grade monsters, and finally looked at Xiao Xuan with eyes full of expectation. Xiao Xuan was also very happy, and said with a smile, "Xiao Lu, you have made a great contribution this time, don't worry, I won't treat you badly." Later, Xiao Lu disliked the dirty land of raising animals, and got into Xiao Xuan's space magic weapon early. Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, patiently began to collect the spirits of these monster beasts. To know. This is the essence of a 7th grade monster, and each one is extremely valuable. It can even be said to be priceless. For ordinary people, it is definitely a very difficult thing to obtain these monster essences. Unexpectedly, I came to the 10,000 Beasts Tower today. Not only did he get so many Dao stones, but he also got the souls of a large number of 7th grade monsters? This is a huge profit. He. Killing so many of my 7th grade monsters is probably enough for me. In the animal breeding area, just when Xiao Xuan was happily collecting monster essences, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning around, Xiao Xuan saw that this person turned out to be Lin Tao. See this guy? Xiao Xuan felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, there must be so many 7th grade monsters in this animal breeding land at the same time. Lin Tao must have spent a lot of effort to prepare. But now, he has nothing to do but come up to pick fruits. Seems a bit unethical. However, thinking of Lin Tao's ridicule to him before, Xiao Xuan still smiled slightly. "Hey, Mr. Lin, why are you still here? Isn't this my monster? Going crazy? Kill a few of your old people. You don't care about 7th grade monsters, right?" "Of course, just a few 7th grade monsters." Lin Tao gritted his teeth. That's good. Xiao Xuan carefully put away the last monster spirit, looked at Lin Tao tentatively, and was determined to run away as soon as the latter made a move. "But from the way you look, it doesn't seem like you're using it for yourself. Right?" Lin Tao was not angry, but asked with a livid face, "Since you are not an animal tamer, what do you want these spirits for?" "Improve the level of weapons. This is also a last resort." Xiao Xuan looked helpless. "For such a long time I have suffered from my weapon. This weapon has no ability. It will swallow the essence of monsters. However, the more it swallows, the higher the grade of the weapon, so, I just borrowed your old man's monster spirit for a moment, so you shouldn't be angry, right? Please, log in to continue reading." Chapter 11, 73, Powerful Power, Incredible Means. Good. When you took out that ancient beast, I already used a secret method to inform Lin Mang. If you can't be suppressed in the Colosseum, I will use this method. Lin Tao shook his head. "It's just a pity that the 9-wave centipede with phoenix pattern that I have been cultivating for more than 10 years was killed by that divine beast with one move. However, if I can get your divine beast, I will be satisfied." Interesting. Do you really think that Xiaolu can be controlled by you at will? Which of the divine beasts with ancient bloodline is not extremely proud? How could they surrender to you? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shook his head and said contemptuously, don't mention you two guys, you are not my opponent today. Even if you are, Xiaolu will not go with you. Violent. Violent. It seemed that he heard Xiao Xuan mentioning himself. Xiaolu emerged from the space magic weapon again. This time, she landed on Xiao Xuan's shoulder. Her small eyes looked at Lin Tao and Lin Meng with doubts, as if she were looking at two fools. This time, Lin Tao and Lin Meng's eyes were full of enthusiasm, as if they were seeing the best treasure in the world. What are these two idiots doing looking at people like this? Xiaolu directly transformed into a human form, they're so stupid. Unexpectedly. Can actually transform into a human form. Lin Meng was stunned. The best of the best. If my guess is correct, this should be the pure blood of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although it is still in its infancy, its strength has already reached the Dragon God realm. If it enters adulthood in the future, it will become a holy beast above the God realm. Lin Tao was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear, and the look of greed on his face was ready to come out. Good. This girl is indeed a pure-blood Phoenix clan, but what does it have to do with you two? Believe it or not, I will kill you with a slap. As a member of the ancient Phoenix clan, Xiaolu is naturally arrogant. On weekdays, except for Xiao Xuan, he hardly paid attention to anyone. Now, when he saw Lin Tao and Lin Meng, they also had no good looks. Hey hey hey. If it were outside in the Colosseum. Of course I don't dare to talk to you like this, but now, have you forgotten that this is my animal breeding ground, and it is full of restrictions on monsters? Lin Tao said proudly, although I am not at a high level, I still have some knowledge of formations. With the formations here, even if you are an 8th grade or even 9th grade monster, you will not be able to exert your full strength. Hear this. Xiaolu's face changed, and she used some of her bloodline power. Sure enough, she found that there seemed to be a strange restriction in the void, which caused her bloodline power to be vaguely suppressed. Really? Xiao Xuan was suspicious. It's a little trick, just give me a stick of incense, and I can make all these restrictions invalid. Xiaolu frowned slightly. Such a pity. One stick of incense is enough for us father and son to deal with this kid. Lin Tao said proudly, speaking of which, I have never tasted the taste of a real pure-blooded ancient monster. If I can sleep with you in the same bed, I will have no regrets in this life. After saying that, Lin Tao and Lin Meng also surrounded Xiao Xuan at the same time. The disciples from the 10,000 Beast Tower also showed greed and surrounded him. Wait. Lin Tao, how dare you take action against young master Xiao Xuan? Aren't you afraid of being punished by our White Flame Valley? At this moment, Bai Ling's voice came over. Hear this sound. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1174, Advanced Cloud Beast Technique, Summoning the Void. Divine Beast. Break. Lin Tao saw the right moment. Facing Xiao Xuan's attack, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from his body, knocking Xiao Xuan away a few steps, and then he started to run the cloud beast technique again with a solemn expression on his face. Cloud Beast Technique. Level 2. Call. Lin Tao bit the tip of his tongue, and a blood arrow flew out, forming a strange talisman on the ground. At this time a slow prehistoric aura appeared. It seemed as if a huge beast appeared in this animal breeding area, which aroused the surprise of everyone present. Xiao Xuan. I have to say that you are indeed quite capable, and you can actually force me to use this trick. If you can die on my summoned beast, you deserve to die, Lin Tao said proudly. But at this moment, there was not much fear on Xiao Xuan's face, but a little more surprise. Because he felt it. The thing summoned by Lin Tao had a familiar prehistoric aura on it. You know, ever since Xiao Xuan traveled from the prehistoric continent to the Great Dao continent, he has almost never seen the prehistoric aura again. Unexpectedly, I met you today? Could it be that the summoned beast summoned by Lin Tao was a monster from the prehistoric era? Then, wouldn't it be like throwing yourself into a trap? Back then, Xiao Xuan was considered a powerful figure in the prehistoric world. Even if ancestor Hong Yun was respectful to him, how could he be afraid of summoning prehistoric monsters now? Moreover, with Lin Tao's pitiful little golden god level, the level of the prehistoric monsters that he could summon would probably not be very high. Things looking for death. I want to see what kind of monster can be so strong. Xiao Xuan said carelessly, if it's not as strong as I imagined, don't blame me for beating him to death. Hearing this, Lin Tao was almost furious, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Xuan, you are very arrogant, but all the monsters in this ancient world can swallow up the heaven and the earth, and turn the mountains and seas upside down. Just wait. Die. Boom boom boom. Roar. It seemed to be to prove Lin Tao's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the talisman on the ground flickered, and a huge yellow-haired lion walked out of it. This lion is not small, and the most striking thing is that he has 9 heads. Made of 9 spirits? Xiao Xuan was not unfamiliar at all, and he immediately recognized the origin of these 9 lions. This thing was called 9 spirits native, and it was the mount of Emperor Qinghua of the East Extreme. It was also one of the few mounts with strong combat effectiveness. Maybe for others, seeing this powerful 9-headed lion will make them feel intimidated. But for Xiao Xuan, it was like seeing his neighbor's dog. Don't call him a 9-headed lion. Even if his master, Emperor Dongji Qinghua, comes, he will be treated with utmost respect. 9 lions appear. On the other side, Bai Ling and Lin Meng, who were fighting fiercely, were also surprised and focused their eyes on each other. Seeing the 9 lions summoned by Lin Tao, Bai Ling looked worried, while Lin Meng was excited. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1175 9-Headed Lion Message, Something Unexpected. Reporting to Xiao Zhu, among the current senior sisters of Hong Huang, because of the great road left by you, they can withstand most disasters. However, as for the death disaster 10,000 years later, no one can still eliminate it. The 9-headed lion said using secret techniques. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also frowned slightly, recalling what happened on the ancient continent. At that time, he left the prehistoric continent just to find a way to relieve the catastrophe of death in the prehistoric continent, but unfortunately, he has not found a real way for such a long time. On the contrary, he also felt that his strength was strongly suppressed on the Dao continent. Over time, he can only rely on practicing again to get rid of it. But now, he discovered a strange thing. Although this 9-headed lion was just a phantom, this guy's realm and power on the Dao continent did not seem to be suppressed. This is a bit strange. Is it possible that for the monsters on the prehistoric continent, their power will not be suppressed? So doesn't it mean that if Ancestor Hongjun comes to Dao continent with a group of monsters, Xiao Xuan will be invincible? Or are there any hidden rules on the Dao continent? For a moment, Xiao Xuan was a little hard to understand. However, Xiao Xuan had to pay attention to the news brought by the 9-headed lion. The death disaster of the prehistoric continent 10,000 years later. He has to find a way to relieve it. I know, go back and tell Ancestor Hongjun that I am fine on the Dao continent, so they don't have to worry. Xiao Xuan added, but this summoning technique is quite interesting. After I learn it, I can summon you over and pass it on. Information. Thank you, Xiao Zhu. The nine-headed lion quickly shook its tail and thanked him. No need, I don't know what you mean yet. Don't you just want to get some good fortune? Here you go. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and infused the power of the Great Avenue into the nine-headed lion. In the future, these 9 lions will have the spiritual energy of the creation spirit, and their cultivation and enlightenment speed will be greatly accelerated. Not long. Xiaolu broke the restriction on the animal breeding area, and the 9 lions left early. However, Xiaolu was still very angry about what he had just encountered. After firing a burst of phoenix flames at the corpse of the disciple in the 10,000 Beast Tower, he calmed down and got into the space magic weapon. I said, Big Beauty, Xiaolu, don't be angry. What does this little thing mean? Xiao Xuan couldn't help comforting him. Didn't I ask you to kill that Lin Tao with your own hands? He was swallowed in one gulp. What can I do? Did he let the nine-headed lion spit it out? Humph. Xiaolu's way of losing his temper was very direct. Okay, next time I will keep the person who provoked you and let you deal with it, okay? Snort. Another delicious meal for you. That's pretty much it. Only then did Xiaolu smile. After coaxing Xiaolu, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling set off, preparing to return to Baiyan Valley. Although this trip was tortuous, it brought a lot of benefits. The most important ones are those 7th-grade monster spirits. With those things, the heavenly wolf sword can at least be upgraded to heaven level or above, which is very important for improving his combat power. There are also Dao Stone resources. In addition to winning 3 million in the bet, Xiao Xuan also found a lot of space magic weapons from Lin Tao and Lin Meng, totaling 8 to 9 million. Now he is definitely a rich man. Got it. There is also about the death disaster in the ancient continent. This is also an important but not urgent matter. 10,000 years is still enough for Xiao Xuan. He is fully confident that he can rely on this period of time to stand on the top of the Dao continent. When he fully understands the origin of Dao continent, he can use this origin to relieve the calamity of death on the prehistoric continent. Although he has no evidence now, he can vaguely feel that the death disaster on the Great Desolate Continent is inextricably related to the Great Dao continent. Return to White Flame Valley. When old man Bai Yan heard about the encounter between Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, he was also surprised. Especially when I heard that Lin Tao summoned 9 lions, I was even more nervous. But fortunately, the danger was saved in the end, and the old man, Bai Yan, didn't say much. He just reminded Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan that Bai Feng did not return to the Baiyan Valley after the incident in the 10,000 Beast Tower. Xiao Xuan sneered at this. This Bai Fengpa was as timid as a mouse despite his abilities. He probably knew that he had done something wrong and did not dare to stay in Baiyan Valley anymore, so he ran away in a hurry, probably to join the Spirit Snake Alliance. Or he was killed by Snake Jade. Anyway, Xiao Xuan didn't like him very much, so naturally he didn't bother to pay more attention to him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1176, Bad Fate, Mr. Chen's Past. It was rare to see Mr. Chen looking disappointed. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other, with a bit of surprise on their faces. Mr. Chen has always been an image of an outsider, but what happened today? Suddenly acting like this? Moreover, you want to prevent them from going to Zhongzhou? Could it be said that there are really troubles in the Zhongzhou area that they cannot handle? Please also ask Mr. Chen for advice. Xiao Xuan did not dare to be too arrogant, but asked modestly, I have heard before that Zhongzhou has more cultivation resources, more talented disciples, and even more cave heaven. Paradise? Isn't such a place worthy of our going? Zhongzhou is a good place. Mr. Chen nodded, but it is only for a very small number of talented children. For ordinary disciples, going to Zhongzhou is simply a kind of torture. Could it be that you were not a gifted child? Xiao Xuan asked tentatively. It counted in the past, but now? He's just an old man from Xianyunyeha. Mr. Chen laughed. Mr. Chen, please don't be so pretentious. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Bai Ling was a little anxious and simply ran to Mr. Chen. Anyway, we are definitely going to this youth conference, so just tell us. What are the benefits of Zhongzhou? I beg you. Oh, you little girl, stop shaking. If you keep shaking, you will shake my old man's bones to pieces. What Xiao Xuan didn't expect was that Mr. Chen turned out to be a soft-spoken guy. He usually looks indifferent to everyone, even when facing old man Bai Yan, he looks lazy. Who knew that after Bai Ling's coquettish behavior, he would actually be persuaded? Then tell me, what's going on in Zhongzhou? If you don't tell me, I will never pay attention to you again. Bai Ling let go of Mr. Chen's hand angrily. All right. You little girl, let's go to Wanyan Tower that night and treat me to a big meal. I'll tell you. Mr. Chen said with a smile. When this was said, not only Bai Ling, but also Xiao Xuan, could understand it. This was indeed a good opportunity to understand Zhongzhou. After thinking about this, his face became a little more curious. At that time, when he was brought to Nanzhan Haizhou by Han Xian, he just thought that Nanzhan Haizhou was big enough and the talented disciples here were amazing enough. But now, he knows that there is a place like Zhongzhou in Nanzhan Haizhou. He once thought that since even Nanzhan Haizhou is so mysterious, wouldn't the more powerful Shilong Haizhou and Beiju Qingzhou become even more powerful? Perhaps, if you want to explore the origin of the avenue, you need to get in touch with these places. However, the meal must be eaten one bite at a time and the road must be walked step by step. Now that he has the opportunity, he really needs to plan carefully. At least, he must first find out what magical place there is in Zhongzhou, which faces Haizhou in the south. After thinking about this, Xiao Xuan didn't say much. He just nodded and smiled and said, well, I'm in a good mood today. If it's Miss Bai Ling's treat, can I bring a friend? Friend? Bai Ling's eyes flickered, is it that ancient mythical beast? You. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that the girl Bai Ling was so smart and could guess his thoughts so accurately. Hee, it's interesting for you to carry such a precious pure-blood beast with you. Aren't you afraid that others will take notice of you? Bai Ling couldn't help but sigh. It's just good luck. Xiao Xuan smiled. Pure-blooded beast? When Mr. Chen heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and looked at Xiao Xuan suspiciously. Could it be that you have a pure-blooded beast? Lucky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1177, The Little Rich Woman of Baiyan Valley, Bai Ling. How can I be considered a little rich woman? But, if Mr. Xiao Xuan likes rich women, then there is a way. How about I introduce some young rich women to Mr. Xiao Xuan? Bai Ling rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. After saying this, Xiao Xuan next to him also looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he just said that just to make fun of him. Who knew that Bai Ling would turn an army against him? This really made him a little helpless. Her name is Xiao Lu, right? Yes, this name is really nice. However, compared to Xiao Xuan, Bai Ling was obviously more interested in Xiao Lu. It doesn't sound good at all. Xiao Lu said with a flat mouth, not quite agreeing with Bai Ling's words. Really? Bai Ling felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Lu to answer like this. Hee. Maybe I came up with the name. Xiao Xuan was a little helpless. Forget it, this guy is specifically targeting me, you don't have to worry about it. When he said this, he received a big white eye from Xiao Lu as expected. Xiao Xuan was used to this. On the contrary, Bai Ling's face was full of envy. After all, a monster like Xiao Lu was definitely not something that ordinary people could own. If an average person had such a monster, they would probably wake up from their dreams laughing and quarreling every day. What does a few words mean? What's more, Bai Ling knew better. The relationship between Xiao Lu and Xiao Xuan is actually very good, and can even be said to be a lifelong friendship. At that time, in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, Bai Ling saw with his own eyes that in order to save Xiao Xuan, Xiao Lu did not hesitate to transform into a human form and fight against Lin Tao and Lin Meng. This feeling was definitely not fake. Alright. However, that is something that is enviable. Bai Ling couldn't help but said, Master Xiao Xuan, sometimes I really doubt it. I don't know why you have such a good talent and such good luck. Regarding these words, Xiao Xuan just smiled, shook his head and said nothing more. In fact, most people are more filled with emotion and envy for these adventures of his, thinking that his achievements today are entirely due to luck. But only he himself knows the actual situation. These things that others envy were actually achieved by him step by step. If nothing else, let's talk about the mythical beast Xiao Lu. Although it was luck to get Xiao Lu at that time, with the proud bloodline of the mythical beast, if Xiao Xuan was not strong enough, he would have left early. How could you stay with him for such a long time? Isn't this also because of Xiao Xuan's potential? Although Xiao Lu usually teased him a lot, Xiao Xuan understood that Xiao Lu's words did not have much malice. At most, they just hope that Xiao Xuan can quickly improve his strength. In this case, do you also think that I am able to achieve what I am now just because of good luck? Xiao Xuan asked directly, if that's the case, are you thinking too simply? Originally, Bai Ling was just sighing, but he didn't expect that Xiao Xuan would be so serious. Can you still dig into the details on this matter? For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. However, Xiao Xuan still had a smiling face and seemed not to care much about this sentence. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1178 The Mascot of Baiyan Valley, Xiao Lu. Although Xiao Xuan said it casually, but Xiao Lu, who was eating and stuffing, frowned when he heard this. Although she said she was reluctant to Xiao Xuan, she still trusted him in her heart. At this time, you can also know that what Xiao Xuan said is true. No. Although there are delicious food, it would be annoying if there are troublesome things every day. After listening to Xiao Xuan's words, Xiao Lu's head shook like a rattle. Bai Ling was very angry. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, Baiyan Valley can be regarded as the largest sect in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Since the old man Baiyan recovered from his injury, they will not be afraid of any sect. Bai Ling is fawning over Xiao Lu, and he also simply likes Xiao Lu. That's all. Who knew that Xiao Xuan would be said to be so purposeful? Xiao Xuan, you are so awesome. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Xiao Lu and I just want to make friends. Bai Ling originally wanted to scold him, But thinking about the relationship between Xiao Lu and Xiao Xuan, she finally shook her head and said no more. Make friends? I, Zhao Lingyun, like to make friends the most. I wonder if the two girls are willing to give me a favor? At this moment, a young man wearing a white shirt holding a folding fan came over. This young man has a face like a crown jewel and is quite handsome, but his eyes are looking at Bai Ling and Xiao Lu with squinting eyes, which always gives people a sinister feeling. Not interested. Xiao Lu didn't even look at Zhao Lingyun, but just kept eating. Zhao Lingyun? Bai Ling frowned slightly after hearing the name. Is it Zhao Lingyun from the blood spirit sect? It seems that I am quite famous in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. Zhao Lingyun turned over the folding fan with a proud smile on his face. I wonder what your name is, girl? I'm Bai Ling from Baiyanggu. Bai Ling felt a little uncomfortable, but still politely introduced himself. Miss Bai Ling. I've heard your name a long time ago. Zhao Lingyun stepped forward with a flourish and was about to sit next to Bai Ling. Sorry, there's someone here. Seeing Zhao Lingyun's familiar look, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Please find another seat to sit. After saying these words, Zhao Lingyun's face instantly darkened. In the southern part of Nanzhan Haizhou, the blood spirit sect is the well-deserved #1 sect, and Zhao Lingyun, as the #1 talented disciple in the blood spirit sect, has no doubt about his strength. This time he came to Wanyan Tower just to see the strength of the disciples in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou so that he could prepare for the subsequent youth conference. Who knew that he would be treated like this by Xiao Xuan now? Doesn't this look down on him? After all, Zhao Lingyun is also a core disciple of the blood spirit sect. Who knew that he would be treated like this now? Do you know who I am? You actually have the guts to talk to me like this? Zhao Lingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Xuan coldly. I don't care who you are. What I care about is that you can't sit here right now. Xiao Xuan has seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people like Zhao Lingyun. And he is not interested in knowing who this guy is. Snort. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1179 means, the rules of Wanyan Tower. What does it mean? Wanyan Tower will also help us? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. This is a bit novel. Could it be that the hotel will protect us when we eat in the hotel? Bai Ling smiled slightly, as if he was not surprised by Xiao Xuan's reaction. Actually, this is indeed the case. Bai Ling said with a smile. Almost everyone who comes to Wanyan Tower for dinner for the first time will be curious about it, but this is the fact. Really? Xiao Xuan was a little suspicious. Otherwise, why do you think the food in Wanyanlu is so expensive? The reason is that some prices are used to protect the safety of diners. Bai Ling said. Just watch, this Zhao Lingfeng will definitely be kicked out today. So confident? Xiao Xuan was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But he was happy to see that he could drive away Zhao Lingfeng by such means. Of course, just wait and see. Bai Ling was confident. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the guards in Wanyan Tower. Sure enough, he saw a leading guard looking at Zhao Lingfeng and others with an unkind expression. Mr. Zhao, you are also a frequent visitor to our Wanyan building. You should know the rules here. Didn't you go a little too far today? The leader of the guard looked livid. Captain Zhang, this person insulted me first, so I couldn't hold it back the next moment and apologized. Zhao Lingfeng said with a gloomy face and cupped his hands. Excuse me. According to the rules of our Wanyan Tower, Mr. Zhao, you cannot eat here. The guard captain said bluntly. After saying this, not only Zhao Lingfeng, but also the faces of the blood spirit sect disciples behind him changed. After all, the Blood Spirit sect is a famous sect in the southern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. If they were kicked out so easily today, I'm afraid they would really be unable to hold their heads high in Nanzhan Haizhou in the future. In response to this situation, Zhao Lingfeng couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, Captain Zhang, my master also has some friendship with your Wanyan Lu boss. There are some things that you should not do too much. Otherwise it will be difficult to meet each other in the future. How about? Please. Zhao Lingfeng originally wanted to beg for mercy, but who knew that the captain of the Wanyan Tower Guard team didn't give him any face at all, and directly gave him a leaving gesture. At this moment, the faces of the people next to him also changed slightly. Even Xiao Xuan felt a little surprised. He could roughly tell that Zhao Lingfeng was also a cultivator at the Little Golden God realm. The strength of the gray-robed old man behind him was even close to the Golden God realm. As for the other disciples of the Blood Spirit sect, they are also not weak in strength. But who knew that Captain Zhang would still not give him any face at all? It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. This time, Xiao Xuan was impressed and became more curious about Wanyan Tower. He was able to find so many precious spiritual grasses and monsters, and he was not afraid of the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect at all. This also roughly proves that the strength of Wanyan Tower is not weak. You two continue to eat. If anyone else makes trouble, just come to me. After watching Zhao Lingfeng and others leave, Captain Zhang said politely to Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan. Nice? It seems like Wanyan Tower's strength is indeed not weak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1180, to regain the position, Xiao Xuan's promise. You? Ha ha ha. You are quite interesting, kid. Originally, Mr. Chen's expression was not so good when he mentioned some unpleasant past events, but Xiao Xuan's words made him laugh. What you say means that you are already sure that you will become a powerful person in Zhongzhou before you go to Zhongzhou? Mr. Chen couldn't help but say. Although I am not now, I will definitely be in the future. Xiao Xuan said. With determination. Okay, ha ha ha. In this case, if I want to return to Zhongzhou in the future, I may really have to rely on your help. Mr. Chen said with a smile. Regarding these words, Xiao Xuan was very calm. In fact, after knowing the existence of Nanzhan Haizhou Zhongzhou, he had already made up his mind early on that he must find an opportunity to enter Zhongzhou and become a true Dragon God realm powerhouse there. Although he is not sure yet whether there will be a more powerful realm above the Dragon God realm, but what he knows is that if he wants to explore the real secrets of this continent, he must at least become a Dragon God realm strong. After determining this goal, Xiao Xuan also became a lot more determined and had more desire for the youth conference. Then, please ask Mr. Chen to tell us about the youth conference? Xiao Xuan also said seriously, for us, if we want to enter Zhongzhou, this may be the only way. Good. The youth conference is indeed the easiest way for outside areas to enter the central state. After Chen Lao pondered for a while, he continued, but if you want to enter the core area of Zhongzhou, you must get into the top 10 of the youth conference. After saying this, Bai Ling couldn't help but look a little solemn on his face, but Xiao Xuan still looked calm. For him, when he decided to participate in the youth conference, he had actually set his goal to be the first in the youth conference. This is also due to Xiao Xuan's character. Either don't do something, or do it the best you can. Therefore, Xiao Xuan just continued to say what Mr. Chen said. I wonder if getting first place in this youth conference will be of any benefit to us? There are many benefits. If you can get the top 3 in the youth conference, you can get the favor of the big sects of Zhongzhou. That is a good thing to reach the sky in one step. Even some Zhongzhou disciples will be envious. Mr. Chen said, of course, generally speaking, this kind of quota can only be obtained by the best people from the outside areas of Nanzhan Haizhou. 4. If you can get the top 50, it is already a good ranking. Top 50? This goal doesn't seem so difficult, does it? Xiao Xuan was a little curious. Since killing Shi Qing and Xiao, his confidence has increased greatly, and he can also have some understanding of his own strength. It's not that easy. If we really talk about it, the Zhao Lingfeng just now might not even be able to get into the top 50. Bai Ling shook his head. What? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1181 Above the Dragon God Realm, the Legendary Holy Realm. Mr. Chen, are all these things you said true? Is there really a legendary Holy Realm above the Dragon God Realm? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, if this is really the case, how can a strong man in the Holy Realm really exist? How strong does it have to be? Unfathomable. Mr. Chen shook his head. According to legend, when you reach the Holy Land, you can physically cross over, leave the Dao continent, travel around Taishu, and find the more original secrets of the world. However, these are just legendary things. No one has ever seen it, not even very few people have heard of it. Hearing what Mr. Chen said, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other with curiosity in their eyes. According to Mr. Chen, he was driven out of Zhongzhou. In this case, he should not be considered a core figure among the sects in Zhongzhou, so why does he know so many unknown secrets? It seems that Mr. Chen still has many secrets. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan became more curious about Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, according to your opinion, this dragon stone is very likely to be the key to breaking through the realm of Dragon God Realm? Xiao Xuan took over what Mr. Chen said. If this is the case, why do those powerful people in the Dragon God Realm actually? Are you willing to use something as precious as a dragon stone as a tool for the youth conference? Yes, even if they reach the Dragon God Realm, those powerful people also want to take a further step on the path of cultivation, right? Bai Ling asked the same question. Having said that, however, for thousands of years, those in the Dragon God Realm have been meditating all the time, but they can't understand anything. Mr. Chen smiled and said, so, I guess they are about to give up. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but become a little interested. When it comes to matters involving the Dragon God Realm, Mr. Chen cannot just joke around, so this matter is probably true. If this is the case, Xiao Xuan is really interested in Dragon Stone. If there is something in the Dragon Stone that can further enhance the strength of the Dragon God Realm powerhouse, maybe there will also be secrets about the origin of this continent. This is the most important thing. Actually, the Holy Realm can only be regarded as an ordinary realm after breaking through the Dragon God Realm. While Xiao Xuan was deep in thought, Xiao Lu on the side whispered. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Lu with strange eyes and said, Xiao Lu, are you kidding me? Of course. The Dragon God Realm may be considered a top powerhouse on the Great Dao continent, but in the Taishu space, it is nothing. Xiao Lu said seriously. Xiao Xuan originally wanted to reprimand him. However, when he saw Xiao Lu's serious face clearly, he became a little more confused and suspicious. He knew that Xiao Lu, as an ancient divine beast, did know some things that ordinary people didn't know. For example, this powerful Dragon God Realm might be a realm that most human cultivators could not reach in their lifetime, but for a pure-blood beast like Xiao Lu, this may be an awakening. As long as their bloodline is awakened, they will immediately have the Strength of the Dragon God Realm. Xiao Xuan also saw this clearly. Now, Xiao Lu said this, Xiao Xuan also became very interested, since she said, "So, do you have a way to advance from the Dragon God Realm to the Holy Realm? Or even a higher realm? Why don't you tell me, and I will listen." You cannot. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1182 Tianlai Sect, the first sect in Zhongzhou. Hiss. This is almost unbelievable. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. In one sect, there can be 18 strong men in the Dragon God realm at the same time. Is this true? Mr. Chen also nodded. Therefore, Tianlai sect is known as the strongest sect in Nanzhan Haizhou. In the future, if there is a war between the continents, Tianlai sect will be the sect that will carry the banner of Nanzhan Haizhou. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. At the same time, he also became more curious about Mr. Chen's identity. As a person from Zhongzhou, it is not unusual for Mr. Chen to know about Tianlai sect, but it is a bit unusual to know how many Dragon God realm experts there are in Tianlai sect, and even know the strength level of the sect leader. Unless Mr. Chen is from Tianlai sect. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little more horrified in his heart. Although he didn't know much about Tianlai sect, this sect can become the strongest sect in Nanzhan Haizhou. The strength of this sect is naturally beyond doubt. Doubtful. And since Mr. Chen can become a member of Tianlai sect, his strength will naturally not be weak. Mr. Chen, what do you mean, were you also a member of the Tianlai sect before? Bai Ling asked carefully. Yes, I was once the punishment elder of Tianlai sect. Mr. Chen also said. Directly, are you strong? I have just reached the Dragon God realm. This? Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a bit of surprise in each other's eyes. Before, although they knew that Mr. Chen was extraordinary, they only thought that his strength was around the Golden God level. But now, according to what Mr. Chen means, his strength has actually reached the Dragon God realm? This is definitely something unbelievable. You know, since they met Mr. Chen, they have almost never seen Mr. Chen take the initiative. At most, they have seen him using the power of the Great Avenue to practice, and that's it. When in the White Flame Tower, they could indeed see that Mr. Chen's understanding of the Great Tao was indeed extremely proficient after marriage, but even so, they never expected that Mr. Chen could actually be a strong man at the level of the Dragon God. Dragon God realm. Mr. Chen, a strong man of your level, is considered to have a high status even in Zhongzhou, right? Why was he expelled from the sect? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Bai Ling was a little embarrassed when he asked this question. After all, being kicked out of the sect is an extremely embarrassing thing for anyone. Mr. Chen can take the initiative to say it because he trusts Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. But when Xiao Xuan said this, wouldn't it be don't you save any face for Mr. Chen? However, Mr. Chen didn't seem to care much. He just waved his hand slightly and explained, actually, this matter is nothing. At that time, it was me who did something wrong in the sect and deserved to be punished. So, what can we help you with? Chen Lao said this. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1183, The Powerful Tianlai Sect, The Advantage of the Youth. Conference. Indeed so. This is the #1 sect in Nanzhan Haizhou. Mr. Chen nodded and said. Hearing Mr. Chen's extremely proud tone, Xiao Xuan could roughly feel that Mr. Chen should have been proud of this when he was in Tianlai sect. However, looking at Mr. Chen's intention, he seemed unwilling to mention those things back then, which also puzzled Xiao Xuan. According to what Mr. Chen said, He is also a cultivator of the dragon god realm. A strong man of this level is almost considered the top figure on this continent. How could he be expelled from the sect for such a trivial matter as falling in love with someone? Could it be said that Tianlizing doesn't even pay attention to the strong ones in the dragon god realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little more solemn in their hearts. They also knew that if they were not strong enough, even if they joined such a sect, there would be no good results. So, you too must improve your strength as soon as possible. Old Chen smiled and picked up a piece of meat. Otherwise, no matter what your status is in the White Flame Valley, you will become the target of ridicule. This is also normal. Without strength, you will be ridiculed wherever you go. Xiao Xuan didn't care much. Over such a long time, he has seen too many similar things, and when he did not have enough strength, he encountered a lot of ridicule. It's just that he has rarely encountered this kind of situation for such a long time. That's easy to say. But no one wants to be ridiculed, right? Mr. Chen and Xiao Xuan were chatting and laughing, but Bai Ling next to him was somewhat helpless. She could roughly tell that what these two people were telling the truth was true. Perhaps, to these two people, the youth conference was nothing. Xiao Xuan has talent, and Mr. Chen has strength. If the two of them want to enter Zhongzhou, it may not be that difficult, but for Bai Ling, things may not be that simple. In the White Flame Valley, she might be considered a pretty capable disciple. But if she was placed at the youth conference, she would not be so dazzling. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Little girl? What? You're not in a good mood? Mr. Chen keenly noticed Bai Ling's expression and said with a smile, looking at you, do you also want to go to Zhongzhou? Zhongzhou has outstanding people and many blessed places. Who among the young practitioners in Nancan House who wouldn't want to go? Bai Ling said with a lack of interest, it's just that I don't have the strength to go. This is a bit absolute. Who said you have no strength? Chen Lao shook his head. From my point of view, with your strength, it is a bit difficult to be the leader of the youth conference, but if you want to become the top 10. But it's not that difficult. What? Mr. Chen, stop joking. With my strength, how can he enter the top 10 of the youth conference? Bai Ling's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Obviously, she didn't take Mr. Chen's words to heart, thinking that the latter was just teasing. But when Xiao Xuan on the side heard these words, he had a little different idea. He knew that Mr. Chen was not a person who liked to joke casually, so at this moment, he specifically said such words. Maybe he really thinks this is what happened. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan also became interested. If according to what Mr. Chen said, Bai Ling seems to have hidden strength, it really must be so. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1184, The Ancient Flame Holy Body, a Heaven-Defying Talent. He. This is the difference between Zhongzhou cultivators and external cultivators. For external cultivators in Nanzhan Haizhou, even if they can get to a very high level by luck, their knowledge and vision are still not comparable to those in Zhongzhou. Mr. Chen explained. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other, with surprised expressions on their faces. In fact, what Mr. Chen said did arouse their approval. Do you know that when the disciples of Zhongzhou are born, they all aim to become powerful men above the dragon god realm? Mr. Chen said directly. What? Is this true? If it is true, this goal is simply terrifying. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces, looking at Mr. Chen in disbelief. Above the dragon god realm? You must know that this realm only exists in legends. Generally, if you do not have enough qualifications, you will not even know that this realm exists. But now, the practitioners in Zhongzhou can actually have such lofty goals? When you were born, you had already set such a high goal? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being secretly surprised, and said with emotion, "What Mr. Chen said really opened my eyes. Besides, whether it is martial arts or Taoism, spiritual treasures or magic formations, the Zhongzhou area is much stronger than the outer areas of Nanzhan Haizhou. Therefore, it is normal for practitioners to have a higher vision." Mr. Chen said, changing the topic, "But even so, the ancient flame holy body is also extremely rare. Girl Bai Ling, if you had listened to me early, I am afraid you would have entered the little golden god realm." Say it. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although he still doesn't know how powerful this so-called ancient flame holy body is. However, since even Mr. Chen pays so much attention to this physique, it is also enough to prove that this physique must be extraordinary. But, how should my master explain it? Bai Ling was a little hesitant. This is quite simple. I just saw that you had treasures that you couldn't exploit, so I felt sorry for you. You don't have to change your master, you just need to learn my cultivation methods, that's all. Mr. Chen shook his head. Then, thank you, Mr. Chen. Bai Ling gritted his teeth, and a respectful expression finally appeared on his face. In this case, Miss Bai Ling can achieve the little golden god realm within a month? Zhu Yuan couldn't help but ask, such a rapid increase in strength won't damage her physical foundation, right? Of course not. The exercises I mentioned are only used to explore the talent potential in Bai Ling's body. Instead of damaging her physical foundation, it is of great benefit. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1185 Evaluation of the Divine Beast, Holy Body Talent. So to say, is it possible that the holy body in Bai Ling's body can indeed help her elevate her realm to the golden god realm? Hearing Xiao Lu's evaluation, Xiao Xuan also nodded. He was relatively reassured about Xiao Lu. Since she had said so, it was enough to prove that Bai Ling had good talent. However, with such a holy body talent, if you want to awaken through practice in the future, it will not be that simple. What you need to know, Bai Ling, is that the power involved is not something that ordinary bodies can bear. Mr. Chen reminded Bai Ling, if you want to fully awaken the power of the ancient holy body in your body, you need to have a strong enough body. Say it. Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan also nodded one after another. There is nothing wrong with what Mr. Chen said. After such a long time, they can basically understand that physique is simply the foundation for cultivators. Just like Bai Ling. If she does not have a strong enough physique, even if she awakens the ancient flame holy body, she will not be able to withstand the huge power brought by the holy body. The meridians will be damaged in the least, and the body will explode and die in the worst case. Therefore, if Bai Ling really wants to awaken the ancient flame holy body, he must first improve his physique. This, please ask Mr. Chen for guidance. Bai Ling also nodded and looked at Mr. Chen respectfully. I don't know, how should this junior improve his physical fitness? How about relying on the White Flame Tower? Far from enough. Although the White Flame Tower is magical and can temper ordinary physical bodies, what you want to awaken is the ancient holy body, and the energy you will need to bear in the future is extremely majestic, so ordinary tempering methods will not have much effect on you. Mr. Chen shook his head. I know that there is a place that is suitable for you. As a strong man from the Dragon God realm who came from Zhongzhou, Mr. Chen still has the absolute say in some matters. When he said this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other with curiosity on their faces. Fire Cemetery. This is a place in the southern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. It contains an extremely powerful flame spirit body, which is exactly suitable for your ancient flame holy body. If you can temper it in this place for a month, your physical strength will definitely be greatly improved. Mr. Chen said to Xiao Xuan. Also, this flame cemetery contains the remains of many seniors. There are many great avenues, which will also be helpful for your way of chaos. Say it. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan's way of chaos does require the understanding of various avenues. Only with these avenues can his way of chaos continue to progress. But now, he really didn't know much about the flame graveyard in Mr. Chen's mouth. I dare to ask Mr. Chen, can anyone go to this flame cemetery? Xiao Xuan asked. If so, this junior is really interested. Indeed so. However, this is a chaotic area full of various forces. Various forces are mixed together. There are speculators, assassins, wanderers, betrayers, and everyone there, so I suggest that you go together. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1186 Flame Cemetery, Traces of the Green Flame Staff. After what happened, several sect leaders of the Flame Cemetery also attach great importance to it, and directly constructed a barrier in the Flame Cemetery. The Flame Cemetery is now only allowed to enter but not exit, so it is certain that the green flame staff must still be in the Flame Cemetery. Elder Chen said, so recently, countless cultivators have flocked to the Flame Cemetery. This may be an opportunity for you. Hear this. Xiao Xuan also became interested. To be honest, although he is not a cultivator of the flames, if he obtains a magic weapon of the level of the Qingyan staff, it will not improve his strength at all. It's just, with our two strengths, isn't it a bit too dangerous to go to a place like the Flame Cemetery? Xiao Xuan rolled his eyes. Why don't you? Good old man Chen, do your best and take us with him? Going with you? I don't have nothing to do. Mr. Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Moreover, in a place like the Flame Cemetery, there are fish and dragons mixed together, and now there are treasures like the green flame staff. Maybe a strong man in the dragon god realm will emerge at some point, but I won't go there. Say it. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also had a bit of helplessness on their faces. Really speaking, there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Chen said. Mr. Chen was able to provide the information about the Qingyan staff in the Flame Cemetery, which is considered to be the most benevolent thing. It seems a bit too much to ask him to be a bodyguard for protection. What's more, Mr. Chen has been helpful to them for such a long time. However, if Mr. Chen is not willing to help, the danger level of the Flame Cemetery is still not low. If they go there, it may be really dangerous, so Xiao Xuan may have to find a way to let the true god Mr. Chen you can go with them. Mr. Chen, otherwise, how about we make a deal? Xiao Xuan said with a smile, you are not making a deal with me now, but with me in the future. Future you? Mr. Chen was a little confused. Yes, I am just an ordinary 6-star blue god realm now, but my realm will definitely be more than that in the future. If Mr. Chen trusts me, he can protect me and go to the Flame Cemetery. When I enter Tianlei sect in the future, I will definitely be Chen. I will ask for justice. Xiao Xuan's eyes were serious. This deal of yours is quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen showed a bit of curiosity on his face. I don't know, is Mr. Chen willing to agree? Xiao Xuan looked at Mr. Chen and asked. It seems interesting, but if you just want to rely on this method to gain my trust, it seems a bit impossible. Mr. Chen is also a veteran. He can see that. Xiao Xuan is very talented, but in the world there are too many talented practitioners, and he will not agree to such conditions just because of Xiao Xuan's talent. What else does Mr. Chen want? Xiao Xuan was stunned. If you get the green flame staff, I hope you can give it to Bai Ling. Elder Chen said. How is this possible? Even if Mr. Xiao Xuan does not practice the flames, a treasure of this level is still very helpful to him. How can he give it to him casually? Bai Ling did not expect Mr. Chen to say this. He also waved his hands quickly. Is this the case? Mr. Chen is willing to follow us to the flame cemetery? Xiao Xuan agreed directly. He could roughly understand that there must be many dangers in this trip to the flame cemetery. If someone of Mr. Chen's level can help, the safety factor of this trip can be greatly improved. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1187 Mr. Chen's promise to go to the flame cemetery. Little green one? How does today's meal taste? Xiao Xuan smiled and communicated with Xiao Lu, who was in the space magic weapon, and said directly, after you have eaten and drank enough, do you also want to consider helping me with some small favors? Reciprocity is the way to go. Stop it. You owe me these, you should eat and drink. In the space magic weapon, Xiao Lu said to Xiao Xuan warily, don't use these feasts to blackmail me. One move fails. Xiao Xuan's face was also a little embarrassed, but he still said with a smile, how can this be considered blackmail? We are friends. Shouldn't friends help each other? Help each other? Little green eyes narrowed. If what I said is right, I seem to be the one helping you lately. You can't say that. At that time, when you killed those monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, you should also get a lot of blood benefits, right? And these days, you are devouring the origin energy from my body, and all of this has to be calculated. Xiao Xuan looked like a profiteer. Besides, going to the flame cemetery this time may not be a bad thing for you. Say it. There was a bit of embarrassment on Xiao Lu's face. It turns out that for ancient monsters like Xiao Lu, in addition to devouring the source energy from the ancient times, the more direct way to improve their bloodline is to devour other monsters. So at that time in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, Xiao Xuan collected the essence of the monster beasts, and Xiao Lu devoured the blood of the monster beasts. Both of them were benefited. As for what Xiao Lu said at that time, asking Xiao Xuan to treat her to dinner, it was indeed a bit deliberately to rely on Xiao Xuan. Of course, Xiao Xuan only found out about this later. At that time, he didn't say much about this. He just wanted to consider whether to find an opportunity to take advantage of Xiao Lu. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. This time going to the flame cemetery, if Xiao Lu is there, Xiao Xuan will feel more confident. What's wrong? Isn't what I said true? Xiao Xuan pretended to be serious and said, the flame cemetery is a place where the remains of saints exist. Maybe, there will also be traces of ancient monsters. Aren't you interested? Once you say this. Xiao Lu was indeed a little moved. In fact, Xiao Xuan was right. Last time, in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, she killed 7 or 8 7th-level monsters one after another, which was of great benefit to her bloodline power. However, those monsters are just ordinary monsters. The blood on their bodies is also extremely ordinary, and their effect on the awakening of Xiao Lu's blood is extremely limited. If there really is an ancient pure blood monster in the flame cemetery, and Xiao Lu can devour it, then her ancient bloodline will once again awaken and advance, becoming a true dragon god realm beast. It is even possible to glimpse a higher level of power. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu also showed curiosity. Is what you said true? I'm afraid no one can guarantee it. In a place like the Flame Cemetery, even Mr. Chen, who is in the dragon god realm, has extremely limited understanding of it. I can't guarantee what is in it, but, even if there are no ancient monsters, there will definitely be ancient ruins. Xiao Xuan is quite certain about this aspect. Before, he had verified with Xiao Lu that in this continent, source energy was extremely scarce, and it was almost impossible for practitioners to break through to the dragon god realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1188, Refining Blood and Transforming Emptiness, the Charm of the Bloodline of Divine Beasts. Then it settled, haha. After receiving Xiao Lu's consent, Xiao Xuan was in a good mood. Don't worry. With your divine beast bloodline here, my strength can be raised to the peak of the blue god realm at least within a month. On the way. Seeing Xiao Xuan in a daze, Bai Ling couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about this trip to the Flame Cemetery?" "Don't worry, with Mr. Chen's protection, we shouldn't encounter any danger. I'm not worried about this." Xiao Xuan shook his head. As for the blue flame staff? This is a magic weapon that can only be found, but cannot be obtained. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can obtain. Bai Ling advised, so, you should not set your goals too high. I haven't tried it yet, how could I give up so easily? Xiao Xuan shook his head. Don't worry, I will try my best to fight for the blue flame staff for you. Otherwise, wouldn't this flame cemetery be wasted? But Bai Ling was still a little hesitant. It's nothing. As a cultivator, if you don't have the courage to face difficulties, how can you reach the peak and gather your Taoist heart? Xiao Xuan said with a smile, so, this trip to the Flame Cemetery, the green flame staff, it's inevitable. Ha 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 ha. People nowadays are becoming more and more arrogant. Does anyone really think that after knowing the news about the Flame Cemetery, they can become the chosen one and get a treasure of the level of the green flame staff? Just as he was talking, a mocking voice came from the side. When Xiao Xuan turned his head, he saw a chubby guy with a white face and no beard, looking at him coldly. People from White Flame Valley? I didn't expect that you, a mere White Flame Valley guy, would have the guts to care about the green flame staff? How courageous you are. The fat man sneered, don't let your sect get involved when the time comes. When you don't get the Qingyan staff, our Qingshan mountain will not be merciful when the time comes. At this time, people on the road also paid attention. King Guoshan? I didn't expect that you would also want to go to the flame destination. Bai Ling also sneered when he saw the fat white man. Qing Yan, I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still in the little golden god realm? It's really ridiculous. Qing Yan's face became gloomier when he heard this. Bai Ling, don't think that because you are from Baiyan Valley, there is nothing special about it. In my opinion, you guys from Baiyan Valley are nothing but shit. Qing Yan sneered. How is our White Flame Valley? You don't need to say more. Bai Ling sneered. But I can tell you that it is best not to let me meet you in the Flame Cemetery this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You. Okay, I will remember what happened today. Qing Yan stood up and was about to take action, but as if he thought of something, he put away his momentum and turned around to leave. This scene actually made Xiao Xuan interested. He could tell that this guy named Qing Yan was a cultivator of the little golden god realm, while Bai Ling was only at the peak of the blue god realm. If we were talking about strength, Bai Ling should be at the top of the list. But looking at Bai Ling, it seemed like she didn't take Qin Yan seriously at all. You seem to think you can defeat Qin Yan? How is this going? Is it possible that Bai Ling has any special means to target this Qin Yan? Bai Ling, do you know that guy just now? Xiao Xuan asked. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1189 Fire Spell, Bai Ling's Trump Card? Because Bai Ling was on guard. Xiao Xuan didn't figure out what Bai Ling's trump card was until he went to the Flame Cemetery. As for the end, his abnormal behavior even aroused the curiosity of Mr. Chen. Sitting on the carriage heading to the Flame Cemetery, Mr. Chen looked at Xiao Xuan curiously. What's wrong? From the way you look, you seem to be very interested in Bai Ling? No. I'm just interested in her strength. Could it be that this ancient flame holy body can be so powerful? Just by relying on a set of exercises, it can shorten so much training time? Doesn't that mean that it will also have this benefit when it comes to attacking the Golden God realm in the future? Xiao Xuan also expressed his doubts. Regarding this question, Mr. Chen did not hide it. He nodded and said, You are right. Dan is the unparalleled power of the ancient flame holy body. For ordinary people, it is indeed a long process to advance from the peak of the Tsung God realm to the little golden God realm. But if it is the ancient saint body, this time can be greatly shortened. This means that Bai Ling's ancient flame holy body awakened a little late. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have reached this state earlier. It's really outrageous. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but glance at Bai Ling. At this time, he also noticed that after the update of Chen Lao's skills, Bai Ling's temperament had also undergone some changes. The original gentle temperament had become much sharper, and his face became a bit more stern. This is very different from the gentle and lively Bai Ling Xiao Xuan saw for the first time. But I think she seems to have undergone some changes? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. This is inevitable. Since she is pregnant with the ancient holy body, the responsibilities she needs to bear will be different. The higher the level of cultivation, the more Taoyuan can be comprehended. Therefore, there will not be as much as when she was in a low realm. So happy. Mr. Chen shook his head. Perhaps this is why Mr. Bai Yan is unwilling to let her change her practice. Say it. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look at Bai Ling, his face serious. Speaking of which, he had learned something about human nature and divinity before, and knew that in the process of cultivation, if he wanted to improve his strength quickly, he would inevitably lose some of his humanity as a human being. It makes people become indifferent. Xiao Xuan also feels sorry for this situation. In his opinion, this is not a normal cultivation process and should be changed. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao Xuan. Even if I really achieve something in the future, I will never forget you. Bai Ling said sincerely. Xiao Xuan was also a little moved when he heard this. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, apart from helping Bai Yan old man to cure his illness, which can be regarded as helping Bai Yan Valley, he really didn't help Bai Yan Valley much in other aspects. On the contrary, during his stay in Bai Yan Valley, he was often taken care of by Bai Ling. He did not expect Bai Ling to speak like this, which also made him feel deeply moved. No need to say more. In the future, if you can achieve something, I will naturally be happy for you. However, sometimes, you can only choose one between divinity and humanity. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1190 Tomb Spirit Sect, a strange sect. Along the way, Xiao Xuan asked more than once what Mr. Chen was doing in the Flame Cemetery. However, Mr. Chen seemed to be very secretive about this matter. No matter how Xiao Xuan inquired. He remained tight-lipped and had no intention of saying anything. This also made Xiao Xuan somewhat helpless. In the end, he had no choice but to change the question and ask where he would stay when he went to the Flame Cemetery this time. Regarding this issue, Mr. Chen had already made plans and mentioned a place called Tomb Spirit Sect. This time, Xiao Xuan was stunned. He has practiced in 3 continents and has seen countless sections. Basically, all sects have a nice sect name. Where can there be such a weird name as Tomb Spirit Sect? Is it possible that this sect is full of tombstones? In response to this, Xiao Xuan still had a little doubt on his face, and asked. A little puzzled, Mr. Chen, what kind of sect name is this? Is it a bit too unpleasant? Although the name of the sect is unpleasant, the strength of this sect is no less than that of your White Flame Valley and Yuling sect. Elder Chen said. Ah? So strong? Xiao Xuan was surprised. In the Tomb Spirit sect, there are no less than 3 strong men at the Dragon God Realm, and a dozen Golden God Realm Tomb Spirits. Elder Chen said confidently, how about it? With such help from the sect, what do you think? Are you more confident about winning the Green Flame Staff? Then you mean that the Tomb Spirit sect has a good relationship with you? Xiao Xuan's eyes also lit up. Good. When I was in Zhongzhou, I had a close relationship with the head of the Tomb Spirit sect. With my reputation, I could get help from their sect. Mr. Chen said confidently. After hearing this, Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan also gained some confidence. If it is true what Mr. Chen said, the strength of the Tomb Spirit sect should be second to none in the Flame Cemetery. With the help of such sects, wouldn't their chances of getting the Green Flame Staff be even greater? Big? The carriage borrowed from White Flame Valley is very powerful. According to Mr. Chen's estimation, it would take about 2 days to reach the boundary of the Flame Cemetery. Originally, Xiao Xuan was relatively confident about the trip to the Flame Cemetery. However, when he heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Both Yuling sect and Baiyan Valley are located in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. If they take a carriage, it will still take 2 days. Doesn't this mean that the location of the Flame Cemetery should not be in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou? This way. Not good news for him. After all, whether it is the Yuling sect behind him or the Baiyan Valley behind Bai Ling, they are both sects in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou. If the Flame Cemetery is in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou, then they will still have some support. But now if you are in another position, this is not a good thing for them. So, isn't this Flame Cemetery located in the eastern part of Nanzhan Haizhou? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Good. Actually, if you really want to talk about it, the Flame Cemetery should be regarded as the boundary of Zhongzhou. Mr. Chen thought for a while and said, it's just that the people in Zhongzhou thought this place was unlucky, so they divided it. Unexpectedly, this place became the largest resource blessing land in the outside area. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was also secretly surprised. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1191 The Dilemma in External Areas, then the only choice is to become stronger. Holy Land. Hear these words. Bai Ling and Xiao Xuan looked at each other, their faces becoming more solemn. At the same time, they can know that Mr. Chen did not exaggerate when he said this, but it was what he thought in his heart. I really want to talk about it. In Nanzhan Haizhou, if they want to become stronger, there may be only one way to go. Although this road must be difficult and dangerous, they should try to challenge it no matter what. If you want to defeat your enemy, you must first understand your enemy. With our current strength in the external region, trying to defeat the disciples of Zhongzhou is tantamount to wishful thinking. Xiao Xuan looked serious, so, what we have to do is to improve our strength as quickly as possible, reach the Dragon God realm as early as possible, and maybe have some say in this continent. After saying this, Mr. Chen and Bai Ling nodded repeatedly. They all know that there is nothing wrong with what Xiao Xuan said. If you really want to say it, it is indeed the only way to make what they want to do come true. However, there is no need for you to be so anxious. With your current situation, if you want to reach the strength of your dreams, it may still take a long way to go. Elder Chen comforted him, but speaking of it, your current strength and talent can be considered the best among the disciples of your generation. 1 day in the future, you may become the master of one party. Having said this, Mr. Chen also looked at Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling with satisfaction. Speaking of which, every time he looked at Xiao Xuan, he always had an inexplicable feeling of trust. He always felt that one day in the future, Xiao Xuan might really become a great person. You know, Mr. Chen is from Zhongzhou. His vision is so high that he hardly pays attention to ordinary talented disciples. Even in the entire White Flame Valley, except for Bai Ling, who possesses the ancient flame holy body, he hardly takes anyone in his eyes inside. But for some reason, every time he saw Xiao Xuan, he could feel that perhaps this person's future was immeasurable. It was very likely that Xiao Xuan would be the person who would stand at the top of the world in the future. Figure this out. Along the way, Mr. Chen also became a little closer to Xiao Xuan. Riding in the carriage, Xiao Xuan not only felt that he did see various powerful men of the sect on the road. There are outer sect cultivators who are shirtless and muscular, there are soul cultivators whose bodies are so tightly wrapped that only their eyes are exposed, and there are female sword cultivators from the sect whose entire sect is filled with beauties. What interests Xiao Xuan the most is he is also a sect disciple whose body is covered with tattoos depicting dragons and phoenixes. When fighting, he can actually summon the tattooed monsters on his body, which looks like a beast-controlling sect or a divine soul sect, which is an eye-opener for him. But at the same time, he was also found among other sects in the outer areas. And his strength was no less than that of the sects in the east. At least, Xiao Xuan still feels some pressure when facing them. It should take a few days to reach the Tomb Spirit sect. In the past few days, you should concentrate on your cultivation, and you don't have to worry about other things. Mr. Chen said to the two of them. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other, their faces a little more serious. They also knew that so many sects they encountered along the way might become their enemies in the future. And if there is not enough strength, even with the help of Mr. Chen and the help of the Tomb Spirit sect, it would be difficult to get anything in a place like the Flame Cemetery. So, at this moment, swallow that drop of blood essence of the divine beast. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1192 System Enhancement, Heavenly Wolf Sword. I didn't expect that the System Master would help me. It's really great. Xiao Xuan thanked him quickly. But there is no need to say so. These days, this system has been of limited help to you. Maybe it should help you with some things. Besides, you are going to a dangerous place like the Flame Cemetery, so you may still need some strength. The system said. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan's face also changed slightly, and he was somewhat curious in his heart. The system existed in his body. It was not surprising to know that he wanted to go to the Flame Cemetery, but it was a bit strange that the system knew that the Flame Cemetery was a dangerous place. Could it be that the system also has some understanding of the Flame Cemetery? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little curious on his face, and said directly, "Brother system, what do you mean? Do you also know about this flame cemetery?" Of course, this system knows everything about Dao continent. The system's voice seemed to have some pride in it. In that case, old man, can you tell me some secrets about Dao continent? This way my strength can be improved faster, right? Xiao Xuan's face showed excitement. After Mr. Chen's introduction to the Flame Cemetery, he also learned a little bit about the great Dao continent. There are indeed some caves and paradises that ordinary people don't know about. Just now, he really doesn't know that much about this aspect. If the system can give him some lists of cave heaven paradise, then his strength will naturally be greatly improved. Most of the cave heaven blessed lands in Nanzhan Haizhou known to this system are within Zhongzhou. If the host wants to enter, he must at least enter Zhongzhou. The system said. Fine. Then when I enter Zhongzhou, don't forget this matter. Xiao Xuan was a little helpless, but when he thought about it, he came up with an unusual question. Logically speaking, he did not get the system on the great Dao continent. Even if the system helps him, it seems like it shouldn't know so many things. But now, judging from the meaning of the system, it seems that he also knows more information about Nanzhan Haizhou? Is this a bit strange? Could it be that the system is inherently omnipotent? Or is it that the system originally came from Dao continent? For Xiao Xuan, he hopes that the system is omnipotent. In this way, he can also get more benefits with the help of the system to improve his strength. Just now, after seeing this situation, he couldn't be sure what was going on with the system, so he simply asked in an insinuating way, "Brother system? So according to what you mean, do you really know everything?" Almost, the system said. What? Xiao Xuan was stunned. Is what you said really like this? Is there any problem? The system didn't seem to care much. No problem, no problem. This is indeed an amazing thing. Xiao Xuan's face suddenly became a little more curious, and he said directly. I didn't expect that there would be such a statement. So, you, the old man, feel a bit invincible on the Dao continent? What he said was also more modest. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1193, The Exquisite Dragon Body Pill, Unimaginably Powerful. Brother system? I can understand that the things you gave me must be very good, but I'm a little curious, how strong can my body be strengthened with this exquisite dragon body pill? Xiao Xuan was really a little curious. From the literal point of view, he can roughly know that this exquisite dragon body pill must be much stronger than the ordinary dragon body pill. However, now he doesn't fully know how powerful it can be. It would be best if his body could be strengthened to the peak of Blue God Realm or even Little Golden God Realm. Excellent dragon body pill. If the host can absorb all the medicinal power, it can completely strengthen the body to the true golden god state. The system said. Even Xiao Xuan was a little surprised when he said this. Before, he had also thought that if the high-quality dragon body pill provided by the system could make his physical fitness reach the peak of the blue god realm, it would be a great thing. As for the powerful body of the golden god realm, he could hardly imagine it. After all, after reaching the golden god realm, a cultivator's body has almost reached the point of immortality. Rebirth with blood and the resurrection of a corpse are extremely common methods, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate a body of this level. Even ordinary golden god realm cultivators would find it difficult to possess a true golden god realm level body. Just rely on this. Xiao Xuan was also very excited in his heart. He knew very well that if he could really refine the exquisite dragon body pill, then he would most likely have a golden god realm body, which would definitely be of great help to him. When he went to the flame cemetery. Help. It's just that now he's a little curious. How to use this exquisite dragon body pill? Could it be that it is as simple as just swallowing it directly? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He could also roughly think of it. Since this exquisite dragon body pill can have such a good effect, I am afraid that its use should be different from ordinary pills. It's very simple. Just swallow it. The system's answer is straightforward. This made Xiao Xuan a little unbelievable. You must know that the elixir that can directly transform a cultivator's body into a body at the level of the golden god realm is definitely an elixir above the heaven level. Can an elixir of this level be swallowed casually like jelly beans? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little suspicious. How? Don't you believe in the capabilities of this system? The system asked rhetorically. As an invincible system in all realms, this system can naturally provide powerful enough elixirs. Say it. Xiao Xuan's face looked a little strange. Speaking of which, he has been bound to this system for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen the system speak to him in this tone, as if he is very confident about this matter. But with the ability of the system to be so powerful, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to accomplish this. Seemingly being angered by Xiao Xuan's questioning, the system also said. Directly, the host can try to swallow the high-quality dragon body pill. Directly, and then he will know the wonderful use of this system. Really? Xiao Xuan asked tentatively. This is natural, this system is innocent. The system's voice was full of confidence. Good. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1194, Zhongzhou Continent, The Power in the Essence and Blood of Mythical Beasts. What Xiao Xuan knew was, on the Great Dao Continent, the rules of space can only be understood by those who are truly powerful in the Golden God realm. Unexpectedly, after devouring the exquisite dragon body pill, he could actually understand space? This is truly an unexpected surprise. Not bad. As expected of the person favored by this system. A fine dragon body pill can be swallowed up completely. Even this system can't understand your talent. The system said to Xiao Xuan. This time, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system could evaluate him like this. This was something that rarely happened before. Brother system, are you making fun of me? Qu Yuan couldn't help but said. I remember that you don't always praise others. Indeed. However, host, your performance today is worthy of praise from this system. The system's tone is very calm. So, is this exquisite dragon body pill very difficult to absorb? Xiao Xuan roughly guessed. Of course. The items given by this system are naturally the best of the best. Is it possible that the host thinks that this system will give ordinary items to you, the host? That's not true. Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. He also had to admit that the system had given him a lot of help over such a long period of time. Basically, anything given by the system is a good thing. But what he was even more curious about was, what benefits would it bring him after he swallowed this exquisite dragon body pill? Is it just the physical strength of the Golden God realm? Xiao Xuan didn't believe this. With systematic habits, usually it is not a very precious good thing, and he will not take it out on his own initiative. Xiao Xuan has a hunch that today's so-called fine dragon body pill is not as simple as it seems. Think of this. Xiao Xuan also had a bit of suspicion on his face. In that case, I just want to see what benefits this thing has. The physical strength of the Golden God realm, isn't this benefit enough? The system asked. If only. I'm afraid, Mr. System, you won't praise me so much. Xiao Xuan smiled, shook his head and said, so, the benefits of this exquisite dragon body pill are definitely not just the body of the golden god realm. Right? After saying this, the system seemed a little surprised. Finally, when facing Xiao Xuan, the system also sighed with emotion. It seems that there are some things that can't deceive you after all. This dragon body pill can not only strengthen your body, but also has an important thing, that is magical power. Supernatural powers? You, old man, are saying that there are magical powers in this dragon body pill. Xiao Xuan's expression changed instantly. This is not the first time he has heard of magical powers. It is said that this is a combat skill that only strong men above the dragon god realm can practice. Compared with Taoism, as soon as magical powers appear in the world, they will immediately destroy the world and change the power of space. Xiao Xuan never expected that among the exquisite dragon body pills provided by the system, there would be magical powers? This is simply unbelievable. Incredible. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1195 Danger? Or Chance? Present. Xiao Xuan also expressed all his worries to the system. But after hearing these words, the system didn't seem to care, and instead let out a playful laugh, as if it didn't take Xiao Xuan's words to heart. At this time, Xiao Xuan was a little stunned. He was a little confused and couldn't figure out why the system reacted like this. Could it be that the system thinks that none of his worries are worth worrying about? Isn't this a bit strange? After all, for cultivators, the gap between Dragon God Realm and Blue God Realm is clearly in front of him. From the perspective of the system, can such a huge gap in realms be ignored? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Don't the host have the confidence to get the green flame staff in the flame cemetery? The system did not answer Xiao Xuan's question, but instead asked him a new question. I really haven't thought about this kind of thing. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. This green flame staff is a treasure passed down from ancient times. It is said to be the legacy of an ancient saint. How can I get such a treasure? That's it? The system didn't seem satisfied with this answer. In addition, this blue flame staff is a flame-based treasure, which may be more important to Bai Ling. Therefore, the most I can do is fight for Bai Ling. Xiao Xuan hesitated and said, perhaps, it is more important. Maybe it's still about the inheritance of those ancient saints. That's right. The system nodded with satisfaction, as if this was the answer it wanted. In the flame cemetery, there are indeed some magical tools and magical weapons of the ancient saints remaining, and there are even some magical powers, but they are really precious. They are the inheritance of the ancient saints. If you can obtain some of these inheritances, it will be easy to enter the Dragon God realm. Ah? Is what your old man said true? Xiao Xuan couldn't believe it. You know, in the eyes of ordinary people, being able to reach the Dragon God realm is already a great thing. But from the tone of the system, it seems that the Dragon God realm is nothing special? Isn't this a bit strange? Is it possible that in the eyes of the system, Dragon God realm is nothing? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan also showed a look of shock on his face. He was still a little suspicious. He didn't expect that the system was so awesome. Could it be that it didn't even take the Dragon God realm powerhouses seriously? Is it possible that the system itself is a saint-level powerhouse? Think of this. There was a bit of shock on his face. Before, he had speculated about the identity of the system, thinking that the system should be a powerful person in the Dao continent. But I never thought that the system might be powerful above the dragon god realm. This was actually a bit beyond his expectation. Isn't this possible? Speaking of which, do you, old man, don't even care about strong men at the level of the dragon god? Xiao Xuan was a little incredible. The problem he felt was that if the system didn't even pay attention to the strong ones in the dragon god realm, wouldn't it mean that the system's previous strength had already reached the holy realm? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Based on the previous situation. Apart from having some understanding of Dao continent, the system has never shown its own strength. Could it be said that Lord System himself is a saint with top strength? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but take a breath of air. More importantly, he could feel it at this time. When the system said this, there seemed to be some contempt. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the powerful people at the Dragon God realm level at all. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1196, The Majesty of the Flame Holy Body Must Not Be Offended. Bai Ling? Are you okay? Faced with Bai Ling's sudden concern, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask, why? Did you suddenly start caring about me today? You were so cold a few days ago? Originally, Xiao Xuan just said it as a joke. But who knew that after hearing these words, Bai Ling's face suddenly turned red, and then secretly turned away. This time, Xiao Xuan, a straight man, was even more confused. What's the situation? Bai Ling's current behavior seems a little off, doesn't it? Cough cough cough. You guy, this little girl is sincere to you, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending to be stupid here? In the end, Mr. Chen couldn't help it any longer and said, Miss Bai Ling is good-looking, has a good sect, and is gifted with the rare ancient flame holy body. Why don't you enjoy it secretly that she can like you? Say it. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were even more embarrassed. Xiao Xuan can actually feel it roughly. Bai Ling has always been kind to him. Whether in White Flame Valley or 10,000 Beast Tower. For him, she even did not hesitate to fight against powerful opponents like Lin Meng and his son. This alone showed her intentions. But it's been so long. Xiao Xuan never expressed anything, which even made Mr. Chen a little anxious. Mr. Chen, why are you talking nonsense? Bai Ling's face turned red and she said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. What? Are you embarrassed yet? Girl, when you are young, if you have someone you like, you have to be brave enough to say it. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it when you are old. Mr. Chen looked like he was just watching the fun and not afraid of the big deal. In response to this, Bai Ling's face turned red, and then he said leisurely. Some people just pretend not to know and make people angry. What can they do? You. Bai Ling, I. Xiao Xuan was speechless for a moment. You don't have to explain. However, before Xiao Xuan could say anything more, Bai Ling said directly, some things can be kept in mind. It's useless to talk about it. This trip to the Flame Cemetery is extremely dangerous, so we'd better keep more information in mind. Just focus more on this. Good. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. In fact, what Bai Ling said just now is exactly what Xiao Xuan wanted to say. In a place like the Flame Cemetery, there are dangers everywhere, and they really shouldn't think too much about it. Alright. I won't tease you anymore. The Tomb Spirit sect is ahead. My old friend Tomb Spirit Master is inside. He is a strong man in the Dragon God realm of the Soul System. When you see him later, be careful to protect your soul. Mr. Chen said seriously. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked serious. although he has not yet seen anyone who is a strong man in the dragon god realm who cultivates the divine soul. Xiao Xuan can roughly guess that the strength of this tomb spirit master must be extraordinary. For ordinary practitioners, when practicing together, in order to be more stable, they will choose the method of cultivating the soul and Tao power together. This can greatly increase the speed of practice. As for soul cultivators, in the world of cultivation, it is definitely a path chosen by a very small number of people. There is no other reason. It is because the cultivation of the soul is extremely difficult. Ordinary people simply don't have the ability or the courage to choose to practice the divine soul. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1197 Lifeling Jade, the Trust of the Tomb Spirit Master. Is this the life jade? Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also a little surprised. Once upon a time, he had heard the legend about the life jade. It was said that this was a kind of jade that could control other people's lives. Once a practitioner encounters an accident, his closest relatives can use the life spirit jade to bring him back to life. Therefore, generally, the life jade will be owned by close relatives. Now, the life jade of Master Tomb Spirit is on Mr. Chen, which is enough to prove the trust of Master Tomb Spirit in Mr. Chen. How about it? I think some people should cherish my friendship. Mr. Chen said with a smile. Anyway, I can be regarded as a person who once had some ability. The old man, Tomb Spirit Master, still respects me. You have a villain's heart. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. It doesn't need to be said. The world is changing and people are unpredictable. This is a matter of course. Mr. Chen also waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. However, the Tomb Spirit Master is always mysterious, so it's me. He has a different face every time I see him. He never shows his true face. You should pay attention to distinguishing him later. Different faces? That is why Bai Ling didn't understand. Generally speaking, when a cultivator reaches the dragon god realm, he or she can at least be considered a powerful person who rules a party. Why can't he see others with his true face? Could it be said that this real tomb spirit is extremely ugly? Is that why you don't want to see people? This is also his physical condition. The divine soul technique he practiced has devoured the souls of too many strong men. Therefore, although his soul power is powerful, it will inevitably be affected. Mr. Chen explained. Therefore, the Tomb Spirit Master sometimes falls into a state of madness. What? This? At this time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were both a little stunned and looked at Mr. Chen in disbelief. You must know that this real tomb spirit is a strong man at the level of Dragon God? When a strong man of this level goes crazy, the consequences will be devastating. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. At the very least, Xiao Xuan, the pinnacle of the Tsang God realm, and Bai Ling, the little golden god realm, must be unable to contend with such danger. Figure this out. There was some solemnity on their faces, and they couldn't help but focus on Mr. Chen again, wanting to hear how he explained this matter. Mr. Chen, a spiritual cultivator at the Dragon God realm, if he goes crazy, the two of us would be a little unbearable. Xiao Xuan said awkwardly. Don't you, old man, know our strength? Don't worry. Although Master Tomb Spirit likes to go crazy, he doesn't go crazy casually. Moreover, since I have come to the Flame Cemetery this time, I will also find a way to treat him. Mr. Chen said. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other, with a bit of curiosity on their faces. Before, they only knew that Mr. Chen was not weak. But it seems that I have never thought that Mr. Chen can actually heal others? This was indeed a bit beyond their expectations. Mr. Chen. Why do I feel that your old man came here this time, just to treat him? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Mr. Chen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "You can't say that. Some of them are still helping your cemetery. Please, log in to continue reading." Chapter 1198 The Sacred Flame, the Treasure of the Flame Cemetery. Probably. After all, only ancient holy objects can burn the remains of those ancient, powerful men. Mr. Chen recognized Xiao Xuan's point of view. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also nodded secretly. But at the same time, they also felt a little more solemn in their hearts. If this flame could even burn the bones of ancient powerful men, then wouldn't it be a piece of cake to burn them? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's face became a little more solemn. In this case, the most magical place in this flame cemetery should be the flame that never goes out? Xiao Xuan became somewhat interested. Hearing this, Mr. Chen and Bai Ling on the side looked at Xiao Xuan fearfully. Boy, don't mess around. I know you like to challenge new things, but ancient holy objects of this level are not something that ordinary people can covet. Mr. Chen reminded. Of course, but I don't seem to be an ordinary person, right? Xiao Xuan said with a smile. Although you have good talent, your current strength is indeed too weak. Mr. Chen pondered for a moment and said, with your current strength, let alone swallowing it, even if you get close to the holy fire, you will be burned into nothingness. For these words, Xiao Xuan naturally listened. He is not stupid, and he understands the current situation very well. With his current strength, it seems a bit impossible to get close to this flame. However, this is also proved. This flame must be of great benefit to his improvement in strength, and may even become his biggest reliance on improving his strength one day in the future. The way of chaos he practiced was all-encompassing and devouring everything. The more powerful the existence he devours, the greater his strength will be improved. This is why he cares so much about this thing now. Now, let's go directly to Tomb Spirit Sect. After entering the Flame Cemetery, Mr. Chen obviously became more serious. Even though you have entered the Flame Cemetery, you must be careful when you act later. In the Flame Cemetery, there are countless powerful men of various sections. Some seemingly inconspicuous beggars and lackeys on the roadside may be powerful people in the Dragon God realm, so you must be careful. Yes. Yes. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other, their faces becoming more solemn. Before, they had also heard some sinister rumors about the Flame Cemetery. Because secret treasures frequently appeared in this place, strong men from all walks of life came to compete for them. Some people may even be long-established strong men in external regions. These people went out in person and competed with the younger generations for treasures, which was somewhat embarrassing in terms of face. Under such circumstances, these people are also unwilling to reveal their identity in front of others. This is also a routine commonly used by treasure hunters, and Xiao Xuan has seen it a lot. Tomb Spirit Sect. Is it also this hot? Facing Mr. Chen, Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, if this is true, are the people in this sect suffering too much? In the Cemetery of Fire, there is a precious resource called Xianbing. This kind of resource can reduce the temperature of places within a certain range, but there is a certain time limit. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1199, The Powerful Wolf Force, the Fire Wolf Gang. Interesting. It turned out to be the Fire Wolf Gang. Mr. Chen sneered slightly. It seems that over the years, the strength of a sect like the Linhuolang Gang has improved a lot. It's really unbelievable. Chen Lao's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the fire wolf gang. These people looked at each other, and then staggered over. The bald man in the lead looked at Mr. Chen with disdain. Old man. You said you are so old, and you still want to seek death? Are you really impatient with life? The bald man held the knife with a sneer, pointed at the sharp blade, and said, Do you know that in a place like the Flame Cemetery, if our fire wolf gang wants to kill you, it's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? As he said that, the bald man raised his sword and started to chop. But the next second, his body stopped moving, as if time had stopped. He stood there blankly, only his eyes were rolling, and his eyes were full of fear. Boss? What's wrong with you? A subordinate came forward without knowing why, and patted the bald man's arm. Click. But the next second, the arm of the bald man was broken directly. The broken arm was like a stone, falling to the ground and shattering. At this moment, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted. Everyone looked at all this with surprise and disbelief, especially the people from the Fire Wolf gang, who looked at Mr. Chen as if he were looking at a monster. You, what kind of monster are you? Dragon God realm? Is he a strong dragon god realm? The boss is a strong man in the little golden god realm. The person who can kill the boss instantly with one move must be in the dragon god realm. Everyone in the Fire Wolf gang was also a little panicked and retreated one after another. However, it was obviously a bit too late for them to react now. Under the spread of Mr. Chen's mysterious power, a group of people from the Fire Wolf gang were also controlled in place and became motionless. It's like a group of lifelike stone statues. If you hadn't seen them, their eyes were still rolling, and you might have thought that they were really just a group of statues. Is this the power of space? After Xiao Xuan took a look, his face was full of solemnity. Although he and Old Chen had been together for a long time, today was the first time that he saw Old Chen take action with his own eyes. What he didn't expect was, as a master of the Dragon God realm, Mr. Chen cultivates the power of space. You know, although after reaching the Golden God realm, cultivators can feel this ethereal power of space, but to truly understand the power of space, they have to reach the Dragon God realm. In fact, some outer sect cultivators with relatively poor understanding do not understand the power of space that much even if they reach the Dragon God realm. Therefore, the power of space is a cultivation path that is no less difficult than the power of the soul. Mr. Chen can practice this great way. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1200 The Magical Power of Xian Bing, the Magical Place of Icebergs. You want to take Xian Bing back? Ha ha ha. I don't know how many people have wanted to do this in the Flame Cemetery. But really speaking, this matter is not as simple as imagined. Mr. Chen laughed. It was like hearing something so funny. This time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were a little confused. No matter how useful this Xianbing wasn't it just a consumable? As long as you have enough money, can't you buy it? Speaking of which, although Baiyan Valley is not as good as the big sects in Zhongzhou like Tianlai sect, it is still considered a strong sect in the outside area. As the most talented disciple among the sect, Bai Ling can buy a few pieces of Xian. It doesn't seem like a big deal to go back to the ice. Right? Why is Mr. Chen so surprised? Could it be said that this Xianbing is not something ordinary people can buy? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look a little suspicious on their faces, and said directly, Mr. Chen, listen to what you mean. Is this Xianbing not something ordinary people can get? Then tell me, why is this Xianbing so valuable? You should know that among the 4 continents of the Dao continent, our Nanzhanhai continent should have the highest temperature. Whether it is the central continent or the outside area, the temperature is extremely high. Various cultivating sects want to choose one. A cultivation place with a suitable temperature is not available. Elder Chen said, and these mysterious ices come from a place called the bottom of the iceberg. Under the iceberg? What kind of place is this? Xiao Xuan was stunned. This is the only place in Nanzhan Haizhou where the temperature is extremely low. It can be said that ordinary people cannot come here. If the black ice in this flame cemetery comes from there, then it is really precious and unusual. Bai Ling nodded. That's it. Xiao Xuan also nodded. In fact, after he came to Nanzhan Haizhou, he did find that the climate of Nanzhan Haizhou was indeed not as distinct as the eastern wilderness continent with 4 distinct seasons. Instead, it was hot all year round. Yes, since then, things like Xianbing are really valuable. For a reason. In the Flame Cemetery, Xianbing is controlled by a sect called Lingbing Holy Sect. If all sects want to purchase Xianbing, they must go through their channels. Elder Chen said, therefore, if you want to take Xianbing away, you must first get their approval. Since we are open for business, shouldn't we be able to buy it if we have money? Xiao Xuan was a little confused. Of course not. Because this black ice is only available to the Lingbing Holy Sect, their prices are rising every year. Sometimes, there are other requirements, which makes the sects in the Flame Cemetery miserable. Mr. Chen said, I also heard Master Tomb Spirit say this. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You know, for ordinary people, intimidation and threats are indeed very useful, but this is the Flame Cemetery, and any sect that can establish a sect. Here is a powerful sect. Want to pose a threat to such a sect? Then the strength of this Lingbing holy cult must be extremely powerful, and it is almost certain that there will be several strong ones in the Dragon God realm. But, I remember your old man said that Tomb Spirit sect is the strongest sect in Flame Cemetery. Can they just let themselves be threatened by this so-called Spirit Eye sect? Xiao Xuan was a little confused. You are right, Tomb Spirit sect is indeed the strongest sect in Flame Cemetery. Mr. Chen nodded and continued, however, there is a big problem among the Tomb Spirit sect, that is, they are divided into 3 factions. In name, they are all members of the Tomb Spirit sect, but in fact, they are constantly fighting among themselves. The contradictions that arise are numerous and extremely complex. 3 factions? There is discord within the Tomb Spirit sect? Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were surprised again. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1201 The peaked Songshan realm is just a guard. No need to panic. I'll contact the old guy from Tomb Spirit and ask him. Mr. Chen acted relatively calmly, as if he didn't take these things to heart at all. He took out a special bone flute and blew it gently. The bone flute makes a strange sound. In an instant, it also attracted the attention of the practitioners at the door. Not long after, a cultivator who looked like the leading disciple took the initiative to come over, raised his hands and asked, I am a disciple of the Tombling sect, Tom Ching. I wonder why you come to my Tombling sect. We are here to pay homage to the master of the Tomb Spirit sect, the real Tomb Spirit. Xiao Xuan bowed his hands and returned the greeting. My master, Master Tomb Spirit, is recuperating and there is no one around. Please come back. When Tomb Ching heard Xiao Xuan mention the name of Master Tomb Spirit, his tone suddenly changed and he said coldly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What does it mean? The visitor is a visitor, just to pay a visit. Why are you so arrogant? Bai Ling was a little dissatisfied. When she was in Baiyan Valley, she was considered a talented disciple in the sect and was loved by the old man Baiyan. She had never experienced such an attitude. What? Is it possible that you still want to force your way in? When Tum Ching heard this, he drew his sword directly, his eyes cold. This brother doesn't have to be like this. Mr. Chen was once an old friend of Guizhong's tomb spirit. I came today just to pay my respects and have no other intention. Xiao Xuan still said politely in front of Bai Ling. Humph. I've seen many of you people. You're just the one sent by that beast. Tung Ling, to find out what's true. Go back and tell your master that Tung Ling is very good. If they want to fight, then come. Tung Ling's eyes were blue. All are hostile. Is that old man from the tomb spirit sick? Mr. Chen was a little surprised. This guy is also a strong man in the dragon god realm who cultivates the soul. How could he suddenly get sick? Stop pretending. In the past few days, there have been 8 if not 10 people who have come to inquire about the truth. Do you really think I can't tell? Tung Ching sneered. We're really not. Xiao Xuan was about to explain. At this time an extremely powerful and cold soul power suddenly appeared from the sky and crushed everyone's heads. Although he could feel that this divine soul power was not directed at him, he was still very uncomfortable being suppressed by this divine soul's pressure. I've met the old sect leader. I've met the old sect leader. Tung Ching and others hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Only then did Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling notice that an old man with a white beard, wearing a moon-white robe, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. Old Tombstone, you are already a lot older, but you still play the tricks of young people? What? Do you really think I will be bluffed by you? Seeing the white-bearded old man, Mr. Chen stepped forward with a smile. Old Chen too, aren't you in Zhongzhou? Why do you have time to come to the Flame Cemetery? Is it possible that you always wanted to come to the Flame Cemetery? The Tomb Spirit Master teased instead. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1202 Ambush? Tomb Soul Master's injuries? Careless. That bastard said he wanted peace talks, and I didn't think much of it. Who knew that this guy actually set a trap for me? The Grave Spirit Master complained. However, there was no hint of anger in his tone. This point also made Mr. Chen sigh. You old guy, you are too soft-hearted. If you keep cutting off, you will be disturbed. Tell me about your white-eyed wolf son. What is there to cherish? If I were, just kill it with one move. Haha. Tomb Spirit Master laughed, full of bitterness. But Xiao Xuan noticed it. Regarding Mr. Chen's words, Toma Ching and the others nodded one after another, obviously very much approving of him. Let's go. It's too hot outside, go inside and rest. Tomb Spirit Master said directly, perhaps you can see some unusual things inside. These words once again aroused the curiosity of Xiao Xuan and others. Something unusual? Could it be that it is the legendary green flame staff? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but look at each other with joy on their faces. Don't think too much about it. This old guy likes to do these fancy things, saying they are unusual. In the end, they might just be a piece of junk that no one wants. He has done this kind of thing a lot before. Mr. Chen looked indifferent and didn't care at all. After saying this, Master Tomb Spirit's face showed another wave of embarrassment, but then he still said, don't talk nonsense. The things I brought out this time must be related to the purpose of your coming. The purpose of our coming? Mr. Chen's eyes lit up. Do you know the purpose of our coming? The green flame staff has just been born. Today's flame cemetery has people from all 3 religions and 9 schools. Even several sects from Zhongzhou have come. Needless to say, anyone can know that you are here at the flame cemetery just for this blue flame staff. What? Tomb Spirit Master said with a smile. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were also secretly surprised. They knew that the birth of the green flame staff this time would definitely attract the attention of many powerful sects in Nanzhan Haizhou, but they did not expect that even Zhongzhou would have such a big reaction. Are all the sects in Zhongzhou here? Mr. Chen was also a little more curious. Not only. You may also meet some old friends. The Tomb Spirit Master said with a smile, how is it? Are you looking forward to it? That's the one. Who would have known that after hearing these words, the smile on Mr. Chen's face instantly froze. He obviously did not expect that the Tomb Spirit Master would say this. How could such a thing happen? Mr. Chen murmured to himself, could it be that it's really her? Yes, this is also my joke. The Tianlei sect attaches great importance to the green flame staff this time. In addition to her, they also sent 2 strong Dragon God Realm experts. So, if you really care about the green flame staff, if you are interested, you should be even more careful. Master Tomb Spirit said. There are some things that are really hard to explain. Mr. Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Let's take a step and see. It can only be the. However, according to my investigation, there will be a fluctuation in the power of the Tomb Spirit in the Flame Cemetery recently. The Tomb Spirit Master said, the last time the Tomb Spirit's power fluctuated, it was also the time when the blue flame staff was born. Say it. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling next to them were also shocked. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1203, Northern Ice Mysterious Needle, recorded in 10,000 gold prescriptions. I dare to ask Brother Tomb Qing, what happened to the injuries on the body of Master Tomb Ling? Xiao Xuan changed the topic. Master Tomb Spirit has been poisoned by a poison called Beibing Xuanzhen. Tomb Qing sighed and said, now I need to swallow the souls of 7th grade monsters every day to suppress the cold poison in my body. Even in the flame cemetery, not many doctors can see anything. I heard the words by Bing Xuanzhen. Xiao Xuan was suddenly startled, and his face became a little more suspicious. He seemed to have heard of these 4 words in the 10,000 gold prescription. Back then, in the Eastern Barren Continent, after he received the inheritance from Old Man Tianyin, the 10,000 gold prescription also helped him greatly. He didn't expect that Wanjin Pharmacy could be of such great help to him in the Flame Cemetery. This really made him a little unbelievable. Is there no doctor who can tell anything in the Flame Cemetery? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Don't talk about ordinary doctors, even though some Zhongzhou doctors have been invited, no one can solve it. Tomb Qing sighed, I don't know how that bitch Tomb Xing got such a poison. Things. Northern Ice Mysterious Needle. I've heard a lot about it. Perhaps I can help the Tomb Sect Master with his treatment. Xiao Xuan said. After saying this, Tomb Qing next to him felt a little strange on his face. He looked at him as if he were a fool. In fact, Tomb Qing doesn't have much prejudice against Xiao Xuan. However, there is a slight doubt about his strength. How can a person at the pinnacle of the Blue God Realm with such strength participate in the competition for sacred weapons in the Flame Cemetery? Isn't this just a joke? But because Xiao Xuan was brought by Mr. Chen, he still understood very well that some things should not be said too. Obviously, so he was relatively polite. But it's different now. Xiao Xuan actually has the courage to say such things. So brazenly? Help the tomb spirit heal? What qualifications does he have? Could it be that just because he was brought in by Mr. Chen? Think of these words. Tomb Qing couldn't help but said, Brother Xiao Xuan, could it be said that you are also a doctor? I once got a prescription. Perhaps this prescription can cure Tomb Spirit Master. Xiao Xuan said, I don't know, do you have this opportunity? This? Tomb Qing was a little hesitant. Normally, he would have refused directly, but this Xiao Xuan was brought by Mr. Chen, so he couldn't refuse directly. It doesn't matter. You can imagine it well. After all, other people can't be treated well. Maybe I can treat it well, right? Xiao Xuan can also understand. After all, he is just an ordinary person at the peak of the Blue God realm. If he wants to treat a powerful person in the Dragon God realm, isn't this a fantasy? I'm afraid that no one at the peak of the Blue God realm would be allowed to behave like this in any sect. For this point, Xiao Xuan just laughed and said, maybe, if you try more, you will have a chance, right? Don't think that young master Xiao Xuan is just an ordinary person at the peak of the Song God realm, he is very powerful. Bai Ling said from the side. Maybe so. However, I still have to report something, please wait a moment. Tomb Qing was also helpless. Since the words had come to this, he couldn't refuse directly and could only leave with excuses. At this time, Mr. Chen and Master Tomb Spirit are in a hall. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1204 Bet, seemingly sort immortal again. This Xiao Xuan can be considered to have some talent. Mr. Chen said seriously to the Tomb Spirit Master, speaking of it, sometimes. Even I am amazed by his talent. Maybe he really has the ability to cure you. Oh? He's not your disciple? Master Tomb Spirit was a little surprised. Yes, I originally wanted to accept a disciple, but his master should be stronger than me, so he refused. Old Chen said. That's interesting. Master Tomb Spirit laughed, I didn't expect that an old guy like you would be looked down upon by others one day. No need to say more, let him treat you. Mr. Chen shook his head. How about this? We can make a bet. If he treats me well, you are not allowed to take the initiative to find that woman this time. If he cannot treat me well, I will never interfere with anything between you and that woman this time. Tomb Spirit Master said, how about it? Do you dare to make this bet with me? Hearing this, Mr. Chen showed some emotion on his face, but then he sighed. After all these years, do you think I am still as impulsive as when I was young? Humph. Master Tomb Spirit snorted coldly, obviously full of distrust. That's all, then I'll make a bet with you. As if sensing the meaning of the Tomb Spirit Master, Mr. Chen said directly, however, if Xiao Xuan can cure your cold poison, this time you have to help us fight for the Qing dynasty. Flame Staff, how about it? Okay, it's settled. The Grave Spirit Master nodded happily. Looking at him like this, he didn't seem to care whether Xiao Xuan could cure his cold poison, but rather wanted to see that Mr. Chen and Mingy's sword immortal had nothing to do with each other. For this, Mr. Chen smiled instead, that's cool, but I think Xiao Xuan might really be able to cure your cold poison this time. When he said this, Master Tomb Spirit became interested. He still has a basic understanding of Mr. Chen, and knows that the latter is definitely not a person who talks nonsense. Today, having said that, maybe Xiao Xuan can really create a miracle? After thinking about this, Tomb Spirit Master's face became a little more curious. In that case, why don't you tell me, what is the origin of this Xiao Xuan? It is said that he is a disciple from the eastern wasteland giant continent. He is very talented and has a strong soul. Old Chen shook his head. I met him in the White Flame Valley. He was the one who treated the injuries that the old man Bai Yan suffered. Eastern Wasteland Giant Continent? Heard about this place. Master Tomb Spirit and Master Tomb Ching looked at each other with doubts and surprise on their faces. Everyone in the entire Dao Dao continent knows it. The Eastern Wilderness Continent is the weakest among the 4 continents of the Great Dao Continent. It is said that a strong man in the Golden God realm can dominate this continent. Although it is undeniable that there may be very talented practitioners in the Eastern Wasteland, it is certain that without good inheritance of skills, most practitioners will not achieve anything. Therefore, they did not have much expectations for Xiao Xuan. Remember your bet. Master Tomb Spirit waved his hand and said to Tomb Ching, go find that Xiao Xuan. Yes. Tomb Ching nodded and left. Not long after, Tomb Ching brought Xiao Xuan to the real person Tomb Spirit. I heard from Old Man Chen that you are very talented, so I have to work hard for you today. Although the eyes of Master Tomb Spirit were full of doubts, his words were still polite. Thank you very much, Master Tomb. Xiao Xuan cupped his hands. I heard that what Master Tomb received was the Northern Ice Mysterious Needle? Not bad. Master Tomb Spirit nodded. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1205, The Quack Doctor, The Despised Xiao Xuan. Quack? Quack. Tomb Spirit Master said these words. For a moment, the faces of everyone in the Tomb Spirit sect changed color, and then they all looked at Xiao Xuan with strange eyes. In fact, even if Master Tomb Spirit didn't say it, they had never believed in Xiao Xuan. When Master Tomb Spirit said this, they naturally showed impatient expressions. Xiao Xuan is at the pinnacle of the Blue God realm. Not to mention that he can really cure the illness of the Tomb Spirit Master. Even if he can see something, it is a mockery of the Tomb Spirit sect. After all, among the Tomb Spirit sect, let alone those at the peak of the Blue God realm, even those at the Golden God realm are unknown, but even with so many people, no one can see the illness of the Tomb Spirit Master. If Xiao Xuan sees it now, doesn't it mean that so many people in the Tomb Spirit sect are useless trash? Young Master Xiao Xuan, look at it. The food will be ready soon. Why not now? Tomb Ching didn't embarrass Xiao Xuan that much and found a reason to say, go and prepare for dinner? I wonder why the Tomb sect leader said that I am a quack. Xiao Xuan was reluctant and said, do you think what I said is wrong? Good. After all, I am a strong man in the Dragon God realm. How can I not be able to resist the cold poison of wind cold? And you just said that the cold poison in my body is just wind cold. Isn't this funny? The Grave Spirit Master shook his head, his face full of disdain. At the same time, the faces of everyone in the Tomb Spirit sect were full of doubts. After all, in the Tomb Spirit sect, the Tomb Spirit Master was the absolute authority. Even he is so sure now. The disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect were naturally willing to believe it. What's more, Xiao Xuan is at the pinnacle of the Blue God realm. Under such a realm, what he says is naturally not competitive. After thinking about this, a group of Tomb Spirit sect disciples naturally began to question Xiao Xuan. Brother, there are some things you should not be too optimistic about. You don't look like you're a doctor, right? It's not something you should know, so don't say more. Ha ha ha. It's understandable that young people want to perform, but it also depends on the timing, right? Some Tomb Spirit sect disciples were talking about it. Hearing these words, Mr. Chen and Bai Ling couldn't help but frown slightly. They knew Xiao Xuan's ability, but now they didn't know how to explain it. If the tomb master doesn't believe it, we can do an experiment. Xiao Xuan was still full of confidence. What experiment? Master Tomb Spirit was a little disdainful. It's very simple. You only need 2 wind-cold elixirs to prove whether the toxins in your body, Master Tomb, are wind-cold poisons. Xiao Xuan said, I wonder if there is such a wind-cold medicine in your sect. Cold medicine? Are you saying that 1 Dao stone can buy a lot of cold medicine? After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, several Tomb Spirit sect disciples laughed. Even more, not believing his words at all. Mr. Chen was also a little worried. He wanted to believe that Xiao Xuan was not someone who just spoke freely, but judging from the current situation, Xiao Xuan's words were indeed a bit unbelievable. Xiao Xuan, are you sure? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, this is not a small matter, what if you don't worry? Xiao Xuan was confident. Okay, since Mr. Xiao Xuan is so confident, you go and get some wind-cold elixirs. Tomb Qing also looked indifferent, seeming to have concluded that Xiao Xuan's treatment would not have any good results. Yes. Yes. The 2 Tomb Spirit sect disciples also nodded quickly and left in a hurry. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1206, Difficult Things, Xiao Xuan's Superb Medical Skills. It seems this simple wind-cold elixir has no effect on my cold poison, right? The grave spirit master also shook his head and said disappointedly. After saying this, the people of the Tomb Spirit sect also started talking, expressing their disappointment in Xiao Xuan. Seeing this, Mr. Chen also said, Xiao Xuan, being a doctor is indeed more difficult than imagined. It's better not to force some things. Bai Ling also nodded. Seeing the looks of Mr. Chen and Bai Ling, Xiao Xuan also roughly understood that it seemed that these 2 people did not trust him very much. To this, he can understand it. After all, for them, although Xiao Xuan was somewhat talented, he was not extremely talented. At least with the strength of a person at the peak of the Blue God realm, it is somewhat unbelievable to want to help a strong man in the Dragon God realm cure his illness. In addition, the Tomb Spirit Master really said that he didn't feel anything. Therefore, they have some doubts about him, which even Xiao Xuan himself can understand. Don't worry. I never do anything I'm not sure about. Regarding their worries, Xiao Xuan acted relatively calmly and said directly, if it doesn't work now, then it may take a while. Say it. Naturally, it aroused the surprise of the Tomb Spirit sect disciples. After all, what Xiao Xuan said was a bit too outrageous for ordinary doctors. Good treatment means good treatment, and bad treatment means poor treatment. How can there be someone like Xiao Xuan? Still have to wait a while? What does it mean? Is it possible that Xiao Xuan still needs to wait for a while for treatment? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Ahem. Xiao Xuan, actually I have a good relationship with the Tomb Spirit Master. He just talks about it, so you don't have to pay attention. Mr. Chen was also a little embarrassed and couldn't help but said, he is just talking. He will not have any prejudice against you because of this matter. I guarantee that he will not fail to help us in the Flame Cemetery. Say it. Bai Ling also looked at Xiao Xuan. She also knew that Mr. Chen would not make promises to others casually. Today, he said something like this, but it also showed some problems. At least he really had no confidence in Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan. Wait a moment. Just as Bai Ling was about to speak, Xiao Xuan took over the conversation and said, I can use Tao power to stimulate it. After saying that, Xiao Xuan also directly urged the power of the Great Avenue into the body of the Tomb Spirit Master. This time, even the Tomb Spirit Master was a little surprised. You know, he is a serious Dragon God realm powerhouse, and the power of the Tao in his body is so strong. Xiao Xuan's little power of the Tao can be said to be neither painful nor itchy on him, and has no effect at all. But looking at Xiao Xuan's appearance now, he seems to be very confident in himself? They couldn't believe it. However, just when Master Tomb Spirit opened his mouth to say something, he suddenly found that the cold poison in his body gradually dissipated. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1207, 3 Needles of Gods and Ghosts, 3 Needles Cure. Cold Poison. Master Xiao Xuan. Since you can find a way to suppress the cold poison, is there a way to completely cure the cold poison in Master? Tomb Ching couldn't help but stepped forward and asked eagerly. Not only Tomb Green, but the entire Tomb Spirit sect has placed their hope on Xiao Xuan at this moment. After all, it's been so long. In order to treat the Tomb Spirit Master, they searched for countless doctors from all over the world, but no one could tell the reason. In the end, he could only rely on the spirit of the 7th grade monster beast to barely maintain his body's resistance to the cold poison. However, on the one hand, this method consumes a lot of sect resources. On the other hand, it cannot cure the cold poison in the body of the real Tomb Spirit. Therefore, the Tomb Spirit sect has always attached great importance to this. Now, finally, a person like Xiao Xuan is here. The Tomb Spirit sect disciples were naturally extremely excited. Xiao Xuan, can you completely cure the Tomb Spirit Master? Mr. Chen was also interested and couldn't help but ask. It can be treated. Only. Xiao Xuan hesitated halfway through. This treatment requires a lot of energy. It may take me a while to recover. Say it. Not only the Tomb Spirit Master and others, but also Mr. Chen and Bai Ling were a little confused and looked at Xiao Xuan in confusion. After all, Xiao Xuan had just arrived in the Flame Cemetery. It seemed that, apart from saying a few words, he didn't expend any energy, right? Why do you need to recharge? This is fine. If little friend Xiao Xuan needs anything else, just tell Tom Ching directly. Tomb Spirit Master also had a little embarrassment on his face. Before, I was too blind to recognize Taishan. I hope you don't hold grudges. He said this. Everyone present couldn't help but be a little shocked. You know, the Tomb Spirit Master is also a well-known figure in the Flame Cemetery, and he is also a real strong man in the Dragon God realm. Such a person actually took the initiative to say such things to Xiao Xuan. This is definitely a great respect. What's more important is that now Xiao Xuan has been recognized by the Tomb Spirit Master. In the future, no one will dare to do anything to Xiao Xuan in the Flame Cemetery. Master Tomb, you're welcome. This kid is just trying his luck. He doesn't dare to say what an amazing doctor he is. Xiao Xuan didn't take what the Tomb Spirit Master said just now to heart. After saying this, everyone in the Tomb Spirit sect felt a lot more at ease. And their impression of Xiao Xuan also became better. While talking, a Tomb Spirit sect disciple covered in blood, with tattered clothes and armor, stumbled in, and then fell to his knees on the ground. Tomb City. What's wrong with you? Why is this happening? After seeing this person, Tomb Green's eyes were cracked, and he rushed forward, reaching out to use the power of the avenue to protect this disciple's heart. Tamushing led the strong men of Zhongzhou to capture the Casa Cemetery. Our disciples were defeated. After the disciple finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then lost his life. It's tomb raising again. This bastard actually colluded with people from Zhongzhou. Tomb Ching gritted his teeth and realized that the disciple on the ground could no longer be saved, so he had no choice but to let him go. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Xuan and others also looked at each other and did not express any opinions. After all, Tomb Xing could be considered a member of his own sect and the biological son of Master Tomb Spirit. Even Master Tomb Spirit himself had no intention of taking action. If they said anything more, it would feel like they were nosy. For a while, everyone's eyes were on the Tomb Spirit Master, and they all wanted to see how he would handle this matter. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1208. The strength lies in challenging the powerful ones in the Golden God realm. Master Tomb, are you a little too optimistic about me? Xiao Xuan said with some helplessness, although I got a medical book by chance and luckily saw your illness. As for fighting against the Golden God realm strong man, this is not an easy task. Having said that, but I trust you, Tomb Spirit Master said with a smile. After saying this, Xiao Xuan was a little confused. In any case, this Tomb Spirit Master was considered a very powerful leader of a sect. How could he say such a thing? Is it possible that you really think that he, who is at the pinnacle of the Blue God realm, can fight against a strong person in the Golden God realm? Isn't this a joke? Besides, the Tomb Spirit sect is so big and has so many talented practitioners, can't it be impossible to find a strong person in the Golden God realm? Let this powerful man in the Golden God realm deal with his son? What's more, Xiao Xuan now has a little Golden God like Bai Ling beside him. Even if the real Tomb Spirit wants to find him, he should look for such a person, right? I don't know where the confidence of the Tomb Sect Master comes from. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that I haven't shown my strength yet? Ha ha ha. I not only have confidence in you, but also in old man Chen. Tomb Spirit Master seemed to have expected it, and said with a smile, you don't need to think about it to know that old man Chen, a guy with high eyesight, will not let anyone follow him casually. Say it. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't help but smile. I have to say that the old sect leader, Master Tomb Spirit, is really interesting. Sometimes just a few words can make people feel good. Just these words just now, all of a sudden, Xiao Xuan and the three of them were praised. Old Tombstone, don't say these words. Do you think I am still the same as before? Do you really think that just a few words can make me listen to you? Mr. Chen seemed to understand everything and said with a smile, if you don't show some sincerity, do you think you want Mr. Xiao Xuan to work for you for free? Hear this. Xiao Xuan also felt enlightened for a moment. Yes, what's the point of just hearing these useless compliments? The most important thing is, shouldn't it be the benefits? As the master of the Tomb Spirit sect, Master Tomb Spirit should have gotten a lot of good things in the Flame Cemetery over the years. If you can get some treasures from him, they will be of the highest quality, right? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan also looked at the Tomb Spirit Master with interest. I want to see how sincere he is. Sure enough, under such a gaze, Master Tomb Spirit seemed a little embarrassed and could only say helplessly, that's all, as long as you can deal with Tomb Xing, I can tell you the latest news about the green flame staff. Blue flame staff. Hear these three words. Xiao Xuan and others were suddenly surprised. You know, since the news of the green flame staff spread, there have been not only 10,000 but also 8,000 people who came to the Flame Cemetery to look for the green flame staff. However, even though there are so many people looking for it, there are not many people who really know the news about the green flame staff. Who knows now? This Tomb Spirit Master actually knows the news about the green flame staff? This is a bit shocking, right? You know, things like the green flame staff are said to be left behind by the legendary ancient saints. Not only is it extremely precious, but it is also extremely powerful. For ordinary people, if they can get such a treasure, they will definitely get an unusual adventure in the end. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1209, The Struggle of Young People, a Symbol of Strength. Yes, there are so many Dragon God Realm experts this time, what use are we? Didn't you say that even Zhongzhou sent Dragon God Realm experts over? How should we respond? Master Tomb, are you joking? Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other. Both of them had some doubts and confusion on their faces. After all, according to normal principles, if the green flame staff is really born, it will definitely be an extremely remarkable thing, and even the strong men in the Dragon God realm will attach great importance to it. Why is it said that the competition this time is mainly among young people? Could it be said that so many strong men in the Dragon God realm would stand by and watch the green flame staff? This is a bit ridiculous, right? Think of this. Xiao Xuan and others had more doubts on their faces. This is one of the information I know, said the Tomb Spirit Master. Now the green flame staff is in the cemetery of an ancient strong man. Only people below the Golden God realm can enter this cemetery. Below the Golden God realm? Why? Mr. Chen was also a little surprised. Is it possible that your flame cemetery still has so many restrictions? For these words, Tomb Spirit Master seemed to have understood this for a long time. Old man Chen, don't underestimate our flame cemetery. Master Tomb Spirit shook his head. Actually, even if I have been in the flame cemetery for so many years, I can't guarantee how much I know about the flame cemetery. You don't even know about the flame cemetery? Mr. Chen couldn't believe it. Yes, in fact, the flame cemetery is far more mysterious than all of you imagined. In addition to the flame that has been burning for thousands of years, there are countless various ancient inheritances in the flame cemetery. Tomb Spirit Master said, among them, there are some inheritances at the level of ancient saints. That's understandable. However, the flame cemetery has existed for many years, and there are so many strong men from various sects in it. Is it possible that the secrets within it have not been found after all these years? Mr. Chen was also a little surprised. If this is true, no wonder it attracts powerful people from Zhongzhou to come and explore the secrets. Good. Especially the most powerful tomb among them, named Old Man of the Valley. According to my understanding, this should have been an ancient saint. Tomb Spirit Master's face was solemn. In the entire flame cemetery, no one has been able to enter that area in these years. Perhaps this is the reason why the strong men from Zhongzhou came. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked solemn. They all know what the inheritance of an ancient saint level means. If there is a secret to becoming an ancient saint in this tomb, then it is very likely that some strong people who have been stuck in the Dragon God realm for many years can achieve the saint realm. This is an opportunity that almost all Dragon God gene dreams of. But, does this kind of opportunity really exist? For a moment, Mr. Chen couldn't help but become interested. How could it be that an old guy like you is not interested in this ancient saint level power? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1210, The Strong Man Resurrects and the Despicable Plan of Tomb Ascension. No fewer than 10 powerful men in the Dragon God realm are resurrected? Such words immediately attracted Xiao Xuan's attention, and he became confused about this matter. It is said that when you reach the level of Dragon God realm, you already have a great understanding of life and death in the world, and you are also very familiar with things like blood rebirth and soul resurrection. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for a strong man at the level of Dragon God to be killed directly unless he encounters a huge trap. As long as a trace of his soul is left in the world, he will be resurrected. And in the flame cemetery, In just a few years, it is a bit strange that so many powerful people in the Dragon God realm have been resurrected. At least it explains. There are indeed some extraordinary things in the Flame Cemetery. After thinking about this, Xiao Xuan's face became more solemn, and he suddenly realized something. Why are strong men at the Dragon God realm buried in the Flame Cemetery? Doesn't this prove that there seems to be what they want in the Flame Cemetery? And this kind of thing only exists after death? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan seemed to understand something more. You said before that you need to recover your energy before you can treat the Tomb Spirit Master. When can you really recover your energy? By Ling also asked Xiao Xuan. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, please ask the Tomb Sect Master to prepare 3 essence silver needles, and I can treat you. Xiao Xuan said seriously. Hearing these words, Master Tomb Spirit was also very surprised and nodded. Quickly, thank you, little friend Xiao Xuan. How about it? Old Tombstone, the person I choose must be extraordinary after all, right? Facing the smile of Master Tomb Spirit, Mr. Chen said, if I hadn't brought Xiao Xuan here today, I'm afraid no one would be able to cure the cold poison on your body. Say it. Tomb Spirit Master's face was also a little embarrassed. In fact, he knew such things in his heart, but sometimes he was not willing to admit it. Now that his longtime friend Chen Lao has spoken out, he feels a bit uncomfortable. It's just that the boy got lucky by chance. Xiao Xuan said, it's not that big of a skill. In the future in the Flame Cemetery, I'm afraid we will still need a lot of help from the Tomb Sect Master. Rest assured. My Tomb Spirit is still a bit thin among the various sects in the Flame Cemetery. Tomb Spirit patted his chest and said, even if you want to get the blue flame staff, I have the ability to help you find it. I think you, old guy, should stop bragging. Mr. Chen said lazily, if you really have this ability, how could you let your son start a sect outside? You. Master Tomb Spirit was speechless for a moment. That's all, since this is your scar, I won't say more. Mr. Chen smiled. You did it on purpose. Master Tomb Spirit said angrily. What can I do? Mr. Chen was not afraid and seemed not to take the Tomb Spirit Master seriously at all. Both of you. Now that there are many powerful people gathering in the Flame Cemetery, I think you two should focus on targeting those powerful people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1211, The Origin of the Sacred Artifact, Xiao Xuan's Plan. That's almost certain. Since a sect of that level in the Central Plains will appear, it must be something that interests them again. And judging from the current situation, there may only be sacred artifacts that they will be interested in. The Tomb Spirit Master said. After saying this, the people present couldn't help but look solemn. Even Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, who had never met the Zhongzhou sect, looked at each other and did not dare to show any slightness. After such a long time, they naturally understand the reason. I really want to talk about it. For such a long time, so many people have explained how powerful the Zhongzhou sect is on more than one occasion. Now, they were finally going to meet in the Flame Cemetery, and they were naturally a little nervous. How? We are about to face those geniuses from Zhongzhou, do you feel the pressure? Seeing the looks of Chu Yuan and Bai Ling, Mr. Chen and Master Toon Ling looked at each other with a bit of a smile on their faces. After this expression appeared, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also had embarrassment on their faces. They all knew that Mr. Chen and Master Tomb Spirit were both strong men at the Dragon God level. They were speaking at the same time, just to encourage them. At that moment, Xiao Xuan also raised his hands and said, please rest assured. I, Xiao Xuan, come from the Eastern Wilds continent and have experienced more than 100 life and death fights. Do I feel afraid when I face a few powerful people from Zhongzhou? Well said. Mr. Chen nodded with satisfaction. You are indeed the genius that I have chosen. With such ambition, wouldn't it be easy to get any kind of treasure you want? Hear these words. Xiao Xuan's face was expressionless instead. Over the years, he didn't know how many times he had heard Mr. Chen's kind words for him. But he didn't care at all. After all, if it comes to a real critical moment, these compliments will be of no use at all. Instead, strength are the most important. Ha ha ha. Old Chen too, it seems that your indifferent compliments have no effect on him. The Tomb Spirit Master said gloatingly, you'd better show some real skills. Hear this. Mr. Chen was helpless for a while. Finally, facing Xiao Xuan in front of him, he said, in that case, I will teach you a space technique called space-time wall. I also taught you a divine soul technique called the soul cone. Tomb Spirit Master seemed unwilling to be outdone. This is... Xiao Xuan was stunned. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. In fact, the reason why he acted relatively calmly just now was that he could roughly feel that this trip to the Flame Cemetery would be more dangerous, and he didn't think too much about it. But now, I heard what Mr. Chen and the Tomb Spirit Master said. He really couldn't believe that two powerful men at the Dragon God level were planning to teach him Taoism at the same time? Needless to say, since these two Taoist techniques can be used by a strong person in the Dragon God realm, they must be of high quality and powerful. However, he did not expect that they would be used at this time. This actually indirectly proves one thing. That is, Mr. Chen and Master Tomb Spirit do have some things at the bottom of the box that they are reluctant to take out. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12:12, Increased Strength, 2 Heaven-Level Taoist Techniques. Facing the 2 jade slips. Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and was inspired at the same time. In an instant, 2 white streams of light seemed to be alive, directly instilled into his mind. At the same time, the essence of the 2 Taoist techniques also appeared in Xiao Xuan's head. If others saw something like this, they would be too shocked to speak. After all, this is heaven-level Taoism. For ordinary people, heaven-level Taoism is indeed a treasure that is difficult to obtain, but no matter how good the treasure is, it should be powerful enough to open it. Just like this jade slip of heaven-level Taoism, it contains the essence of heaven-level Taoism. It is extremely difficult for most people to understand one of them. How could Xiao Xuan be like this and open 2 at the same time? If you can't fully understand the essence of it, isn't it a waste? Interesting. As expected, it is something that is regarded as a treasure by 2 strong men in the Dragon God realm. There is indeed something unusual about it. At this time, when Xiao Xuan faced the jade slip in front of him, his face became more solemn. I didn't expect that there is such a good thing. Time passed by minute. In a few hours, Xiao Xuan released his soul power to the extreme, and his comprehension ability was also completely improved. The essence of 2 heaven-level Taoist arts was actually slowly absorbed by him. Wait until it gets light. Xiao Xuan fully understood these 2 heaven-level Taoist techniques. Is it already dawn? I didn't expect that it took so long to understand. Xiao Xuan said to himself. If anyone knew at this time that Xiao Xuan had already mastered 2 heaven-level Taoist techniques in just a few hours, their jaws would have dropped to the ground in shock. You actually realized it? Isn't this impossible? No matter how talented you are, if you don't have enough time and energy, you can't fully understand it? When Bai Ling heard that Xiao Xuan had mastered 2 heaven-level Taoist techniques in one night, he didn't believe it at all. Xiao Xuan had no way to explain this, so he just smiled and said no more. But it was Mr. Chen and Master Tomb Spirit. After hearing the news, a bit of surprise appeared on their faces, and then they nodded secretly, shocked by Xiao Xuan's talent. They are strong men in the dragon god realm. Over the years, they have seen countless talented people, but this is the first time they have seen a talented disciple like Xiao Xuan who has mastered 2 heaven-level Taoist arts in a mere night. Amazing. As expected of the person that old man Chen likes. Tomb Spirit Master nodded. I said, your soul power is not weak, you should have entered the divine realm. After reaching this realm, as long as you have enough energy to study, the strength of this dead soul cone will definitely make you're in for a surprise. Stop bragging. Don't I know the strength of this old tombstone like you? I think this soul cone is just average. Mr. Chen deliberately caused trouble. Master Tomb Spirit and Mr. Chen originally refused to accept the other. After hearing this, Master Tomb Spirit immediately said rudely, this cone of souls, killed 3 people in the 9-star golden god realm at the same time. Back then. In your time and space wall, can you do it? You can only run away. What kind of skill is that? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12-13, Xiao Xuan's 3 magical needles at your fingertips. Ha ha. Actually, it's not that troublesome. Just 3 injections can remove the cold poison from the tomb master. Xiao Xuan smiled. Then, a burst of spiritual power surged from his hand, directly attracting the 3 silver needles, and quickly shot them towards the elixir of the tomb Spirit Master. Such a scene also shocked everyone present. You must know that no matter what level of cultivator you are, the Dantian is an extremely important place. Once the Dantian is damaged, it is likely to affect the operation of your own avenue. Xiao Xuan is only in the Tsongshan realm. How dare you use a silver needle to touch the Dantian of the tomb spirit? Master? To put it mildly, isn't this just asking for death? If the power of the great Daoin Master Tomb Spirit surges a little, I'm afraid Xiao Xuan will be dead. For a moment, everyone present held their breath and did not dare to breathe out. They can feel it. At this moment, the Tomb Spirit Master was also very nervous. Although the cold poison did not kill him for such a long time, it still tortured him badly. Now that he finally had the chance to be relieved, he was also very excited. Just now, he was really curious, were Xiao Xuan's 3 injections really effective? Master of the Tomb Sect, you don't have to be able to control the power of the Great Tao. Let me control your power of the Great Tao and move it throughout your body. Xiao Xuan felt the tension of Master Tomb Spirit and said directly, good. But Tomb Spirit Master couldn't help being stunned, a little unable to believe what Xiao Xuan said. You must know that he is a strong man at the level of Dragon God, and the power of the Tao in his body is so strong. Does Xiao Xuan, a mere Tsongshan realm, have the ability to control such a powerful divine soul? Believe me, Xiao Xuan said directly without waiting for the tomb spirit master to ask questions, I will definitely be able to cure the cold poison on your body. That's fine. If others say so. Maybe Tomb Spirit Master wouldn't believe a word of it. But now, the person who spoke like this was Xiao Xuan. For some reason, he felt a little more trusting in his heart. He felt it vaguely. Perhaps Xiao Xuan can really cure his illness. At the moment, he also completely relaxed the control of the power of the avenue, allowing Xiao Xuan to control the operation of these powers. At the same time, in the Tomb Spirit Sect Hall, these disciples of the Tomb Spirit Sect also looked at Xiao Xuan nervously with solemn faces. Tomb Spirit Master is a strong man in the Dragon God realm. If the power of the great Tao surges through the body, I am afraid that it is not something that ordinary people can contend with. At this moment, Xiao Xuan also looked solemn and began to control the power of the great Tao in the Tomb Spirit Master. At the beginning, he felt that the power of the avenue was like a tiger, unwilling to be controlled by him at all. But soon, under the control of Xiao Xuan's 3 silver needles, every time the tiger resisted, it would be suppressed in time and gradually brought under control. Under Xiao Xuan's urging, this power of the avenue continued to destroy the power hidden in the tomb. The cold poison in Lingzhen's body. After Han Du felt threatened, he initially planned to resist. But with Xiao Xuan's guidance, the power of the great Tao in the Tomb Spirit Master was like a firefighter, launching a rhythmic attack on every place. Controlled by the cold poison. Under such an offensive rhythm, soon the cold poison was retreating steadily. After half an hour, Xiao Xuan's head began to sweat more. At the same time, the cold poison on the body of the Tomb Spirit Master was completely eliminated. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12-14 Bai Ling's Trust and Apprenticeship. Bai Ling said these words. It also surprised Mr. Chen next to him. You know, for such a long time, he has taken the initiative to tell Bai Ling more than once that he wanted to accept her as his apprentice. It's a pity. Every time he said these words, he would be rejected by the latter. Now, what he couldn't believe was that the disciple he couldn't accept no matter what, actually wanted to become Xiao Xuan's disciple? What does it mean? Is it possible that he, a strong man in the Dragon God realm, is not as good as Xiao Xuan, who is at the peak of the Blue God realm? You. Bai Ling, I asked you several times at that time. Did you say you didn't want to become a disciple? Mr. Chen was a little anxious. Bai Ling looked indifferent. I think there is nothing to learn from you, old man. On the contrary, Mr. Xiao Xuan's medical skills are very good. I want to learn medical skills. After hearing this, Mr. Chen suddenly looked helpless. Seeing that his old friend was defeated, Master Tomb Spirit looked happy and said with a smile, I never thought that you, an old man, would be disliked by others? You are not strong enough, you are not strong enough. Hear this. Mr. Chen also looked aggrieved. In such a long time, he has never suffered such a big loss, and he was actually ridiculed by a person in the Little Golden God realm? What's even more helpless is that Bai Ling is the disciple he has always valued. Even after saying these words, he can't do anything about it. This makes Mr. Chen feel that there is a breath in his heart that he can't spit out. No matter what. Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, looked helpless. Looking at Bai Ling, who looked serious, he didn't know how to explain it. Okay, today happens to be the day when I recover. Since Miss Bai Ling wants to become a disciple, I also want to be a witness. If Xiao Xuan agrees, I will give you 2 a bottle of heaven-level elixir. How about it as a apprenticeship ceremony? The grave spirit master looked like he was watching the fun. After saying this, Mr. Chen's face turned blue and white, making him look as ugly as possible. For so long. He naturally knows the real tomb spirit very well, and knows that the reason why this old guy did this is to deliberately humiliate him. Heavenly elixir? Heavenly elixir. This time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were stunned. They were not interested in the banter between Mr. Chen and the tomb spirit master, but they were still interested in this heavenly elixir. Before, they only knew that elixirs were divided into grades. The higher the grade of the elixir, the higher the potency and the higher the value. But now, this is the first time I have heard of a heaven-level elixir. What effect can this elixir have? For a while, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but focus on the tomb spirit master, wanting to hear his explanation. I see that one of you is at the peak of the blue god realm, and the other has just entered the little golden god realm. This heaven-level elixir should be the most suitable for you. Master Tomb Spirit also put away his joking expression and said, one pill can bring the peak of Songshan realm to the little golden god realm, and can also make the realm of little golden god realm more stable. So magical? Will there be any side effects? Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other with doubts on their faces. Please, log in to continue reading.